Chapter 1 Opening Binding Pickup System. In the evening, at the entrance of Magic City University, a super cool supercar attracted many college students who went out to look for food. Chu Jiang was sitting on the driver's seat, and when he saw the college students looking towards him through the car window, his heart was quite refreshing. Once upon a time, he never dreamed that he could drive a supercar worth tens of millions of dollars to pretend to be a pussy in front of Magic City University. Just yesterday, when his donation on Water Drop fundraising reached $10,000, he unexpectedly bound the system. Pickup system. As long as someone was in contact with himself, some hovering transparent balls that only he could see would appear out of thin air. Chu Jiang could pick up those items as long as he made contact with the hovering transparent balls. Since binding the system, he had already picked up $100 million in cash, a Lamborghini Bull, a Porsche Panamera, and a Rolls-Royce Cullinan by making contact with people. The most exaggerated thing was that he had picked up 3 school district buildings, a total of 300 school district houses. Unexpectedly getting rich. This kind of joy was naturally to be shared with his family. Now he came over to this side of Magic City University because his own sister Chu Yu was attending university over here. He came over today out of the blue with the purpose of giving his oldest sister a surprise. Chu Jiang and his family's family conditions were not very good. After all, his parents were not highly educated, and with an old man on top and a young man on the bottom, it was not easy to support a large family. The good thing is that Chu Jiang and his sister are very competitive. Both went to college, especially his sister Chu Yu. On the 985 Magic City University, Chu Jiang just graduated this year, but he only went to a third-rate university. In the Magic City, where talents are everywhere, it's hard for him to find any good jobs. However, everything is better now. Sitting in the car, Chu Jiang was thinking a lot, and he didn't realize that more than 10 minutes had passed. He had called Chu Yu when he drove here, saying that he had come over to see her, right at the entrance of their school. Now that more than 10 minutes had passed, Chu Yu should also be arriving soon. Speaking of Chu Jiang and his siblings, they were really a role model for their peers in the village. Not only obedient and understanding good grades, is the face value, that is also the school flower school grass this level. Chu Jiang is okay, he is a boy, after all, cannot suffer any losses, but Chu Yu is after all a girl, and most of the time, those of her suitors are running at her beautiful to go. Although Chu Yu has made it clear that she will not fall in love during her college years, the suitors behind her are not less. Chu Yu received a call from Chu Jiang when she was reading a book in the library, and when she heard that her brother had come to their school to see her, she also put down her book and came towards the main entrance of the school. From their school library to the main entrance is only 7 or 8 minutes away, but just when she walked to the school's center square, she was stopped by one of her suitors, Lu Jianhao, a junior in the finance department. He was the president of the school's student council and met Chu Yu during the student council recruitment. Since that time, Lu Jianhao had been pursuing Chu Yu, but Chu Yu was also clear that he does not fall in love during college. Directly to him refused, but Lu Jianhao were willing to give up so easily. Every now and then on the side of Chu Yu, he is a junior this year. In a month will go out to internship. The thought of the future is difficult to see Chu Yu. He thought to take advantage of this time, to strengthen their own offensive. He planned a confession activity. That is, he wanted to confess to Chu Yu in broad daylight, in full view of the public. With his understanding of Chu Yu would not give herself face in the presence of so many people. However, he clearly did not know Chu Yu well enough. Lu Jianhao, I'll retell you once more. I don't fall in love during college, so please don't play these tricks in the future. Chu Yu snatched the bouquet of flowers in Lu Jianhao's hands, then threw it heavily on the ground. Being rejected by Chu Yu in public, Lu Jianhao's face directly darkened. Watching Chu Yu walk towards the school's main entrance without looking back, Lu Jianhao then viciously clenched his teeth. Bitchy woman, so damn. There were times when it was normal to have hatred out of love. What's more, Chu Yu rejected himself in front of so many people, causing his face as the student council president to shatter. Chu Jiang didn't see Chu Yu come over for half a day. He also walked down from the car and prepared to enter the school to see what was going on. However, just after he got off the car on his side, he felt countless pairs of eyes staring at him, which for a moment made him still a bit uncomfortable. I'll go. So handsome. This is the most handsome rich second generation I've ever seen. That supercar he's driving is a Lamborghini Big Bull, right? I really envy them rich second generation. So young to be able to drive a multi-million-dollar supercar. He's really handsome. My mouth is watering. I wish I was his girlfriend. He's so handsome, even if he doesn't have any money. I'm willing to do it. I'm a big man. I think he's so handsome. It feels like heaven is unfair. Why can people be handsome and rich? After all, Chu Jiang came over in a nearly $10 million Lamborghini Bull, and he was so handsome, it was hard not to attract the attention of those people around him. Hey can you guys stop being nymphomaniacs? He's obviously waiting for someone. I'm just thinking about it. How could someone of his caliber be interested in me? Not far away, the two girls from the same dormitory were also whispering together, and from time to time, they would still look towards Chu Jiang's side. At the same time, Chu Jiang saw that Chu Yu was walking over towards the school's main entrance. Over here. Chu Jiang waved his hand towards Chu Yu, who was walking over, and shouted. Hearing Chu Jiang's voice, Chu Yu, who was originally in a somewhat bad mood, instantly put a smile on her face when she saw her old brother. Those surrounding onlookers looked over in the direction Chu Jiang was looking, just in time to see Chu Yu walking over towards this side. Isn't that Chu Yu? The sophomore business management department's school beauty. My goddess, ah. I heard that Chu Yu said to all her suitors that she doesn't fall in love in college. You guys say, could this rich second generation be waiting for Chu Yu? No way. My goddess isn't the kind of person who loves vanity. It's hard to say. I think the reason why Chu Yu rejected everyone might be that people have better options. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to choose a college student who is still staying in the ivory tower. Just as they were chatting about the gossip, Chu Yu had already walked out of the gate, walked straight to Chu Jiang's side, and then was very intimate, holding Chu Jiang's arm. How did you have time to come over to see me today? Chu Yu's move was directly shattering the hearts of the geeks she held as goddesses. See, I got you right. That rich second generation is waiting for Chu Yu. Goddess Chu Yu is actually holding the arm of the rich second generation. It looks so intimate. I feel like I've fallen out of love. My heart hurts so much. Why? Didn't Goddess Chu Yu say that she doesn't fall in love in college? For a while, Chu Jiang and Chu Yu directly became the center of attention. Chapter 2. Brother, did you really win $300 million? Chu Yu hadn't seen Chu Jiang for a while, so her demeanor and actions were slightly more intimate. But after all, people are siblings, so what's wrong with that? However, the melon-eating masses do not know the truth. They all thought that the school flower Chu Yu found a rich second generation who drove a Lamborghini as a boyfriend. Good things don't go out the door. Bad things spread 1,000 miles. For a time, everyone in the entire Magic City University was spreading this matter. After all, this is the internet era. The speed of this news dissemination is quite fast. The school posting bar, forums, and some class groups were all spreading this matter like crazy. Heavyweight news. Our school's sophomore pure schoolgirl Chu Yu just got into a rich second generation's Lamborghini at the school's main entrance. I go? It's really not true. Chu Yu is a goddess. Didn't she say she doesn't fall in love in college? It's not true that you don't fall in love. It's mainly because you don't have a Lamborghini. Even Goddess Chu Yu has fallen? Mom, I don't believe in love anymore. Just now over at the center square, I saw that Lu Jianhao was still confessing his love to Chu Yu, but Lu Jianhao was fiercely rejected by Chu Yu. Originally thought Chu Yu really how pure it. The results. Ha, really slapface ah. I also saw it. President Lu's face was black. TSK. But now it seems that it's fortunate that President Lu was rejected. Otherwise, pure school flower Chu Yu got us on the rich second generation supercar, this kind of thing. Absolutely enough to satisfy the college students that gossip mind. Lu Jianhao naturally also in the first time to know this matter. At that moment is also broken cursed. Bah, woman still really will pretend to be noble. As for Chu Yu's side, she was now sitting on the passenger seat of Chu Jiang's Lamborghini Big Bull, fuming. Brother, what's your situation? Where did this car come from? Although Chu Yu was a girl and wasn't very familiar with cars, this was a supercar. Supercars were expensive. She still knew that. Chu Jiang said with a smile while driving the car. Your brother, I was lucky and won the jackpot. The car is I just bought. I also transferred 5 million cash to our parents. Now your brother, I take you to the shopping mall. Chu Jiang had thought of something to say before. Even if he had bought a lottery ticket and won the jackpot, and he just watched the news. The Magic City this side happens to have a young guy won 300 million. And has been on fire to claim the prize. News reports are out. Chu Jiang looked at the young guy's photo. Really don't say. That body with him really like. As for what the young man looks like, due to the photo or wearing a hood, cannot see. Hearing his brother say that he had won the jackpot, Chu Yu also frowned, somewhat not quite believing what Chu Jiang said. Winning the jackpot in the lottery? Why did it sound so mysterious? Really? Brother, how much did you win? Chu Jiang didn't say anything and directly stretched out 3 fingers out. $30 million. Chu Yu couldn't help but exclaim in shock. It's 300 million. Chu Jiang didn't sell out much with Chu Yu, and directly said that he had won $300 million. Now, Chu Yu, who had managed to already adjust her excitement, was completely nonchalant. More, how much? 300 million ah. Otherwise, how would your old brother dare to buy this $10 million supercar? Already the first time through the social grind Chu Jiang, tell lies that is not red in the face. Heart does not jump. Is a set and a set of awe. Before reacting from the matter of his old brother winning $300 million, and hearing Chu Jiang say that this supercar was actually worth tens of millions of dollars, Chu Yu felt that she was stupid. Brother, I'm not dreaming, am I? Chuyu felt like she was dreaming. How could it be so easy to buy a lottery ticket and win the jackpot? And still a $300 million jackpot? However, sitting in the passenger seat of a multi-million-dollar Lamborghini Bull, this feeling was just too real. Your old brother, I'm rich now. Our family's days will get better and better in the future. The corner of Chu Zhang's mouth rose slightly. Looking at the still shocked Chuyu smiled and said, Brother, you really won the $300 million jackpot? I'm not dreaming, am I? Chuyu was still somewhat not quite daring to believe that this was true. Really won? You're not dreaming. Chu Zhang looked at his sister favorably and said with a smile, Brother, although we have money now, but this money is after all heavenly fortune. We still need to spend it wisely. Chuyu was still very calm, although she knew that saying this at this time was a bit out of place, but for the sake of a better life in the future, she still had to remind her oldest brother. Don't worry, you can still not worry about your old brother me. Of course Chu Zhang knew what Chuyu meant. It wasn't just a reminder that he shouldn't float when he had money. He had to keep a low profile. But then again, Chu Zhang's real situation was known only to himself, which is what he won the jackpot in the lottery. He is bound to the system to open up. Ever since he was a child, Chu Jiang had loved his sister very much. People say that the eldest brother is like a father. Now mom and dad are not on the side of the magic city. When the big brother naturally want to take good care of their sister. Chu Jiang took Chuyu first went to the shopping mall to shop. Before he couldn't afford to buy skincare products, clothes and so on, Chu Jiang bought a set for his sister. Brother, enough, you see I can't carry it anymore. Chu Jiang and Chuyu carried a whole bunch of things in big bags in their hands. Chuyu saw that her old brother still wanted to buy things for herself, and hurriedly refused and said, Brother, these are enough for me to use for a year. That's fine, right? Just now I transferred $1 million cash to you. You go to school hard. This money you don't need to save to spend. Usually eat more good. Chu Jiang looked at his sister with some heartache and asked, You've been thin again recently, right? Is thin a little, but, okay la. Chuyu pursed her lips, thinking that before because the living expenses were not enough, she could only spend $10 a day on food. Suddenly a feeling of heartache and aggression rushed to her heart. See Chuyu eyes dense with tears. Chu Jiang is also hurriedly said, All the past, after our days will be better and better. Aha! Chuyu empathized, also nodded. Yes, it will get better and better. Out of the mall. Put all those things bought in the car. Hungry. Brother will take you to eat a big meal. Aha! Chuyu, who hadn't eaten much at noon, and had just shopped for so long, was indeed hungry. After all, it was Magic City. As long as one had money, what delicious food was not available? Chu Jiang led Chuyu to find a restaurant specializing in seafood. What sea cucumber abalone, king crab, Australian lobster. Usually want to eat but simply do not have the money to eat seafood. Chu Jiang all gave a point. Brother, point too much, right? Can't finish eating. It's okay, can't finish eating package to take back to eat. Chu Jiang was very spoiled and said, If you like, brother will bring you to eat every day. Gout package. It's not good to eat too much, and you'll get tired of it. Chuyu said with a hefty smile. A meal cost $5,800. When Chu Jiang paid, Chuyu took a look at the bill that was especially heartbreaking. Brother, we ate so much money in one meal. It's too extravagant. 5,008 It's enough to cover my living expenses for a year. From the restaurant out, walking on the road, Chuyu whispered to Chu Jiang, occasional luxury. Besides, so many seafood only ate 5,800. Not expensive. Chu Jiang knows his sister usually save habitually, thinking on a time may not be able to accept like this spending money, so has also hurriedly said a sentence. Aha, it's still okay to be extravagant once in a while. However, brother, eating only the crab legs of such a large king crab is really extravagant. Chuyu was still reminiscing about the king crab she had just eaten. Should I say no? This king crab boiled porridge was indeed delicious. After eating, it was almost 8 o'clock. Chuyu usually do not play much cell phone, so until now she still do not know the whole Magic University are spreading her gossip. Rumors of this thing that is more and more outrageous. Some people say Chuyu is adopted by a rich second generation. Some people say Chuyu gave a rich second generation abortion. Anyway, rumor mongering has a mouth that says everything. Although Chuyu usually does not make enemies, there are many people who are jealous of her. After all, Chuyu is beautiful, good grades, but also by many boys called pure goddess. Sometimes the higher you are held up, the more miserable you will be when you fall. Although Chuyu is usually low profile enough, but who let her outstanding face value? Born to be envied? Before Chuyu hadn't made any mistakes. In the eyes of the many boys that was a flawless existence. Those who were jealous of her didn't dare to provoke Chuyu. But now, Chuyu in front of the school intimately holding the rich second generation of photos, as well as Chuyu sitting in the Lamborghini Bull passenger seat of the photos are in the bar forum crazy. the innocent goddess's persona collapsed, and the first ones to attack Chuyu were not the ones who were jealous of her, but rather Lu Jianhao, who was previously unable to pursue her. As the president of the student council, Lu Jianhao was influential enough on campus. He directly started a group in the campus posting bar, accusing Chuyu of being the who pretended to be pure and set up a persona. Everyone knows that Lu Jianhao is pursuing Chuyu, and now that Lu Jianhao has opened a group to accuse Chuyu, those who were originally jealous of Chuyu are definitely not too big for their britches, and they directly began to agree with Lu Jianhao. On this side, Chuyu does not know that she has been cyber-violated. She is still immersed in the happiness of being spoiled by her brother. Chu Jiang drove Chuyu to the entrance of the University of Magic City, and urged Chuyu to take care of herself, and if there are any difficulties in life, she will directly say, and then ask for money if it is not enough. Chuyu also blankly glanced at Chu Jiang. Brother, you gave me too much money, how can it not be enough? After all, Chu Jiang had directly transferred $1 million to her, not to mention that she was still just a college student. Even if she was new to society, with so much money, she wouldn't be able to spend it all in a moment's time. Moreover, Chuyu was the kind of girl who could save and live a hard life. With this much money, as long as she didn't spend it frivolously, it was enough for her to spend for a long time. Alright, quickly go back, rest early at night, your body is important. Got it, brother, hurry back. The Lamborghini Big Bull was parked in front of the school. Naturally it was seen by many people. Isn't this the Lamborghini Big Bull from the afternoon? TSK, Goddess Chuyu. I really didn't expect that Chuyu would be such a woman. Alas, who says otherwise? But it's normal to think about it. With such a high face value, wouldn't it be easy to find a rich second generation? This side when Chuyu came down from the car, it was also seen by many people. And there were good people who secretly took photos and transmitted them to the internet. For a time, the Magic City University's posting forum blew up again. Chapter 3 Yu. They say you've been adopted. Look, this is the Chuyu that you all held up as a pure goddess before. Bah, virtue is not worthy of the position. I've said it before, Chuyu is just pretending to be innocent. In fact, she's flirty. Count me as blind. I was wrong. Don't dare to speak. But what if it's a misunderstanding? Chuyu as scrubbing dog. It's all like this. Still scrubbing, Chuyu walked through the campus, carrying a bunch of things in big bags, but all the way over, she felt something was very wrong, because she realized that those who were looking at her had more or less a few moments of sarcasm in their eyes. When Chuyu returned to the dormitory, Chuyu's 3 roommates hurriedly closed the door. Yeah, what's your situation? How did the cell phone turn off? It ran out of power. Chuyu frowned and took out her own cell phone and said that it was out of power. Yeah, why are you still so calm? Now the entire campus posting forum is spraying you. Ugh. The 4 people in Chuyu's and their dormitory room had a very good relationship on weekdays, so after Chuyu's accident, they also contacted Chuyu at the first opportunity. However, coincidentally, Chuyu's cell phone happened to be out of battery. If ordinary people, hearing themselves being sprayed, at least the mood swings would be great, but Chuyu did not have any mood swings. Oh, Chuyu just let out an oh sound, which made Chuyu's 3 roommates a little confused. You're not angry. What they said is too unpleasant. Su Jing usually had the best relationship with Chuyu. She understood that Chuyu could never be the kind of person they said. Even if she was, it was because she had encountered some difficulties and was forced to do so. What did they say? Chuyu asked while charging her cell phone up while looking at Su Jing. They said that you've been adopted. It's so hateful. Especially that Lu Jianhao. Really detestable. Originally I thought he was better, but now it seems that he's really a hypocrite. Luckily you keep rejecting Lu Jianhao. He's really not a thing. Chuyu's roommates were furious. The more they talked, the angrier they got. But Chuyu, the person in question, was more calm. She took out the gifts she had bought for her roommates earlier from her bag, and then handed them to them one by one. Wow, surprisingly, it's SK2? Yeah, what's the situation of this? Yeah, you wouldn't be. No, Chuyu's roommates looked at the gifts in their hands, each with a set of SK2 skincare products. To know, this is the cheapest also have to $4,000 or $5,000. What is the situation of Chuyu's family? They are still very clear. Usually even meals cannot afford to spend money. Now how? You guys think too much. That's my brother. Chuyu saw that her 3 roommates had a puzzled look on their faces. She also directly explained. Your brother? Well, my own brother. Born of one mom. Ha? The 3 roommates all froze. Chuyu having a real brother? They had heard Chuyu talk about it before. But, this is not right. Chuyu's own brother drove a Lamborghini? Listening to them, that was a super sports car that cost nearly $10 million. If Chuyu's own brother was a rich second generation, then how could Chuyu's usual life be so difficult? My brother he recently got lucky and made some money. Yu didn't say that Chu Jiang had bought a lottery ticket and won the jackpot. After all, she didn't want to bring some unnecessary trouble to Chu Jiang. I'll go. That's earn some money. The car your brother drove is a Lamborghini Bola. It's rumored to cost tens of millions of dollars. Yeah. According to you, your brother he is creating a generation. You, does your brother have a date? What do you think of me? Introduce me to your brother. I'll be your sister-in-law. Yu's 3 roommates were also quite excited after learning the specifics. For one thing, Yu was still the same Yu they knew. Secondly, it was as if they had discovered something extraordinary. Yu's own brother was actually a very successful generation creator. The key was that he was also very handsome. No way. Yeah, I can't see you suffer. I have to tell the truth about what happened. Su Jing was on the best of terms with Yu, and in the afternoon she had argued with a lot of people in the posting bar. But there were too many brainwashed people, and along with that, she was also scolded badly. Now well, she knew the truth of the matter, was definitely going to come forward. Alas, it's useless. Rumors stop at the wise. Them people nah. Yu actually didn't really care, because she knew that even if Su Jing went and told the truth, it was impossible for those people to believe it. But Su Jing didn't care. She just thought of helping Yu fight for her. As Su Jing spoke, she had already directly killed inside the Magic City University posting bar. She directly opened a new post. The title was called, People Who Are Full of Give Me a Climb. Then Su Jing directly real name at Lu Jianhao. Then said Chu Jiang is Yu's own brother thing. It didn't take long for the post to be posted before someone replied. Pro brother? Who are you bluffing? It's not like we don't know about Yu's family situation. Can her real brother afford to drive a Lamborghini Bull? That's right. Who can believe you when you say that? Brother? Oh, I think it's a love brother, right? You're telling the truth? But didn't Goddess Yu's family situation say it's not good? Creating a new generation? Really? It's not that easy to start a business, and for someone who can afford to buy a Lamborghini Bull, they must at least have a few $100 million in assets, right? A few $100 million can't come out of thin air. At least have to struggle for a few years to earn it. If like you said, Yu her previous life could not be so tight, right? It was really predicted by Yu, even though Su Jing had already said it very clearly, but those people simply didn't believe it. Not only did they not believe it, but instead, they analyzed it. As for Yu, she was also very helpless. She originally did not want to take care of this matter, but she just looked at her cell phone. Things seemed to be really big, and even their counselor had sent a message asking her what was going on. After all, Yu was the top student in the department before, and could be said to have a bright future. Department of Yu is still very important. Out of this kind of thing, counselors are naturally very concerned. Before Yu's cell phone was out of battery, so he didn't see the message from the counselor. Now that he saw it, Yu also hurriedly sent a message back to his counselor to explain that Chu Jian was his own brother. When Qing had been depressed all afternoon today, she was Yu's counselor, and to put it mildly, she was only 3 years older than Yu. So while she was Yu's counselor on the surface, privately, she treated Yu as her own sister. When Qing had just become a counselor, and Yu was the most outstanding one among the first class of students she had brought up. When she learned that Yu this matter after she was also the first time to contact Yu. However, Yu's cell phone was turned off. Ah, you mean that person is your own brother? Yes, his name is Chu Jiang, my own brother. Oh, but, it's not right. My brother is starting his own business, and has recently made a lot of money. Yu knew what Wen Qing was puzzled about, so she also briefly explained. Then I know. Sigh, scared me to death. When Qing also let out a sigh of relief. She had also just come from Yu's age, and she deeply knew what it meant to a girl for herself, and for her family if she fell. She was very optimistic about Yu, and did not want Yu to fall because of such mundane things as money. Now that she learned that Yu was still the same Yu she knew, it was just that everyone had misunderstood. She was relieved. However, the next moment, she also couldn't help but frown. How scary internet violence was. She was for real. The so-called people's words can be feared, if this matter is not clarified. In the future, Yu will definitely be pointed at in school, and it will not be a good day. Yu originally did not think to explain this matter. For one thing, this is her own family matter, belongs to privacy. Secondly, even if she explains, those people may not believe it. But now the situation is getting more and more intense. Yu thought about it, also decided to personally explain this matter. She went directly to the posting bar and opened a post with the title, I am Yu. I'm Yu. I'm sorry for taking up public resources because of my matter. I'll apologize to everyone here first. Regarding this matter, I'll just have 2 sentences. First, that rich second generation that you all said drove a Lamborghini Bull is my own brother, called Chu Jiang. Secondly, I never said that I was a purity goddess, and there is no such thing as pretending to be pure and setting up a persona as you all said. Chuyu personally came down to explain the clarification, and it did win a lot of people to support her. I told you that Goddess Chuyu is not that kind of person. You bunch of brainwashed people. You can't understand with you, Goddess Chuyu. I will always support you. The clearer. Goddess Chuyu way. We don't need to take care of these brainwashed people. There were those who supported Chuyu, and naturally there were brainless black ones. Who can believe these words? I don't believe it anyway. That's right, pro brother? Oh, I really didn't think Chuyu would use this excuse. Bitch who pretends to be pure and set up a persona. Please get out of Magic City University. Brainless black people are simply brainless. Many of them were originally jealous of Chuyu. It was not easy to find the opportunity, and how could they not blacken her because of Chuyu's explanation? Chuyu originally thought that she could not care, but when she saw that those brainless black people even said such excessive words, her mind directly collapsed. You, don't be too concerned. These people are just like that. They can't see that others are doing better than they are. They are just black for the sake of being black. Do this group of people all have no brains? How did they get into college? People's hearts are treacherous. Today I finally understand this sentence. Chuyu's 3 roommates saw that Chuyu's face was not very good, and also hurriedly comforted and said, Yeah, I think you should not talk to your brother about this matter. If he intervenes to solve it, it will definitely be more useful than explaining it out of our own voices. Su Jing looked at Chuyu, directly proposed to let Chuyu tell Chu Jiang about this matter. After all, if Chu Jiang can step forward to explain the situation, those spammers will have nothing to say. Alas, it can only be like this now. Chuyu sighed. She hadn't wanted to trouble her brother, but to solve this matter, it would definitely take Chu Jiang to personally step in to solve it. Chuyu picked up her cell phone and directly called Chu Jiang over. Brother, there's a small problem on my side. Chapter 4, Bullying My Sister. Your ing looking for death. Brother, I have a small problem on my side. Chuyu said this matter briefly. Chu Jiang understood what was going on when he heard half of it. Are you okay now? Chu Jiang's voice was low and dark as he held back his anger and asked with concern. I'm fine. Just, ugh. His own old sister's character was clear to himself. Normally Chuyu would not be able to contact himself. Now that Chuyu contacted herself, it meant that things were serious and she couldn't solve it herself. You, don't be anxious. I'll solve this matter. Chu Jiang had just prepared to go to the bar for a turn, to see if he could contact a few rich second generation and pick up some more rewards. The car was just halfway there when he received Chuyu's call, and he didn't hesitate, directly turning the car around at the next intersection. His family was his own bottom line. Chu Jiang would never allow anyone to harm his family, no matter what the other party was. Chu Jiang would make him pay. Chu Jiang does not like to cause trouble, but he is definitely not afraid of things. Driving the supercar straight to the entrance of Mordor University, Chu Jiang sat in the car and first went to the Magic City University's posting forum and browsed around, circling those who specialized in spraying Chuyu. Lu Jianhao was the most active and the culprit. Although Chu Jiang didn't recognize Lu Jianhao, he also understood some things after strolling around the posting bar. Of course he also saw the post that Chuyu's roommate made with Chuyu, but the effect was minimal. Network violence. This kind of situation, you reason with them is not understand. Brainless spammers simply don't care that much. They simply don't have a brain. Even people who have been climbing and rolling in society are hard to cope with cyber violence, let alone college students like Chuyu. The best way to deal with this kind of online soft violence is to fight violence with violence, and solve those people who are leading the cyber violence. The best way to deal with this kind of cyber violence is to counteract it with violence and deal with those people who are leading the cyber violence. Chuyu, she is a weak girl who definitely can't solve it. This kind of thing, naturally, should be done by him as an older brother. Let's start with him. Chu Jiang was sure that Lu Jianhao was the one who led the trouble, so naturally he could not let him off easily. The action should be fast. Strike hard. Make sure to let those people understand what the consequences of rumor mongering are. After thinking of what to do, Chu Jiang was also ready to drive into the school. The security guards at the school entrance had actually noticed Chu Jiang's Lamborghini Dino a long time ago. He came over in the afternoon, then just now sent Chuyu back and came back again, and now after only half an hour or so, he drove back again. Although he knew that someone who could afford to drive this kind of luxury car was definitely not simple, but for safety reasons, the security guards at the school entrance still stopped Chu Jiang. Look, this is a school. No foreign cars are allowed inside. Grandpa, please be accommodating. My sister goes to college here. She just sent me a message saying that her stomach hurts. I'm in a hurry to take her to the hospital. When Chu Jiang said this, the security guard Moncler also froze for a moment. Grandpa, look, I'm driving this car. I can't run to the school to cause trouble, right? Chu Jiang added another sentence. Moncler outlet store hearing Chu Jiang say this, He thought about it and thought about it indeed. Originally, the security moncler didn't want to mess with a rich second generation like Chu Jiang, and now that he heard Chu Jiang say this, he also directly gave Chu Jiang a pass. Thank you, sir. Seeing that the security guard let him pass, Chu Jiang also smiled and said thank you to the security guard. Then with a step on the gas, Chu Jiang drove the Lamborghini Dinho directly into the campus of Magic City University. Although it was almost 10 o'clock in the evening, there were still a lot of students walking outside on the campus of Magic City University. With the Lamborghini de Bull being so high profile, many people couldn't help but look over. Chu Jiang now wanted to find Lu Jianhao, but after all, he wasn't a student of Magic City University and wasn't familiar with this side. When he parked his car on the side of the road and thought about how he could find Lu Jianhao, two night-running girls happened to come over next to him. Hey, pretty girl, can I ask you something? Chu Jiang immediately prepared to find someone to ask. He was also informed of Lu Jianhao's name when he was browsing the bar, and even more so, he knew that he was the president of the Student Union of Magic City University. If it was an ordinary person, ordinary people probably wouldn't recognize him, but since Lu Jianhao was the president of the Student Union, it was estimated that there were quite a lot of people who knew him. The girl who was running at night stopped her steps and looked at Chu Jiang, who was sitting on the driver's seat. The main reason was that Chu Jiang was very handsome and had just called her a beautiful girl again. What's the matter? You ask. Do you guys know Lu Jianhao? It's your student council president. Do you know which dormitory building he lives in? Lu Jianhao? Ah, I know. I saw him just now. He's over at the basketball court. He shouldn't have left yet. Luck was really good. Chu Jiang didn't expect that a random passerby would be able to directly ask where Lu Jianhao was. Thanks. Chu Jiang drove directly towards the basketball court side. Lu Jianhao wasn't playing basketball at the basketball court. He was over here dating a girl. Although he had been pursuing Chu Yu before, the truth was that he liked more than just one girl. Now that he had torn his face off with Chu Yu, it was naturally impossible for him to pursue Chu Yu again. The first time he did so, he turned his head to pursue another girl. That girl is not as pretty as Chu Yu, but she is very flirty. Lu Jianhao asked her to come out for a walk, and she answered directly. Sitting on the bench next to the basketball court, Lu Jianhao put his arm around that girl's shoulder. I was just blind before to like that Chu Yu. She's nothing compared to you. While Lu Jianhao was denigrating Chu Yu, he was also going up and down on the girl in his arms. Chu Jiang drove to the basketball court side. Sitting in the car, he smoked a cigarette. After a cigarette, he picked up his glass and walked straight down from the car. The boys who were playing basketball saw Chu Jiang walking down from the car, and to be honest, they all showed envious expressions. A supercar, not to mention a multi-million-dollar Lamborghini Bull. As long as one was a boy, who could not like it? Envy was envy, but this kind of supercar, not everyone could afford it. Chu Jiang held the glass in one hand, while also looking around. Seeing that the boys who were playing basketball were all looking towards him, Chu Jiang didn't chicken out. Which one of you is Lu Jianhao? Chu Jiang walked forward and looked at those people and directly amplified his voice and shouted. Hearing that the person Chu Jiang was looking for was Lu Jianhao, those basketball-playing boys also looked at each other. Lu Jianhao they knew, the student council president. I just saw him over there on a date with Chen Shanshan. One of the more naive and honest boys used his hand to point towards Lu Jianhao's side. Chu Jiang followed the direction he was pointing at and indeed found a man and a woman standing up and preparing to leave this side. Lu Jianhao hadn't noticed Chu Jiang driving over just now, but he had naturally heard the voice that Chu Jiang had shouted aloud. He turned his head to look at Chu Jiang, and his heart was also jolted. Looking for me? It looks as though it's here to find trouble. Don't look at Lu Jianhao, who was usually quite bold, but in fact, he was particularly timid, and was simply the kind of softy who was afraid of bullies. Seeing Chu Jiang's aggressive appearance, he turned around and wanted to run. However, Chu Jiang was not very far away from him, and stopped directly in front of Lu Jianhao in 3 steps. Chu Jiang glanced at the girl next to Lu Jianhao, then directly fixed his gaze on Lu Jianhao. You are Lu Jianhao? I am. You're the student council president? You're the one who slandered my sister Chu Yu? Chu Jiang definitely had to find the right person first. His eyes stared fiercely at Lu Jianhao, forcing his anger to ask, Chu Yu she? Lu Jianhao could feel the pressure of Chu Jiang's body and spoke in a squeaky, small voice. Then it's right. It's you. Chu Jiang laughed, and in the next second, he directly stormed up, taking the glass in his hand and directly smashing it hard on Lu Jianhao's head. Chen Shanshan beside Lu Jianhao was directly scared and took a few steps back, screaming out. The incident happened suddenly. Lu Jianhao did not react at all and was scooped by Chu Jiang. Glass directly broken open. Lu Jianhao had blood gushed out. Chu Jiang's hands are also stained with blood. Some of it was his own, and more of it was Lu Jianhao's. Lu Jianhao's entire body fell to the ground. Chu Jiang stepped forward and glared fiercely at Chen Shanshan. Shut up! Chen Xianxian was still screaming, and after being rebuked by Chu Jiang, she hurriedly closed her mouth and covered it with her hands, her entire body trembling. Lu Jianhao sat on the ground paralyzed. Chu Jiang went up and kicked 2 more times towards his stomach fiercely. Dare to bully my sister. You're looking for death. Although there weren't many people on this side of the basketball court, but after such a big incident, a lot of people gathered over in an instant. Seeing Lu Jianhao with a head full of blood, quite a few of the less courageous girls screamed out, "Isn't that Lu Jianhao? What's the situation?" "I don't know. I just came over." "Who is that man who hit Lu Jianhao?" "I'm not sure, but the Lamborghini bull next to him was driven by him. I was close just now. I heard that man say, 'Dare to bully my sister. You are looking for death.'" Big news. The student council president, Lu Jianhao, was scoops with a glass in the basketball court. That person seems to be the rich kid who drove a Lamborghini to pick up Chuyu this afternoon. It seems like Lu Jianhao bullied someone's sister and then they came to the door. The school wasn't this big, and the matter of Lu Jianhao being scooped quickly spread. Chuyu dorm room. Chuyu's heart was always a little uneasy. She understood Chu Zheng's character. If her old brother knew that he was being bullied, he would definitely be impulsive. Ugh, shouldn't have told my brother. Chuyu frowned and murmured to herself. Su Jing, who was brushing the bar, suddenly shouted out, startling Chuyu and the few of them. "What's wrong?" "A shock, day in and day out. Lu Jianhao, that trash Lu Jianhao got beaten up. I heard that it was given a scoop with a glass." Su Jing was still excited when she said it. After all, Lu Jianhao was the one who led the rumor against Chuyu. Really? There's still this good thing? Who did this? I'll give him credit. It's too good to be true. Lu Jianhao, that hypocrite, really deserved it. Chuyu's several roommates were now fighting for Chuyu, and when they heard that Lu Jianhao had been beaten up, they excitedly clapped their hands directly. "Chuyu, how do I feel that the person who hit Lu Jianhao is your brother?" Hearing them say that person came over in a Lamborghini, it seems like he also said, "You dare to bully my sister. You're looking for death." Chuyu heard Su Jing say this, her eyebrows jumped twice, and she hurriedly looked at the photo Su Jing sent over. "Bad thing, it's really my brother." Chuyu also froze for a moment and hurriedly ran out of the dormitory towards the basketball court side. Chapter 5 Experience the nightlife of the rich generation. Chuyu understood her brother's temper. If she went late in this, someone might have to die. On this side of the basketball court, Lu Jianhao didn't dare to move at all. Originally, he still wanted to resist, but after Chu Jiang took his hand and pressed his head on the ground and vigorously knocked it twice, he directly became honest. At this point, because of this kind of incident, there were more and more people coming over to watch the fun. What Chu Jiang wanted was this effect. Since he decided to use this kind of means to get an explanation for his sister, he wasn't afraid to make things bigger. The more people that came, the better. It was best to let all those brainless jet-setters see what happens when you bully your own sister. "What's the situation? I just came over. I heard that person say that Lu Jianhao seems to have bullied his sister." "Who is his sister? Who did Lu Jianhao bully? Bullying someone's sister? I'll go. Then being beaten up is also deserved. Isn't he the rich kid who drove a Lamborghini bull to pick up Chuyu this afternoon? Why is Lu Jianhao bullying his sister again? Is there a possibility that Chuyu is his sister? I just browsed the posting bar when I saw Chuyu posting explaining that the person in the afternoon was her own brother, a mother born of her own brother." After Chuyu ran out of the dormitory, her 3 roommates also followed. Chuyu, their dormitory from the basketball court distance is not far. Chuyu out of the dormitory building, all the way trotting on 5 minutes to run to this side. When she arrived here, she saw that there were so many people surrounding her, and her face was full of anxiety. It was not easy to squeeze in from the crowd. When she saw the bloodied Lu Jianhao sitting on the ground like a lost dog, she was relieved. She was afraid that Chu Jiang would be impulsive, and if he really hit Lu Jianhao hard, then her brother wouldn't be able to escape the law. "Brother, are you alright?" Chuyu directly rushed to Chu Jiang's side, asking with a face full of concern. "Brother is fine." When Chu Jiang saw Chuyu come over, the corner of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a trace of a doting smile out. "Go, apologize to my sister." Turning back, Chu Jiang fiercely glared at Lu Jianhao, a scolding that almost didn't scare the out of him. Where would Lu Jianhao dare to have any other thoughts now? Lowering his head, crying in mourning, he walked over to Chuyu's side and said in a very low voice, "I'm sorry, didn't eat? Speak in such a low voice. Can't hear you." Chuyu chided. Lu Jianhao almost gave an E. "Sorry, I was wrong." Lu Jianhao gritted his teeth and endured the pain and shouted, "Wrong about what?" Chu Jiang sneered and continued to ask, "I shouldn't have rumored about Chuyu her." Without knowing anything about the situation, Lu Jianhao person was not stupid. Now he already knew what mistake he made and what people he offended. "If let me know you still dare to rumor about my sister, Next time it's not to give you a scoop, directly get you dead. Chu Jiang, will do what I say. Chu Jian wasn't afraid of him retaliating against himself. He wouldn't dare to give him 10 dogs' guts. As for the onlookers, they were all dumbfounded. Is he really Chu Yu's brother? How is this possible? Chu Yu's brother is a rich second generation who drives a Lamborghini Bull? But last time I clearly saw Chu Yu can't even afford to eat the dishes. I told you, Goddess Chu Yue is never the kind of woman who loves vanity. Well played, Lu Jianhao really deserves to be beaten. Without knowing anything, he dares to slander our Goddess Chu Yue. So Goddess Chu Yue is actually a rich white woman? Gosh, if anyone could marry her, wouldn't they directly become a winner in life? Chu Yue's brother is really man-oh. You really don't say. Goddess Chu Yue's family's genes are too good, right? Her brother is really handsome. When Chu Jiang made such a move, the crowd's favorable opinion of Chu Yu instantly reversed in 2 polls. As for Lu Jianhao, the student council president, it directly became a street rat. Everyone shouted. However, things are not over. Chu Jian looked at the surrounding crowd of melon eaters and directly said, I am Chu Yu's own brother. My name is Chu Jiang. Today I came over here to ask for a statement for my sister. Also please those who slander my sister can come forward to apologize. The posters that slandered my sister have all taken screenshots. And if I don't see your apology before noon tomorrow, then don't blame me for being impolite to you. Don't say Chu Jian was overbearing. After all, the one who was being bullied was someone's own sister. Imagine if it was his own sister? Could he or she be as domineering and protective of his or her sister as others? As soon as Chu Jian's words fell, there were quite a few people beside him who directly stood out to apologize to Chu Yu. Chu Yu, I'm sorry, I'm too brainless. I shouldn't be a human being. Chu Yu, I apologize to you. I shouldn't have slandered you without knowing anything. Chu Yu, I'm sorry. Those who were present, there were quite a few people who directly apologized to Chu Yu in person. As for those who weren't present, when they learned that Chu Jiang really might find himself in trouble, they were also scared and hurriedly posted apologies. For a time, in the Magic City University's posting bar, most of those posts that slandered Chu Yu were deleted. In its place, there were countless apology posts. On this side of the basketball court, Chu Jiang glared at Chen Qianqian. You send him to the hospital. I'll pay for the medical expenses. Chu Jiang was not an unreasonable person. Besides, the person was beaten by him. He was responsible for solving it. If you want to settle it privately, I'll give you $50,000. Chu Jian looked at the dumbfounded Lu Jianhao and said, if you want to go public that's fine too. Let's go to the police station now. Hearing Chu Jiang say this, Lu Jianhao cried and said, I want to go private. Go private. For one thing, he was at a disadvantage. Secondly, he wasn't sure what background Chu Jiang had. After all, he was driving a Lamborghini Bull. He was a college student. How could he possibly provoke others? Thirdly, what Chu Jiang gave was just too much. He himself was just opened up and kicked twice. Hearing that Chu Jiang was going to give him $50,000 to settle the matter privately, why would he still hesitate? But where he hesitated for a second, it was disrespectful to that $50,000. Chu Jiang is directly to Lu Jianhao transferred $50,000 private. Get money. Lu Jianhao also do not want to stay here for a second more. In Chen Qianqian's support limped away from the basketball court. Those around the melon crowd gradually dispersed. Yeah, your brother is so handsome. Yeah, you are too happy. Your brother is simply a sister protector. Yeah, the school posting forum inside all is to your apology post. This kind of thing still have to let your brother to solve. Simply too handsome. Chu Yu they returned to the dormitory. Her 3 roommates were still not finished. Looking at Chu Yu very enviously said, after all, none of them had expected Chu Jiang to solve the problem in this way. It was so damn handsome. Alas, your brother is also too merciful. If it were me, I would definitely tear Lu Jianhao's mouth. Lu Jianhao is now losing face. Let's see how he can still mix inside the student union in the future. But he's actually not at a disadvantage. Although his head was cut open, your brother gave him $50,000. Speaking of Chu Jiang giving Lu Jianhao $50,000 to go private, Chu Yu was still a little heartbroken. That was $50,000. To know, her previous year's living expenses were only $5,000. However, when something like this happened, it was naturally the best to be able to spend the money to settle the matter privately. In the event that things got out of hand, she was also afraid that her oldest brother would be held legally responsible. Chu Jiang had just sent Chu Yu to the dormitory downstairs, and only then did he drive away from Magic City University. Chapter 6 You picked up 50 million in cash. Coming out from Magic City University, Chu Jiang took out his cell phone and looked at the time. It was already more than 10 o'clock at night. At this point, Chu Jiang didn't have any other ideas. He just wanted to find a place to sleep. Although the nightlife of Mordor is rich, but the area of Mordor is so big, there are always some places that will be quieter late at night. This side of the university is not the center of the city. The road is also more spacious. Now at this point, there are not a few cars on the road. Chu Jiang drove a Lamborghini Bull, left hand on the car window, right hand on the steering wheel, very cozy, one-handed drive supercar. Once upon a time, he was also envious of those rich second-generation rich. Chu Jiang's thoughts were all over the place. Suddenly he saw 7 or 8 supercars speeding from behind him on the reverse mirror. Speaking of which, Chu Jiang was a bit flustered. Although he had been driving a Lamborghini Big Bull all day, he was just getting by. His car skills were really average to say the least. There were so many rich kids racing behind him, and he was right in the middle of the road, which definitely had a slight impact on the back. Chu Jiang thought in his heart, but his feet unconsciously stepped on the gas. Behind the supercar looked to catch up, but saw Chu Jiang's foot slammed on the gas pedal. The speed directly soared to 150 mph. That big bull in front isn't our car, right? No. What does he mean by stepping on the gas? He wants to race us? I don't know. Interesting. Go after him. Wang Tsong drove a Porsche 918, while Qin Cellophane drove a Ferrari Rafa. The people following behind were all famous and fun-loving people on the Magic City stage. They seldom encountered this kind of thing, coupled with the fact that they mistakenly thought that Chu Jiang was provoking them by racing. Each and every one of them came to the spirit. All of them stepped on the gas, and the originally quiet night was instantly filled with the roar of supercars. Chu Jiang was also confused. He actually wanted to drive faster, and then find a spacious place to stop in front to make way for those supercars behind. But who knew? This road was very long, and there was no place in front that was particularly suitable for giving way. Coupled with the fact that he is now very fast, the speed of those supercars behind him is also very fast. If he stops, it may be directly on a supercar rear-end collision. He didn't want to be on tomorrow's news headlines because of this kind of thing. If a human life was lost, wouldn't he have to go in before he could enjoy his life? Chu Jiang didn't think much about it. Fortunately, the road was really well built and straight. All the way high-speed driving almost more than 20 minutes. Chu Jiang finally found an opportunity to stop behind the supercar to see Chu Jiang's big bull stopped. They have followed the deceleration, all stopped. Sitting in the car, Chu Jiang froze for a moment. What is the situation? This is the group beating me? Chu Jiang is sure that he really does not recognize this group of supercar rich second generation. At the back, the leader was Wang Tsong's Porsche 918, and then behind it was the red Ferrari Rafa. When these two cars stopped, those supercars behind them also stopped. Wang Tsong and Qin Cellophane got down from the car, and the owners of the other cars behind them also opened their doors and came down from their cars. Chu Jiang saw that they all got out of the car. It was always better not to act like a wimp. He also opened the car door and walked down from the car. Hey brother, what's your situation? Why did you suddenly stop? Wang Tsong looked at Chu Jiang and shouted. Originally the night was dark. The opposite side of those cars also turned on the headlights. Against the light, Chu Jiang naturally could not see Wang Tsong them clearly. However, when Chu Jiang heard Wang Tsong open his mouth to ask him if there was something wrong with the car, Chu Jiang was also relieved. At least, these rich kids weren't hostile towards him. Young Tsong? When Chu Jiang walked to Wang Tsong's side, Chu Jiang then recognized Wang Tsong at a glance. Qin Cellophane? Young Qin? Besides Wang Tsong, Chu Jiang also recognized Qin Cellophane from so many people present. You are? Wang Tsong and Qin Cellophane confirmed that they didn't recognize Chu Jiang. Glancing at each other, they also couldn't help but look at Chu Jiang and ask, sorry, just now I had wanted to find a spacious place to give way to you guys. Who knew that this road was built so straight? Chu Jiang scratched his head, looked at Wang Tsong and they smiled and said, we thought you were trying to race us. I told you. Why did you suddenly stop? By the way, are you a local of Magic City? I haven't seen you before? Qin Cellophane looked at Chu Jiang and casually asked, I'm not a Mordor local. My name is Chu Jiang. Brother Qin, Brother Tsong. I'm happy to know you guys. Befriending and getting to know Wang Tsong. Qin Cellophane. Such a top-rich second generation. Such a good opportunity Chu Jiang wouldn't just give up. Chu elder brother. You're very handsome. Wang Tsong extended his hand and shook Chu Jiang's hand, casually flirting with Chu Jiang. The misunderstanding on this side was lifted, and the atmosphere instantly became harmonious. Chu Jiang took out a packet of huazi. Everyone present he handed a cigarette, and took the opportunity to make friends to recognize. It doesn't matter if it's a deep friendship or not. The main thing is that Chu Jiang wants to take the opportunity to pick up some more rewards. Looking at those hanging small orbs, Chu Jiang also picked up all of them one by one. Ding! You picked up a Lamborghini Poison. Ding! You've picked up a villa in the eastern suburbs, one house. Ding! You've picked up a villa in Tang Palace. Ding! You picked up 20 million in cash. Ding! You picked up $50 million in cash. Previously, Chu Jiang had been busy for a whole day before picking up those rewards, and now that he had gotten to know Qin Cellophane Wang Song and 7 or 8 of them, the value of the rewards he picked up was several times more than what he had picked up before. It seems that the more you get to know rich people, the higher the value of the rewards you can pick up. Chu Jiang couldn't help but murmur in his heart, and immediately decided that he would say anything to get to know Wang Song, Qin Cellophane and the others today. Brother Song, Brother Qin, I've long heard of your two brothers' reputation, and I've always wanted to find a chance to get to know them, but I didn't expect that I'd actually get to know your two brothers in this way today. As the saying goes, a handout does not beat a smiling face. Chu Jiang put himself in such a low posture, and instantly won Wang Song and Qin Cellophane's goodwill. Late at night, a group of rich second-generation driving supercars stopped by the side of the road to exchange pleasantries and catch up, and the occasional passing cars couldn't help but look this way for a few more moments. Chu, old brother, a moment we go to the bar to play. Do you want to come together? After a conversation, Wang Song and Qin Cellophane still recognized Chu Jiang, and directly invited Chu Jiang to go to the bar with them. Wang Song personally invited Chu Jiang. Chu Jiang couldn't possibly not give face to Wang Song. Okay, it just so happens that I don't have much to do right now. Chu Jiang responded with a mouthful, and the group drove 8 or 9 supercars, and drove towards the recently opened bar in Magic City with great vigor. Chapter 7 picked up a drunken woman. It was just after midnight when we arrived at the bar, and this time of day is also the most lively time in the bar. Originally, Qin Cellophane said he was treating, but halfway through Chu Jiang took advantage of the toilet to secretly go to the bill to settle the bill. When Qin Cellophane came over to settle the bill, he was told by the receptionist that the bill had already been settled, and Qin Cellophane looked violently at Chu Jiang. After a night's conversation, Qin Cellophane's impression of Chu Jiang was quite good. Elder brother Chu, you're very good. Next time I treat you, you can't sneakily settle the bill again, or else I'll have to get angry. Qin Cellophane put his arm around Chu Jiang's shoulder and said with a hefty smile. Chu Jiang's harvest tonight was quite rich. He picked up 500 or 600 million in cash alone, a bunch of luxury cars, plus 2 sets of villas worth more than 300 million. The spending he had settled for in front of the rewards he had picked up was simply a drop in the bucket. Coming out of the bar, the group of people were a bit wobbly when they walked. After drinking so much, the car naturally couldn't be driven. There were quite a few hotels in the neighborhood, and Qin Cellophane had already made arrangements. Older brother Chu, that Qin Manhwa is the one I opened. I've already let someone reserve the room. Let's make do on my side tonight? When Chu Jiang heard Qin Cellophane say that, he also nodded and answered yes. After all, after drinking so much wine, he definitely couldn't drive. Moreover, it was already more than 3 in the morning, and it was estimated that it would be dawn by the time he reached home. A whole night. Chu Jiang now also very tired. Just want to fall down to sleep. Chu Jiang was just about to follow Qin Cellophane's footsteps, but his eyes glanced at the side. A drunken woman staggered and jumped into Chu Jiang's arms. A girl? Don't you know that the world is dangerous? Drinking so much wine. It's fortunate that you met me. Otherwise, Chu Jiang saw that the drunken woman's eyes couldn't even open. He also murmured to himself. At this point in time, Chu Jiang couldn't just leave her here alone. Otherwise, if this meets any bad people, Chu Jiang squatted down and hugged the drunken woman up. Not to mention, this woman is quite pretty, and her body is also quite wow. If it is not Chu Jiang is strong enough, drink so much wine is not necessarily able to hold her. Chu Jiang held the drunken woman and caught up with Qin Cellophane and his group. Elder brother Chu, what's your situation? This woman is drunk and just now directly jumped on me. Chu Jiang briefly described what happened just now. Qin Cellophane and Wang Song took a look at the woman lying in Chu Jiang's arms, also couldn't help but show a hint of a smile. Chu, old brother, you're not shallow in this lustful fortune. This woman's looks can be Brother Song, don't laugh at me. This woman has drunk too much. I can't always just ignore it. Elder brother Chu, there might not be enough room on my side. Qin Cellophane hemmed and hawed. You picked up the person. You have to be responsible. Yeah, that's the rationale. Wang Song also followed and chimed in. Chu Jiang frowned. Ugh, let's bring her to the hotel first. It's this time of the day. Don't have any more accidents. The group arrived at the hotel that Qin Cellophane had opened. Qin Mingyu, a retro-style hotel. After all, it was invested by Qin Cellophane, and the high-class level of this hotel wasn't any worse than those 5-star hotels. And with the ancient-style decorations, it looked more emotional. To the hotel when it has been 3:30 in the morning. Wang Song, Qin Cellophane, they are also directly into the room to sleep. Since the hotel room was really not enough, Chu Jiang could only bring the drunken woman to his room. Thanks to the fact that I'm a decent person. Otherwise it would be like you. Chu Jiang threw her on the bed and covered her with a quilt, and also couldn't help but say with a bitter smile. The room was just a bed and a sofa. Chu Jiang sat on the sofa after simply washing up and lit a huazi and smoked a few mouthfuls very comfortably. His harvest tonight was quite huge. There were 600 million in cash, 13 supercars alone, and 2 sets of detached villas. As for the other rewards, for example, there were 3 pieces of Patek Philippe and 2 pieces of Richard Mille. Things were all stored in the system space, and as long as he moved his mind and thought about extracting a certain reward, the reward could be extracted by him. Of course, for villas and such, he extracted the real estate license. As for the cash, it was all deposited directly into Chu Jiang's bank account. As for rewards like wristwatches, they would appear directly in front of him. Chu Jiang organized those rewards he picked up. When he saw that Richard Mille RM53-02 Blue Crystal Horseball Tourbillon worth $20 million, Chu Jiang also directly extracted it. It really deserves to be a world-class watch that is highly sought after by young people. Chu Jiang put the watch on his own wrist and also couldn't help but appreciate it. It was said that poor people play with cars and rich people play with watches, and once he thought that this watch was actually worth $20 million, Chu Jiang also couldn't help but sigh. This is not a suite of Magic City to wear on the hand. Chu Jiang was still very satisfied with this Richard Mille, blue and white. It looked quite refreshing. Lying on the sofa, a trace of tiredness surged up, and in no time, he directly fell asleep. After all, he went to bed at more than 4 in the morning, and once he woke up, it was almost 12 noon. Chu Jiang stretched his waist, after sleeping on the sofa all night. If it wasn't for his youth, this body bone really couldn't carry it. Chu Jiang stood up bare-chested, and looked over toward the woman still sleeping on the bed. Damn, had I known that sleeping on the sofa was so unbearable, I should have thrown her on the sofa last night, Chu Jiang muttered, and in the next second, the woman on the bed rolled over instead and moaned softly. She slowly opened her eyes, and due to drinking too much last night, her head still felt a bit dazed, but by the time she realized something was wrong, her entire body woke up straight away. Sitting up from the bed in a flash, she had startled Chu Jiang. Xin Xingwei naturally saw the naked Chu Jiang, and she subconsciously screamed out, "Women!" Their voices were all relatively sharp. Chu Jiang was also so noisy by her that he directly covered his ears. "If you scream again, I'll throw you out." Chu Jiang frowned and looked at the woman with a warning without good humor. Xin Xingwei covered herself with the quilt and looked at Chu Jiang and questioned, "Who are you? Why am I here? What kind of person am I?" Chu Jiang was questioned by the woman, but he was also angry. Lighting a cigarette, Chu Jiang took a deep drag. "I am the person who saved your life. If it wasn't for me last night, guess what would have happened to you?" The woman was also silent when she heard Chu Jiang say that. She was now fully awake, and seeing that she was wearing clothes, she also breathed a sigh of relief. "What will happen to you? He, last night you drank too much and jumped on me. If I don't care about you, what will happen to you? You know." Chu Jiang sat on the sofa with a butt. "Don't worry, I didn't touch you. Why didn't you touch me?" The woman looked at Chu Jiang. A sentence fell on Chu Jiang. Why didn't you touch you?" Chu Jiang muttered in a small voice. Does that mean, you want me to touch you?" "I don't mean that. I just want to say that men don't have a single good thing." Xin Xingwei glared at Chu Jiang. Her eyes showed fierce light, and she said through clenched teeth, "Alas I say, if I knew you would say that, I shouldn't have minded you last night." Chu Jiang was laughed at by the anger. He was really a good person who was not rewarded. Instead he was said to be not a good person. Xin Xingwei sat on the bed. Chu Jiang was not used to her, even if she was that good looking and fit his aesthetic. "You're also awake now. If you're fine, please leave my room." Hearing Chu Jiang say this, Xin Xingwei froze. "No, you have to be responsible for me. I didn't even touch you. What kind of responsibility am I responsible for you?" Chu Jiang was instead exasperated and laughed out. "I don't care. My parents, they don't want me. I am now homeless. Since you picked me up, you have to be responsible for me. If you don't want to say, a woman is only as hard to raise as a villain." Xin Xingwei's rogue behavior confused Chu Jiang. Chu Jiang didn't say anything and took a deep drag on his cigarette. Xin Xingwei also stared straight at Chu Jiang. "I don't care. You have to be responsible for me. I realized that you're really a scoundrel." Chu Jiang stood up and walked towards the bed. Xin Xingwei subconsciously dodged, but in the next second, Chu Jiang directly lifted her chin with his hand. "It's not impossible to be responsible for you. Chu Jiang's eyes were colorful as he stared at Xin Xingwei's breasts and said teasingly. Xin Xingwei was also too scared to move, but she also said with a whimper, "I'm a doctor of management from Stanford University in the United States of America. I can be your assistant." Hearing Xin Xingwei say that she was a doctorate from Stanford University in the United States of America, Chu Jiang also couldn't help but frown. "How old are you? Just a doctorate? I have a D." "Ha?" Chu Jiang frowned. "I mean, how old are you this year?" "I'm 24 this year." "What? Never seen a school bully before?" Xin Xingwei didn't show weakness either. Looking at Chu Jiang with her head held high, she said. Haven't really seen it. Chu Jiang laughed. You're a female doctor, drinking yourself unconscious in the middle of the night. There's really something about you. I was in a bad mood. I just came back from rice. Then I learned that my parents had divorced and reorganized their family. Shen Xingwei's eyes involuntarily dipped when she said this. My parents, they don't want me anymore. I don't have a home in the future. Ooh. Chapter 8. Rich people really will enjoy life. In his life, Chu Jiang was most afraid of women crying. You're still a female doctor. What are you crying about? Chu Jiang's tone was slightly gentler. Looking at Shen Xingwei, who was curled up like a little hedgehog, said, what's wrong with a female doctor? I'm only 24. When Shen Xingwei heard Chu Jiang say this, her nose twitched and she looked at Chu Jiang with her head held high and said, if you're a female doctor, you have to be strong. Chu Jiang also sort of figured out what the situation was. It turned out to be that after she returned home after her studies, she found out that her parents had divorced and even both sides had reorganized their families. This kind of family change, she really is a moment difficult to accept. So she got drunk at the bar last night. If Chu Jiang wasn't there last night, wouldn't it be even more tragic now? Although she's a doctor, she's always still a girl, and she's only 24 years old, not as old as me. Chu Jiang murmured in his heart, looked at Shen Xingwei and asked, are you really a doctorate from Stanford University? Of course. This was the last of Shen Xingwei's pride. She held her head high and the look in her gaze was firm. Then there's no need for you to rely on me. I'm poor. I have no money. Chu Jiang laughed bitterly and said somewhat helplessly, no, you have money. The corner of Shen Xingwei's mouth rose slightly. Richard Mille RM53-02 Blue Crystal Horseball Tourbillon. This watch is limited to 10 globally, priced at $20 million. It had to be said that Shen Xingwei's insight was terrifying. Just now, she had only taken a glance and directly recognized the Richard Mille on Chu Jiang's wrist. But that was right. After all, as the entrance ticket for billionaires, Richard Mille had conquered many young tycoons with its wild and cool appearance. What if it's a fake? The corner of Chu Jiang's mouth rose as he chuckled softly. It can't be fake. I believe in my appraisal ability. You only took a look at it. How can you be sure it's real? Just so you know, I'm a female doctor. Chu Jiang looked at Shen Xingwei and pondered for a few seconds before saying, what's your name? Shen Xingwei. Good name. Then I still don't know what your name is. Chu Jiang. Chu Jiang finished and added. Heaven's Gate interrupted Chu Jiang. Open Chu Jiang. You have no future following me. Chu Jiang looked at Shen Xingwei and couldn't help but say with a bitter smile. He himself is relying on openings to pick up rewards. She follows herself. Can. Chu Jiang thought like this, and in the next second, he also frowned slightly. It's not impossible if you want to follow me. Chu Jiang suddenly thought that he was different now. He had picked up so many assets. There had to be someone to help him take care of them. He stared at Shen Xingwei and couldn't help but ponder in his heart. This was not a ready-made talent. A doctorate in management from Stanford University in the United States of America. And also so young, that definitely counts as a talent when all is said and done. Let her be my personal housekeeper? Chu Jiang couldn't help but think of this idea in his mind. When he read novels before, those protagonists' subordinates were all talented. He himself was at least bound to the system. And in this world, that was properly the protagonist's setting. In the future, if he didn't have a few capable people under his hand, it wouldn't make sense. It just so happens that I am now lacking a personal butler. Why don't you come and be my personal butler? When she heard Chu Jiang say this, Shen Xingwei then looked at Chu Jiang. You're asking me, a Stanford University management doctor, to be your butler? What do you think? What? It doesn't work? Chu Jiang laughed. It's only because you're a doctorate from Stanford University that I'm keeping you as a housekeeper. Otherwise, do you think you can have this opportunity? Chu Jiang's aura surged out all of a sudden. The pickup system was his backbone. After all, he wasn't just any ordinary person now. Just cash. He now has 700 or 800 million. Not to mention a bunch of mansions, luxury cars, men. As long as the hands of money, this bottom naturally hard up. To you as a housekeeper is not impossible. You're prepared to give me how much weekly salary? Weekly salary? Of course it's a weekly salary. I'm over in the meter. Stop. This is China. The corner of Chu Jiang's mouth rose and he said with a light smile, let's do it this way. Try it out for 3 months first. If you're qualified, we'll talk about it then. Shen Xingwei looked at Chu Jiang, silent and speechless. What? If you are unwilling, then forget it. Go back from where you came from. It's not like I have to ask you to be my personal butler. Chu Jiang laughed, sat on the sofa and crossed his legs. Capitalists have to shed tears when they see you. Shen Xingwei looked at Chu Jiang and bit her lip hatefully and said, forget it if you don't want to. The initiative was with Chu Jiang. Anyway, it was Shen Xingwei who she first relied on herself. Hearing Chu Jiang say this, Shen Xingwei was a bit confused. However, she didn't hesitate and directly answered, yes, I agree. Although Shun Xingwei had only just come into contact with Chu Jiang, she also noticed from the subtle points that Chu Jiang was different from normal people. That's right, if you can wear a $20 million Richard Mille on your wrist, how can you be an ordinary person? Shen Xingwei believed in her own vision, she would never be wrong. Moreover, speaking of which, Chu Jiang did save her last night. If it was really like what Chu Jiang said, if that kind of indescribable thing really happened, she was afraid that she would no longer have the courage to live in this world now. Can you put your clothes on first? Shen Xingwei looked at Chu Jiang's bare upper body, her face blushing as she said, women, just troublesome. Chu Jiang let out a laugh and instead took the clothes and directly put them on. You engage in quickly, let's go to eat first, then I take you to my place. You first familiarize yourself with the work environment. Behind you still have a lot of things to be busy. Okay, young master. Shen Xingwei got down from the bed, looked at Chu Jiang and answered in a charming manner. Not to mention, having a woman of Shen Xingwei's level call herself young master. That feeling was really different. I didn't expect you to be quite good at it. Chu Jiang stared at Shen Xingwei, who had a marvelous figure, and couldn't help but say with a smile, Xingwei won't let you down. Young master. Shen Xingwei pursed her lips, her eyes were still infiltrated with tears, looking more or less churlish, but Chu Jiang understood that a woman like Shen Xingwei was not that simple. Make it quick, this young master is hungry. With those words, Chu Jiang carried his back and also directly walked out of the room. Coming out from the hotel, he didn't see Qin Cellophane and Wang Tsong, but also yes, last night tossed to so late, probably this time is still sleeping. The rich second generation, life is like this, sleeping during the day, activities at night. Chu Jiang just contacted this circle, but he does not want to be like them. After all, if you're young, you'll get a bad body, and when you're older, it's too late for you to regret it. Taking Shen Xingwei, he casually found a restaurant nearby to have lunch, and then brought her to this side of the parking lot near the bar. Lamborghini Big Bull, landing price of tens of millions. Young master, you are really rich. Shen Xingwei also reinforced her thoughts after seeing Chu Jiang's car. Rented, Chu Jiang casually said. Shen Xingwei froze and murmured softly, who are you kidding? Chu Jiang picked up 2 sets of villas worth more than $300 million last night. One set over the Sandalwood Palace, one set over the East Suburb One House. If you don't live in a villa, then your brain will be a bit problematic. Chu Jiang now can't wait to see his own villa. Sandalwood Palace is the Magic City's top mansion. As in the Magic City life for so many years of outsiders, Chu Jiang still know. The average price of 300,000 yuan a square meter of the Sandalwood Palace villa. Put before, Chu Jiang, even if he was dreaming, also dare not think that he could one day live in this side. But now, when Chu Jiang carried Shen Xingwei to the entrance of Tang Palace Villa, not only Chu Jiang froze a little, but Shen Xingwei also froze. This side is the Sandalwood Palace Villa area? What's the problem? Young master, you live here? Rented. Between the question and answer, Shen Xingwei was dumbfounded. Rented? How could it be rented? She couldn't help but give Chu Jiang a blank look. However, she was even more curious about Chu Jiang's identity now. This was Tang Palace, the topmost villa area in the entire Magic City. The price of a random set of villas was calculated by hundreds of millions. In the vast garden of 48,000 square meters, there were only 18 detached villas, and the average price of each villa could easily exceed 9 figures. Anyone who can buy a villa here is either rich or noble. Rent? This kind of villa is not to mention whether it can be rented or not. The key is that those owners who are not short of money, how can they rent out their villas? Shen Xingwei didn't even believe a single punctuation mark of what Chu Jiang said. Chu Jiang's villa is the 9th villa in Tang Palace, occupying the best geographical location. With a building area of 1,200 square meters, it was priced at $360 million, with an average price of $300,000 per square meter. It came with an oversized private garden, an open-air private swimming pool, and of course, a small indoor swimming pool. Looking at the villa in front of him, Chu Jiang also couldn't help but sigh. Rich people are really damn good at enjoying life. Such a villa, who could not like it? Shen Xingwei also liked the villa in front of her. To be able to live here, even as a housekeeper, also recognized awe. Shen Xingwei couldn't help but think this way in her heart. She subconsciously took a look at Chu Jiang. To be honest, she had originally thought that Chu Jiang was the kind of rich second generation, but now, she realized that she had still underestimated Chu Jiang's identity background. Driving a Lamborghini Bull and having a villa in Tang Palace, the value of this body would have to be billions of dollars to think less. After all, just this set of villa can't be a few $100 million. Can spend hundreds of millions of dollars to buy a villa? No, billions of assets is simply impossible. Of course, these are Shen Xingwei's own estimation. She naturally cannot know how much money Chu Jiang. Anyway, when she looked at Chu Jiang, who was about the same age as herself, It was definitely impossible for her to say in her heart that she didn't envy him, but casting is a technical job. It is not envious. Sandalwood Palace Villa is the developer gift luxury decoration. After all, 360 million villa. You want just a rough room. Simply cannot say ah. Of course, the people who can buy this kind of villa do not care about these. They will sometimes even remove the decoration according to their own favorite redecoration. Several 100 million villas have been bought. Certainly do not care to spend a little more money on decoration. Chu Jiang was very satisfied with this villa. After all, compared to his previous living environment, this villa was simply not too extravagant. Bringing Xinxingwei to turn around the entire villa first. Such a big villa, it would take more than half an hour just to turn around. Returning to the living room, Chu Jiang sat on the sofa, and after lighting a huazi, he comfortably spat out a smoke ring. Comfortable ah. Chu Jiang could not help but sigh a sentence. Looking at Xinxingwei who stood aside, Chu Jiang said with a smile, the home is so big, have to need to recruit some nannies and maids to come back. By the way, the cooks also have to. You look at the arrangements. Chu Jiang associated himself with the Divine Hero novels he had read before. After people's protagonists were rich, but they spent money to invite a whole bunch of people to serve themselves. When he first read the novel, he was very envious, and now that he had this strength, he naturally wanted to spend money to find a bunch of people to serve him. However, since he now had Xinxingwei as his personal butler, he would just leave this kind of thing to Xinxingwei's full discretion. Xinxingwei directly answered, this kind of small matter, if she still let Chu Jiang himself personally do it, that would be a dereliction of duty on her part as a personal butler. You see what things are missing in the house. Daily necessities, you prepare a little bit. Chu Jiang looked at Xinxingwei and directly said whatever came to mind. Xinxingwei did have the potential to be a personal butler. She nodded at whatever Chu Jiang said and silently noted it down in her mind. Give me an account. I'll call you some money. Good. Xinxingwei directly sent her bank account to Chu Jiang, and not much later, she received an arrival message from the bank. $10 million? Seeing the SMS reminder of the bank's arrival, Xinxingwei's body trembled slightly. She really didn't expect Chu Jiang to directly transfer $10 million over to her. Young master, aren't you afraid that I'll run away with this money of yours? Xinxingwei couldn't help but inquire with Chu Jiang. Although she was now Chu Jiang's personal housekeeper, she had after all known Chu Jiang for less than a day. If she really took this money and ran away, it would not be easy for Chu Jiang to find her for a while. You're a smart person. You know what to do and what not to do. Chu Jiang laughed. Besides, my money is not that good. If you really run away, I have 10,000 ways to find you. When Chu Jiang said this, he could not help but have the intention of scaring. But in the years of Xinxingwei, who was not clear about Chu Jiang's true identity and background, Chu Jiang appeared to really have such energy. Don't worry, young master. Staying by your side as a butler, I can get more. True to Chu Jiang's words, Xinxingwei was not stupid. Was $10 million a lot? For an ordinary person, it was indeed a lot. But for the current Chu Jiang, $10 million was just a drop in the bucket. After seeing some of Chu Jiang's strength, Xinxingwei wanted to do a good job as Chu Jiang's personal butler. As the old saying goes, the Prime Minister's 7 officials, she this private butler. In this villa, the power is very big and with Chu Jiang some contact down, Xinxingwei think Chu Jiang in addition to the occasional LSP general smile. Other face are very good ah. Chapter 9, you picked up a pair of imperial green bracelets. If Chu Jiang knew that Xinxingwei was thinking of him as an LSP behind his back, I don't know what he would think. This money you watch and spend. Your young master, I'm going to enjoy my life. Remember one word when you buy things, only buy the expensive ones. The way this was said, Xinxingwei didn't know how to take it. A good second-generation rich man, how to say something that sounds and feels outrageous. Xinxingwei how to know. Chu Jiang is not just a tycoon, but also the kind of overnight wealth. However, from Chu Jiang's words, Xinxingwei was also able to figure out some of Chu Jiang's character. She nodded and said with a faint smile, got it, young master. Chu Jiang let out a hum, and was about to continue saying something when his cell phone rang. After looking at the caller ID, it was surprisingly Wang Tsong who called. Brother Tsong, what's up? Elder brother Chu, why did you leave? Woke up early, came out for a bite to eat and went back. Chu Jiang smiled and said, by the way, Chu old brother, will you have time later? Take you to a good place? Good place? Chu Jiang didn't have much to do. He didn't need to worry about money now. He could just lie flat. Hearing Wang Tsong say that he would take him to a good place, Chu Jiang immediately became interested. If Wang Tsong said a good place, then it was really a good place. At least, ordinary people couldn't get in touch with it. Have you heard of Yongfu Palace? Yongfu Palace? The first private club in Magic City? Not to mention, Chu Jiang had really heard of it before. Well, today that side is quite lively. Sheen Cellophane and I are ready to go over to get together. How about it? Chu old brother, do you want to come together? Wang Song invited. Chu Jiang naturally answered very quickly. Mainly because Wang Song had just said that it was quite lively over there today. Lively means that there are a lot of people. With more people, Chu Jiang would be able to pick up a whole bunch of goodies again. That's good. I'll send you a localization. Let's meet at the entrance of Yangfu Palace later. Hanging up the phone, Wang Song also sent the Yangfu Palace's positioning to Chu Jiang at the first time. I'm going to go out for a trip, so look after the arrangements yourself. Watching Chu Jiang rush out the door after answering a call, Xin Xingwei also froze. Brother Song? Yangfu Palace? Magic City's #1 private club? Xin Xingwei strung together some of the information she had just heard, and was also unable to help but frown. Brother Song, it couldn't be Wang Song, right? Xin Xingwei muttered to herself. After all, as far as Chu Jiang was concerned, who was worth at least a few $1 billion, there really weren't many who could make him call out to his brother. Were there? In addition to Wang Song, she really didn't know who else was in the country with Song in his name. Looking at Chu Jiang has driven a car and left the villa. Xin Xingwei is also ready to start her work. Yangfu Palace was in the western suburb of Magic City. Although it was a bit remote, the environment was really a lot better. And as the #1 private club in Mordor, Yangfu Palace's predecessor was the palace of the Qing dynasty emperor, so the degree of luxury and extravagance is naturally self-evident. Covering an area of more than 600 acres, in this inch of land in the Magic City, just this 600 acres of land would be tens of billions of dollars. As for if then consider its historical value, the whole Yangfu Palace at least worth 100 billion, or even more. The former emperor's palace, now used to supply the rich people of Magic City leisure and enjoyment, is indeed quite attractive. Yangfu Palace near a large parking lot. This point has been parked full of luxury cars. Don't look at Chu Jiang driving this Lamborghini Bull landing price of tens of millions, also counted as a proper luxury car, but parked in this parking lot, it is really nothing. 10 million level luxury cars abound. Lamborghini Dignio and these luxury cars are not conspicuous at all. There are really a lot of rich people in Magic City. Chu Jiang couldn't help but sigh. However, his mood didn't change much. If the Lamborghini Dignio was nothing, then his Lamborghini Poison was different. The whole of China cannot find 3 Lamborghini Poison. After all, the global limited edition of 14 units, the prices in the black market was speculated to more than 120 million. There is a price without a market. Really, if there is the owner of the Poison out of the auction, the price will never be lower than this price. There are some things that can't be bought with money. There are so many plutocrats around the world. Not only do they have a lot of money, but their status is also there. Lamborghini Poison is not listed for sale at all, basically by those plutocrats and crocodiles directly inside the order. Although there are many tycoons in China, but compared to those foreign plutocrats and crocodiles are still slightly insufficient. Of course, there are a lot of hidden big brother in China. People can never put their own strength on the stage to say. After all, some of China's heritage of thousands of years of family, people behind the heritage that is quite terrible. Just like this Yangfu Palace Club, no one knew who the big boss here was, but everyone was clear that this was definitely an existence that could not be messed with. When Chu Jiang came out from the parking lot and walked to the entrance of Yangfu Palace, Wang Song and Qin Cellophane were already standing over there waiting for Chu Jiang to come over. There were also 3 young men standing beside them. No need to think. Those who could appear here were definitely rich second generation. They weren't here last night, so they didn't recognize Chu Jiang. However, they were considered Wang Song and Qin Cellophane's followers. And since Wang Song and Qin Cellophane were both standing here waiting for Chu Jiang to come over, they wouldn't be so bad as to not even give this face, right? Brother Song, Brother Qin, it's really a sin to make your brothers wait. Chu Jiang went up and said a polite word. He still understood this bit of rule. Furthermore, Wang Song and the two of them were originally quite a bit older than Chu Jiang. Calling out a brother was reasonable. Elder brother Chu, let me introduce you. This one, Zhou Yang, his family sells jewelry. Zhou Xingtang is his family's property. This one, Fong Jun, his family is in the business of importing luxury cars. As long as the money is in place, even Lamborghini Poison is not a problem. This one, Xia Guangyu, his family is also a real estate developer. 1/3 of the mansions on this side of Magic City are developed by their family. Chu old brother wants to invest in real estate in the future. He must get acquainted with him. After some introductions, Chu Jiang was able to get acquainted with the 3 of them. After shaking hands with them and recognizing each other, Chu Jiang saw a number of small transparent balls around them. Cool. Chu Jiang's surface was lighthearted, but inwardly, he was extremely excited. After picking up those transparent spheres one by one, Chu Jiang was also quite satisfied. After all, he had just come and picked up such a generous reward. Wang Song had said that this side was bustling with activity today. If he knew a few more rich second-generation people in a while, it would really be too good to be true. As Chu Jiang picked up those transparent small balls, the system beeps were also ringing non-stop in his head. You have picked up $30 million in cash. You picked up $40 million in cash. You picked up a set of Tomson's large flat. You picked up a Koenigsegg one. You picked up a pair of imperial green bracelets. Chu Jiang hadn't had time to check how many goodies he had picked up. He had picked up almost $200 million in cash alone. As for luxury cars, mansions and whatnot, Chu Jiang really didn't care that much right now. After all, he now had 300 school district houses in his hands alone. There were also 2 sets of villas worth more than $300 million. The luxury cars were even more numerous. Of course, when he heard that he had actually picked up a Koenigsegg one, Chu Jiang was still very happy. Well, a pair of imperial green bracelets? But for mom and old sister, one person, Chu Jiang heard picked up a pair of emperor green bracelet when, the heart also can't help but think like this. Followed Wang Tsongde into Yangfu Palace, Chu Jiang finally saw what is called the top private club. This side was almost a replica of the Imperial Palace. You have to know that even the Imperial Palace covers an area of 720,000 square meters, which is about 1,080 acres. And here, the former as the Emperor's Palace, although the area is not as large as the Forbidden City, it also has an area of more than 600 acres. As for the buildings here, many of them are actually one-to-one replicas of those inside the Forbidden City. In order to allow members to better appreciate the honor of their position, all the staff of Yangfu Palace are dressed in ancient palace-made eunuchs. Boy, today is really a small knife-pulling ass. Open eyes ah. Chu Jiang couldn't help but have been shocked in his heart. Originally, he had just come from his own sandalwood palace villa, and he felt that how he was considered to be a person with a top-notch villa, and how this horizon would be opened up a lot. But now, if it wasn't for Wang Song and the others being here, Chu Jiang's expression was probably not calm anymore. This Yangfu Palace is really worthy of being the first private club in Magic City. Just this Imperial Palace. I'm afraid that there is no private club that can be comparable to it, right? Chu Jiang said as he looked at Wang Tsong and Qin Cellophane. That's natural. Wang Tsong also nodded in response. This side is a private club. Ordinary people simply can't enter. Wang Tsong laughed and said, in order to come here to play, you first have to become their member. And they have a very high entry threshold. Want to become a member? First have to check the capital. The family must have at least $1 billion to do. Chu Jiang couldn't help but be shocked when he heard Wang Song say that, although he was already very rich now, and the cash in his hand alone was almost close to 1 billion. But hearing Wang Song say that one had to have $1 billion to become a member of a club, he still found it a bit unbelievable. This was truly a case of people's sorrows and joys not being connected. $1 billion. Ordinary people would never be able to earn this much money even if they struggled hard for their entire lives. But here, the minimum value of a random member was also this amount. How about it? Old brother Chu. Being shocked, Wang Tsong laughed and said, but I don't come here often. It's mainly this kid Qin Cellophane. How much money do you guess can be spent here all year round? How much money? Chu Jiang subconsciously asked back. Last year, it seems like he spent $1 billion. $1 billion? That much? Hearing the minimum spending of $1 billion, even if Chu Jiang had acted calmly before, he couldn't hold himself back at this moment. I prefer to play with gambling stones, and there happens to be a gambling stone quarry over here. So spending over here is higher. Qin Cellophane stood on the side as also explaining said, gambling stone well, have lost have won. Last year I in this side although the consumption of 1 billion, but the gambling stone but also let me earn more than 200 million. When Qin Cellophane said so, Chu Jiang understood. Speaking of gambling, Qin Cellophane said with excitement, today is so lively, mainly because there is a batch of raw stones coming from the north of Myanmar. And a lot of people get the news and come over it the first time to make a fuss. Chu Jiang knew about stone gambling, but in real life he hadn't really played. One cut is poor, one cut is rich, one cut is draped in sackcloth. This saying was about gambling on stones. Ordinary people gambled on stones because they wanted to get rich overnight. And for them, these rich second-generation gamblers, it was a complete pursuit of excitement. Moreover, if they are lucky, they can really make a lot of money. Just like Qin Cellophane, buying stones and spending $1 billion a year. In the end, they can still earn 200 million. Although Chu Jiang didn't know how to gamble, but since he was here, there was no harm in taking a look. A group of people walked directly towards the side of the stone quarry. Not to mention, this side was really lively. On a square of almost 3,000 square meters, there were hundreds of gambling stalls. The people who came over to join in the fun were really quite a lot, and at a glance, it was estimated that there were at least a few hundred people. If you're a member, you can bring your family over to play. Today this side is so lively. Many people are dragging their families over to have some fun. Wang Song saw that Chu Jiang had doubts on his face, so he naturally knew what he was thinking and hurriedly explained. So that's how it is. Chu Jiang nodded and murmured, "How about it, old brother Chu? Do you want to play a bit as well? Novice's luck is usually pretty good. Maybe they'll give a cut up." Qin Cellophane looked at Chu Jiang and said without excitement, "Chu old brother, you don't listen to Qin Cellophane blindly fooled, which is so easy to say cut up just cut up." Wang Song also smiled and reminded Chu Jiang. Chapter 10, Elder Brother Chu. Your words are enough, I believe you. Wang Song doesn't like to gamble. Mainly he is not very lucky. Before spending millions of dollars in this site to buy 2 pieces of stone all collapsed, directly hit the kind of water. Angry he swore to never play this thing again. However, Qin Cellophane is happy to gamble on the stone. Qin Porphyrites play a long time. They also figured out some of the doorway out. And his pocket money is much more than Wang Song. Hundreds of millions of dollars for him. Not even count. Chu Jiang has only heard of stone gambling before, and has never touched it in real life. For Chu Jiang, gambling is a new thing. Since he is here, there is no harm in playing. Today's stones were all from the north side of Myanmar, which really attracted a lot of tycoons to come over. Chu Jiang followed Wang Song and the others and looked around, looking at the large and small stones, only feeling novelty. Like this smaller stone, don't play, not much fun. Even if you can produce green, the material is not much, not worth a few dollars. Speaking of stone gambling, Qin Cellophane began to talk about it with gusto. This old pit material is good. The price is generally higher. Qin Cellophane said as he pointed his finger at a piece of stone of good quality in front of him. Chu Jian looked over towards the price of the stone, and had to say that this stone gambling was really not something that ordinary people could afford to play. Half a person high stone selling price even price tag 30 million. And this is the bottom price. This site is bidding form. The high bidder get such a piece of broken stone to $30 million. I'm crazy to buy. Wang Song doesn't play much gambling, so he can't understand it. Brother Tsong, don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Qin Cellophane was not happy, glanced at Wang Song. This is the old pit material. Look at this character. 80 or 90% can be out of the green. Such a big material. Sell 30 million how? Chu Jian could not understand, naturally did not answer, but he also stood aside to observe carefully. This side of the stall are large material. Random piece of stone selling price is in the millions. At this price, ordinary tycoons couldn't afford to play. Of course, there are so many tycoons over here today, and those who are worth more than $1 billion also abound. And in a short while this side of the stalls are surrounded by people. After all, Wang Song and Qin Cellophane are the top tycoons, and all the people who know them are coming over to greet them. Along with that, Wang Song and the two of them also introduced Chu Jiang to them. In the process of shaking hands and getting to know each other, Chu Jiang had made a lot of money. Around the suspended transparent small ball at least also has 50 or 60. Chu Jiang does not move all pick up to the system space. You picked up $10 million in cash. You picked up $30 million in cash. You've picked up a set of Thompson's first flat. You picked up a pair of golden pupils. Ha! Although Chu Jiang didn't look closely at how many goodies he had picked up, the system beep was still there. When he heard that he had picked up a pair of golden pupils, Chu Jiang also froze for a moment. Golden pupils? What the hell? Chu Jiang had picked up hundreds of transparent blobs since obtaining the system, either in cash or luxury cars and mansions, and now that he was suddenly prompted to pick up golden pupils, Chu Jiang couldn't help but freeze. Directly from the system space, he found the golden pupil that he had just picked up, and after some understanding, Chu Jiang was directly shocked. Isn't this perspective? Chu Jiang, who had read thousands of novels, understood at the first moment, the so-called golden pupil was not perspective. Extract. On this occasion, the golden pupil with the function of perspective was simply too suitable. According to the system's introduction of the golden pupil, Chu Jian was also aware of the method of using the golden pupil. As long as he gazed at the object for 3 seconds, the golden pupil would open, and he would be able to see inside through the surface of the object. Yo, if it isn't our young Qin! A piercing voice reached Chu Jiang's ears. He looked up and saw that the visitor was dressed in a very ostentatious manner, and was followed by 7 or 8 lapdogs, just as ostentatiously dressed. Qin Xiaoa, that little girlfriend of yours has a really good body. By the way, she is really tight there. The visitor was very arrogant, looking at Qin Cellophane and said with a cheeky smile. The expression on Qin Cellophane's face directly became unnatural. Sun Yuan Tao, you are less of a troublemaker. Wang Song also stood out and cursed at the visitor by name. Oh, Song Xiao, you mother **** are less pretending with me here. What kind of onion do you count here in my place? Sun Yuan Tao was very mad, not putting Qin Cellophane and Wang Song in his eyes at all. The atmosphere became very tense for a while, and Chu Jiang couldn't help but frown. For this very arrogant rich second generation in front of him, Chu Jiang subconsciously hated him. If there are any personal grudges, you guys go out and settle them privately. This is Yangfu Palace. Just as the two sides were at swords drawn, a voice as clear as a silver bell came over. Seeing that the two sides were about to fight, as this voice came over, everyone on both sides calmed down. Originally, Sun Yuantao, who was still very arrogant, directly wimped out. As for Qin Cellophane and Wang Tsong, they also calmed down. Chu Jiang was unsure and looked over towards the direction the sound came from. A woman with a marvelous figure and wearing a tight cheongsam walked over. The face value was very much. The temperament was very much. Sister Tao. Seeing the person coming, no matter if it was Wang Tsong and the others or Sun Yuantao and the others, their aura instantly wimped out, and by the time the woman walked over, the crowd also shouted Sister Peach. Chu Jiang was coming over for the first time. He naturally didn't know who this woman was, but the one who could scare Wang Tsong and the others out of their wits with a single sentence was definitely not an ordinary person. Sister Peach. When the woman walked over to Chu Jiang's side, Chu Jiang also softly shouted Sister Peach. New here, haven't seen it before. Sister Peach looked at Chu Jiang and asked with a slight smile at the corner of her mouth. Well, first time coming over here to play. Chu Jiang wasn't sure what she was, and naturally didn't feel any pressure to speak. Aha. Sister Peach nodded, stared at Chu Jiang and took another look, then also walked between Qin Cellophane and Sun Yuantao and the others. I don't care what personal grudges you have between you, but this is Yangfu Palace. If you want to cause trouble here, don't blame me for throwing you out. As soon as Sister Peach's words fell, Sun Yuantao hurriedly smiled and said, Sister Peach, how would I dare to make trouble in Yangfu Palace? Good to know. Sister Peach snorted coldly. She was still clear about what kind of good Sun Yuantao was. Qin Cellophane's side also lowered his head and came to Sister Peach's side. Don't worry, Sister Peach, we all understand your rules. Aha! Sister Peach looked at Qin Cellophane and nodded, not saying much. It wasn't until Sister Peach left this side with her people that the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Chu Jiang was fine, although he felt that Sister Peach's aura was sufficient. It wasn't enough to scare these rich second generation to the point where they couldn't speak. Right, Brother Tsong? What is this, Sister Peach? Chu Jiang was also curious about Sister Peach's identity. After seeing Sister Peach walk away, he also approached to Wang Tsong's side and asked in a whisper, Alas, Chu old brother, this Sister Peach, you must not provoke her, otherwise, no one can protect you. Wang Tsong frowned and said solemnly, In the past, there was a young master of a worldly family from the imperial capital side who came to Yangfu Palace to play, and at that time, he verbally molested this one, and guess what happened as a result? Wang Tsong looked at Chu Jiang and asked rhetorically, What happened? Chu Jiang asked curiously. That worldly family's young master ended up having his limbs picked off and thrown directly to Southeast Asia as a beggar. Hiss. Chu Jiang couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air even after hearing that. The young master of the imperial capital's family? Doesn't his family care? Chu Jiang couldn't help but be curious and also asked one more question. They rather dare before they do. Wang Tsong couldn't help but laugh contemptuously. Whether it's a young master of a family that matters or the entire family, they still have a clear idea. If Wang Tsong said that, Chu Jiang understood, and that one is still one of the 8 great families of the imperial capital. Qin Cellophane said with a bitter smile, Don't look at those of us who are rich and powerful. There are some people who can't be offended. Qin Cellophane was naturally right in saying this. Chu Jiang nodded, not commenting. The entire human society was like this. The weak were strong. Only the strong were worthy of standing and talking. What is that, Sun Yuantao? Chu Jiang glanced at Sun Yuantao, who was standing not far away, and asked in a low voice. Mard, that grandson, is really not a thing. Their family is in the mineral business, and their business is all over the world. But his character is extremely bad. Qin Cellophane gritted his teeth and said, Just now. Chu Jiang heard what Sun Yuantao said and knew that Qin Cellophane had a beef with him. If it wasn't for Sister Peach's sudden appearance, there might have been a real fight. After this little episode just now, Sun Yuantao was also honest for the time being. However, when Qin Cellophane had just bid $20 million for the stone he had his eye on, Sun Yuantao came straight up and said to the stall owner, I'll bid $30 million. What young Qin has his eye on is definitely something good. When Sun Yuantao saw Qin Cellophane's bid, he directly raised the price by $10 million to try and cut off the bid. Qin Cellophane frowned and looked at the disgusted Sun Yuantao, who also couldn't help but clench his teeth. $35 million. I'll take it. $40 million. Qin Cellophane raised the price to $35 million, not expecting Sun Yuantao to directly raise it to $40 million without blinking an eye. Firstly, he had plenty of money and didn't care about the tens of millions. Secondly, he wanted to disgust Qin Cellophane. Thirdly, the Qin Porphyrites play gambling stone also some skills. This he is aware of. Since Qin Porphyrites optimistic, he estimates how not to lose. Of course, Qin Porphyrites, the Shanghai Emperor's name, is not for nothing. See, Sun Yuantao directly increased the price to $40 million. He then called to $45 million. Everyone around that was a clamor. $20 million of stone was called to 45 million. This if out of the green, okay? This if collapsed. That really is a big loss. Sun Yuantao hesitated when he heard Qin Cellophane's bid of 45 million. And Qin Cellophane sneered. If you don't have any money, don't pretend to be a pussy here. Qin Porphyrites this sentences directly have provoked to Sun Yuantao. Oh, tens of millions of just a little money. I'll put up $50 million. Sun Yuantao is not short of money. 50 million is not a small amount of money, but it is not much. Of course, 50 million for Qin Cellophane is also not much. Hearing Sun Yuantao directly shouting for $50 million, he didn't hesitate and was about to shout again when he was stopped by Chu Jiang. Brother Qin, I think, why don't we just forget about it? Since he, young Sun, likes it, then let him have it. Chu Jiang gave Qin Cellophane a wink, and although Qin Cellophane didn't understand what Chu Jiang meant by this, he hesitated for a moment. It's still this little brother who has eyesight. Ha ha. Sun Yuantao looked at Chu Jiang and couldn't help but laugh out loud. What? Young Qin doesn't want it anymore? Qin Cellophane also couldn't help but frown when he saw Sun Yuantao's villainous face. But Chu Jiang stood out. We don't want it. This stone belongs to you. Young Sun. Qin Cellophane blackened his face. He somewhat couldn't understand Chu Jiang. He could still afford to pay this little bit of money. Now that he didn't want it, wouldn't that be fueling others' anger? Elder brother Chu. What are you doing? Brother Qin, just watch. The corner of Chu Jiang's mouth rose slightly as he looked at Sun Yuantao and said, Congratulations to young Sun. With such a large stone, if young Sun doesn't open it directly here, he can also let us see what good things can be opened out of a $50 million stone. Chu Jiang, who first got the golden pupil, also directly used the golden pupil to view the stone. There is green, but not much, and the texture of the emerald is not very good. There is a long crack on it. Such a stone, not to mention 20 million, is a million is not worth Chu Jiang couldn't help but mutter in his heart. By the time he came back to his senses, Qin Cellophane had already bid to 45 million. Fortunately, Sun Yuantao was angered by Qin Cellophane's words and directly bid to 50 million. Otherwise, if Qin Cellophane really spent 45 million to buy this back, it would really be a loss. Seeing that Qin Cellophane still wants to bid, Chu Jiang also hurriedly stepped forward to stop down. When Sun Yuantao heard Chu Jiang say this, he also laughed. Qin Shao, this friend of yours is a bit interesting Ha ha. Sun Yuantao's words were said purely to disgust Qin Cellophane. Qin Cellophane couldn't help but slate his face when he heard this. Boss, open it for me. I want to let our Qin Shao appreciate it. Sun Yuantao wanted to disgust Qin Cellophane. And if this stone could produce green, doubling it wouldn't be a big problem. Half a man's height of the stone was sent directly into the decomposition machine. The surrounding is also surrounded by people. $50 million of material. The color looks very good. If it can produce green, hundreds of millions of value is still there. Why did Qin Shao wimp out? Who knows the young man beside him? I haven't seen him before. I don't know him. I haven't seen him before. If this is out of green. Qin Cellophane's face also looked bad. He looked at Chu Jiang. Also couldn't help but frown. Chu old brother, what's your situation? Brother Qin, you just look good. This material collapsed. Chu Jiang did not sell. Directly told Qin Cellophane that this stone cutout will definitely collapse. This old pit material, the color looks very good, should be able to green. The probability of collapse, to be honest, really not big. Qin Cellophane's tone was also a bit raw. To be honest, he was still a bit angry at Chu Jiang for blocking his bid. Brother Qin, why don't we do this? Let's make a bet. If this stone goes up, how much it sells for I will compensate you how much money. If it collapses, how about you send me one of the stones on this gambling ground? When Chu Jiang said that, Qin Cellophane couldn't help but be a little moved. Wang Tsong and the other few rich second generation also couldn't help but stare at Chu Jiang for a couple of moments. They were puzzled. Where did Chu Jiang get the confidence to say that this stone would definitely collapse? However, it had to be said that Chu Jiang was very good at what he did. This gambling game was opened out. For Qin Cellophane, there was absolutely no loss. If the stone is cut up, you can still make a big profit. If it collapses, it is not a loss. After all, if you really want to spend $50 to $60 million to buy a collapsed piece of material, that would really be a big loss. Elder brother Chu, having you say this is enough, I believe you. Qin Cellophane originally more or less still some blamed Chu Jiang, but heard Chu Jiang said so, he is also relieved. Not without moving to look at Chu Jiang said, this stone really if collapsed. Chu old brother, the entire gambling field on all the stone. You see which, I'll buy the bill. P.S. Newcomer new book. 5,000 words big chapter. For the love of power, please readers can reward a free gift. Your hands, can let me eat meat sandwich. Here, kneeling thank you readers greatly. Chapter 11. This is a glass seat Emperor Green When Chu Jiang said that the stone collapsed just now, he also intentionally increased the volume to make sure that Sun Yuantao, who was not far away, could hear it. Sun Yuantao was unimpressed. I bought the raw stone for $50 million, and you say it collapsed? Who do you think you are? Sun Yuantao laughed. His expression was arrogant. This side of the stone disintegration machine finally stopped working, and the disintegration master opened the hatch of the disintegration machine. When the raw stone was pushed out, Sun Yuantao was still very proud. Qin Shao, you'll regret it. Ha ha. Qin Cellophane heard him ridicule himself, and his face straightened up, but he didn't reply to him positively. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the $50 million worth of raw stone. Such a large raw stone. If it could produce green, it would definitely be worth hundreds of millions. I'll open it. Sun Yuantao was also very excited as he walked over to the raw stone and used his hand to push the cut piece away. In just a moment, the excitement on Sun Yuantao's face directly disappeared. Collapsed? Sun Yuantao was confused. The raw stone he bought for $50 million collapsed when he said it collapsed? Asterisk 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 asterisk. This piece of cut down, did not come out green, is really collapsed. $50 million and this is it? Hush. The price of this original stone was originally worth $20 million. Sun Yuantao forced him to raise the price to $50 million. Collapsed, he has to admit. Phew. Qin Cellophane also took a long breath. When he didn't see the cut surface of the raw stone, he was still a little nervous. Mainly, in case it was really cut up. This bastard Sun Yuantao would definitely make fun of him for this in the future. But now, $50 million to buy the original stone. A knife to cut down. This knife, at least cut $45 million. A $50 million stone is worth $5 million at most. It can't be much more. Ha ha, Mr. Sun, why don't you do this? Your stone has collapsed too. I'll offer you $1 million. You sell it to me? Qin Cellophane walked up and disgusted Sun Yuantao. You're thinking about fart eating I can still keep cutting here. When Sun Yuantao heard Qin Cellophane say this, the expression on his face directly froze. Then I wish you good luck, young Sun, but if you collapse with another cut here, I guess no one will even want $500,000. Qin Cellophane laughed out loud, watching Sun Yuantao, the bastard grandson, lose so much money. He was instantly in a better mood. As for Sun Yuantao, he turned his head and roared towards the master stonecutter. Keep cutting for me again. The stone-solving master originally wanted to persuade Sun Yuantao for a few sentences, but seeing this attitude he also stopped talking and directly put the remaining stones back into the stone-solving machine. More than 10 minutes passed. When the decomposer opened the hatch once again, Sun Yuantao still had some expectations. He couldn't believe that the raw stone that he had spent $50 million on had been cut down just like that. This would be hard to accept for anyone else. I'll do it. Sun Yuantao pushed away the master stonecutter and directly pushed the stone slice away. Green. Sun Yuantao saw a hint of green color, and his heart couldn't help but jump a little. Just the next second, the words of those people around him made him directly dumbfounded. Boy, it's really green, but the color of this emerald is too bad, right? There is such a big crack in the center. Ruined. Just estimated that it can be worth 3 or 5 million. Now it seems, at most 1 million. Top day. Wasted. This kind of color jadeite can't sell the price. Poof. When Qin Cellophane saw that raw stone cut, he directly snorted out a laugh in front of Sun Yuantao. Young Sun, look, this is the consequence of not listening to people. This raw stone of yours is directly ruined. Just now I was able to give up to $1 million. Now I'll give you up to $500,000. Qin Cellophane's words made it extremely difficult for Sun Yuantao. Originally, he was able to watch Qin Cellophane's jokes, but as a result, he had spent $50 million and still let Qin Cellophane watch the jokes. Humph, it's only $50 million. This young master has plenty of money and doesn't care. Although Sun Yuantao said so, but the thought of this has gone $50 million. His whole body is all over the place. That's right, it's only $50 million. Naturally it won't be able to enter your young master's son's eyes. Qin Cellophane was saying more and more vigorously. This kind of time not more ridicule a few sentences. How can afford to Sun Yuantao spend that $50 million? Elder brother Chu, I really have to thank you. If you hadn't pulled me back and prevented me from continuing to bid, I would have been ready to call for $60 million just now. Qin Cellophane purposely spoke loudly. He was intending for Sun Yuantao to hear him. Elder brother Chu, just now I said that all the raw stones present, as long as you have your eye on them, I'll give them to you. Qin Cellophane was in a good mood, and also said with great bravado, Brother Qin, then I won't be polite We're brothers. What are you being polite to me for? Speaking of which, Chu Jiang had really saved him just now. If it wasn't for Chu Jiang stopping him, he would definitely continue to barge on with Sun Yuantao. Although tens of millions of hundreds of millions of dollars wasn't much for him, but when it came to this kind of situation, it was mainly humiliating. Spending tens of millions of dollars to buy a bunch of broken stones, spreading the word was going to be laughed at for a whole year. Just that piece, it looks good. Chu Jiang casually pointed his finger, following the direction Chu Jiang was pointing. The crowd saw the piece of raw stone that was thrown in the corner. It was the size of a basketball, and looked very inconspicuous. Why don't you change it for another piece, old brother Chu? No replacement, it's it. Chu Jiang shook his head and said directly, boss, open it for me. The piece of raw stone that Chu Jiang chose wasn't much to look at all. The color is not good, and the size is not big. Even if it can produce green, it is not worth much money. Qin Cellophane intended to let Chu Jiang change a bigger piece, but Chu Jiang was very firm. He also let Chu Jiang go. Only 10,000 pieces of stone can come out what good things? He. Sun Yuantao was also speaking in a conspiratorial manner. Originally, he looked at Chu Jiang quite favorable, but when he thought that Chu Jiang stopped Qin Cellophane and didn't let him bid, but instead let him lose $50 million for nothing, Sun Yuantao directly put Chu Jiang on a grudge as well. Young son, why don't the two of us bet as well? Chu Jiang looked at Sun Yuantao and said, if my stone can produce green and worth money, how much money is worth? You give me how much money? Of course, this emerald must still be mine. What if it is not worth money? Sun Yuantao asked with a sneer. If it's not worth it, the $50 million that young son just spent is on me. When Chu Jiang said that, Sun Yuantao directly froze. He didn't know Chu Jiang, so he wasn't clear about Chu Jiang's identity and background. But after all, Chu Jiang was in the same group as Qin Cellophane, Wang Tsong and the others, so he thought that at the very least, he was a top-tier rich second generation. Qin Cellophane heard Chu Jiang say so, also anxious. Chu old brother, you. Qin Cellophane wanted to persuade Chu Jiang not to bet with Sun Yuantao. After all, his piece of raw stone and waste material is not much difference, even if it can really out of the green. Estimated that it is also worth 120,000. Not worth it at all. If this is a loss, then you really have to reimburse Sun Yuantao for that 50 million. However, before Qin Cellophane said his words, Sun Yuantao directly responded, you want to send money to me? I have no reason not to down. I'll bet with you. The stone decryption machine was already starting to run. Qin Cellophane was also frowning, very confused. Brother Qin, don't worry, I'm a person. I don't have any other advantages. I just win every bet. Chu Jiang was very confident, because he was open. That piece of raw stone he had already probed with his golden pupil. The color of the emerald was quite pure, and the percentage of emerald was also large. Although he did not have much research on jadeite, but that pure green color, certainly not any inferior product. Qin Cellophane heard that Chu Jiang had said so, and since the bet had already been decided, he couldn't say anything else. Alas, Qin Cellophane sighed and stood aside to wait. He really didn't look favorably on the piece of raw stone that Chu Jiang had chosen. It wasn't just Qin Cellophane who didn't look favorably on it. Those people around him didn't look favorably on it. What? Is he crazy? I can understand the bet with Qin Cellophane, but what's the meaning of this bet with Sun Yuantao? Isn't this just giving away money? Goodness, the money is free. What good material can come out of this kind of stone? This guy is a fool, isn't he? Sun Yuantao didn't even dream that there was such a good thing. What a good guy. Everyone was not optimistic. They all felt that Chu Jiang was completely sending money to Sun Yuantao. Young son, let's make a deal. No cheating if you lose. Just after the stone decoding machine stopped running, Chu Jiang looked at Sun Yuantao and said with a smile, don't worry, what kind of person am I? Sun Yuantao, who would cheat with you? Sun Yuantao didn't take it seriously at all, and stood aside with a snicker. So many people here could be listening. If Sun Yuantao really wanted to play tricks, he could stop mixing within the Magic City circle in the future. The hatch of the stone unraveling machine opened, and when Chu Jiang slowly opened the piece of stone slice that had been cut down, everyone at the scene couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Hiss! Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is glass seed emperor green? This volume accounts for such a large percentage? Doesn't that mean that 2/3 of this raw stone is of this quality? Hair! It's rich! It's really rich! This youngster is awesome! No wonder he dared to bet with Sun Yuantao like this. Such a big piece of glass seed imperial green. Wouldn't it be worth hundreds of millions of dollars? Qin Cellophane was directly dumbfounded. He stared at Chu Jiang and then stared at the raw stone in Chu Jiang's hand. Sun Yuantao was also dumbfounded. How could he have thought that this kind of randomly thrown in the middle of the corner of the raw stone actually inside the Tianquan? If 2/3 of it was glass seed imperial green, it would be worth hundreds of millions of dollars easily. You pit me? Sun Yuantao directly questioned Chu Jiang. Sun Young, other words let's not say, willing to bet to lose okay. Chu Jiang laughed. Is to pit you? What can you do? This side of the opening of the glass variety of imperial green news spread directly.
The nearby stalls of those rich and powerful people also all come over to watch the fun.
The first time someone gave Chu Jiang a price. I'll offer $50 million. I'll take this original stone. $50 million? You're afraid you're not awake yet, right, little brother? I'll offer $80 million. Sell it to me. I'll give you $100 million. I'll give you $130 million. $150 million. I'll offer $200 million. Zhou Yang directly shouted out a sky-high price of $200 million. And those tycoons who had bid before also shook their heads when they heard someone bid up to $200 million. Things are definitely good things, but 200 million words is too high. After throwing out the handmade all kinds of costs, 200 million words can barely lose, but definitely cannot make any money. Zhou Yang's family is in the high-end jewelry business. Zhou Xingtang is their family. Chu Jiang did not intend to sell it. He was not short of money. This kind of good thing. Of course it was better to keep it for his own collection. Zhou Xiao. This is something I'm going to keep for my own collection. Chu Jiang looked at Zhou Yang and said in a slightly apologetic manner, "It's fine, understood, but young Chu, if you trust our Zhou Xingtang, I hope you can give it to us for processing. I don't want the processing fee, just put it in our store for a week's exhibition." After all, Zhou Yang was also a top domestic rich second generation. He could naturally understand Chu Jiang's thoughts. Although $200 million was a lot, it was nothing for them. Although he was not clear about Chu Jiang's identity and background, he thought that since Chu Jiang was able to call himself a brother to Wang Tsong and Qin Cellophane, he must not be lacking in this amount of money. Such a large glass seed imperial green is too rare. For rich people like them, they would definitely want to collect and play with it themselves. That's fine. Chu Jiang hemmed and hawed. Non-committal. Sun Yuantao's entire body froze. He still couldn't believe that a person's luck was so good. A $10,000 trash raw stone could even open a glass seed emperor green, and it was still so big. $200 million. Young son, sorry to bother you. May I ask how are you going to pay for these $200 million? Chu Jiang walked to Sun Yuantao's side and inquired extremely politely. But the more Chu Jiang was this courteous. In Sun Yuantao's opinion, Chu Jiang was simply killing and killing. Just now losing $50 million made him very unhappy. Now because of a bet, he had to lose another $200 million. $200 million. That was for $50 million. Sun Yuantao didn't speak, his face obscure. Young son, you're not really going to cheat, are you? Qin Cellophane also came up. In this situation, he naturally wouldn't forget to make up for it. Just $200 million. Not much. Sun Yuantao said not much on his lips, but his heart was actually dripping blood. That was $200 million. How could it not be much? This is a check for $200 million. Count me unlucky today. I admit it. Sun Yuantao said through clenched teeth as he wrote a check. Chu Jiang smiled and took the check from Sun Yuantao's hand. Let Sun Xiao break the bank. My spell of winning every bet. When will I break it? Chu Jiang stretched his waist. His expression looked that it was quite smug. I'll see you later. Let's go. In this situation, Sun Yuantao could only admit defeat, and after putting down a harsh sentence, he led his several lapdogs to slink away. Chu Jiang flicked the check with his hand, looked at Sun Yuantao's back and asked in a loud voice, "Young son, this check is real, right? It can fetch money, right?" Sun Yuantao hadn't gone too far. Chu Jiang's voice was so loud, he wasn't deaf. Naturally he could hear it. Hearing Chu Jiang say that, Sun Yuantao stumbled a bit, slightly paused his steps, didn't talk, and directly left. Elder brother Chu, don't worry, if this check can't be withdrawn, we'll just kill him directly at his home for the money. Wang Song went up and chimed in. Asterisk. Elder brother Chu, you are truly divine. I'm all stunned. Glass seed Emperor Green Qin Cellophane was excited. The key is that you also got $200 million over from that bastard Sun Yuantao. This wave is really comfortable. Lucky. Chu Jiang grinned. He also didn't expect that this glass seed Imperial Green could be worth a sky-high price of $200 million. What's more, he had won $200 million directly from Sun Yuantao in a gambling game with empty gloves. In this case, he was naturally very excited. Elder brother Chu, you just said that you win every bet? While excited, Qin Cellophane was also suddenly thinking about Chu Jiang saying that he was always winning every bet just now. Pretty much, haven't lost. That, Chu old brother a year ago I lost $300 million in manhwa MGM. I'm going to go again in a few days. Hey, how about it? Is there any interest in accompanying my brother me to go to manhwa? Don't worry, all consumption counts on me. Qin Cellophane looked at Chu Jiang as if he had seen the god of wealth. That I was quite hot. Going to manhwa is fine. Chu Jiang didn't hesitate much and directly answered. He hadn't been to manhwa yet since he grew up. In the past, because he was poor, he didn't have the money to go out and play. Now there is money. In addition to enjoying life, he is also ready to find a time, go out and have a good turn, play. After all, the world is so big, who do not want to go out to see it? P.S. Newcomer new book, begging for collection, begging for free reward. The author can't earn much money by writing books, and is currently generating power for love. I hope that the lovely readers greatly see in my daily code word to 3 o'clock in the morning on the part of the free urge to video, free to continue to reward the video point a little bit. Humble author, here on my knees to thank. Chapter 12 19-year-old pure female college student Li Zihui. Sun Yuantao huffed and puffed and put down harsh words and left. As for Chu Jiang, he didn't care. Hiya, this is like a double happiness, Sheen Cellophane said with a smile. Old brother Chu, originally I should have invited you to dinner today, but you. Sheen Cellophane looked at Chu Jiang. His words weren't finished, but the meaning was also self-evident. Wang Song they also looked at Chu Jiang. Chu Jiang which still do not know what is the meaning. He came over a trip, easily earned 200 million good, but also white so a large piece of glass seed emperor green raw stone. He did not treat that always say cannot go off. Ha ha, I invite. Chu Jiang naturally had to treat this guest. Other people saw that he took Sun Yuantao's 200 million for nothing, but who knows? He picked up more than 1 billion in cash today alone. Luxury cars, luxury homes are countless. Most of all, he seemed to have unlocked a new element of the pickup system, as he picked up golden pupils, compared to directly picking up cash. Luxury cars, luxury homes and the like, the golden pupil was similar to a skill. This was a very important piece of information. If he could pick up more skills, it would definitely be good news for him. He still knew the truth that it was better to teach a man to fish than to teach him to fish. Just like he now had the golden pupil's probing ability, even if he could no longer pick up any rewards in the future. With this golden pupil's probing ability of his, he wouldn't worry about earning money. As the top private club in Magic City, Yangfu Palace naturally has a hotel business. Moreover, the chefs on this side of Yangfu Palace are all imperial chef heirs. As long as you have money, even if you want to eat a full banquet is not a problem. Chu Jiang and his party of 6 people ordered 18 dishes, drank 4 bottles of Mao Tai, and spent a total of $260,000. If placed before, Chu Jiang only from the news to see the rich second generation ate a meal on the consumption of hundreds of thousands of things. Then he was still thinking, a meal to eat hundreds of thousands of people, that eat is the gold well? Now it is good. It is their turn. But sometimes, do not live in it, do not know its joy. I have to say, this spend hundreds of thousands of meals is really different. If at the beginning of Wang Song and Sheen Cellophane they still have some barriers to Chu Jiang, after today's scene at the quarry, all of them treat Chu Jiang as a brother to see, and Chu Jiang's character is also very compatible with them. The generous needless to say, the righteousness of the people really let Wang Song Qin Porphyrites they Chu Jiang as a true friend to look at. Chu Jiang did not think he was so easy to integrate into the circle of Wang Song. After all, want to be friends with these top rich young people that is really not a simple thing. First of all, you have to have the same strength yourself, otherwise, why would they treat you as a friend? After eating and drinking, Sheen Cellophane yelled to invite everyone to go to the healthcare SPA. Originally, Sheen Cellophane didn't want to go, but he couldn't resist Sheen Cellophane's enthusiasm. Chu old brother, if you don't go, you're not giving me face. Sheen Cellophane's hand on Chu Jiang's shoulder. His mouth came to Chu Jiang's ear and whispered, you're not still a pure virgin, are you? No, I'm just a little sleepy. Chu Jiang hurriedly explained. Go. Massage first, I tell you, their side of the girl the quality is still all good. What kind of you want are there? Even if it is a star of the entertainment industry, the price is right. It is not impossible. Sheen Cellophane did not allow Chu Jiang to explain. Directly tugged Chu Jiang towards Yangfu Palace's health club. He's determined to bring me down. Chu Jiang let out a bitter smile and couldn't help but think like this in his heart. Drinking hard, Chu Jiang's whole body was dizzy and went to press healthcare with Sheen Cellophane. Why don't you say that Yangfu Palace is the first private club in Magic City? Here, as long as you have money, you can enjoy the treatment of the emperor in general. No, should be beyond the treatment of the emperor. Already followed over. Chu Jiang is not so resistant. I have to say, even the receptionist here, the value of the body is also great. Chu Jiang just drank a bottle of Mao Tai alone, and now the wine is on the head. The whole person is dizzy. At the time of confusion, he seemed to hear Sheen Cellophane said to the receptionist foreman, find a girl for my brother. Chu Jiang instinctively wanted to refuse, but in a daze, he was directly brought to the private room by Sheen Cellophane. The lighting of the private room was a bit dim. Chu Jiang lay on the bed and gasped comfortably. Comfortable. Chu Jiang was drunk after all, and now that he was lying on the bed, he fell asleep without realizing it. The next morning at more than 9 o'clock, when Chu Jiang opened his eyes and saw the sister lying in his arms, his entire body was confused. What's the situation?
He almost drank himself out of his mind last night, only remembering that Sheen Cellophane had to drag him to a massage in healthcare.
By the way, last night, Sheen Cellophane seemed to say something about finding a chick for my brother. What happened after that? Chu Jiang really do not remember anything.
The girl in his arms looks very green, but her features are exquisite. Her skin is snow white and delicate. Her face value need not be said.
Put in any university, it is a proper school flower.
Chu Jiang stared at the girl's face and looked carefully, the glowing cheeks hanging two tear tracks.
Last night, in the end what happened? How could there be no impression at all?
Chu Jiang couldn't help but smile bitterly. His heart also muttered,
it seems that in the future, we have to drink less alcohol.
This drink breaks down after if you say something wrong.
Then things can be troublesome. Chu Jiang wanted to draw his arm back, probably sensing Chu Jiang's movement.
The girl also slowly opened her eyes. The girl's eyes were large, double-lidded, and wet tears could be vaguely seen. When she saw Chu Jiang staring at her,
her face instantly turned red. Chu Xiao.
The voice sounded a little hoarse, mainly because something indescribable had happened last night.
What's your name? Since things had already happened, Chu Jiang was bashful. He sat up, leaned his back on the bed and smoked a cigarette. The girl saw this and also hurriedly lit it for Chu Jiang.
Li Zihui. Li Zihui pursed her lips and answered softly.
Zihui thinks of me, lowering her clothes and wading into the river. Taken from the poetry classic, Zhang Feng. It seems that the elders in your family are also cultured people.
Chu Jiang had read a lot of ancient books when he was in college, and the book of poetry as a classic. He had naturally worshipped it many times. The female took the poetry scriptures and the male took the Chu rhetoric.
The name Zihui sounds gentle and virtuous,
and it is indeed a good name for a girl.
Moreover,
Chu Jiang couldn't help but frown when he saw that she was well-behaved and knowledgeable.
You don't look too old. College student?
Well, I'm 19 years old and in my first year of college.
Li Zihui nodded and answered softly.
Hearing that she was only 19 years old,
Chu Jiang couldn't help but have a bit of a headache. This is not a place for you to come. Chu Jiang frowned and took a deep drag on his cigarette. I know.
Li Zihui pursed her lips and lowered her head.
Young Master Chu, you don't understand. People have to live. Money is at your fingertips for a rich young master like you. But for me, other than coming here, do I have any other way? The twine is made to be broken,
and the misfortune is made to haunt those who are in dire straits.
Chu Jiang could understand Li Zihui's feelings. You have difficulties at home? I grew up without a father, with my mother dependent on each other. Years ago, my mother found out that she suffers from kidney failure. In addition to having to do dialysis, the best way is to replace the kidney. Li Zihui hadn't wanted to say anything more,
although she felt that Chu Jiang was good, but he was a high and mighty rich young master.
Even if he pitted himself, how could he help her for no reason?
But since Chu Jiang had asked,
she also said everything one by one. Was it your first time last night?
Chu Jiang saw Li Zihui nodding her head also unconsciously had a bit of a headache.
You should not come back here in the future.
I'll help you with your mom's matter.
Chu Jiang got up and got down from the bed. His eyes glanced at the sheet on the bed. A deep red color was piercing. Originally, this kind of thing Chu Jiang could have not cared. After all, last night was a matter of your love and my wish. We all get what we want. But as a man, after learning that he was Li Zihui's first man, he couldn't help but feel a trace of compassion. It was just like what Li Zihui said. Money was nothing to them. But for ordinary people like Li Zihui, how could money be so easy to earn?
Li Zihui also froze when she heard Chu Jiang say that. She hadn't thought that Chu Jiang would help her so much.
After all, she was just a stranger to Chu Jiang. You don't need to be surprised. This is what you deserve.
Chu Jiang put on his clothes and looked at Li Zihui who was full of confusion and said,
however, there are still some conditions. Chu Jiang said so. Li Zihui nodded her head obediently when she heard it. She wasn't some uninitiated little girl now. She understood what Chu Jiang meant when he said I need you to be there when I need you. Alright, you add me on WeChat and send me the account. And by the way, send me your mom's hospitalization information as well. Aha! Li Zihui nodded heavily and added Chu Jiang's WeChat. Go back. Here in the future you should not come over again. It wasn't that Chu Jiang was overflowing with love.
The main thing was that this place really shouldn't be a place where a 19-year-old little girl like her should come.
Chu Jiang's side looked at the hospitalization information sent over by Li Zihui. He also didn't hesitate and directly transferred 2 million to Li Zihui's account. The money has been called over for you. It should be enough for now. When Li Zihui heard Chu Jiang say this, her eyes directly moistened. Chu Xiao, in the future, I'll be your woman. No matter what you want me to do, I won't refuse. She might be insignificant to Chu Jiang, but Chu Jiang was heaven to her. You don't have to be like this. As I said, this is what you deserve. Chu Jiang didn't care. $2 million was just $2 million. For his current fortune, it was just a drop in the bucket. Leading Li Zihui out of the room, when he walked to the hall, Qin Cellophane and Wang Tsong were sitting over there eating breakfast. Elder brother Chu, this way. When Qin Cellophane saw Chu Jiang and Li Zihui come out, he also stretched out his hand and greeted them. Chu Jiang looked over towards Qin Cellophane and couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. Li Zihui followed beside Chu Jiang, walking more or less still looking a little awkward due to the shock of last night. She lowered her head, her face blushing, not daring to raise her head to see others. Chu Jiang instead gently put his hand around Li Zihui's waist, causing Li Zihui's body to quickly tighten up. These two don't need me to introduce more. Wang Tsong, Qin Cellophane with, in the future, you can just call out to me as Brother Tsong. Brother Qin. Chu Jiang put his arm around Li Zihui and briefly introduced Wang Tsong and Qin Cellophane to her. Of course Li Zihui knew about Wang Tsong and Qin Cellophane. She was a bit shocked. When she came over last night, she only knew that the person she had to serve was Chu Xiao, with an honorable status. But she really didn't know that Chu Jiang actually called Wang Tsong and Qin Cellophane brothers. As the top rich second generation in the country, Wang Tsong and Qin Cellophane were still very well known in the country. Chu Xiao is friends with Wang Tsong and the others. Then Chu Xiao he. Li Zihui couldn't help but think this in her heart. She knew that one like her, even if she were to gain Chu Jiang's favor, she would definitely not become his other half. However, she equally understood that if she could become Chu Jiang's woman, even if she would never be exposed to the public eye, I'm afraid that she wouldn't have any problems in this lifetime with her fine clothes. Moreover, she had no choice now. Furthermore, becoming Chu Jiang's woman was not an aggravation, but rather, it was an opportunity for her to become a phoenix on a branch. Qin Cellophane and Wang Tsong also couldn't help but take a look at Li Zihui. Although they didn't say much, but as a man, seeing Li Zihui's walk just now, they also unconsciously revealed LSP's unique smile. After having breakfast, Chu Jiang's side also drove Li Zihui to the hospital where her mother was hospitalized. You still need to go to college. It's not easy for your mom to pay for your education. After Chu Jiang learned that Li Zihui went to Fudan University in Magic City, he also looked at her and said in a serious tone, you don't have to worry about the money. You can spend it as much as you want. Tell me if it's not enough. Shu Young. I don't spend much money, Li Zihui murmured in a small voice. It's not a matter of whether or not to spend money indiscriminately. Some of the money that should be spent should still be spent. There is time to buy yourself some clothes, bags and whatnot. If the money is not enough, I will give it to you again. Chu Jiang wasn't the kind of man who wasn't responsible. Since Li Zihui was now his woman, her affairs were naturally his own. In the future, I might bring you to some parties. Don't lose face for me. Hearing Chu Jiang say this, Li Zihui, who was still about to say something, directly pursed her lips and gently nodded. Got it. Quickly go and take care of your mom. When I have time in a couple days, I'll come over to see Auntie again. Chu Jiang smiled with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and said not without tenderness. Good. Li Zihui got down from the car and watched Chu Jiang drive the Lamborghini away from this side of the hospital, and only when she saw that the car had gone far away did she then turn around with a sigh and walk towards the inpatient department. For her, meeting Chu Jiang was definitely the luckiest thing, compared to those rich second-generation men she had privately learned about. Chu Jiang, for one thing, looked young enough, and secondly, the key face value was also very high. Thirdly, Chu Jiang was really good to her. Originally, when she decided to go to Yangfu Palace, she had lost hope in life, but now, the light of hope was rekindled in her eyes. P.S. Newcomer new book, kneeling for collection, free bounty, in the tomato writing books is for the love of power generation. There is no fee. Readers, you only need to move a small hand, point a catalyst, watch a catalyst video. You can give the humble author to bring the dawn of hope. Chapter 13, long-legged beautiful girl in maid's costume. Chu Jiang had played outside all night, and when he returned to the villa, he directly froze. Good day young master. Welcome home young master. Chu Jiang looked around and saw a clear line of young maidens with long legs and wearing maid outfits. There wasn't a careful count of how many there were, but at a glance, there were at least 20 to 30 of them. Xin Xingwei had also changed into a housekeeper's professional suit, looking presentable. Young master, are you satisfied with this arrangement? Xin Xingwei walked to Chu Jiang's side. The corners of her mouth rose slightly as she slightly bent over and asked, still satisfied? Could Chu Jiang say that he wasn't satisfied? After all, he was the one who told Xin Xingwei himself to find more nannies and maids. What's with this maid outfit of theirs? Chu Jiang frowned and said softly with a bitter smile. Work uniform uniform clothing, convenient for management. Xin Xingwei said in response. Young master, the nanny maids have recruited a total of 30 people, with a monthly salary of $20,000, and their education is all bachelor's degree and above. Xin Xingwei continued to report with Chu Jiang and said, 8 chefs for the 8 major cuisines, 2 chefs for Western food, monthly salary of $50,000. Driver 3 people, monthly salary of $50,000. and a security escort, 12 people, monthly salary of 50,000. Chu Jiang sat on the sofa and lit a cigarette. He knew that Shen Xingwei worked efficiently. He just didn't think that the efficiency would be so high. So many people. He couldn't even live in this villa. Thanks to the large number of rewards picked up yesterday over at Yongfu Palace, there was also a set of Sandalwood Palace Villa, and it was twice as big as this one. Young master, for the nannies and maids, the monthly salary expense is $600,000. For the 10 chefs, the monthly salary expense is $500,000. For the security guards and the driver, the monthly salary expense is $750,000. And without me as the personal butler, the total monthly salary expense for all these people in the house is $1,850,000. Chu Jiang listened to Shen Xingwei's report. He couldn't help but cross his legs. How about this? Give you a monthly salary of $150,000 a month. Make up a whole $2 million a month. Shen Xingwei froze for a moment, looked at Chu Jiang who was smoking a cigarette and said, "Young master, could it be that I am worth $150,000 a month?" Chu Jiang didn't expect Shen Xingwei to say this. He thought that if he offered her a monthly salary of $150,000, Shen Xingwei would at least be grateful. Basic salary, not counting bonuses. That's not much, Shen Xingwei murmured softly, but she didn't say anything more. A monthly salary of $150,000, in a year, was only $1,800,000, even with bonuses. It topped out at more than $2 million. An annual salary of more than $2 million was naturally a lot for ordinary people. But for Shen Xingwei, she is more or less not to say anything else, she is after all a doctorate from Stanford University. Go to any company in China can be an executive. With her ability, the annual salary is at least $3 million to start. Of course, at Shen Xingwei's level, for her, money was not the only thing to pursue. The reason why she agreed to be Chu Jiang's personal housekeeper was also because she saw Chu Jiang as a person. So many people at home can't live. Chu Jiang looked at Shen Xingwei and said, "In the future, this side will be for the nannies and maids, and I'll live next to Villa 8. Shen Xingwei was directly confused when she heard Chu Jiang say this. Next to the 8th villa? She looked at Chu Jiang with some confusion. Why? The next villa number 8 is also mine. Chu Jiang laughed and said, Villa 8 is a little bit bigger. I dislike that it's too big. Hearing Chu Jiang say this, Shen Xingwei couldn't help but roll her eyes. Listen, is this what people say? Disliking the villa is too big? Don't buy it if you don't like it. But then again, the villa number 8 next to it was indeed much bigger than this one. Shen Xingwei realized that she couldn't see through Chu Jiang at all. This was Tang Palace. Any villa would cost hundreds of millions of dollars. Their villa costs $360 million. And the 8th villa next door is much bigger than this one. So wouldn't it cost $700 or $800 million? Whoever can spend over $1 billion to buy a villa here, how much money does he have? Previously, Shen Xingwei felt that Chu Jiang must have at least a few billion. But now when she heard Chu Jiang say that the 8th villa next door was also his, she once again assessed Chu Jiang's strength. It took at least $10 billion to do something like this, right? However, the more powerful Chu Jiang was, the more Shen Xingwei felt that she had made the right choice. Who said it was a shame for a Stanford University doctor to be a housekeeper? That depended on who it was for as a housekeeper. As for Chu Jiang, he was very cozy now. At first, he might have been a bit restrained when it came to spending money, but after going to Yongfu Palace yesterday, his mindset had also changed a bit more without him realizing it. Youth is only a few years? If you can enjoy life, you definitely want to enjoy life. How much is $2 million? For ordinary people, that was naturally a lot. But for the current Chu Jiang, $2 million was really negligible. Spending a few $1,000,000 a month could drastically improve the quality of his life. Chu Jiang naturally didn't care. Sitting on the sofa, looking at those young girls wearing maid outfits and showing their long legs, Chu Jiang couldn't help but feel relaxed. This is to let me challenge a man's soft underbelly. After all, Chu Jiang was a man of blood and vigor. Facing so many young girls with long legs wearing maid outfits all day long, that was not a challenge to a man's soft underbelly. But then again, Shen Xingwei really understands. Chu Jiang let her recruit some nannies and maids to come back. Requirements and whatnot said let her look at their own arrangements. Not much else to say. Shen Xingwei recruited these nannies and maids. Quality is really high. Just education. Are undergraduate and above. Of course, this monthly salary is not comparable to that of ordinary nannies and maids. A monthly salary of 20,000. Even in Magic City, without some hard power, you really can't get such a high salary. Chu Jiang didn't care about spending money. After all, he had picked up billions in cash alone. People who don't have money think about how to cut down on expenses. Rich people, especially the kind of rich people who are worth tens of billions of dollars, all they think about all day long is how they can spend their money. When there is a lot of money to a certain extent, it can't be spent. Let's just say those money in Chu Jiang's account, every day, just the interest alone, could be more than $100,000 out. If Chu Jiang didn't spend money recklessly, he would be able to get more than 3 million more interest out of his account in a month. Of course, this point in the current Chu Jiang seems to be just a little bit of money. He went out to contact a few rich second generation and casually picked up some cash that was also more than this amount of money. Life is really a bit dull and boring. Chu Jiang sat on the sofa and smoked a cigarette, while the long-legged maid in a maid outfit brought Chu Jiang a pot of tea. "Young master, please drink tea." The maid half-squatted and carried the teacup with both hands and handed it to Chu Jiang. Chu Jiang glanced at her, especially her breasts. Since they were wearing maid outfits, their upper bodies were all black low-V outfits, the vaguely exposed gullies. Chu Jiang also glanced at her, then boarded up his body and coughed lightly. "What's your name?" Back to young master's words. "My name is Lin Chower. You can call me Chower." "Aha, Chower, okay, I know. You get busy." Chu Jiang nodded and took the teacup and took a sip of the green tea. "Good tea. This tea is Xinxingwei personally went to purchase. This year just landed the very best Westlake Longjing, $500,000 a caddy price, together with $1,000 a gram. More expensive than 3 times the price of gold. But rich people drink tea. Who cares about the price? Besides, like this superb Westlake Longjing, is not rich can drink. High quality, low production, although $500,000 a caddy, but in the market is still in short supply. If it wasn't for Xinxingwei's good luck, she really wouldn't have been able to buy such a good tea. This is life. Although it was a bit boring, enjoyment was really enjoyable. Drinking tea, eating freshly cut fruits, and crucially having so many big-legged young girls in maid outfits serving themselves. This kind of life was definitely what all men dreamed of. Those nannies and maids at home were also quite attentive to Chu Jiang. Naturally they couldn't help but talk about Chu Jiang in private after seeing him. "Our young master, he's really young. The key is so handsome. I feel that he's much more handsome than those showbiz fresh meat. Young master looks so kind. He speaks so gently too. Do you think he has a girlfriend? With young master's qualifications, he shouldn't lack a girlfriend, right? By the way, if any of you can attract the young master and succeed in getting to the top, don't forget us. It's hard. Don't forget Butler Shun. I think Butler Shun's relationship with the young master, TSK, it's not that simple. Women, by nature, love to gossip. Not to mention a young and handsome rich second generation like Chu Jiang. Xingwei, follow me next door for a turn?" Chu Jiang didn't have much to do right now, and since he was going to live next door in the 8th villa in the future, he naturally had to go over and take a turn first. "Okay, young master." Xinxingwei put down the work at hand and walked directly to Chu Jiang's side to serve. Although they were next-door villas, the distance between Tang Palace's villas was still very far. Chu Jiang and the two of them walked over there, and it was hard to walk for more than 10 minutes. Entering the villa, it had to be said that this 8th villa was much bigger than Chu Jiang's 9th villa. The oversized private garden was planted with all sorts of valuable plants. "Young master, you are really rich." Xinxingwei stood inside the villa and couldn't help but look at Chu Jiang and softly lamented. "Such a large villa. I'm afraid it must be worth at least $800 or $900 million. This was Tang Palace. To be able to have a set of villas over here was considered to be an enviable mega-rich. Not to mention, to be able to have 2 sets of villas here. Ha, this is considered rich. Then I still have 2 villas over at one east suburb. There are also several sets of large flats in Thompson's first class. By the way, I seem to have 3 more school buildings over at Guanshan Hanlin. Almost 300 sets of schoolhouses, right?" Chu Jiang was in a good mood, so he also talked more with Xinxingwei. Anyway, she is now her own personal butler, and is not considered an outsider. In addition to taking care of his daily life, a personal butler also has to help him manage his assets. It's all about making the best use of one's talents. After all, Xinxingwei was a doctor of management from Stanford University, so if she was only allowed to be a housekeeper and manage the villa, wouldn't that be a waste of talent? It was the first time Xinxingwei heard Chu Jiang talk about his assets, and she was directly dumbfounded. There are still 2 villas in one east suburb? There are several sets of large flats in the Thompson one? There are also 300 sets of school district housing? Here is the Magic City, is the most economically developed city in the country? Housing prices are even more inches of gold. Ordinary people can't afford to buy a house here even if they work hard, and the pressure of life is extremely great. But Chu Jiang he easily possessed what others pursued in their whole life. "Xingwei, your young master me, relatively lazy. These properties are also idle. You see, you find a time, help me take care of care?" The villa in one east suburb and the large flat in Thompson's first garden didn't matter. They were just placed there as asset allocation. The 300 sets of school district rooms, if not rented out, is a bit of a waste. Chu Jiang didn't have the time to take care of these houses now. Although collecting rent was great, It was even better than contacting the rich second generation and picking up those rewards. You do it this way, you rent out those 300 school district houses first, you'll be solely responsible for this matter, and you'll take 10% of the rent at that time. Xu Jiang saw that Shen Xingwei didn't answer and directly threw a king bomb out to her. Only then did Shen Xingwei get over her shock. Young master, you really shocked me. Those properties that Xu Jiang had just mentioned added up to billions of dollars at least, right? Especially the 300 school district houses sounded even more shocking to her. What I said is just the tip of the iceberg. Specifically, to be honest, I'm not even very clear myself. Xu Jiang wasn't pretending when he said this. What he said was really the truth. But if it wasn't pretending, then it was even more terrifying. Young master, you're really giving me 10% of the rent? That's 300 school district houses. And she did know about the school district houses in Guanshan Hanlin. That side is a high-grade school district house. The average price is 100,000 a square meter. In terms of rent, the rent of a random suite for a month is at least $20,000. 300 sets of according to each set of $20,000 a month to calculate. A month of rent alone will be $6 million. That's $72 million a year. 1/10 of the rent is $7 million. This was much more than the salary Xu Jiang gave her. A promise is a promise. Your young master's word is my word. Can I still not keep my word? Xu Jiang laughed and said. He had considered this matter when he was drinking tea just now. It was obviously unrealistic to let him arrange this matter on his own. After all, the rent was only $70 million a year. How could he have the time to manage these properties when he had a lot of work to do day in and day out? Letting Shen Xingwei manage these properties, and then taking out 1/10 of the rent as a treat for her. Not only letting Shen Xingwei see her strength but also letting her work harder for herself. Wouldn't it be two birds with one stone? In the face of such a huge benefit, Shen Xingwei could not find a reason to refuse. Okay, young master, I know. I'll arrange this matter. Xu Jiang nodded. Right, there's one more thing. I've been a bit bored lately. I want to do something. You're not a doctorate from Stanford University. What do you think is better to do in the current environment? Hearing Xu Jiang ask this, Shen Xingwei also couldn't help but frown, very puzzled as she looked at Xu Jiang. Young master, doesn't he smell good eating and drinking? Why do you want to have this idea of starting a business? Shen Xingwei's words were right. After all, with this current fortune of Xu Jiang's, even if he spent his entire life eating, drinking, and not asking questions about the world, there wouldn't be any problems. In Shen Xingwei's opinion, Xu Jiang had so much money that even if he was more extravagant, he wouldn't be able to spend it all. Young master, I'm a young man. It's not too good if I lie flat now, right? Xu Jiang grinned. Your young master isn't such an unambitious person. Chapter 14 130 million Koenigsegg one stuns the house. It had to be said that this 8th villa was much more luxurious and extravagant than the 9th. After all, a super mansion worth $900 million. Not many people in the entire country of China could afford this villa. Just the silk carpet at the entrance was not simple. Shen Xingwei recognized the value of this carpet at a glance. Persian silk carpet, 1 square meter 60,000 meters gold. This piece of silk carpet is less than 10 square meters so big. Shen Xingwei murmured softly with her mouth, and couldn't help but sigh that rich people were truly extravagant. It's only 600,000 meters of gold. Compared to the value of this villa, it's not worth mentioning. Xu Jiang also saw Shen Xingwei's shock and couldn't help but laugh and say, you let them all come over here. In the future I'll live here. Over there? Let them live first. Good. I'll order them to come over here. Shen Xingwei nodded, casually turning her back and making a phone call to make arrangements. The nannies and servants in the villa were all dumbfounded. They didn't realize that their young master even had a single villa on this side of Tang Palace. The much larger Villa 8 not far next door. Young master is too rich, isn't he? I want to know which big family's young master the young master is from. This is too rich, isn't it? If I can get into the young master's eyes, I'd be willing to be a third child even if it means making me a third child. You really dare to think that the young master will be able to look at us? A group of people lined up and walked towards the 8th villa side. On the way, those long-legged girls in maid outfits couldn't help but chat in private. Xu Jiang's side, on the contrary, directly extracted all those luxury cars he had picked up, and with a movement of his mind, the underground garage was directly filled with luxury cars. This underground garage of his was particularly large. There were 50 parking spaces alone. The luxury cars he had picked up in the past 2 days could not be said to be small, and with so many of them, he naturally thought of taking turns driving them. Their side hadn't gone to the underground garage yet, and Shen Xingwei had also come over for the first time, so naturally she wasn't clear about what was going on in the underground garage. Xu Jiang extracting the luxury cars was also a matter of a thought. This villa hasn't really been lived in since I bought it. I just bought this villa in order to find a parking garage for my luxury cars to protect them from the wind and rain. Xingwei,
Go, young master will take you to visit the underground garage. The corners of Chu Jiang's mouth rose slightly as he looked at Qin Xingwei and said with a soft smile. Although Qin Xingwei had already seen the tip of her own young master's iceberg, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but twitch twice when she heard Chu Jiang say that he bought the villa just to park his own luxury car. If Chu Jiang wasn't his own boss, Qin Xingwei couldn't help but start cursing. Listen, is this what people say? Followed Chu Jiang to the underground parking garage. Qin Xingwei, although psychologically prepared, but see that neatly parked full of luxury cars, she is also directly froze. This is the Porsche 918 Spider. When I bought it more than 13 million, right, now the market price is at least $20 million. This one is awesome. Xingwei, do you recognize this one? Chu Jiang asked with his finger pointing at the super cool supercar in front of him. Koenigsegg one? Awesome. That's right, it's the Koenigsegg one. This car has to be almost $130 million right now. Chu Jiang looked at these cars, and his eyes couldn't help but sizzle. The worst of them were all tens of millions of dollars level supercars. Any one of them here could be every man's dream. Is that one Lamborghini poison? Qin Xingwei's gaze was fixed on a black Lamborghini. She looked at Chu Jiang thoughtfully and asked, that one? That one isn't, but the green one next to it, that one is Lamborghini poison. Chu Jiang followed Qin Xingwei's gaze and then also said with a laugh, in addition to the supercars, there were also 10 Rolls-Royce Phantoms and 5 Rolls-Royce Cullinan parked in the underground garage. If you guys usually want to use the car, just use those 5 Cullinan. It's just sitting there anyway. Chu Jiang's words meant that the Cullinan was too low grade. I don't use them anyway. You guys can use them as you please. This is more or less a bit pretentious. After all, it's a Cullinan. Landing price at least $7 or $8 million of luxury cars. But think about it, just this garage of luxury cars, just which one carry out is not more expensive than the Cullinan? Xingwei, if it's you who wants to use a car, you can use any car here. Chu Jiang added, after all, you're different. You're my personal butler. What you represent outside is my image. You can't lose face for me. Qin Xingwei pursed her lips and was a bit speechless. She really couldn't see through Chu Jiang, but in her heart, she also understood that her choice was right. Following Chu Jiang was definitely much better than going to some multinational enterprise as an executive. After all, even the presidents of those multinational corporations couldn't possibly have the capital to drive a Lamborghini poison, right? Coming up from the underground garage, Chu Jiang was idle and bored, also sitting on the sofa waiting for lunch. Qin Xingwei hired the chef of the 8 major cuisines as well as 2 Western food chefs. No matter what Chu Jiang wants what, as long as the command goes down, it can be done. After lunch, Chu Jiang went straight back to his bedroom to sleep. He hadn't rested well for the past 2 nights, and taking advantage of the fact that he had time at noon today, he also had a good sleep. He woke up from this sleep and it was already dark. Coming out of the bedroom, Chu Jiang couldn't help but prop up his waist. Comfortable. These 2 days have exhausted me. Qin Xingwei was standing right next to Chu Jiang. Hearing Chu Jiang say this also couldn't help but skim her lips. Last night, she didn't know where Chu Jiang had gone, but this morning she came back full of the smell of alcohol. Not to mention that her body was also mixed with a light fragrance. That fresh scent was definitely a perfume that only girls would use. As for the night before last, that was not getting high at the bar until 2 or 3 in the morning. Being so young and getting high night after night, how can the body stand it? Qin Xingwei muttered in her heart, but she didn't dare to say it. Xingwei, I'll leave the matter of those 300 school district houses to you. Come to my study in a moment. I'll bring you all those real estate certificates. Okay, young master. Qin Xingwei nodded and responded. In addition, I do want to find something to do recently. You see, what is a more suitable small business? The investment doesn't have to be big. A few $100 million will do. Chu Jiang had mentioned this to her in the morning. Originally she thought that Chu Jiang was joking with her, and she didn't care. But now that Chu Jiang mentioned this again, she also kept it in mind. Young master, are you sure that investing a few $100 million is called not a lot? Qin Xingwei wasn't trying to bargain with Chu Jiang, but mainly, an investment of a few $100 million. That really wasn't a small investment. That or else, Chu Jiang laughed and said, you first look at the arrangement, make a few plans out. I'll see if it works. Chu Jiang had said so. Qin Xingwei also understood that Chu Jiang wasn't joking with her. Okay, young master, then I understand. As a private butler, one should have the awareness of a private butler. Since Chu Jiang had instructed her, then she would just do as instructed. Chu Jiang walked into the study and directly extracted all the real estate certificates of the 300 school district houses. Looking at the real estate certificates piled up like a small mountain, Chu Jiang's mood was also unconsciously excited. Chu Jiang casually looked through these real estate certificates. The smallest room type had 100 square meters, and the larger ones had 200 square meters. 300 sets of school district houses. The market value is at least $4 billion. Chu Jiang piled up these real estate certificates and also called Xin Xingwei in.
As soon as Xin Xingwei entered the study, she saw those real estate certificates stacked into 3 piles. Xingwei, then I'll leave this matter to you. Please rest assured, young master, I guarantee to complete the task.
Xin Xingwei was naturally very attached to this matter.
After all, if she took care of these houses, she would be able to get a tenth of the rent off. She had briefly calculated before. Even if it was 1/10 of the rent, she could still get at least 7 million a year.
This was much higher than the salary Chu Jiang offered her.
Well, you go ahead and get busy. I'll play some games.
Chu Jiang had slept for the afternoon and was now refreshed. It wasn't like he liked the red wine and moonshine scene like other rich second generation.
Besides, he drank a lot of wine for 2 nights in a row. His body couldn't carry it. It was not easy to rest at home. Chu Jiang also thought of playing a game. However,
just when he opened the League of Legends on his cell phone,
his cell phone suddenly rang. Once he looked at the call, it was Wang Tsong calling. Hey, brother Tsong, what's up? Older brother Chu, is there something going on tonight? Nothing much, just getting ready to play a game. Chu Jiang said with a laugh. Playing what game?
Tonight we have an offline exchange meeting of Magic City Supercar Club.
You come over? Introduce a few friends to you. Okay, just as I have nothing to do. Brother Tsong, you give me a location, I will immediately go over. Chu Jiang originally didn't plan to go out tonight,
but when he heard Wang Tsong say that he wanted to introduce a few friends to him,
he didn't hesitate to directly respond. After all, how could playing a game be more important than picking up rewards? And since it's the offline exchange meeting of the Supercar Club, the ones who went over must be the rich second generation who have money in Magic City.
So it's also helpful for him to make friends and get to know them in the future.
Although Chu Jiang is open, those ordinary rich kids may not be able to help him.
But as the saying goes,
more friends more road. And mosquitoes are also meat. Make friends to recognize, pick up some rewards from them. If less becomes more,
the rewards are still very rich.
Hanging up Wang Tsong's phone, Chu Jiang also changed his clothes and prepared to go out. I'm going out for a bit, you take care of the house.
Chu Jiang exchanged a few words with Xin Xingwei,
then also drove that Koenigsegg one and left this side of the Sandalwood Palace Villa.
Chu Jiang had so many luxury cars, even if he changed one every day,
he could change for a month or two. Originally, his Lamborghini Dineo is also good. After all, is worth tens of millions of supercars. Can buy this car cannot be regarded as ordinary rich second generation.
But since he had 2 days of contact with Wang Tsong and Qin Cellophane, he felt that if he still drove a Lamborghini Dineo, it would seem a little less upscale. And to make friends with people like Wang Tsong in them, it was still important to show your strength from time to time. I have to say, the Koenigsegg one, which is worth hundreds of millions of dollars, is really extraordinary. Driving this car on the road, the turnaround rate is directly pulled full. Asterisk. That car in front, isn't it just a supercar? Why are you so excited? You pussy, you don't know. That's the Koenigsegg one. It's limited to 6 cars worldwide, worth $130 million. Of course, this car is not something you can buy with money. Understand? The young man driving the BMW M2 was very excited. He was not expecting that today's luck was so good that he was able to meet this kind of godly car worth hundreds of millions of dollars on the road. What Porsche 918? What Lamborghini Bull? In front of this level of divine car, all must be dull. You said it costs $130 million? The woman in the passenger seat almost didn't drop her jaw in shock. She didn't understand the car, basically limited to BMW, Benz, Audi above. When she heard her man say that this car actually cost more than $100 million, she was directly dumbfounded. After all, it is Koenigsegg one. There are only 6 of them in the world, and in the whole of China, there may only be this one. To be honest, those who can recognize this car are all supercar enthusiasts. In fact, most of them just think that this supercar is different from other supercars. It's just too cool. As for what kind of car it was, 99% of the people in the country couldn't recognize it. However, this did not include those rich second-generation people who came to the Supercar Club party today. After all, ordinary people can only go to see the car from a variety of websites. These rich second-generation, that is real every day with the Supercar deal with According to the positioning given by Wang Tsong, Chu Jiang arrived at this side in half an hour. Magic SSCC Supercar Club was founded in 2008, with Magic City as the center, by Jiangsu, Zhejiang, Shanghai and South China and other regions of the supercar owners organized by the Supercar Club. Currently, there are about 300 members, and although the threshold for membership is not as high as that of the members of the Yangfu Palace, it also requires that they be worth at least $100 million. Chu Jiang needn't say much, he definitely meets the criteria for joining. Since today is a Supercar Club offline exchange meeting, as long as the rich second generation in the Magic City side,
there is nothing to do or over. Rich second generation is also divided into levels, like Wang Tsong Chin cellophane kind, naturally is the top rich second generation. The next level of rich second generation, family assets are at least in tens of billions or even hundreds of billions. Once again, the family assets must be tens of billions of dollars. Of course, the family has money, does not necessarily mean that these rich second generation is rich, but at least it should be much more glamorous than the average person. The scene is full of luxury cars. Tens of millions of supercars can be seen everywhere. The multi-million-dollar supercars were even as many as hundreds of them. Young son, I heard that you recently got a McLaren Senna? Ha, I just bought it. It's not expensive. It's just harder to buy. It cost me more than $30 million to get it back. Sun Yuantao was also a member of the supercar club, and because his family was rich and willing to spend money on him, he owned the most limited edition supercars in the entire supercar club. Sheen Cellophane also had quite a few cars, but in terms of luxury, it was still slightly lacking. Sun Yuantao drove his newly purchased Senna over today and instantly conquered many people, who gathered around him to pat his ass. Look at him. What the hell? It's just a McLaren Senna. What's the point? Sheen Cellophane saw Sun Yuantao showing off his newly purchased McLaren Senna, and couldn't help but mutter in a low voice, I say, let's not be general with him. Old brother Chu should be arriving soon. Let's go over and pick him up. Wang Tsong laughed and said. His side of the words just fell. Not far away, he saw someone stirring up. With the arrival of Chu Jiang driving the Koenigsegg 1, all the rich second generation present looked over. Asterisk. I didn't blink, did I? Is that the Koenigsegg 1? Who's so powerful? Who can even get this car? New car. Never seen it before. I thought the McLaren Senna was awesome just now, but compared to this car, the Senna is not even close. Chapter 15 Haitian Feast. Have you ever understood? Everyone looked towards the Koenigsegg 1. With this kind of car over, who still look at the McLaren Senna? Sun Yuantao has just come over, not yet pretending for a few minutes. The limelight was instantly Koenigsegg 1 to steal away. His face instantly darkened down. When Chu Jiang parked the car, opened the door and walked down from the car, Wang Tsong and Sheen Cellophane they also could not help but freeze. Asterisk. Who did I think it was? So it's you, old brother Chu. Seeing that it was Chu Jiang, Sheen Cellophane also hurriedly came over. Okay, this kind of divine car you can get? Just picked up the car. Before someone contacted me and said that there is this car. I think the price is a bit high so I didn't want it. But yesterday, I got $200 million from Sun Yuantao, so I went back and ordered this car. Chu Jiang said, the voice is not small. Standing not far away, Sun Yuantao naturally heard what Chu Jiang said. Originally, he just pretending to be a bully when the mood is still very good, but was Koenigsegg 1 stole the limelight after he was very depressed. Now, when he heard Chu Jiang say that the money to buy this car was actually paid by him, his whole person instantly became bad. Chu Jiang's words were simply murderous. The reason why Chu Jiang said that was because he had just seen Sun Yuantao and wanted to disgust him. After all, as long as people with brains know, this kind of top supercar, not that you give money immediately can pick up the car. Sun Yuantao is also not a little cute. He was just exasperated by Chu Jiang's words. Now the focus of the whole scene are in Chu Jiang's Koenigsegg 1 above. Just a moment ago also surrounded his ass-kissing people are like a wallflower like surrounded Chu Jiang's side. Originally Sun Yuantao came over to pretend to be a bully. Now it's good. The limelight has all been stolen. Speaking of which, the McLaren Senna is also very good. But that depends on what car comparison. In front of the Koenigsegg 1, Senna can only be a younger brother. Sun Yuantao's face darkened, and he drove away directly. He stayed on this side can only ask for humiliation. That bastard Sun Yuantao really has the self-awareness to run so fast. Sheen Cellophane had wanted to taunt Sun Yuantao a few times to his face, but he didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, the person had run away. Elder brother Chu, you can do it. In our country of China, this is the only one you have. It's too damn handsome. Sheen Cellophane circled around the Koenigsegg 1 twice, also put his hand on Chu Jiang's shoulder and said with envy, Sheen Cellophane is not that cannot afford to buy this car. After all, the price is expensive, but also 130 million. He can play a game recharge hundreds of millions of dollars. This amount of money he is not very concerned about. But, after all, this is the world's limited to only 6 of the world's top supercars. Money cannot buy the existence. Sheen Cellophane in the country is the top of the rich second generation is not false, but really want to put in the global scope, then his powerful people that is a lot of people. He simply cannot rank number. It was one thing for Chu Jiang to be able to have money to buy a car. It was another thing for him to be able to buy a car. After all, $130 million. Many of the rich second generation present could afford this money. But, did they have the qualifications to buy it? To be honest, there really wasn't. Without some hard identity background, don't even think about it. Chu Jiang in the end, what kind of person? To say the least, Qin Cellophane and Wang Tsong are not very clear. They have only known each other for 2 or 3 days. The first time they met was in the bar. Chu Jiang, in order to celebrate Qin Diaphane's birthday, directly is a throw of money. The second time was yesterday. Chu Zhong's strength to win every bet directly helped them teach Sun Yuantao a lesson. The third time, which was now, Qin Cellophane and Wang Tsong were also a bit confused. To be honest, they felt that Chu Jian was very mysterious. To be able to buy a divine car of this level, how hard must that identity background be? Luckily, I happened to come across one. Otherwise I wouldn't have been able to buy it. Chu Jiang smiled and said, there's also a Lamborghini Poison. I bought it by the way. Chu Jiang casually mentioned it, but it was Wang Tsong, Qin Cellophane and the others who were shocked. Elder brother Chu, what did you say? You also bought a Lamborghini Poison? Wang Tsong and Qin Cellophane were talking to each other. They weren't supposed to look like this, but Chu Jiang really shocked them. A Koenigsegg one is not enough, but there is even a Lamborghini Poison? This kind of top-level car, owning one can show off for several years. Not to mention Chu Jiang has 2 more. Compared to the Koenigsegg one, the Lamborghini Poison's popularity was much higher. Although the Poison's global limited edition had 14 cars worldwide, but because the rich people chasing after it were just too many, the heat was much higher than the Koenigsegg one. It is also more difficult to buy. Chu Jiang said he was lucky, but Qin Cellophane and the others naturally didn't believe him. It wasn't a matter of luck or not. After all, as long as this kind of car could appear on the market, the first time it would be bought directly by those rich people with large amounts of money. No matter what, the Koenigsegg one is definitely quite bright. Even if all the people present are rich second generation, at this time they all gathered around to take pictures to commemorate the event. Not to mention these rich second generation low. It was also Qin Cellophane and Wang Tsong who secretly picked up their cell phones to take a few pictures. There are only 6 top supercars in the world. If you see it, don't you take pictures? Not only to shoot, but also to send a circle of friends. Wang Tsong was casually sending a friend circle. Tonight I came to participate in the SSCC Supercar Club offline exchange meeting. I didn't expect Chu Xiao to give everyone such a big surprise. Listening to Chu Xiao said that he has an even more powerful one. You guys guess what kind of car is it? Wang Tsong seldom sends out friend circles. Of course, like this kind of friend circle for others to show off their wealth he almost never sends out. After all, there really weren't many people in his circle who could make him envious. But today, he made an exception because of Chu Jiang. Not only did he send a circle of friends showing off his wealth, but between the lines, he could actually feel a sour flavor. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chu Xiaoniu ah. Something didn't go tonight. Loss ah. Zhou Yang was the first one to give a like to Wang Tsong's friend circle. He had something to do tonight and didn't come. And now when he saw Chu Zhang's Koenigsegg one, he also regretted it quite a bit. This was a top-notch divine car. Even if you can't test drive it, it's always okay to sit inside and feel it, right? He had met Chu Jiang yesterday at the Yangfu Palace, and at that time, he had felt that Chu Jiang was very unusual. Now it seems, he feels that his vision is really good. See people really accurate. However, there were so many people in Wang Tsong's circle of friends, and not many people knew Chu Jiang. So most people had a doubt in their minds when they saw this friend circle of Wang Tsong. Who is the Chu Xiao that Song Xiao mentioned? The circle is nothing but that big. Chu Jiang suddenly leapt out. It's normal to not know who he is, but from now on, Chu Jiang was also considered to have officially entered this circle. After all, the man who can make Wang Tsong envious, in the eyes of others, can the status be simple? The offline exchange meeting on the side of the Supercar Club was originally a group of rich second-generation people driving supercars out of the Ha-Awesome. Itself is not much meaning, but today is not quite the same, mainly because today they have a charity auction. Rich people, not lack of money, just lack of fame. Doing charity for them, these rich people, that is definitely a happy thing. Don't say they are not sincere to do charity. After all, people have money is really donate, and donate are real money, compared to some charitable organizations that embezzle public funds. Such things as the bag lady, in their places absolutely does not exist. After all, can become the Magic City SSCC Supercar Club are rich second generation. Compared to the money, they are more important to the charity behind the reputation that can bring them. If anyone really embezzled the charity fund, then he really wouldn't want to mix in this circle. Chu Jiang drove his Koenigsegg one over, and for a while, he was in the limelight. Although Chu Jiang does not like to be in the limelight. After all, people are right and wrong. But his purpose is to come over to get acquainted with more rich second generation, because he this Koenigsegg won over. There are really a lot of people around up to want to recognize Chu Jiang. Chu Jiang was also not to be denied. As long as it was not with hostility, he was basically talking to people in a peaceful manner. Chu Young powerful ah. There are only 6 Koenigsegg once in the world, and before our country, We didn't have a single one. Mr. Chu, I'm getting married soon. Look, when the time comes, can you lend me this car? I want to be the first car. Chu Xiao, I'm from Sichuan province. If you go to Sichuan province sometime, you must remember to look for me. Chu Xiao. Chu Jiang is considered to be relatively young here. His temper is also good, as long as it is not those who look flighty and domineering. Chu Jiang also added WeChat with them to each other. For a while, Chu Jiang added dozens of WeChat alone. As for those suspended transparent light balls, there were more than enough to count. Chu Jiang naturally couldn't waste them, and picked them up one by one into the system space. Ding, you picked up $10 million in cash. Ding, you've picked up $20 million in cash. Ding, you've picked up a whole floor of the 99th floor of the Magic City Center building. Ding, you've picked up a divine car skill, a whole bunch of rewards. Chu Jiang didn't have the time to carefully check how many rewards he had picked up. However, there was always a system beep in his head. Cash, luxury cars, and mansions would naturally go without saying. Can let Chu Jiang hear after the bright eyes? Naturally to count the Magic Center building office building 99 layer a whole layer and that god level car skills. Magic City Center Tower office building he certainly knows. Magic City, the first tallest building, next to the Oriental Pearl Tower, is also considered a landmark building in Magic City, located in the most prosperous Dongpu New district of Mordor. Mordor Center building is also the most expensive office building in the whole of Mordor, even the whole of China. Many famous enterprises at home and abroad would choose to work over here, and the rent was almost $20 per square meter per day. The area of the 99th floor that Chu Jiang picked up was 5,000 square meters. That is to say, Chu Jiang himself didn't use it, if he rented it out. According to this price, the rent for one day would be 100,000 yuan, $3 million a month. A year would be 36 million. If you buy it, the average price per square meter is 300,000 yuan, 5,000 square meters. The selling price is definitely more than 1.5 billion, $1.5 billion. In a normal small city, you can directly build an office building. Chu Jiang didn't expect his luck to be so good. Actually picked up a whole floor of the Magic City Center building, and still 99 floors of such a high floor. He didn't have a company under his hand right now, but he had already asked Xin Xingwei to start preparing for it. Since he was going to start a business and open a company, it was definitely necessary to have an office building as an office. Chu Jiang's mind was also directly thinking about fertilizer. Such a good location to rent to others, then why not use it yourself? Of course, he might lose $30 to $40 million in rent, but for Chu Jiang, he really didn't mind. Regarding the rewards he had just picked up, there were over $1 billion in cash alone, and even more luxury cars and mansions. A rent of $30 to $40 million was really dispensable for Chu Jiang. Since his own company also needs office buildings to work, it must be left to himself. In addition to the reward of the office building and the Magic City Center mansion that made Chu Jiang's heart flutter, there was also the skill of that divine car skill. He had picked up more than 200 rewards before and after, but there were only 2 skill rewards. The first is the golden pupil that all men dream of. The second one was this divine car skill. Although Chu Jiang's driving skills were okay, he hadn't driven much before, so he can only say that his driving was passable. And he couldn't talk about his driving skills at all. God-level car skills, a skill comparable to that of a car god. Extract divine-level car skill. Chu Jiang's mind moved, and he felt that there were suddenly a lot more techniques about driving in his mind. That feeling was very subtle and could only be realized, not conveyed. At 9 o'clock in the evening, people had almost all arrived, and the host was announcing the official start of tonight's charity auction. It was Chu Jiang's first time to participate in an auction, and he was still very involved. The first auction item was a Tang Dynasty Stranger's Sword, with a starting price of $1 million, and each increase of not less than $100,000. Chu Jiang was the first to bid, directly shouting $1 million. The crowd saw that it was Chu Jiang's bid. The people who still had thoughts about this Tang Dynasty Stranger's Sword directly gave up. First of all, Chu Jiang is a newcomer, certainly to give face to the newcomer. Secondly, the collection value of this Tang Dynasty sword is there, the highest value of 1,560,000 that way. Thirdly, although they are not very familiar with Chu Jiang, but today everyone here who does not know Chu Jiang is definitely a not lack of money lord. After all, people even Koenigsegg won this kind of hundreds of millions of god car have bought. A few million, people simply do not care. In this way, Chu Jiang unexpectedly took this first auction item directly at a price of $1 million. Then Chu Jiang bid 5 million to buy a painting of Zhang Daqian, bid 10 million to buy 5 bottles of shipwreck wine. A charity auction down. Sitting next to Chu Jiangqin's cellophane and wine song is a penny did not spend. On the contrary, Chu Jiang spent out $30 to $40 million. Of course, Chu Jiang is not really like these collectibles, mainly not taking into account that this is a charity auction. He spent a little money is also considered to give back to society. After all, the proceeds of tonight's auction would be injected into the charity foundation of the Supercar Club, which would then contribute to the cause of education in the western region of the motherland. It was important to know that the reason why Chu Jiang was able to bind the pickup system was also triggered because of his donations on water drop fundraising. Chu Jiang's guideline for being a human being since he was a child was that if he was poor, he would do good to himself, and if he was rich, he would help the world. When he didn't have money, he helped a little when he saw it. Now that he had money, Chu Jiang felt that it was only right to do more within his means. The entire charity auction lasted for more than an hour, during which a total of 28 collectibles were auctioned, and Chu Jiang alone took 8 collectibles. Thank you to all the guests who are here today. Next, it's time for the free dance. The host also knew his stuff and directly announced the dispersal. What's the situation of this freedom ball? Chu Jiang saw that the mood of those rich second generation around him was a bit high, and also looked at Wang Song and Qin Cellophane with some puzzlement and asked, "Do you know about the Haitian Grand Feast?" "I've heard of it." Chu Jiang did not deny. "With that almost, but the quality of the girl is higher. On to the celebrity boudoir, down to a variety of supermodels. Hiya, say so much to do what? A moment you will know." Qin Cellophane laughed. The expression on his face was unconsciously a little swinging. Chu Jiang guessed some of it when he heard Qin Cellophane say Haitian Grand Feast just now, and now that he saw his springy expression, how could he still not understand? The corners of Chu Jiang's mouth rose. He couldn't help but flirt. "Brother Tsong, Brother Qin, I've been having fun night after night for the past 2 days. I'm a child of a poor family, and soon my nutrition won't be able to keep up with it. Less poor, Chu old brother, you are still poor children. If you are poor, we cannot go begging to go?" Wang Song also couldn't help but laugh out loud. Chapter 16, $30 million. You're worth it. On the topic of how high the quality of the girls within the circle of the top rich second generation in Magic City, Chu Jiang had really seen it today. However, Wang Song didn't seem to be very excited. These models with white skin and long legs weren't really Wang Song's favorite type. "Brother Tsong, you don't look too excited." Brother Tsong likes net face. These people are not his favorite. Wang Song didn't say anything, but Qin Cellophane grabbed the answer. "GNMD. Wang Song laughed and scolded. Qin Cellophane didn't care. The surrounding crowd knew what they were talking about and all smiled. Chu Jiang is actually not very good mood. Their villa has 20 to 30 white beautiful legs also wearing maid outfit of the flower girl. Although the family flower is not as good as the wild flower, but Chu Jiang is not the kind of man addicted to wine and color. As for the others, they were all like wolves, wailing and pouncing towards those women. Tonight's party is in the Tianji Mountain Villa Hotel, the presence of almost 70 to 80 rich second generation, but for the girls, there were more than 200 of them. For a while, the entire garden of the Tianji Mountain Villa Hotel had turned into a large selection site for these rich daughters. Don't say that these rich second generation is thirsty. In fact, these girls are more thirsty than these rich second generation. After all, they are all second generation rich. What kind of women do they usually want? On the contrary, as long as those women can grasp the opportunity tonight, they may directly fly to the branch as a phoenix. This kind of probability was low, but it wasn't that it couldn't happen. Especially in recent years, many young and beautiful ordinary girls had successfully risen to the top, which also gave these Cinderellas great confidence. Mu Yunshir was a small star who had just entered the entertainment industry, with a bit of popularity and a good roadside reputation, but after all, because there is no background, and cannot pick up any good resources, anyway, is not warm and hot kind. She is still more diligent kind, also did not think to find rich second generation as a backer. The reason why she came over today is mainly sent by the company. She signed up with the company for a year. When she was young and unintelligent, she signed a betting contract with the company. If she can't bring the company $5 million a year, she must accept the company's various business arrangements. Otherwise, the liquidated damages would be as high as $20 million. When she first entered the entertainment industry, she thought it wasn't easy for her to make $5 million a year, but after spending half a year in the entertainment industry, she realized just how difficult it was for a small star with no status and no background to earn $5 million a year. Money can't be earned. $20 million in breach of contract she is even more unlikely to be able to take out. Can only obediently listen to the company's arrangements to this side to participate in business activities. But to be honest, Mu Yunshir did not think that today's side is not just a simple business activities. If she knew in advance that today's side is in fact the second generation of rich people to choose the show, kill her she also do not come. She did not like those other girls that go to meet and those rich second generation, but instead is sitting on the side of the chair with her head down to play with her cell phone. Anyway, the company just asked her to come over, and didn't say that she should pander to these rich second generation. Elder brother Chu, since you're here, don't be so formal. Wang Song looked at Chu Jiang and said with interest, Chu old brother, the one sitting over there, looks pretty good, want to try?
Wang Song glanced towards Mu Yunshi,
then spoke to Chu Jiang again. Brother Tsong, if you like it you go.
Chu Jiang gave Wang Song a blank look and said,
that's not my favorite type, I have a date with a girl, I'll leave in a while.
Wang Song just finished his words. His cell phone rang, connecting the phone to chat casually for 2 sentences. He also took his jacket and Chu Jiang said 2 sentences and left in a hurry.
Chu Jiang then heard a sentence. Baby, wait for me, immediately too. Before someone said that Wang Song was a licking dog, Chu Jiang still didn't believe it, thinking about how it was possible for the top rich second generation in China to be a licking dog. But now, he is a little believe. Once Wang Song left, Chu Jiang was more or less bored sitting here alone. He glanced towards Mu Yunshi, then got up and walked towards Mu Yunshi. Are you Mu Yunshi? Chu Jiang had seen the TV series that Mu Yunshi had appeared in before, but she had appeared as a maid beside the female lead at that time. The reason why Chu Jiang had an impression of Mu Yunshi was because the maid played by Mu Yunshi was surprisingly prettier than the lady played by the female lead, and the key was the acting. Chu Jiang, a layman, could tell that this little maid of Mu Yunshi was much smoother than the female lead. Speaking of the actress who plays the female lead, it seems to take a drama yellow a drama. If not for her ex-husband is a big name in the domestic entertainment industry. How can someone not find her as the female lead? But after the news of the divorce came out a year ago, now her resources in the entertainment industry are much less than before. Back to Mu Yunshi, Chu Jiang even went to check her out at that time. At that time, Chu Jiang had even mentioned Mu Yunshi when he talked to his friend about the drama, saying that she would have the potential to become a top stream in the entertainment industry within a few years. However, Mu Yunshi had disappointed Chu Jiang. Not only was she not read, but she basically couldn't be seen in any new works. Mu Yunshi also froze when she heard Chu Jiang call out her name. She looked up at Chu Jiang with some puzzlement. The ones who came over today were all rich second-generation people. Surprisingly, someone knew about her as a small star who was not warm and hot. Hello, I'm Mu Yunshi. Mu Yunshi hurriedly stood up, looked at Chu Jiang and said with a slight smile, although she didn't go out of her way to please those rich second generation, she didn't dare to offend the rich second generation present. Although she didn't know Chu Jiang either, no one who could come here was an ordinary person. Don't be nervous, sit down and talk. I've seen the TV series you acted in before, so I have a bit of an impression of you. Chu Jiang sat beside Mu Yunshi, looked at her and said with a smile, I think your acting skills are quite good. If you work hard, maybe you can become a popular female artist in the future. Thank you, I'm sorry. When Mu Yunshi heard Chu Jiang praising herself so much, she was a little less embarrassed. But what's wrong with you lately? It seems like there are no new works being released. Alas, the entertainment industry is difficult. I don't have much status background. I can't get resources at all. Mu Yunshi was still very simple. She saw that Chu Jiang didn't have any malice. She also sighed and said, so, you came here to find a backer? Chu Jiang looked at Mu Yunshi and asked rhetorically. It was mainly arranged by the company to come here, and I didn't know beforehand exactly what kind of activity it was. The company just told me it was a business activity, and I signed a betting treaty with the company before. Mu Yunshi also pursed her lips in a very depressed explanation when she heard Chu Jiang say this. If I knew this was the case, beating me to death I wouldn't have come. Mu Yunshi laughed bitterly. Sigh, maybe I'm really not very suitable for the entertainment industry. In that case, your company boss is really excessive. When Mu Yunshi said this, Chu Jiang understood. He directly said with indignation, what future can such a company have? It's too pitiful. If I were you, I'd terminate the contract with them. Hearing Chu Jiang say this, Mu Yunshi couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. The contract fee for terminating the contract is $30 million. I'm a newcomer in the entertainment industry. How can I have the money to terminate the contract? $30 million for terminating the contract? Your company signed such a high liquidated damages with a newcomer? Chu Jiang was also puzzled. Our Intergraph Media Company is the top 3 entertainment brokerage company in China, and has promoted at least 100 entertainment stars. As long as they are selected by Intergraph Media, the default payment at the beginning is so high. We want to be famous, and Intergraph wants to keep the people, so we each get what we want. Seeing that Chu Jiang was a bit puzzled, Mu Yunshi then explained the situation to Chu Jiang. Like this. Chu Jiang was puzzled. Your potential is quite good. Why doesn't your company promote you? No backing chant, high face value, good acting skills are never lacking. In this entertainment circle, no identity, no background can't get good resources. Mu Yunshi also shook her head helplessly. I'm talking to you, this rich second generation, to say so much. Why? Alas, how do you know I'm a rich second generation? Isn't it obvious? Which one that can come here today is not a rich second generation? Mu Yunshi looked around and said, is also right. Chu Jiang was non-committal. Although he wasn't a rich second generation,
Being able to appear here would at the very least prove that he wasn't an ordinary person.
Accompany me for a dance?
Chu Jiang stood up and put his hand out in front of Mu Yunshi,
inquiring without being a gentleman. Mu Yunshi looked up at Chu Jiang,
then also put her hand on Chu Jiang's hand.
She didn't hate Chu Jiang, and anyway, staying here alone was boring, so since Chu Jiang issued an invitation, she answered it.
Wrapping his arms around Mu Yunshi's soft waist, Chu Jiang came close to her ear and whispered, "I'm not very good at this.
You won't mind, right?" Mu Yunshi was still very sensitive.
She was rarely this intimate with a man. Being wrapped around Chu Jiang and him leaning so close,
Mu Yunshi subconsciously blushed her cheeks. Just follow my rhythm.
Mu Yunshi pursed her lips. Her shy look looked a little mouth-watering.
After a dance, Mu Yunshi said nothing and walked back to the table at the corner and sat down. Chu Jiang also followed. "I think you're pretty good." Chu Jiang stared at Mu Yunshi. Mu Yunshi was stared at by Chu Jiang with a red face,
subconsciously nuzzled her red lips and said,
"I also think I'm very good. How about this? Why don't I give you a backer?" Chu Jiang continued to stare at Mu Yunshi and said, "You, okay?" Mu Yunshi's tone was more or less questionable. She didn't know Chu Jiang,
and she saw that Chu Jiang wasn't very old, so she felt that even if Chu Jiang was a second-generation rich man,
he wouldn't necessarily be able to help himself with anything. You can't say no to a man, whether I'm good or not. You have to try before you know. Chu Jiang came over to Mu Yunshi's side.
The corner of his mouth rose slightly, and he said with a soft smile. When Mu Yunshi heard Chu Jiang say this, her face instantly flushed to her ears.
She wasn't a little girl anymore.
How could she not understand that Chu Jiang was molesting herself?
Men's mouths lie to ghosts. I can sort of see through you men.
You are purely greedy for our women's
bodies. Mu Yunshi bit her lips and looked up at Chu Jiang and said, "Let's put it this way.
I happen to want to find something to do recently. I didn't think of what to do before,
but now I think it's quite good to be an entertainment media company." Chu Jiang laughed. He didn't refute what Mu Yunshi had just said,
but he also ignored it. He looked at Mu Yunshi and said, "I'll help you terminate your contract with Intergraph, and at the same time will sign you to my new company's side. With your strength, as long as you have the resources,
it's only a matter of time if you want to be read."
Chu Jiang still believes in his own vision.
Since Intergraph Media let this potential stock do not want, then he wants it.
Don't look at Mu Yunshi's termination fee of $30 million.
If she can become a first-line star,
this money will not take half a year to earn back, and the domestic entertainment industry is recognized by all to make money.
After all, China has a population of 1.4 billion, so the market is huge, and as China's economy grows, the nation's pockets are getting bigger and bigger, and the pursuit of entertainment is essential. Entertainment industry, the future potential of how big, that is clear-eyed people can see. Chu Jiang now has money, easy money. He is not afraid to spend money. Other people can do entertainment industry, why can't he do it? Other people are afraid of losing money. He is not afraid. Although the domestic entertainment and media companies are relatively fixed now, there are only a few with strength. But if someone can spend money regardless of the cost, it is still very easy to occupy a place in the domestic entertainment circle. Of course, Chu Jiang didn't decide to throw money into the entertainment industry just to promote Mu Yunshi.
He also had his own thoughts on why he was looking at the entertainment industry.
If he could become a giant in China's entertainment industry, money would still come quickly. Money, no one would be too much, and Chu Jiang naturally wouldn't be an exception. Of course,
fancying Mu Yunshi was entirely because she herself was also very good.
Definitely a potential stock. That's $30 million.
Hearing Chu Jiang say that he could help her cancel her contract,
Mu Yunshi froze for a moment and looked at Chu Jiang and said in surprise. She knew that Chu Jiang was a rich second generation, but she was not clear about Chu Jiang's strength.
$30 million could not be considered a small amount no matter if it was for her as an ordinary person or for those rich second generation. $30 million only. You're worth that price,
Chu Jiang said casually. Since Intergraph Media is letting you, a potential stock, not push it,
then there's no reason for me not to want it.
You're not teasing me, right?
Mu Yunshi's wariness was still very strong. She couldn't possibly believe it directly because of Chu Jiang's casual words.
Do you think I'm joking with you? Chu Jiang stared at Mu Yunshi and asked rhetorically. But why? I've only just met you, and what's wrong with that?
$30 million only.
Is it much?
When Mu Yunshi heard Chu Jiang ask this, she also froze.
Yes, $30 million. Is it much? For a newcomer to the entertainment industry like her, $30 million was naturally out of reach. However, for these rich second generation who never lacked money, $30 million, even if it wasn't a small amount, was it much? Don't think too much.
I'm not that boring to joke with you with $30 million.
Chu Jiang laughed and said, furthermore, I was originally looking at the entertainment industry.
Taking you down is entirely because I'm optimistic about your future.
I believe in my own vision. Just when Mu Yunshur was still contemplating whether she should believe Chu Jiang or not, Qin Cellophane instead walked over with two very revealingly dressed girls led by his left and right arms. Elder brother Chu, I still have things to do, so I'll leave first.
Qin Cellophane came over and greeted Chu Jiang before leading those two girls away. As he left, he also unconsciously glanced at Mu Yunshur.
This peach blossom luck of old brother Chu can be why didn't I realize just now that there's such a treasure girl over here?
Qin Cellophane muttered softly under his breath.
But then he didn't want to,
wrapping his arms around the two beauties beside him and directly leaving this side.
Although Mu Yunshur was not very familiar with any of these rich second generation,
Qin Cellophane was after all the top rich second generation in the country,
and he was also active in the network before,
although his popularity was not as good as Wang Tsong. But the name of someone's Shanghai emperor was not for nothing.
You're familiar with him? Mu Yunshur looked at Qin Cellophane's back, and then looked at Chu Jiang, and didn't hold back from asking.
Counted as very familiar, right?
Chu Jiang was undeniable,
although he had only just known Qin Cellophane, Wang Tsong and them for 3 days.
But in this circle,
he was also more familiar with Qin Cellophane, Wang Tsong and the two of them.
No wonder you don't care about money so much. To be able to be very familiar with Qin Cellophane, you should also be the top domestic rich second generation, right? Mu Yunshur said without envy. Reincarnation is a technical job. Who wouldn't want to be born with a golden key? I'm rich, but to be precise, I'm really not a rich second generation. Chu Jiang laughed and stared at Mu Yunshur and said, not a rich second generation, could it be that you're still a founding generation? Mu Yunshur asked rhetorically, as she looked at Chu Jiang, who even looked a little younger than herself. To be so young and so rich, a generation creator, how could that be possible? Facing Mu Yunshur's question, Chu Jiang did not say anything else. Too many words would be lost. He still understood this reasoning. Furthermore, he couldn't tell Mu Yunshur that he was so rich because he had bound the system, right? Chapter 17, The Quite Capable Xinxingwei.
To say that Chu Jiang had no other thoughts about Mu Yunshur,
it couldn't be said that he didn't. After all, there were so many people with potential,
and Chu Jiang alone selected Mu Yunshur, although it was a coincidence. But he took out $30 million to help Mu Yunshur out of her contract.
How could it be possible without some selfishness?
I'll send you back. Qin Cellophane and Wang Tsong had both left, so there was no point in Chu Jiang staying over here anymore. Mu Yunshur had long wanted to leave this place. Hearing Chu Jiang say he wanted to send himself back, she also hurriedly nodded.
Good. Is this your car? Mu Yunshur was once again shocked when she saw the Koenigsegg one. When she came over just now,
she heard those women talk about the Koenigsegg one backstage.
After all, the purpose of those of them coming over today was also very simple, to accompany these rich second generation, because Chu Jiang's sudden appearance in the Koenigsegg one appeared in everyone's field of vision.
Those peripheral women had more or less heard the people behind them mention this. The person who could afford to buy a $100 million supercar was definitely a top rich young man.
Just now,
those women were chatting in private,
and the content of the chat was that if they could hold this one, then they would really be the phoenix on the branch. At that time, when Mu Yunshur heard them say that, she couldn't help but snicker a bit, but she really didn't expect that she had inadvertently hooked up with Chu Jiang. It couldn't be said that it was a hookup, but at the very least, it was an acquaintance. Do you also recognize this car? Hearing Mu Yunshur ask this, Chu Jiang asked with a slight smile. Don't recognize it,
but I just heard them say that there is a protagonist tonight, and the car he is driving is a Koenigsegg one that is worth hundreds of millions of dollars. They also said that they are going to pin you down tonight.
Mu Yunshur looked at Chu Jiang and said with a cheeky smile, getting out of that environment, Mu Yunshur's entire body had relaxed quite a bit. This character of yours, to be honest, is really not very suitable for the entertainment industry. Sitting in the car, Chu Jiang looked at Mu Yunshur and said, how chaotic the entertainment industry was.
There was naturally no need for Chu Jiang to say more.
To be able to mix well in the entertainment industry, not to say that one should be in the same boat, but at the very least, one should not be out of the mud, right? Like Mu Yunshur, without an identity background, wanting to survive in the entertainment industry, this kind of die stuff, not being able to tolerate all kinds of chaos in the entertainment industry, it was simply impossible to catch fire. Of course, if there was a backer, that would be another story. If there is someone behind you, all kinds of money and resources, even if it's a pig, there's nothing wrong with being red for a while, right? Of course, Mu Yunshur's personal strength is still very good. Previously, if the Intergraph Media Company is willing to take money to Mu Yunshur to pave the way to open the way to Mu Yunshur's face value and strength, may not be unable to occupy a place in the entertainment industry. Today's time is a bit late. Tomorrow morning, I WeChat just now you also added. Tomorrow morning I will contact you. You first talk to your agent, lest your company is not prepared and delay my time. Chu Jiang drove the car while also giving Mu Yunshur an explanation. Oh, Mu Yunshur nodded and let out an oh. After a few seconds, she also looked at Chu Jiang's side face and said, "It's better to wait until tomorrow when you come over. I'm a little transparent in Intergrad. They can't wait for me to cancel my contract."
Mu Yunshi naturally also had a small mind.
If she said it now, if Chu Jiang didn't contact her tomorrow, where could she go to find Chu Jiang? Although it was unlikely that Chu Jiang would tease her, she still needed to be cautious about this kind of thing. Chu Jiang also paused for a moment when he heard Mu Yunshi say this, and then also said with a smile, "That's fine." How could he not be clear about what Mu Yunshi was scrupulous about? Putting herself in Mu Yunshi's shoes. If she was Mu Yunshi, she wouldn't be able to trust others so easily. Chu Jiang naturally did not care too much. Want to let others trust, cannot rely on a mouth to say it? They always have to come up with some real material out of it. Anyway, there is no hurry. Mu Yunshi is not from Magic City. She rented a house in Magic City. Although she is in the entertainment industry, she is actually a small transparent. In a year, her salary was at most $400,000 or $500,000. She didn't rent that kind of particularly good neighborhood, just a very average one. I didn't expect you, a showbiz star, live here. Chu Xiao, you can't bury me. Mu Yunshi now knew Chu Jiang's name. She also blankly glanced at Chu Jiang. I only get $20,000 to $30,000 a month. And with such high consumption in Magic City, I still have to spend money to primp myself. How can I have money to live in any good house? That's true. Chu Jiang nodded and said, when you come to my side, if you can become a first-line star in China, I'll send you a suite. Hearing Chu Jiang say this, Mu Yunshi didn't hold back and her eyes lit up, but then the light in her eyes dimmed again. Wanting to become a first-line star, how could it be that simple? Although she thought that her strength was not bad, but to become a first-tier star, in addition to strength, she also had to have good enough luck. It wasn't enough to have someone to hold her up. At the very least, the passerby's favor must be good. What? No confidence? Indeed a little. No confidence.
Mu Yunshi pursed her lips and whispered,
I'm quite confident in you. Don't think so much. I have plenty of money. As long as you're willing to work hard, I can smash money until I can make you visible everywhere. Mu Yunshi was a bit confused about what Chu Jiang was saying and couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Look at this Magic City. The streets and alleys. There are celebrity endorsement advertisements everywhere. If they are all replaced with you, then it's not everywhere? Chu Jiang laughed and explained. How much money would that cost? Mu Yunshi was also shocked by Chu Jiang's words. How much it costs is my business. This is something you don't need to consider. Chu Jiang stared at Mu Yunshi and said, $30 million of termination fee has been spent. If I don't promote you to be my money-making machine, then wouldn't I be losing a lot of money? Originally. 1 second. Mu Yunshi was quite moved. The next second, when she heard Chu Jiang say this, she also couldn't help but hum in her heart. Sure enough, capital is all about wanting you to become nothing more than a money-making machine. But no matter what, if Chu Jiang was really willing to release her from her contract and splash money to promote her, she was still very touched. This was definitely an opportunity not to be missed for her. I won't send you up. Take care of your rest. Chu Jiang opened the car window and explained to Mu Yunshi, then directly stepped on the gas and left this side. Returning to his own villa was already more than 10 o'clock at night. When Xinxingwei saw that Chu Jiang had actually returned, she also froze for a moment. Young master, you actually came back. What are you talking about? Young master, I can't stay out at night every day, right? Chu Jiang said with a smile. Sitting on the sofa, the beautiful maid outfit hurriedly served Chu Jiang with freshly brewed tea and freshly cut fruits. Feeling the impeccable service, Chu Jiang's mood that was also quite pleasant. Right, Xingwei, young master, I'm going to invest in an entertainment media company. Make a plan out of it. Xinxingwei was also slightly stunned for a moment when she heard Chu Jiang say that, but then she directly answered. Yes, young master, I know. As a private butler, one should have the awareness of a private butler. This was Xinxingwei's new epiphany from the last 2 days of work. Then, young master, do I need to proceed to think of other business ventures on my side? Chu Jiang had after all instructed her to think of a few more suitable entrepreneurial projects in the afternoon. And now that Chu Jiang had suddenly said that he wanted to start an entertainment media company, Xinxingwei naturally had to ask for clarification before doing so. The two don't conflict. As long as the project is good and can make money, it doesn't matter if you invest a few $100 million. Xinxingwei had finally seen what it meant to be rich and generous, but she also understood what Chu Jiang meant. Alright, young master, then I understand. Well, take an early rest. Chu Jiang glanced at Xinxingwei and said without care. But Xinxingwei didn't really go to rest. She just stood not far away. Chu Jiang hadn't even rested yet, and she as a housekeeper went to rest. What would that look like? Chu Jiang is cozy, back on the sofa, feet directly on the coffee table, lit a cigarette, took a deep breath. After drinking tea for a while and eating some fruits, sleepiness came, Chu Jiang also stood up and stretched his body. Time to sleep. The time now was also just over 11 in the evening. For a young man to be able to go to sleep at this point, that was indeed very good. Chu Jiang was now free from the pressure of life, and as long as he didn't spend his time outside, he still wanted to go to bed early. Other than that, staying up late for a long time hurt his liver and kidneys. He doesn't want to be rich, but his body collapsed. What's the point of having more money? There's no place to spend it. He is still so young now. At least there are still 60 or 70 years of time. He wants to enjoy life as much as possible. But before going to sleep, Chu Jiang also combed through the rewards in the system space. The cash rewards naturally needed no introduction. Just tonight at the exchange meeting alone, he had picked up more than $1 billion in cash. There were also a lot of luxury cars and mansions. Originally, he had already extracted more than 50 luxury cars, and had already extracted all the luxury cars in the system space. In terms of luxury homes, there are 3 more sets of Tomson's large flat, and there are also 4 school buildings with 400 to 500 sets of schoolhouses. Chu Jiang was already numb from seeing such rewards. It's really too much. Can't even mention interest anymore. However, a whole floor of the 99th floor of the Magic City Center building office building. This reward was still very good. As for the skill rewards, from the time he bound the system until now, he had only obtained a total of 2. One was the Golden Pupil, and the other was the Divine Car skill. Skill rewards he also extracted and learned immediately. After all, they were still rare. Organizing these rewards, Chu Jiang's side also went to sleep without worry. With a dreamless night, Chu Jiang still slept quite comfortably. It was only at 9 o'clock the next morning that Chu Jiang woke up from his sleep. When he was in school, everyone had a dream, counting money until his hands cramped, sleeping until he woke up naturally. But when you become an adult and step into the society, you can only realize that the dream during the school days is so unattainable after experiencing the poisonous beatings of the society. But for Chu Jiang now, this is no longer considered a dream. As long as he wanted to, he really could count his money until his hands were cramped. Breakfast was carefully boiled king crab and crab meat porridge. The cost of this breakfast alone cost tens of thousands of dollars. The king crabs were transported to this side of Mordor from a special airplane from abroad. Very fresh. And of course the price was quite expensive, as it is specially distributed to the rich and powerful in Mordor. The quality of these king crabs is naturally unquestionable. At 888 yuan for a catty, an ordinary person would feel extravagant just by looking at it. This king crab that Chu Jiang ate in the morning was 3 pounds, and this crab alone would cost 20,000 to 30,000 yuan. However, Chu Jiang didn't say much about this. He couldn't be happier that he could improve his quality of life by spending money. If it wasn't for Xin Xingwei, he really wouldn't be able to enjoy this kind of emperor-level treatment if he were on his own. It had to be said that Xin Xingwei, as his own personal butler, she truly understood what Chu Jiang was thinking in his heart. You haven't eaten yet, right? Chu Jiang sipped the crab meat porridge and looked at Xin Xingwei and asked with great care. Not yet. Xin Xingwei had been busy since she woke up in the morning. She really hadn't eaten breakfast yet. How can this be? People are iron and rice is steel. Breakfast must be eaten. Chu Jiang looked at Xin Xingwei and laughed and said. There was more or less some reproach in his words. That, Lin Xiaoer, you go and serve butler Shen a bowl of porridge over. There were too many servants in the house, and Chu Jiang did not know many names. Lin Xiaoer counted as one, and it just so happened that she was standing right beside herself. Chu Jiang also looked at her and commanded. Yes, young master. Lin Xiaoer heard Chu Jiang's command and also hurriedly went over to the kitchen to serve the porridge. It was naturally impossible for Lin Xiaoer to say that she did not envy Xin Xingwei, but she was still self-aware. For one thing, Xin Xingwei was after all the young master's personal housekeeper, and in the villa, apart from Chu Jiang, she had the most power. Secondly, Xin Xingwei's ability was obvious to everyone. Thirdly, Xin Xingwei's face value was also very high. At the very least, in the entire villa, it was impossible to find anyone more beautiful than Xin Xingwei. Of course, the most important thing was that, as a personal butler, all of them could feel that Chu Jiang had considerable trust in Xin Xingwei. Xin Xingwei was at a bit of a loss for words. Theoretically speaking, she was a housekeeper. Even if Chu Jiang trusted her more, she was not qualified to eat at the same table as Chu Jiang. Sit down and eat together. Chu Jiang looked at Xin Xingwei, who was suddenly a bit formal, and smiled and said, if you tire yourself out, where can I find such an excellent person to replace you? It had to be said that it was really hard to find one as capable as Xin Xingwei. Chu Jiang also did not expect that Xin Xingwei, whom he had casually picked up in front of the bar, would be a doctorate in management from Stanford University. After finishing breakfast, Chu Jiang then contacted Mu Yunshi. As for Mu Yunshi, she hadn't rested well all night yesterday either. When she thought that Chu Jiang would help her terminate her contract with Intergraph Media Company today, she was indeed a little excited in her heart. Although Intergraph Media was one of the top 3 entertainment media companies in the entertainment industry, there were hundreds of artists who had been promoted by them. But then again, Intergraph Media Company is even better. For her, so what? She had no identity and no background, and she couldn't get good resources. A female artist's moment of glory was just these few years of youth. After this time period, it would be even harder to become popular. She came to the company's side early this morning, glancing at her cell phone from time to time, her heart that was anxious. Mu Yunshur, you left early last night? Mu Yunshur heard the voice and frowned, looking up at the woman who spoke. Aha, Mu Yunshur, didn't I tell you everything? If you want to make a name for yourself in the entertainment industry, there are some things that should be sacrificed. Sister Hong looked at Mu Yunshur and said as if she hated her. She was Mu Yunshur's agent, and usually still took care of Mu Yunshur, but she was just a small broker. Even though she was very optimistic about Mu Yunshur, the company side just didn't give Mu Yunshur the resources. She was helpless. As an agent, she is of course aware that it is impossible for an artist to get good resources without some background. But with Mu Yunshur's character, to be honest, she really wasn't suitable for the entertainment industry. Sister Hong, I have something I want to say to you. Mu Yunshur looked at her agent and couldn't help but purse her lips and said, what is it you say? Sister Hong froze for a moment, seeing that Mu Yunshur was preoccupied. She also said with some concern, Sister Hong, I want to terminate my contract with the company. What? Sister Hong thought that she had misheard and looked at Mu Yunshur in shock. Mu Yunshur, you're crazy. The contract you signed with the company is for 5 years, and the termination fee is $30 million. How do you have so much money to terminate the contract with the company? Sister Hong frowned, stared at Mu Yunshur and said, Yunshur, I know you're aggrieved, so bear with me. I'll help you fight for a few more auditions this year. Before Sister Hong finished her words, Mu Yunshur's phone rang. She looked at the caller ID and immediately hurriedly answered the phone. Chu Xiao, I'm over here at the company now. Okay, I'll send you the location. Hanging up the phone, Mu Yunshur sent the company's positioning over to Chu Jiang in the first instance. After determining that Chu Jiang would come over in a while, Mu Yunshur also looked directly at Sister Hong and said, Sister Hong, I met a rich second generation yesterday. He thinks I'm very good, and then he's ready to promote me. However, he is ready to start his own media company, so he will help me out with this $30 million for me to cancel my contract with Intergraph Media. Hearing Mu Yunshur say this, Sister Hong also couldn't help but freeze directly. She looked at Mu Yunshur for a long time without saying anything. Alas, Sister Hong sighed. To be honest, she felt pity for the company not paying attention to Mu Yunshur. Chapter 18 99% of the world's problems can be solved with money. Sister Hong still valued Mu Yunshur. She felt that Mu Yunshur had the potential to become popular. For one thing, Mu Yunshur's skin was white and beautiful. Her face value naturally needed no introduction. Even in the entertainment industry where there are so many beautiful women, Mu Yunshur's face value can beat a circle of people. Secondly, Mu Yunshur's acting skills are very good, even if it is not compared to those of old actors. But in the newcomers, Mu Yunshur's acting skills can be said to be very good. Thirdly, Mu Yunshur has always had a good reputation, even if the company didn't intentionally publicize her. But this 1 or 2 years down the line, Mu Yunshur's fans on Weibo have already exceeded 1 million. She had recommended Mu Yunshur several times before, but the company didn't care about Mu Yunshur. Alas, it's a pity. Sister Hong sighed. Sister Hong, if it's possible, I want you to come with me. Mu Yunshur looked at her manager and said sincerely. Sister Hong was the veteran agent of Intergraph Media Company, but since she was a bit older now, the company side was also thinking of marginalizing her. Previously, Mu Yunshur had heard Sister Hong have said that she wanted to leave Intergraph Media Company. Leave with you? Sister Hong heard Mu Yunshur say this. She couldn't help but be moved. Yunshur, you said you knew a rich second generation last night? Who is he? Do I know him? Chu Jiang. Does Sister Hong have any impression? Chu Jiang? I've never heard of him. Is there a rich man named Chu in Magic City? He seems to be very familiar with Qin cellophane. And Sister Hong, his car is a Koenigsegg one. After all, Sister Hong was in the entertainment industry, and she was familiar with luxury cars. Koenigsegg she knew. Koenigsegg one she also knew. Only when she heard Mu Yunshur say that Chu Jiang's car was actually a Koenigsegg one, she was still a bit nonplussed. There are only 6 Koenigsegg ones in the world. You can't be wrong, right? There doesn't seem to be this car in China, right? It can't be wrong. When I got there last night, I heard a lot of people talking about Chu Xiao. Mu Yunshur briefly told Sister Hong about the situation last night, and Sister Hong couldn't help but freeze directly. Just now, Chu Xiao called me, and he said he'll come over right away. The headquarters of the Intergraph Media Company was on this side of the Magic City Center building office building. Only, They were renting it, a whole floor on the 56th floor.
The rent alone would cost more than $40 million a year.
After all, Intergraph Media Company was one of the top 3 entertainment media companies in China,
with 7 or 8 first-tier stars under their hands,
and countless second and third-tier stars.
Their net profit for the whole year last year was $1 billion, and it was necessary to spend $40 million to rent a floor in the center of the Magic City building to raise the company's profile. Chu Zhang's side also froze when he saw the positioning that Mu Yunshi sent over to him.
The Magic City Center building. Originally, he was still thinking of finding some time to check out his own floor of the office building, so it's just as well that he took this opportunity to go up and take a look.
Xingwei, come out with me in a while?
Ah, good. Xingwei didn't ask what to go out for, but since Chu Jiang said it, she couldn't refuse and say no. Yesterday, she drove the Koenigsegg one, and today Chu Jiang also wanted to switch to the Lamborghini Poison to drive it. If the general rich second generation really have Lamborghini Poison and Koenigsegg one, this level of god car most likely will not drive on the road. This kind of supercar, who will really take out to drive off?
These are collection-level supercars. The value of playing is definitely more than the practical value.
But Chu Jiang really didn't care. After all, the car is picked up, easy to come, relatively speaking, not so cherished. Moreover, in Chu Jiang's opinion, the car was originally used to drive, so cool supercars do not open out for a drive. It is really too bad. Driving Lamborghini Poison, carrying Xingwei from the Tang Palace side left towards the Magic City Center building side drove over. Didn't I tell you last night that I'm going to open an entertainment media company? Today it's just time to go over and sign our first artist. Chu Jiang glanced at Xingwei and said, the first artist? Who is it? A newcomer who just entered the entertainment industry not long ago. Mu Yunshi, do you know?
She's now a signed artist of Intergraph Media Company.
Mu Yunshi? I haven't heard of, but I know about Intergraph Media Company.
Xingwei pondered slightly and said,
Young master, according to my understanding, Intergraph Media Company's signing contract is problematic.
In the contracts they sign with newcomers, the liquidated damages are at least $30 million to start with. After Chu Jiang had told her about this matter last night, Xingwei had also taken the first opportunity to understand these current domestic entertainment media companies.
Since Intergraph Media Company was the top 3 media companies in the country,
Xingwei would naturally do a little bit more to understand it. It had to be said that Xingwei's ability was really strong.
Yes,
$30 million for breach of contract.
Chu Jiang laughed and said,
but Mu Yunshi's potential is very good.
What she lacks is an opportunity. Intergraphic Media Company didn't pay attention to her. Speaking of which, I kind of picked up a bargain. Xingwei also couldn't help but frown when she heard Chu Jiang say this. Why did it feel like something was wrong?
Taking $30 million in liquidated damages to ask over a newcomer in the entertainment industry from the side of Intergraph Media Company.
Young master, he even felt that he had earned it, that he had picked up a bargain? This Mu Yunshi, is she really that promising? Xingwei also couldn't help but bellyache in her heart. If she could be promoted, spending $30 million was not a loss. After all, even if she couldn't become a first-tier star, if she could become a second-tier star, the $30 million in liquidated damages wouldn't be a problem at all. Domestic entertainment star, how much money? That is almost a household name. Everyone knows the thing. If it is a domestic first-line star, all kinds of income add up. A year down, at least have 200 or 300 million income. Second-line stars, the income is not as good as the first line, but a year down,
it is estimated that how to have tens of millions of dollars.
If you are lucky, a year down, hundreds of millions of income is not difficult, but wanting to become a second-tier or even first-tier star was actually not that simple. However, if Chu Jiang could smash money and resources for her at any cost, it wouldn't be difficult to become a second-tier star. As for whether or not she could become a first-tier star, that would really require a bit of strength. Right, there's one more thing I forgot to say. I have a whole floor of office building over there in the Magic City Center building, the 99th floor. It's just right to take it over as our media company's office building. Chu Jiang drove the car and said very casually. Originally, she was still thinking whether Mu Yunshi had the strength to become a first-tier star, but when she suddenly heard Chu Jiang say that he owned a whole floor of the office building in the Mordor Center building, even though she knew that Chu Jiang had a lot of strength, she was shocked once again. That was the Magic City Center building, the highest level office building in the entire Magic City, located in the Dongpu New District, next to the Oriental Pearl Tower. How expensive the rent of the office building over there was, Xingwei didn't need to guess to know. But what did Chu Jiang just say? He has a whole floor of office buildings? And it was also on the 99th floor. The headquarters of their Intergraph Media Company is inside the Magic City Center building, so it's just as well. Let's put the matter of Mu Yunshi's termination of contract into practice first, and then we'll go to the 99th floor and take a turn. Chu Jiang spoke casually.
but Xinxingwei was a little confused by what she heard. She felt that Chu Jiang was like an iceberg that only showed its peak. What could be seen was always just a little bit, but what could not be seen? You could never imagine how exaggerated it would be. That was the Magic City Center building. A whole floor has at least 4 or 5,000 square meters of area. At 300,000 a square meter, it would take at least 1.5 or 6 billion to take it down. Right? Young master, I want to know just how much real estate you still have. I can take care of it all together for you. Xinxingwei was now helping Chu Jiang take care of those properties of his, and Chu Jiang had also promised to give her an extra 10% of the rent as a reward. She looked at Chu Jiang and said so, more or less flirting, but Chu Jiang heard her say so, but also frowned. You want to say so? I really want to remember. In the Royal View Schoolhouse there are 4 school buildings, almost 400 or 500 sets of schoolhouses. Turn around, real estate certificates are given to you, and you have to take care of it, or the old rules, you take 10% of the rent. Xinxingwei actually just casually that sentence. Who would have thought that Chu Jiang open mouth is 4 school buildings, 400 or 500 sets of schoolhouses? I'm confused. Xinxingwei was completely confused. Hiss. She sucked in a breath of cool air. Sure enough, the more she understood Chu Jiang, the more she felt that she didn't understand Chu Jiang's true strength at all. Young master, I'm convinced. Xinxingwei didn't dare to talk nonsense. That was 400 to 500 school district houses. Ordinary people, in this lifetime, being able to take out a loan to buy a set of school district houses in Magic City would already be very impressive. But compared with Chu Jiang, simply cannot compare, because Chu Jiang's those houses can be calculated on the building. Lamborghini Poison Drive on the road must be more than Koenigsegg one to be very windy some. The main thing is that the Koenigsegg one is too rare. In addition to those supercar enthusiasts can be recognized. Most ordinary people do not know what the Koenigsegg car, but the Lamborghini Poison is a different story. Most people could recognize it as a Lamborghini badge, and at least a third of them recognized it as Lamborghini Poison straight away. Asterisk. You drive slow. I'll take a picture first. Lamborghini Poison? There's even this car in Magic City? Am I blind? This supercar is so cool. Hubby, when your project payment arrives, let's buy a supercar like this too. Have you drifted off? With our $2 to $3 million, we can't even buy one of its wheels. No way. Is it that exaggerated? Yes, this is Lamborghini Poison. Do you know how much this car costs? Just so with you to say it, the world only 14 Lamborghini Poison. The black market side once speculated to 120 million for the purchase of Lamborghini Poison. But unfortunately, this kind of top supercars is priced without a market. His are not the top of the plutocrats and crocodiles. The general, even if the people take more money, cannot be purchased. Asterisk. Yesterday I saw a Koenigsegg one. I did not expect to see a Lamborghini Poison today. The Magic City rich people are really more driving this kind of top supercar on the road. That turnaround rate doesn't even need to guess to know. Anyway, all the way to drive over. No matter know this is Lamborghini Poison or don't know. Basically we'll look at 2 more eyes. Sandalwood Palace is in the western suburbs of Mordor. Driving to this side of Dongpu New District, even if the road condition is good, not traffic jam, it will take more than half an hour. When Chu Jiang's side parked the car and walked to the Magic City Center building side, it was already almost 10:30. Mu Yunshi was also anxious to wait. However, the one who was more anxious than Mu Yunshi was her manager, Sister Hong. Just now, when Mu Yunshi said that she wanted her to go over with her, she was also moved. For one thing, she is optimistic about Mu Yunshi. She feels that as long as Mu Yunshi can get good resources, the future is certainly unlimited. Even if she becomes a domestic first-line star, it is not impossible. Secondly, Mu Yunshi's person in her opinion is definitely the kind of super rich top rich second generation. After all, in her opinion, Chu Jiang also just know Mu Yunshi only one day only. But people are willing to spend 30 million to help Mu Yunshi with the integrated contract. What does this mean? It shows that Mu Yunshi is absolutely rich. In the entertainment industry, as long as there is money and willingness to spend money, there is basically no problem. What's the saying? Money can solve 99% of the world's problems. As for the remaining 1%, double the money is needed to solve it. In other words, money was basically everything. $30 million amongst ordinary people like them. I'm afraid that they wouldn't be able to earn that much money even if they worked hard for their entire lives. But $30 million in Chu Jiang, who drove a Koenigsegg one, was really a drop in the bucket, not enough to matter. Sister Hong had been an agent at Intergraph Media for close to 20 years, but not only did the company not give her adequate treatment, instead, it was now ready to marginalize her. It should be fine if she could leave Intergraph with Mu Yunshi. Has he come over yet? To where? He won't be coming, right? Sister Hong was a little more anxious than Mu Yunshi.
and every 10 minutes she would ask Mu Yunshur about it. Mu Yunshur herself was also anxious, but she didn't dare to ask Chu Jiang and could only appease Sister Hong by saying not to be anxious. Luckily, Chu Jiang wasn't teasing her either. As soon as he arrived downstairs at the Magic City Center building on his side, he directly called Mu Yunshur over. Yunshur, I'm over here. Your company is on the 56th floor? Chu Xiao, I'll go down to pick you up. That's fine. I'll wait for you downstairs. Mu Yunshur hung up the phone on this side, and on the other side, she also took her own agent, Sister Hong, and hurriedly rode the elevator downstairs together. When Sister Hong saw Chu Jiang for the first time, she directly froze. Too young. He looked like he was in his early 20s at most. However, she could clearly feel Chu Jiang's different aura, especially when Xin Xingwei stood beside Chu Jiang with her briefcase. She could instantly feel that Chu Jiang's identity background was not ordinary. Mu Yunshur also couldn't help but freeze for a moment when she saw Xin Xingwei beside Chu Jiang, but soon she straightened her body and walked to Chu Jiang with her chest puffed out. Chu Xiao, this is my manager. I've already explained the situation to her. I want to take her with me to leave Intergraph Media. Good day, Chu Xiao. Sister Hong followed behind Mu Yunshur and hurriedly greeted Chu Jiang with a hello. No problem. Does she want the termination fee? Just in time to give it together. Chu Jiang's wealthy and generous stance directly stunned Sister Hong. Sister Hong froze, but quickly reacted and said, Chu Xiao, there's no termination fee between me and Intergalactic. I just need to resign. Chu Jiang nodded. The corners of his mouth rose slightly as he laughed softly. Yunshur, let me introduce to you. This is my personal butler, Shen Xingwei, and in the future, she will also be the president of our Chu Men Entertainment and Media Company. Shen Xingwei heard Chu Jiang introduce herself like this but froze slightly. She was really busy, becoming the president of an entertainment media company again. But those who can do more. Shen Xingwei was also indifferent to this. Hello, Ms. Mu Yunshur. I heard the young master say that you are very good. I hope we will work well together in the future. Shen Xingwei stretched out her hand and handed it to Mu Yunshur. The corner of her mouth smiled slightly and said, Hello Mr. Shen. I'll have to rely on you to cultivate me more in the future. Mu Yunshur shook Shen Xingwei's hand and also said a polite word. Sister Hong stood to the side and also couldn't help but sizing up Chu Jiang a little more. So young, but his temperament still looks mature. Young and rich, this is simply a character only found in novels. Sister Hong's vision was still very venomous, especially when she saw the piece of Richard Mille on Chu Jiang's wrist at a glance. A wristwatch of more than $20 million. This young Chu, what exactly is his origin? Sister Hong couldn't help but mutter twice in her heart, but she didn't dare to ask more. She hadn't dealt with rich second-generation people for so many years, and she still had a good understanding of the temperament of rich second-generation people. Sister Hong and Mu Yunshur led the way in front, and Chu Jiang and Shen Xingwei followed behind the two of them. Our Chu Men Entertainment and Media Company is also based over here, but we're on the 99th floor. Chu Jiang laughed and casually said. It was Mu Yunshur and Sister Hong who directly froze at hearing it. Chu Xiao, you said that you rented out the 99th floor? That rent isn't cheap. I have a friend. They're a multinational enterprise, renting the 98th floor, with a yearly rent of $60 million. Sister Hong spoke one more time, but before she finished her words, she realized that she might have said the wrong thing. The fact that people, Chu Xiao, could casually take out $30 million to help Mu Yunshur out of her contract meant that they had plenty of money and didn't care at all. But the good thing is that Chu Jiang didn't care either. Instead he smiled and said, I've already bought the 99th floor. I don't need rent. Hiss. When Sister Hong and Mu Yunshur heard Chu Jiang say that, they all sucked in a breath of cool air. Bought it? Originally, their Intergraph Media Company was on this side, and they more or less had some understanding of the Magic City Center office building. How expensive this side is. Just look at the rent. To buy a whole floor of an office building, how could it be $1.5 or $6 billion? Sister Hong knew that Chu Jiang was the second generation of the rich, and also super rich, but she really didn't expect that Chu Jiang would be so rich. Not to be so shocked. A layer of office building is just a layer. It's not worth a few dollars. In the future, I'm also going to build my own building to be our Chu Men's Group building. Chu Jiang laughed and didn't hold back, casually Versailles a sentence. Chapter 19 Yunshur. If you like it, go after it. Happiness should be grasped by oneself only. Never mind that Chu Jiang's Versailles was intentional or not. People really do have this strength. Besides, Chu Jiang really isn't talking about playing around. How can an upscale group not have its own group building? Chu Jiang last night had conceptualized the name of his own group. It was called Chu Men, and according to Chu Jiang's conception, Chu Men Group will be an extremely comprehensive group of companies. In the future it will be involved in all walks of life. With such a large group of companies, it naturally made sense to have its own group building. Chu Men Entertainment and Media Company is the first project of Chu Men Group. Chu Jiang still attaches great importance to it.
Otherwise he wouldn't have personally come over to help Mu Yunshi cancel her contract, and directly handed over to Xin Xingwei to do it. The domestic economy in the last 10 years can be described as taking off, which is not an exaggeration at all. People's wallets are bulging, so they will naturally spend more money on entertainment programs. Chu Jian was still quite optimistic about the entertainment industry. As long as it could be done well, it could earn billions of dollars a year, to say the least. Of course, the initial investment was also quite huge. After all, the huge domestic entertainment industry has basically been determined. Want to share the market from their hands, not to smash big money, basically impossible. Chu Jiang has his own plans. No matter what industry, it can't be accomplished overnight. One step at a time, slowly. He is not in a hurry. An enterprise, no matter what it does, as long as it can form a closed loop of the industrial chain, it is still very simple to become bigger and stronger. Of course, helping Mu Yunshi to cancel her contract with Intergraph Entertainment Media Company was the first step. Arriving at the entrance of Intergraph Entertainment and Media Company, Sister Hong also directly indicated to the company's senior management that Mu Yunshi's intention to terminate her contract with Intergraph. Fang Yong was the general manager of Intergraphic Entertainment and Media Company. When he learned that an unknown small artist under his family's banner was actually going to terminate her contract with the company, he couldn't help but frown. She can afford to take out a $30 million termination fee? Fang Yong naturally wasn't sure who Mu Yunshi was. After all, under Intergraph, there were several first-tier stars alone, and even more second and third-tier stars. Mu Yunshi, a small artist that he hadn't even heard of. How could she possibly be able to take out a $30 million of sky-high termination fee? Mr. Fong, it seems like she knows a rich second generation. Money was offered to her by that rich second generation. Oh. Fang Yong also couldn't help but let out an oh when he heard his assistant say that. Okay, it's just a small artist. As long as they can come up with $30 million in termination fees, just follow the procedures directly. Fang Yong didn't care too much. Although Intergraph Media Company had never had a newcomer terminate their contract with the company until now. After all, Intergraph's astronomical termination fee really wasn't something that an unknown small artist could afford. But if people could really afford to take out so much money, Intergraph wouldn't have stuck people in the contract. And it was obvious that this little girl called Mu Yunshi was evening someone out. A rich second generation that could throw $30 million at a time to help a small artist out of her contract couldn't be an ordinary person even if they thought about it with their asses. Although Intergraph Entertainment and Media Company was considered a giant in the entertainment industry, it didn't even count as a fart in front of the many bigwigs in the country. It wasn't worth it to offend someone because of such a small matter. Fang Yong had given his word, so the matter of terminating the contract was done logically. After all, Intergraph Entertainment and Media Company is a giant in the industry, and its legal department is still quite perfect. Chu Zhang's side directly transferred $30 million to Intergraph Entertainment and Media Company's account, and after checking and receiving it, they also very quickly signed the termination contract with Mu Yunshi. Trouble your company to announce on Weibo that Mu Yunshi has cancelled her contract. Chu Jian was still right to bring Xin Xingwei over. After all, some of the issues negotiated with Intergraph's side were all handled by Xin Xingwei. We've already notified our colleagues in the publicity department. The people on Intergrad's side were also overcome by Xin Xingwei's aura and spoke in a particularly polite tone. For one thing, it was Xin Xingwei's aura that was sufficient. Secondly, the people on the Intergrad side also knew that there was power and background behind them. Thirdly, $30 million of termination fee. People don't even blink their eyes and directly shell out this point of respect or have to have. Mu Yunshi this side signed the contract. Red Sister side is also directly signed the resignation contract. Although Sister Hong is an experienced agent, but because she was originally marginalized by the company, she wanted to resign. The personnel department side did not think much at all. Directly approved. The matter of Mu Yunshi's termination of contract was also the first thing that spread on this side of Intergraph. I heard about it. Mu Yunshi terminated her contract with the company. The termination fee is $30 million. The contract is signed. Who is Mu Yunshi? A newcomer? $30 million? How can a newcomer like her have so much money? Indeed, she is a newcomer. She's done a few dramas before, but they were all supporting roles. I've heard that she's gotten involved with a rich kid, and the $30 million in termination fee was paid by the rich kid. What envy. I just checked this Mu Yunshi. She is really good looking. No wonder she has charmed the rich second generation. Alas, from now on, she will fly up to the branch to be a phoenix, not the same way as us. After all, a newcomer with $30 million with the Intergraph termination of contract is indeed very people feel incredible. A time the entire Intergraph Media Company all employees are gossiping about this matter. On Chu Zhang's side, a group of 4 people had already come out from Intergraph Media Company. How do you feel? Isn't it very happy? Chu Jiang looked at Mu Yunshi with a smile and asked. It's quite happy. but it's more or less still a bit lost. Mu Yunshi pursed her lips and said softly with a smile. She was not valued on the intergalactic side and had almost no resources,
which was equivalent to being snowed in. Moreover, due to the previous betting contract,
she also had to participate in some business activities arranged by the company. Now that she had terminated her contract with Intergraph Entertainment and Media Company, she was also considered relieved.
Naturally, there were also words of loss. When she was first signed by Intergraph, she was full of joy. After all, as long as one was in the entertainment industry, who didn't know Intergraph? As a giant in the entertainment industry, Intergraph Entertainment and Media Company had made at least hundreds of people famous. Mu Yunshi felt that she could definitely be read, but things did not go her way. Really stepped into the circle. She realized one thing: no identity and no background is equal to no resources. Without resources, even if you work hard, it's useless.
There's no need to lose heart,
because you'll soon be the top artist under our Chumen Entertainment and Media Company. Chu Jiang laughed. Work hard. I'm optimistic about you.
Without Chu Jiang saying much,
Mu Yunshi would definitely work hard. The opportunity was hard to come by.
Chu Jiang believed in her so much. She didn't want to let Chu Jiang down.
Let's go.
Let's go see the headquarters of our Chumen Entertainment and Media Company. A group of 4 people directly took the express elevator up to the 99th floor.
Wang Chao,
the property manager of the Magic City Center Tower office building, had already been waiting over here for a long time. Chu Jiang had already contacted him when he came over just now.
Hearing that Chu Jiang, the mysterious buyer, was going to come over, Wang Chao didn't dare to be slow.
Although Chu Jiang was not his boss, but to know that someone who could spend more than $1 billion to buy a whole floor of an office building,
would he dare not receive him properly? Good day Chu Xiao. I'm Wang Chao, the property manager over here.
When Wang Chao saw Chu Jiang and his group coming over, he also hurriedly took 3 steps to walk in front of Chu Jiang with a fawning smile on his face,
slightly bending his waist, looking a little groveling. Hello. Chu Jiang nodded. Just happened to have something to come over the side. By the way, I came up to take a look.
I need to use this side right away as well.
Yes. Chu Xiao, let me take you around? Good.
Chu Jiang naturally came over for the first time.
After all,
this was also the reward he picked up, wasn't it?
This entire floor of the office building was indeed very large, and since it was the 99th floor,
the view was also more open. Standing in front of the tempered glass and looking into the distance,
one could take in the entire Huangpu River. This feeling, it's kinda addictive. Chu Jiang couldn't help but mutter as he pulled out a cigarette and lit it. The entire floor of the office building was finely decorated,
but since no one had ever used this place yet,
there wasn't even a chair.
Xingwei, find a decoration team to arrange this side.
Okay, young master. Xingwei followed Chu Jiang and nodded in response. Aha, then Chumen Entertainment Media will be left to you to take care of for now. Chu Jiang didn't have many people he could use around him right now,
and Xingwei was capable, so he naturally let her do more.
Good,
please rest assured, young master.
Xingwei didn't care.
Her side was already conceptualizing how to build the leadership team of Chumen Entertainment and Media Company.
It's also mealtime now. Let's go. Go down and have some dinner. Chu Jiang looked at the time.
It was already almost 12 noon.
After casually finding a good Chinese restaurant in the neighborhood,
Chu Jiang led Mu Yunshi and the girls over here to have a simple meal.
Yunshi, take a good rest and rest in the last few days. There won't be much time to rest if you have to get busy in the future.
Chu Jiang looked at Mu Yunshi and said with a smile,
Thank you Chu Xiao for caring, but I still think it's better to be busy. My heart is more solid. What Mu Yunshi said was sincere. After all, if you want to become famous and make money, how is it possible to not be a little busy?
Aha, the fact that you can think this way shows that I haven't misjudged you.
Chu Jiang nodded,
then looked at Xingwei and said,
Xingwei,
find a time to sign the contract with Yunshi.
In addition,
our Chumen Entertainment and Media Company can sign a few more newcomers in the early stages to grow the team.
As for resources and whatnot, you guys don't have to worry about it. Leave it to me,
Chu Jiang said with a hefty smile.
Although Chu Jiang he was also dabbling in the entertainment industry for the first time and didn't know much, but what did it matter?
He had money in his hands. The big deal was that he had invested in a few big IPs. With money in his hand, Chu Jiang's bottom line was different.
As long as the problem could be solved with money,
it was not a problem here in Chu Jiang.
Yunshi,
you returned the rented house. I still have a few sets of large flats over there in Tomson.
You live over there. After eating and drinking,
Chu Jiang suddenly thought of something and looked at Mu Yunshi and said directly,
Chu Xiao, I'm this. Mu Yunshi subconsciously wanted to refuse,
but was directly interrupted by Chu Jiang with a smile. I'm also doing this for your safety considerations.
You're now the chief artist of our Chumen Entertainment and Media Company,
and in the future, at the very least you'll also be a first-tier big star,
and the issue of your personal safety should definitely be safeguarded.
Although the neighborhood that Mu Yunshi rented wasn't that bad, the various supporting facilities were definitely not. Of course, just like Chu Jiang said, in the future, Mu Yunshi was their Chumen Entertainment and Media Company's main artist. So naturally, they had to protect her in every aspect. Sister Hong also froze for a moment. She was sitting right beside Mu Yunshi. Seeing the hesitation on Mu Yunshi's face, she also hurriedly opened her mouth to agree for Mu Yunshi. Then thank you, Chu Xiao. Chu Jiang glanced at Sister Hong and said with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, "It's not a big deal. I don't live in the house over at Townsend. It's a waste to put it over there." When Mu Yunshi heard that Sister Hong had helped herself to respond, she didn't hesitate anymore. "Thank you, Chu Xiao. I will definitely work hard and won't let you down." After dinner, Chu Jiang's side was to directly bring Mu Yunshi to the side of Tomson Yipin. He had 7 or 8 large flat floors on this side of Tomson Yipin. Just like he said, it's a waste to leave them empty and not to live in them. "I have a set in this building. This side has a good view. I'll take you up to see the room." "Good." Mu Yunshi nodded her head very obediently. Being able to live over here was something she didn't even dare to think about. Where else would she dare to pick and choose? Sister Hong followed her around, and she was also convinced by Chu Jiang's strength. "This is the Tomson First Class Ah. Just a set of large flat less said also have to tens of millions of dollars or even hundreds of millions of dollars. Ordinary people try their whole life cannot afford to buy this side of a set of houses." But Chu Jiang, listen to his meaning, he bought several sets in this side? The key to people buy but also do not live. What does this mean? It means that people don't even look at this place. Although the Tomson product in the Magic City has been considered a very high-end residential area, but the real tycoons simply do not see here is also a fact. After all, compared to the Tang Palace, those really top mansions, the Tomson One product like this simply cannot be on the stage. However, this is all relative. No matter how to say, the Tomson First Class in the whole Magic City, that is considered a mansion. Sister Hong looked at Chu Jiang. Her thoughts unconsciously drifted a bit. Yunshi, this is also considered to be bitter and sweet. Encountering a Chu Xiao like this, the future is bright. Ah. Sister Hong also couldn't help but sigh in her heart. She was still very confident in Mu Yunshi's potential. As Mu Yunshi's agent, Sister Hong was definitely the one who understood Mu Yunshi the most. However, if the intergalactic side pays more attention to Mu Yunshi, with Mu Yunshi's acting skills, she is now at least a second or third tier star, and there is absolutely no problem in earning the company $20 to $30 million a year. And Mu Yunshi's roadside edge is very good. Microblogging millions of fans is the best proof. The first time Mu Yunshi terminated her contract with Intergraph Entertainment and Media Company, she sent out a termination note on Weibo, which was also supported by many fans for a while. "Great. Our Yunshi has finally cancelled her contract with Intergraph, that company. I just don't understand. What is Intergraph's group of thinking? Letting our Yunshi, such an excellent artist, not hold. Look at what kind of stuff they've pushed in the past 2 years. Is there a single one that can be watched? That's it." Yunshi's termination of contract with Intergraph was the right choice. Looking forward to Yunshi's new works. Wow. Support. Support. I've been saying for a long time, if Yunshi wants to be on fire, she must break her contract with Intergraph. That, it had to be said. Like Mu Yunshi, this kind of small star that didn't make the cut. Normally, there wasn't much attention if she really wanted to break her contract with the company. But Mu Yunshi is different. She has millions of fans on Weibo alone, and it's still the kind of thing that's highly active. Mu Yunshi's termination of contract is a small matter, but it has been rushed to the top 20 of the hot search by this group of lovely fans. Chu Jiang's side arranged for Mu Yunshi to leave this side directly with Xin Xingwei. As soon as Chu Jiang left, Mu Yunshi and Sister Hong also sat on the sofa and froze. "Sister Hong, I feel like I'm dreaming. Very unreal." Only after a long time did Mu Yunshi look at Sister Hong and timidly said, "Yunshi, you are developed. To be able to meet someone like Chu Xiao, you have to grasp it well." Sister Hong looked at Mu Yunshi and also said with great excitement, "And Chu Xiao is really good to you. This Tomson's large flat is really extravagant. Such a large house. It's estimated to be hundreds of millions of dollars, right?" Sister Hong got up and gave the house a stroll. Looking at Mu Yunshi was also not without envy. "Yunshi, Chu Xiao should have an idea for you. You are also single now. Why don't you try to be with Chu Xiao?" Sister Hong was an old woman. She understood that a man could not be so good to a woman for no reason. Chu Xiao was rich, but if she said that Chu Xiao didn't have any other thoughts about Mu Yunshi, she definitely didn't believe her. "Sister Hong, Chu Xiao is not that kind of person." Yunshi, then tell me honestly, what do you think of Chu Xiao?" Sister Hong saw the shy blush hanging on Mu Yunshi's face. She also asked with a hefty smile, Sister Hong, what time is this? You're still flirting with me here." Mu Yunshi was a little embarrassed. Although she didn't say it on her lips, the blush on her face was obvious. It was also true that Chu Jiang was young, handsome and rich in gold.
and had a good personality. Facing a man like Chu Jiang, it was hard not to be moved, right? Alas, Sister Hong, there's a big gap between me and him. The door is not right. Yunshir, what era is this? If you like it you have to go after it. Happiness has to be grasped by yourself. As a person who has been there, Sister Hong heard Mu Yunshir say that she is also very anxious. Chapter 20, Park Kwaki? Does he still have a brother named Park Kwachang? After arranging Mu Yunshir's affairs, Chu Jiang also returned directly to this side of the villa. Xin Xingwei began to get busy. She now had to take care of Chu Jiang's daily life, but also had to take care of the things Chu Jiang had ordered her to do. If she was alone, even if she was more capable, she would not be able to keep herself busy. Fortunately, the nannies and maids that she had recruited before were all highly educated college students, and after observing them over the past 2 days, Xin Xingwei had also selected 5 of the 30 young and beautiful nannies and maids that she thought were not bad to be her assistants. Chu Jiang of course had no problem with this. There were enough nannies and maids in the villa that they were usually overused. Lin Xiaoer was lucky, because she was hardworking and willing to work hard, and she would promptly communicate with Xin Xingwei if she didn't understand anything, so she was also the first to be called over by Xin Xingwei to be her assistant. The performance of the several of you in the past 2 days was good. I've seen it all in my eyes. When I recruited you all and I told you that I wouldn't let you be babysitting maids for the rest of your lives. Xin Xingwei directly called Lin Xiaoer and the few of them to the conference room. Young master has set up an entertainment media company. Now the company is short of manpower. I am going to let you guys go over there. Lin Xiaoer. A few people heard Xin Xingwei say this also hurriedly opened their mouths and said, but at Butler Shen's command, being maids in the villa for the past 2 days, they all knew how much power Xin Xingwei, the private butler, had. No one wants to be a nanny maid for life, although being a maid over here is still very easy, and there is even the possibility of hooking up with Chu Jiang, and from then on flying to the branches as a phoenix. But they also understand that this kind of opportunity is very difficult. Although Chu Jian was still good to them, but from the time they came to the villa, Chu Jian really hadn't done anything out of the ordinary to any of them. Moreover, they didn't think that their own young master would be able to look at them. That kind of Prince Charming falling in love with Cinderella story only existed in fairy tales. In reality, it was unlikely to happen at all. If you want to get ahead, you still have to rely on yourself. Also working for Chu Jiang, Xin Xingwei's status was much higher than theirs, because Xin Xingwei wasn't just a vase, her ability was there for all to see. In that case, I'll start by arranging your work for the near future. Xin Xingwei had always been thunderous, and quickly arranged all the preliminary work. That, Xingwei, come over here for a moment. I'll give you the other real estate certificates as well. You all look at arranging them. Chu Jiang waited until Xin Xingwei had arranged the work. Then he got up and stretched, looked at Xin Xingwei and smiled and said, okay, young master. Inside the study, Xin Xingwei looked at the piles of real estate certificates but did not have yesterday's shock. After seeing Chu Jiang's strong strength, she felt that she was almost numb. She even had the illusion that it would be abnormal if Chu Jiang didn't take out hundreds of real estate certificates. She had already started working on these houses, and since they were all school district houses with good locations, there was no worry about renting them at all. She has a college friend, now in the magic capital side of the real estate agency as a manager. She also made an appointment. If it is appropriate, this matter will be given to her to do. After all, Chu Jiang before and after but took out 700 or 800 sets of houses, to all be her hand to handle the words, certainly unrealistic. Of course, she also reported with Chu Jiang. Chu Jiang did not have any comments, said let her own look at it is. After all, for Chu Jiang, these houses are put there is also put. Rent out can also collect some rent back. He's certainly no opinion. And his 700 or 800 sets of school district houses are high-end neighborhoods. A monthly rent at least 20,000 to start. Even if the 800 houses, this is a month of rent alone 16 million a year down, that's almost 200 million. Although you still have to give Xin Xingwei 10% of the rent, but compared to their own annual rent can get 1 or 200 million. Give Xin Xingwei 1 or 2 million as a reward can be what problem? Xin Xingwei's side and classmates about the time, is also directly out the door to go. On the contrary, Chu Jiang is now very bored, sitting on the sofa smoking and drinking tea, and then brushing the small video of Jitterbug. Although it is very cozy, but it just feels very boring. In the past, when he had no money, he often saw those rich people say that the life of rich people is so boring and dull. At that time, Chu Jiang felt that they were in Versailles. But now, after experiencing this kind of life, he really felt that it was boring and tedious. He felt that he couldn't be interested in doing anything now. In the past, he was keen on getting money, but now, money is just at his fingertips. Not much fun anymore. Just thinking about whether to find Wang Song and the others to come out and have some fun. Sheen Cellophane called him first. Chu old brother, do you have time this afternoon? Come out to play? Brother Qin, you really don't say. I'm so bored in the afternoon that I want to go to bed. Chu Jiang couldn't help but complain. He was really bored. I guessed that you were bored. Old brother Chu, he. Without further ado, I'll send you the location. Qin Cellophane was an acute person, and directly hung up the phone. Not too long after, Qin Cellophane sent a localization over to Chu Jiang. Chu Jiang looked at the positioning and directly got up to go to the underground garage. More than an hour's drive. Chu Jiang finally arrived. This side was almost out of the Magic City. The location was very remote, but with the mountains and water, the environment was quite good. This was a private mountain resort built halfway up the mountain. It looked imposing and particularly grand. Elder brother Chu, you finally come. Qin Cellophane greeted him excitedly, but when he saw that Chu Jiang was driving a Lamborghini Poison, he couldn't help but show envy on his face. Elder brother Chu, the entire Magic City before there was no one who could make me envious. Even brother Tsong he couldn't, but now after knowing you, I am truly envious. Wang Tsong also came over, not without envy said, Chu old brother, you and this is Koenigsegg 1 and Lamborghini Poison, really let brothers really envy Not to mention, Qin Cellophane and Wang Tsong said that the envy was really not false. Hundreds of millions of dollars worth of supercars they cannot afford to buy, and cannot buy, whether it's Lamborghini Poison or Koenigsegg 1, the identity background is not hard enough to qualify to have them. If brothers like it, take it out and drive it for 2 days to have some fun is all. Chu Jiang didn't care. Some things, after owning it really doesn't matter. Besides, there were dozens of luxury cars inside Chu Jiang's garage, although they weren't as good as these two. Just any one of them could be a luxury car worth tens of millions of dollars. Elder brother Chu, didn't you say last time that you always win every bet? Qin Cellophane looked at Chu Jiang with an excited expression. Aha! Chu Jiang looked at Qin Cellophane and also couldn't help but look puzzled. Originally, I was going to take you over to manhwa to play for a few days, but I still have quite a few things to take care of in Magic City recently. But well, even if I can't go to manhwa, it's still the same to come here. Qin Cellophane turned his head to look at the Tianshui mountain villa in front of him and said with a smile, Chu old brother, whether or not we can make a big kill today, it depends on you. Qin Cellophane loves to gamble. Chu Jiang had heard of it before. It was just that Chu Jiang really didn't expect that in the country. There was still this kind of private casino. But think about it, there are so many rich people in the country. When they want to gamble, they can't all go to manhwa, right? As for this Tianshui villa, a glance at it showed that the background was not simple. Don't worry, Chu old brother, the ones who can come over here to play are all big shots with big names, and the top is aware of it. When Wang Sung said so, then Chu Jiang had nothing to hesitate about. Although Chu Jiang hadn't been exposed to gambling, but with golden pupils, how could he lose? Brother Qin, you don't really think that I will always win every time I gamble, do you? How could that be? I just did it that day to get angry at that bastard Sun Yuantao. Although Chu Jiang wouldn't lose, he certainly couldn't win all the time Otherwise, anyone with a discerning eye would notice that Chu Jiang had a problem. Old brother Chu, I'm not that stupid. If you really won every time you gambled, wouldn't you be the king of gamblers? Qin Cellophane also laughed and said, I was just thinking that you are bored at home, and our brothers don't have much to do just so we can come over and play for a while. The three of them walked into Tianshui Mountain Villa while laughing and chatting. By the way, there is a black boxing match over here at night. It's very exciting. It's just right to bring Chu old brother for you to see. When it came to the underground boxing match, Qin Cellophane and Wang Tsong coincidentally both had excited expressions emerge out of their faces. Although Chu Jiang had never seen black boxing, he had heard of it. The level of bloodshed and violence in a black boxing match is definitely not comparable to a regular match. Men are definitely more interested in exciting things. Help me exchange 30 million chips, 10 million a box, separate packages. Qin Cellophane is obviously a regular customer here. He directly handed his bank card to the staff in the casino. Said, okay young Qin, you wait a moment. The staff member respectfully received the bank card, turned around and ran all the way to change the chips for Qin Cell. Elder brother Chu, I'll treat you for coming over to play today. If you lose, it's on me. If you win, the two of us will split it in half. No problem, right? Qin Cellophane looked at Chu Jiang and asked. Naturally no problem. What problem could Chu Jiang have? Anyway, he didn't need to pay for it himself. Besides, he had golden pupils. He really couldn't lose. The casino wasn't small and there were many people. Chu Jiang looked around. There were quite a few people that he had seen before. And of course there were quite a few people that he had never seen and didn't recognize. In addition to the nationals, there were quite a few foreigners in the casino. With the chips in hand, Qin Cellophane impatiently sat down directly in front of the table to play. Chu Jiang was unfamiliar with the gameplay, but he took the chips and sat beside Qin Cell and watched. Elder brother Chu, You wouldn't have never played baccarat, right? No. Chu Jiang didn't hide it. Never played is never played. It doesn't matter if you won't. This is simple. You'll be able to watch 2 more hands. Sheen Cellophane was a bit surprised, but then also smiled and said, but then again, Sheen Cellophane's luck wasn't very good today. From the time he sat down, he had already lost 3 games in a row. Asterisk 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 asterisk. By banker out of idle. By idle out of banker. Today is really evil. Sheen Cellophane said indignantly, but there was a small West 8 on the same table, but he won 3 games in a row. Sheen Cellophane bought idle, he bought bank. Sheen Cellophane bought bank, he bought idle. It is simply obvious that Sheen Cellophane has a bright light. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Park Gui-ji. What the hell do you mean? What the hell do you mean? Sheen Cellophane was recognizing Park Gui-ji. Directly Cold Face shouted at him. However, when Chu Jiang heard Sheen Cellophane shouting his name, he also couldn't help but directly snort out a laugh. Park Guk-ji? Wait, doesn't he have an older brother named Park Gui-chang? Chu Jiang couldn't help but think this way in his heart. The opposite side Shaoxi Hachi obviously also knew Sheen Cellophane, and when he heard Sheen Cellophane say that, he instead said with an arrogant face, ACI bar, Sheen Xiao, I'm just treating you like a bright light today. What can you do? What can you do? Sheen Cellophane could not stand this stimulation. Just now he lost 3 million chips in 3 games. 10 million chips, only 7 million left. He directly threw all the chips on the banker. I bet 7 million. Have the balls, you don't wimp out. This kind of table. Single bet limit red 1 million. Sheen Porphyrite's pressure 7 million, obviously unreasonable. But Sheen Cellophane's meaning is also very obvious. He is ready to bet this game with the small West 8 Park Gui-ji. Park Gui-ji is the first line of the Park family. The plutocrat of the small western side of the 8. Arrogant and domineering since childhood. No one put in the eyes. Although he knew that Sheen Cellophane was the top rich second generation in China. But in terms of family wealth, his Park family was not necessarily inferior to the Sheen family. It's only $7 million. I'm betting on you, young Sheen, to dot your back. With those words, Park Gui-ji directly took out 7 million chips and threw them directly on top of the idol. This side of the sudden accident, many people directly surrounded up. Good boy, play so big. Don't even look at who it is. One is the domestic Sheen Xiao, a plutocrat's son's brother. 7 million is just not much for them. That little West 8 is so arrogant. Looks like he really needs a beating. Don't be impulsive. That's the second son of the Park family of the West 8 country. Park Gui-ji. What? Park Kook-hee. Although Park Gui-ji is a small West 8, but he is still very good at Chinese. He also knew what his name meant in Chinese, and when he heard someone say that, his face directly became obscure. Chu Jiang's side used his golden pupil to probe, and he couldn't help but frown as well. Sure enough, as soon as the cards were opened on this side, Park Gui-ji's pressed player directly skycard 9 points. Seeing that he was 9 points, small West 8 Park Gui-ji directly jumped up. Young Sheen, I'm sorry, I made you lose $7 million again. Although Sheen Cellophane's side has not yet opened the cards, there is basically no hope. The moment he saw that Park Cook he had a 9, Sheen Cellophane's face turned ashen. Although $7 million wasn't much, the face he lost today was his face. Brother Sheen, I'll open it for you. Maybe. We're also 9 points. Chu Jiang laughed, reached out and directly took the cards and slammed them on the table. A 5, a 4, adding up to exactly 9 points. Sheen Cellophane, who was already in despair, instantly came to his senses. Asterisk 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 asterisk. And elder brother Chu. Great. Sheen Cellophane directly jumped up and couldn't help but say excitedly. Chu Jiang really didn't know how to play cards, but just a moment ago, he picked up the divine gambling skill and extracted and learned this skill at the first opportunity. Just now, he had used his golden pupil to probe Sheen Cellophane's cards, a 5 point and a 6 point, adding up to only 1 point. Opposite the sky card with 9 points, Sheen Cellophane's game would have been a sure loss. However, the moment Chu Jiang opened his cards, he directly used stealing the sky, directly replacing that 6-point poker card with a 4-point. A draw? Xiaoshiba Park Gui-ji was all set to get up and fish for chips, and when he saw that Sheen Cellophane also had 9 points, he was instantly confused. Ha, this can't even be lost. It seems to be a lucky break. Sheen Cellophane was quite excited. Originally was bound to lose the card, did not expect to actually draw. Chu old brother, just now it was you who opened the cards. This hand you choose. Sheen Cellophane looked at Chu Jiang and said excitedly. Chu Jiang is also not to be denied. Directly the Sheen Porphyrites of the 7 million chips along with his own hand of 10 million chips directly pressed on the top of the idol house. Wang Tsong watched from the sidelines, also did not say much, directly put the hand of 10 million chips also pressed on the top of the idol house. Park Gui-ji saw Chu Jiang and the others directly bet 27 million chips up. He also could not help but be a little timid, frowning hesitantly on whether to go. Chu Jiang also saw Park Goheim's hesitation, and couldn't help but smile and say, Park Goheim, right? I've heard that your family is the second most wealthy family, but now it seems that the name doesn't match the reality. You can't even afford to play with $27 million. What are you pretending to be in our country? As soon as Chu Jiang opened his mouth, he really succeeded in enraging Park Gu-ji. Isn't it $27 million? Alright, I'm on. With those words, he directly bet all of his direct chips on the dealer. On this side, he just got his cards, and also followed Chu Jiang's posture of slamming his cards just now, and directly slammed his cards onto the table. A 6, a deuce, and an 8 on the sky card. Wow, 8 points. Not small. Now the pressure is on Young Qin and the others. Who's that young man next to Young Qin? Why haven't I seen him before? Chu Xiao. You don't even know about Mr. Chu, but you should know about that Koenigsegg one, right? It's his. Boy, I shouldn't have been impulsive. I guess I'm going to lose badly now. Those surrounding onlookers who saw Park Guki drive 8 points couldn't help but sigh and say. On the contrary, Chu Jiang did not panic at all. Directly lit a cigarette and took a deep breath. I'm a person. I always win when I gamble. I've never lost. Qin Cellophane was already very nervous, but when he heard Chu Jiang say this in front of so many people, somehow his heart inexplicably calmed down. Chu Jiang didn't touch the cards. He said towards the beautiful young dealer in front of him, You open 9 points. This is yours. As Chu Jiang spoke, he took a $1 million chip and shook it in front of the dealer. When the dealer heard Chu Jiang say that, his heart was so excited that his hand couldn't help but shake. The first flip was a public card, and those around him couldn't help but sigh. But the next second, everyone froze, because the second poker was clearly a 9. Chu Jiang was very calm. On the contrary, Qin Cellophane directly jumped up, and with both hands, he fished all those chips on the table towards himself. Chu Jiang casually threw that $1 million chip in front of the dealer. Good opening. This is yours. At this second, everyone present, except for those people from Park Guji, felt that Chu Jiang was really handsome. Chapter 2120. 000 words big chapter, must read. There are 3 important plots. If it wasn't for Chu Jiang letting the dealer open the cards, Park Guiji would have thought that Chu Jiang was cheating. 2 in a row open 9 points. Chu Jiang, this luck is really no one else. Park Kwok, he was sensible. Directly got up and left this side, having lost $27 million, although with his worth, he could care less, but reason told him that he couldn't play anymore. Qin Cellophane didn't even have the time to go up and sneer a couple of times before Little West 8 Park Guiji fled with his tail between his legs. Little Saihachi is Little Saihachi. How much did he lose before he lost his guts? Qin Cellophane sneered twice as he laughed while coating his chips. A win of 27 million. Qin Porphyrite's mood is good is also directly close the hand not to play. He transferred $6 million to Chu Jiang and Wang Song, and he himself won $11 million. One of them was rewarded by Chu Jiang to the lottery officer. The key is that this money is to win the small West 8 Park Guijis. That feeling can be really too good. Brother Qin, why did you transfer $6 million to me here? Shouldn't it be 5 million? Chu Jiang also froze for a moment when he saw the SMS prompt of $6 million in the bank account, and looked at Qin Cellophane and casually asked, Winning small West 8 money, happy Qin Cellophane laughed. You think so? Ha ha, brother Qin. Then I'll take this money, haha. Chu Jiang didn't care about this $6 million of unexpected income. For him, it wasn't as good as knowing a few rich second-generation people to casually pick up a few rewards. But since this money was from winning the Little West 8 Park Guiji, it was a different story. Qin Cellophane did not play. Chu Jiang and Wang Song also do not have much of a gambling addiction. The 3 of them from the casino out. Also in this side of the garden in the middle of the order of the most expensive afternoon tea package they drinking tea and chatting. They didn't realize that it was getting dark. At night, Tianshui Mountain Villa became more lively. Today, this black boxing match was Magic City's underground boxing champion Chen Chen versus the underground boxing champion of the 8 countries of the Lesser West, Du Min Tai, elder brother Chu. This Chen Chen is powerful. He's already won 18 matches in a row. If he wins this one again, he'll directly break the record of the Magic City underground boxing ring. Chu Jiang and the others had already entered the center of the ring. Looking around, the surrounding area was packed. Wang Song knew that it was Chu Jiang's first time to see this kind of thing, so he also directly introduced it to Chu Jiang. He's quite powerful then. Chu Jiang was also uncertain. 18 consecutive victories. This record was indeed very impressive. However, Chen Chen's opponent is the underground boxing champion of the 8 countries of the Little West, Du Min Tai. This one is also a ruthless person. I heard that he was born as a mercenary. He had exterminated several small countries in that part of Africa. His killing spirit is very heavy. Qin Cellophane frowned and couldn't help but worry. In this black boxing match today, there are no winners or losers, only life and death. Ha,
Chu Jiang also couldn't help but be shocked when he heard Qin Cellophane say that. There are no winners or losers.
Only life and death? Aha! Qin Cellophane nodded. Do you know how much the prize money is for both of them to win this match? 1 million?
Chu Jiang hadn't come into contact with black boxing, but he still had knowledge of regular matches.
He didn't dare to guess less,
but it was obvious that Chu Jiang still guessed less.
Elder brother Chu, you guessed more. $10 million? Chu Jiang frowned,
thinking that 10 million was about right.
$50 million.
The corner of Qin Cellophane's mouth rose slightly as he chuckled softly.
$50 million bonus. That much?
I just looked. The peripheral bets have exceeded $3 billion.
The strength of the two people is about the same,
and the odds are both 1-to-1.
With such high odds, it's destined that neither side will be able to let go of the water or admit defeat.
There's only one way for them to leave here alive, and that's to beat each other to death with their fists on stage.
When Qin Cellophane said this, Chu Jiang could understand. Isn't this a bit too cruel?
The weak are the strong. That's how this world is.
Moreover,
they all sign life and death contracts before their matches, and for a match of this caliber,
even if he dies on stage in the end,
his family will be able to feed and clothe themselves for the rest of their lives.
Wang Tsong smiled and explained to Chu Jiang, besides, this is their own choice. No one is forcing them to come to this black fist fight. That's true. Chu Jiang nodded, not commenting on what Wang Tsong said. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the atmosphere of the scene directly peaked. Many people at the scene were chanting Qin Chen's name. After all, it was in Magic City, and many of the people present were domestic tycoons. They weren't supporting Qin Chen.
It was just because Qin Chen's previous 18 consecutive victories had helped them make a lot of money.
Qin Chen was indeed very strong, although he was not tall.
His whole body was muscular and his bare upper body had many scars,
but that also meant his impressive battle record.
Chu Jiang was sitting in the VIP seat in the front row. When Qin Chen walked past him, Chu Jiang shouted a cheer at him. Qin Chen glanced back at Chu Jiang and grinned instead. Chu Jiang looked at a small transparent ball suspended in front of him, which happened to be left behind when Qin Chen walked by just now. Ding! You've picked up the national art unrivaled skill. Chu Jiang was also stunned when he heard the system's beep, and then he also snickered.
Surprisingly, I picked up another skill reward, and national art unparalleled. Sounds so good.
Chu Jiang didn't even think about it and directly extracted and learned the skill.
In an instant,
Chu Jiang had a lot more content about national arts in his mind, and he felt that his physique had also changed greatly.
Originally,
Chu Jiang's body was very robust,
and after extracting and learning the national art unparalleled skill,
he felt as if his body had completed a metamorphosis. When Qin Chen mounted the ring,
Du Min Tai,
the champion of the 8 countries of the Lesser West,
followed him into the ring. Most of the people present were Chinese,
so it was naturally impossible for them to cheer and support him.
A little West 8. However, Park Guiji was dancing up a storm.
He gave a vicious look towards Chu Jiang's side, then he also shouted in Chinese,
Du Min Tai, give me a hard fight,
kill this Chinese pig. Park Guiji was arrogant, but he seemed to have forgotten that he was now in Chinese territory. His words just now directly caused many people present to be upset with him.
However, he was after all the direct descendant of the Park family,
the second largest plutocrat in the 8 countries of the Lesser West, so ordinary people really couldn't afford to provoke him.
Chu Jiang originally didn't want to provoke Park Guiji again. After all, it's better to do more than less. His wings are not yet full. If he really provoked the second largest plutocrat of the 8 countries of the Little West, it's really a little bit troublesome for him. But just now, Park Guiji's words directly made Chu Jiang unhappy. He directly stood up and walked towards Park Guiji. Although Qin Cellophane and Wang Tsong were also very upset by Park Guiji's words just now, but they had more concerns so they didn't dare to act rashly. However, Chu Jiang didn't have as many concerns as they did. Within the territory of the state of China, even the gods and devils have to be banned. So how can you dare to be so arrogant as a little West 8? If the Chinese people hated the islanders who had a good little life because of the national hatred, then, hating the little West 8, that was really hating it from the bottom of their bones. Elder brother Chu, don't be impulsive. When Qin Cellophane saw Chu Jiang walking straight towards Park Guiji, he also hurriedly followed. However, his words were obviously too late. Chu Jiang walked over to Park Guiji and without any further ado, directly hammered his fist on his face. Chu Jiang's punch was fast and hard. The bodyguards around Park Guiji didn't react at all. When they reacted, Park Guiji's entire body was knocked to the ground, and his teeth were hammered out by that punch. The bodyguards around Park Guiji saw the situation and hurriedly surrounded Chu Jiang. But the next second Chu Jiang struck. In 3 strokes, all of those bodyguards of Park Guiji were dried over on the ground. This is China. It's not a place where a small West 8 like you can be wild. Chu Jiang directly went forward and pulled Park Guiji's hair, pressing his head on the ground and hitting it hard twice. Next time I hear you speak disrespectfully, it won't be as simple as hammering you.
After saying his words, Chu Jiang directly kicked viciously towards Park Guji's stomach,
and instantly, Park Guji's entire body curled up, instantly crying out in a ghostly manner.
Chu Jiang suddenly went berserk and beat up Park Guiji directly. The people present didn't expect Chu Jiang to be so pugnacious, but seeing Xiao Shihachi Park Guiji being beaten up, the Chinese people present all got excited. A good beating. Little Nishihachi just owes a beating. Mud. It's so exciting. My blood is boiling from watching this. Beating up on Nishihachi, isn't that better than Bo? Let the small West 8 mouth cheap. Chu said, well, in China, the gods and demons are forbidden. You a small West 8, also dare to be arrogant? Originally, this side was an underground boxing ring, a place filled with bloody violence. The main event on the ring hadn't even started yet, but off the field Chu Jiang had beaten up Park Guiji. The beaten Park didn't dare to resist. After all, this is not their small Western 8 countries. Even if he wants to retaliate against Chu Jiang, then he must also have the ability to do so. Those bodyguards around him are all retired special forces of their small Western 8 countries. Who would have thought that Chu Jiang simply did not bother to waste all his bodyguards? Park Guiji endured the pain and fled the place. And when he saw the little West 8 fleeing, the scene instantly erupted in applause. Qin Cellophane and Wang Tsong were both stunned by Chu Jiang's skill. *******. Elder brother Chu, I didn't expect you to be so capable of fighting. Those bodyguards around Park Guiji aren't simple. It's said that they're all retired special forces soldiers from the 8 countries of the Lesser West, an existence that can hold 10 against 1. But how do I feel that they wouldn't last more than a single move in your hands? ******. Elder brother Chu, that punch of yours just now was really burning, wasn't it? Qin Cellophane and Wang Tsong were truly not expecting Chu Jiang to be so powerful, and were directly dumbfounded. It's not simple to beat a few small West 8s? Chu Jiang spoke with a slightly louder voice, which caused Du Mintai, who was already standing in the ring, to be very upset. He had already set his sights on Chu Jiang just now when he made a move to violently beat up Park Guiji. Now, when he heard Chu Jiang say that it wasn't easy to beat up a few small West 8s, he was directly enraged. Du Mintai knew Chinese, and he heard the contempt in Chu Jiang's words. Hey, you, dare you come up and fight me? Du Mintai pointed his finger at Chu Jiang, declaring war with Chu Jiang in his skimpy Chinese. Hearing Du Mintai declare war with himself, Chu Jiang also froze for a moment. Frowning, fight with you? I'm afraid of beating you to death. Du Mintai was strong, but he was only strong. Forget it, they're right. Chinese people are all softies who bully and fear the weak. Du Mintai cursed. His voice wasn't exactly small, and he clearly had the intention of deliberately provoking Chu Jiang. Chu old brother, don't be general with him. A little Shiba is just a little Shiba. Don't be impulsive. Wang Tsong is also afraid of Chu Jiang accident. After all, Du Mintai that can be different from those bodyguards of Park Guiji? This is really ruthless But Wang Tsong's words just fell. Chu Jiang is directly asleep, directly jumped on the ring, wanting to seek death. Chu Jiang naturally did not stop him. What's more, he was already looking at this group of little West 8s in a bad way. Chen Chen was also confused. He walked to Chu Jiang. He is very powerful. You are not his opponent. Forget it, I will fight him. Both being Chinese, Chen Chen naturally stood on Chu Jiang's side. Moreover, Du Mintai was indeed very powerful. Chen Chen could feel the heavy killing aura on Du Mintai's body. He was resting his eyes with his eyes closed just now when Chu Jiang struck out to teach Park Guiji and those people a lesson, and didn't see Chu Jiang strike. However, he felt that even if Chu Jiang was very powerful it was absolutely impossible for him to be Du Mintai's opponent. You go down first. Chu Jiang laughed and looked at Chen Chen and said, since he wants to seek death, how could I possibly stop him? Chen Chen heard Chu Jiang say that and was also directly confused. In his heart, he thought to himself, how could this rich second generation not listen to advice? These rich second generation, do they really think that they can fight all over the world just because they've learned a little bit of three-legged kung fu? But at a time like this Chen Chen couldn't say much. He glanced at Chu Jiang then jumped straight down from the ring. However, he was standing at the side. If Du Mintai was to fight to the death, he would have to go up and stop him. Only in the next second, Chen Chen was directly dumbfounded. The 1m8 Du Mintai was actually sent flying out by Chu Jiang's punch. 8 Extremes Avalanche? Chen Chen could tell at a glance that Chu Jiang had just used 8 Extreme Avalanche in that punch, and that the realm was profound, only higher than him. No wonder, he dared to go on stage, and look away. Chen Chen muttered out of his mouth. His whole body couldn't help but get paralyzed as he looked at Du Mintai who was knocked to the ground by a punch. All of his internal organs have collapsed. He's actually in the sovereign realm? Chen Chen had been learning national arts from his grandfather since he was a child, and he was especially good at the 8 Extremes fist. It was rumored that a fist from a Zhongsha realm expert could crack mountains and rocks with unimaginable power. he suddenly thought of a line from a movie he had once seen. This punch, 20 years of ability. Who can block it? Obviously, Du Min-tae didn't block it. Chu Jiang also didn't expect the power of this 8 extreme avalanche to be so great. And when he stored up his strength and blasted out with a single punch, he directly sent Du Min-tae flying out. Moreover, this punch directly shattered Du Min-tae's internal organs, causing Du Min-tae to directly pass out. Originally, everyone present was still expecting an unprecedented battle. Who would have thought that it would only take less than a second from start to finish? They didn't even see clearly what Chu Jiang had actually done. Anyway, Du Min-tae just flew out a long way and then smashed heavily on top of the ring. Then, Du Min-tae, the ferocious little West 8, slumped down in the ring and didn't move at all. Hiss! So strong. Chen Chen could not help but suck in a breath of cool air from within. As for the others, they were all confused. Asterisk 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 asterisk? It can't be? It's over? Wasn't it said that this Du Min-tae was born as a mercenary and was exceptionally fierce? How come? He couldn't last a single punch? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is he that weak? Why do I feel like I can do it on my own? Really? What just happened? I didn't see it. The scene was in an uproar. Chen Chen instead stood respectfully under the ring and bent towards Chu Jiang. Senior. I didn't realize that Senior is a national martial arts master. Just now it was me who was rude. Please forgive me, Senior. Chen Chen lowered his head. He was very respectful to Chu Jiang. As the saying goes, a master is a master. Even though Chu Jiang looked young, but he was a patriarch. He wasn't ashamed to call out to Chu Jiang as a senior. Speaking of which, Chu Jiang actually didn't expect the power of his punch to be so strong. This person, Senior, don't worry. He has signed a life and death contract. It's his honor to die in the hands of Senior. Chen Chen looked at Chu Jiang and couldn't help but envy. Senior's fist, the 8 extreme avalanche. Cracking mountains and rocks are no big deal. He's a fleshly mortal. Even if he's more powerful, he won't be able to carry Senior's fist. All of his internal organs were shattered. He simply couldn't survive. Hearing Chen Chen say that, Chu Jiang also couldn't help but frown. He was truly surprised that he had hammered Du Min-tae to death with a single punch. Even though Chu Jiang's mental quality was very high, he could not help but be shocked at the sight of Du Min-tae, who was lying motionless in the ring. Jumping down from the ring, Chu Jiang then calmed down a bit. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Elder brother Chu, this is too powerful for you. That was Du Min-tae. He wouldn't have been hammered to death by one of your punches, right? This is all the king of mercenaries has? Xin Cellophane and Wang Tsong surrounded Chu Jiang's side. You spoke and I spoke. Their tones filled with admiration. Du Min-tae fell to the ground and died, losing his opponent Chen Chen. This black boxing match naturally could not be fought. Senior, thank you for stepping in. Speaking of which, if Chu Jiang hadn't suddenly stepped in and resolved Du Min-tae, Chen Chen felt that the person who died above the ring today might have been him. He could clearly sense just now how powerful Du Min-tae was, and if he really fought Du Min-tae, it was estimated that there was an 80% probability that he would be directly hammered to death by Du Min-tae. It was just that he had never thought that Chu Jiang, who appeared to be a second-generation rich man, was actually a powerful person of the Zhongshu realm. When he thought that he had just said that Chu Jiang was not a match for Du Min-tae, Chen Chen couldn't just slap himself. Not to mention the fact that Du Min-tae was such a small West 8. Even if 10 Du Min-tae were tied together, they wouldn't be enough to beat a grandmaster. Everyone at the scene was dumbfounded by the sudden change. Where is the king of mercenaries? What about the most ferocious man in the little West 8? How come he couldn't even hold up a single punch? Asterisk 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 asterisk. That's it. Lost. I still bought him to win. 3 million. Ah, damn. Give me my money back. Refund, refund, refund. No one at the scene cared about the death of Du Min-tae. They all yelled for a refund. If Chen Chen had punched Du Min-tae to death, they would have recognized it. The point is, it was Chu Jiang who threw the punch. The crowd was furious. The master of the underground boxing ring also had to rush out to issue a statement. Everyone calm down. The money will certainly be returned to everyone. This money, even if they want to not return, also cannot. As for finding Chu Jiang trouble, don't kid yourself. They weren't stupid. Du Min-tae himself provoked Chu Jiang and was whacked to death and still can blame others? And for a dead little West 8 to find the Magic City's new top rich young Chu Jiang's trouble, that is not brain dead? And Chu Jiang punched to death Du Min-tae, this kind of ruthless person. They want to find Chu Jiang trouble, that also have to have this strength to do. Chu old brother, I didn't expect you to hide so deeply. What was the name of that punch you just threw? It was too powerful, wasn't it? Xin Cellophane was very excited. He had always loved excitement, and a punch like this that could send a strong man flying with one punch. He wanted to learn it. 8 extreme avalanche. Chu Jiang laughed, clenched his fist and blasted out a punch in front of Xin Cellophane's eyes. The speed was so fast that it even blasted out a sonic boom. This punch,
with 20 years of power, can open mountains and crack rocks, who can block it? The corners of Chu Zhang's mouth rose slightly, looking excited. Coming out from the Tianshui villa, Wang Song also came to Chu Zhang's side and said, "Elder brother Chu, this is troublesome. You beat up Park Guiji. The Park family definitely won't stop." Although he knew that Chu Zhang was very strong, but as the saying goes, it's hard to beat four hands with two fists, and if the Park family really wanted to retaliate against Chu Zhang, they would definitely find professional killers to come over. By then the enemy is in the dark and I am in the light, so we have to be on guard. Brother Song, don't worry, I will pay attention. Chu Zhang of course knew the consequences of his outburst of violently beating Park Guiji today, but if he could do it all over again, Chu Zhang would definitely not hesitate to beat him up again. Well, but it's good that you're in the country. They shouldn't act rashly either. This is true. China has always been known as a mercenary tomb. No matter what level of mercenaries, as long as they dare to enter China's territory with a gun, they will be allowed to come over without a life to go back. Chu Zhang actually did not particularly worried. After all, this is China. As long as he is not out of the country, those small West ain't even if again powerful and can put him how? Coming out from Tianshui villa, Chu Zhang didn't join Wang Song and the others. He was in a complicated mood right now. The images of the bloody and violent underground boxing ring were also constantly circling in his mind. He was a bit exhilarated, but more than that, he was depressed. The main reason was that he had just blown Du Min-tae to death with a single punch, even though it was a small West aide who had sought his own death. But how could he say that it was still a fresh human life? Chu Zhang felt that he now wanted to urgently vent out that suppressed emotion in his heart. As he drove past the 9th People's Hospital of Magic City, he suddenly thought of Li Zihui. The super cool Lamborghini Poison was parked in front of the hospital. Chu Zhang sat in the car and lit a cigarette. After inhaling deeply, Chu Zhang also directly dialed Li Zihui's phone. Where is it? Li Zihui had been taking care of her mother in the hospital for the past 2 days, looking tired, but at the same time, the sadness on her face dissipated and was replaced by joy. The problem of medical expenses had been solved, and a suitable kidney source had been matched, just waiting for the operation. However, in these 2 days, she was still a little apprehensive in her heart, because Chu Zhang hadn't contacted her since he gave her $2 million. How to say it? Li Zihui now has a very complicated mood. On one hand, she hoped that Chu Zhang would contact her. On the one hand, she was afraid that Chu Zhang would contact her. Young, handsome and rich, not to mention her, any woman can't resist, right? Especially after that night, Li Zihui could be said to have given her body and mind to Chu Zhang, but she also understands. Chu Zhang's such a rich second generation, and how could possibly sincerely like her such a Cinderella? Today, Li Zihui's cousin also came from her hometown to visit her aunt. The family was also catching up on old times in the hospital room, and it was a happy time. Just then, Li Zihui's cell phone suddenly rang. Li Zihui's cell phone was placed on the nightstand to charge, and it just so happened that Li Zihui's cousin, Zhou Baiting, was standing right next to the nightstand, and directly picked up her cell phone to take a look. "Sister, your phone. The memo is Chu Xiao." When Li Zihui heard the words Chu Xiao, her face instantly became a little unsettled. "Well, Baiting, you take care of it here. I'll go out to take a call." With those words, Li Zihui also took her cell phone and walked towards the outside of the ward. Zhou Baiting looked at her cousin's hurried appearance and also frowned, murmuring, "What's wrong with cousin? It's strange." Li Zihui hurriedly picked up the phone when she left the hospital room. "Where?" Chu Zhang's calm and depressed voice came from the phone. "I'm in the hospital." Li Zihui pursed her lips and said softly, "I'm in front of the hospital. Give you 10 minutes. I'll wait for you." Chu Zhang hung up the phone directly after saying that. He didn't give Li Zihui the chance to reject himself at all. Li Zihui certainly didn't dare to reject Chu Zhang. She clasped her hands together, lowered her head and pondered slightly before also turning around to return to the ward. "Mom, my friend is looking for me for something. I'm going out." Li Zihui first confided in her own mother, then looked at Zhou Baiting and said, "Baiting, you help me take care of things here. When I'm free in a few days, I'll take you to Disney to play." Li Zihui gave a brief explanation on this side, and without daring to delay, he hurriedly ran out of the hospital room. Coming down from the inpatient building, Li Zihui was jogging all the way to the main entrance of the hospital. She looked at the time. 8 minutes had already passed. Taking a breath and looking around, she didn't see Chu Zhang's Lamborghini Bull, but she did see the even cooler Lamborghini Poison. She froze. Although she wasn't familiar with cars, she remembered that the last time Chu Zhang drove a car, it was purple, and this supercar was black. Chu Zhang's side also saw Li Zihui. He directly honked the horn. Li Zihui subconsciously also walked towards Chu Zhang's side. Chu Zhang rolled down the window and said to Li Zihui, "Get in." Li Zihui didn't dare to disobey Chu Zhang, and timidly sat in the car. Chu Jiang didn't say anything more, directly kicked the gas and turned the car around. There was a 5-star hotel right next to it. Chu Jiang drove the car to this side of the hotel. Although Li Zihui was not very old, she was also a college student, an adult. In the middle of the night, a lonely man and woman. What did Chu Jiang mean by bringing her to the hotel? How could she not understand? Getting down from the car, Chu Jiang wrapped his arm around Li Zihui's waist and walked straight into the hotel. Last time in Yangfu Palace, Chu Jiang was drunk, and afterward he didn't remember anything. This time, Chu Jiang was realistically feeling the excitement of the male and female affairs. After the rain, Chu Jiang's heart of that depression is finally vented out. Sitting on the bed and lighting a cigarette, looking at Li Zihui who was paralyzed on the bed, Chu Jiang could not help but feel a trace of guilt in his heart. How is Auntie's illness? Chu Jiang hadn't been able to communicate much with Li Zihui just now, and it was only until now, when he had vented out that depression in his heart, that Chu Jiang returned to normal. To be honest, he didn't know what was wrong with him. Looking at Li Zihui, who was paralyzed on the bed, he also felt guilty all of a sudden. Li Zihui could feel that Chu Jiang was a bit off today. She didn't resist and was very obedient. Hearing Chu Jiang ask about her mother's condition, Li Zihui turned over with difficulty. My mom, she will be operated in 2 days, and has been matched to a suitable kidney source. Li Zihui's voice was a little hoarse, but it sounded a little tantalizing. Well, is there enough money? Chu Jiang nodded and looked at Li Zihui and asked. Enough. For the surgery, it'll probably require $500,000. The $2 million you gave me, young Chu, is completely enough? Li Zihui nodded her head and said very nicely. Alright, when Auntie's surgery is over, I'll go over and take a look. The corner of Chu Jiang's mouth rose slightly, and he said with a soft smile, just now, it hurt you, didn't it? It's also, okay. Hearing Chu Jiang say that, Li Zihui's face was instantly covered in shyness. Last time, Chu Jiang was drunk, and at that time, nothing could be seen in the room in pitch black. Just now, Chu Jiang was indeed sober, and moreover, the lights in the room were all on. This is for you. Chu Jiang got up and took out a Patek Philippe lady's wristwatch from his own clothes. He had just extracted it directly from the system space. You have fair skin. It's just right for this. Chu Jiang, without any further ado, directly pulled Li Zihui's hand and gave her that Patek Philippe to put on her right wrist. Li Zihui was just an ordinary girl from an ordinary family. She naturally couldn't possibly recognize a Patek Philippe, but she wasn't a cutie either. She could see that this watch was worth a lot of money. Chu Xiao, Li Zihui instinctively still wanted to refuse, but Chu Jiang instead wrapped her in his arms and came to her ear and blew a breath whispering, as my woman, you have to learn to enjoy these luxuries. Li Zihui couldn't help but tremble slightly, and unconsciously her whole body burned. For a while, Chu Jiang also felt the changes in Li Zihui's body, smelling the light and tantalizing body fragrance on her body. Where could the young and strong Chu Jiang top it? After some more clouds and rain, it was already the second half of the night. The next morning when I woke up, Li Zihui lying on Chu Jiang's chest, sleeping very sweet. Chu Jiang moved his body but directly woke up Li Zihui. I'll send you to the hospital in a while. Chu Jiang wrapped his arms around Li Zihui and gently kissed her on her eyes. Aha! Li Zihui pursed her lips and gently nodded. Having not returned for the night, even though she had already greeted her mother when she left last night, Li Zihui still had to hurry back in order to avoid her family from worrying. Tell me if you don't have enough money to spend. When Auntie gets better, let Auntie rest and rest more on this side of Mordor. I still have a few more houses over in Tomson. You guys can just move there then. Chu Jiang stroked Li Zihui's hair with his hand and said without any tenderness, Chu Xiao, the house is sitting idle there with no one living in it. It's a waste to put it away otherwise. Chu Jiang could see that Li Zihui wanted to refuse. He also hurriedly said, okay, obedient, good boy. Li Zihui's biggest advantage was obedient and good behavior. Chu Jiang had said so. She also pursed her lips and nodded. From the hotel, Chu Jiang also drove Li Zihui to the hospital entrance. Li Zihui got off the car when looking at Chu Jiang's handsome side face can not help but thumping up. She got up while Chu Jiang did not pay attention to sneak in Chu Jiang's face kiss. The corner of Chu Jiang's mouth rose slightly and smiled. Go back quickly. Don't let Auntie worry about you. Aha! Opening the car door, Li Zihui stepped down from the passenger seat of the Lamborghini Poison. She could feel the kind of envious eyes those people around her threw towards her. Instead, she didn't directly walk towards the inpatient building. Instead, she watched Chu Jiang drive away. Only when Chu Jiang drove away did Li Zihui come to her senses, and a smile involuntarily appeared on her face. She had never thought that she would one day fly up to become a phoenix, even if she had now become Chu Jiang's woman. After all, she was just a girl from an ordinary family. With Chu Jiang, that was not the right door. She didn't think that she would become the one standing beside Chu Jiang, but then again, she knew what she should do. becoming Chu Jiang's woman. Even if she couldn't expose it, she was willing to do so. Women, naturally, would all like strong men, without a doubt. Chu Jiang was the strong man. Generally girls, at her age, would basically envision a fairy tale love. Before, Li Zihui had also longed for it, but in front of reality, she knew what was right. Becoming Chu Jiang's woman would at the very least guarantee a lifetime of fine clothes and food. After seeing a man like Chu Jiang, there were really not many males in this world that could fit into her eyes. Standing at the entrance of the hospital, Li Zihui couldn't help but ramble on. Cousin? A sudden cry of cousin also made Li Zihui instantly wake up. She turned back and happened to see her cousin Zhou Biting, with 4 eyes facing each other. It was more or less awkward. Cousin, it's really you. Zhou Biting had gossip written all over her face. The scene where Li Zihui came down from Chu Jiang's car just now could just be seen by Zhou Biting, who came out to buy breakfast. She had thought that she was blinking, but she didn't expect that it was really her cousin. Although Zhou Biting didn't know much about cars, she knew that the car was a supercar and very expensive, associated with the fact that last night, Li Zihui took a phone call and left the hospital in a hurry, and now that she had walked away from a very expensive supercar, Zhou Biting was now full of gossip. Don't talk nonsense. Li Zihui was also startled and hurriedly pulled Zhou Biting to her side and said, Cousin, don't worry, you still can't be clear about it. My mouth is tight. Zhou Biting heatedly smiled. Cousin, that one is my cousin's husband, right? Hearing Zhou Biting say that, Li Zihui also hurriedly said, Don't talk nonsense, he is a friend of mine. A friend? Zhou Biting looked at Li Zihui, whose face was translucent red and also hemmed and hawed. Cousin, don't lie to me. Can I not understand you? When you tell a lie, your face turns red. Look at your rosy face, just like you're drunk. What a friend, Li Zihui said softly. Biting, this matter you must not say out. You just pretend that just now did not see anything. Li Zihui was afraid that because of some problems on her side it would affect Chu Jiang, and was also very cautious. Unless Chu Jiang himself came over to personally show his relationship with himself. Otherwise, Li Zihui would never say anything about her relationship with Chu Jiang to anyone. Okay, but, sister, this friend of yours, he should be quite rich, right? Zhou Biting's eyes rolled twice, and holding on to Li Zihui's arm, she said intimately, Why don't you, sis, introduce him to me as your boyfriend? Hearing Zhou Biting say this, Li Zihui also couldn't help but blank her. What are you talking about you? You're not even an adult yet. Soon I'll be an adult in 2 months Zhou Biting's personality was a bit more lively and cheerful than Li Zihui's. The two of them were close in age and had grown up together, and their relationship was particularly good. Whether Li Zihui was lying or not, Zhou Biting couldn't be clearer. Cousin her, something's not right. Zhou Biting couldn't help but murmur in her heart. However, seeing Li Zihui say this solemnly, she also understood what she should do. Chu Jiang drove directly back to Tang Palace Villa. Seeing Chu Jiang return, those nanny servants in maid outfits also hurriedly came up to serve, serving tea and pouring water. These were the most basic services. Shen Xingwei knew that Chu Jiang had returned and also hurriedly walked to Chu Jiang's side. Young master, you're back. Aha. Chu Jiang sat on the sofa and took a sip of tea, also nodded his head and mumbled, Young master, I met with my classmate yesterday. There's no problem on her side. All the school district rooms have been listed on the rental network. Alright, I'm relieved to leave this matter in your charge. Chu Jiang laughed. He still recognized Shen Xingwei's ability. Right, this side of Chumen Entertainment and Media Company I have also registered, and our contract with Mu Yunshir has also been signed. Shen Xingwei reported her work situation briefly. Chu Jiang also stretched his waist. Find a way to sign a few more artists with good potential. Right, you should also pay attention to the big IPs on the market. There are good IPs we must take over. Chu Jiang lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and added, Money is not a problem. Good. With Chu Jiang's sentence that money was not a problem, Shen Xingwei was able to shake off her bladder and boldly do things. After all, as long as there was money, then it was just a matter of smashing, and one could also smash their way to a top 3 position in an entertainment media company. If you want to eat something spicy for lunch, prepare Sichuan and Hunan dishes. Chu Jiang crossed his legs and said with a grin while brushing his jitterbug. Okay, young master, I'll order. Shen Xingwei nodded and also went to busy herself with things. Chu Jiang was instead bored again. After playing a few games, winning and losing a game didn't feel much fun anymore. Idle and bored, Chu Jiang sat on the sofa and read a novel. Since binding the system, Chu Jiang hadn't really read many novels in the past 2 days. Found another new godly man book? Chu Jiang had previously placed a tomato reading, on which there were quite a few godly heroic texts that he liked to read. Since Chu Jiang's reading preference was urban godly man, the system was also pushing all sorts of godly man books for him. Surprisingly, it's a pickup system? Chu Jiang froze.
He didn't expect that someone would actually write a novel that bound the pickup system and became an urban godly hero.
The writing is good and the plot is rich. It's a good godly hero novel. Not much else to say.
Just because of this book's protagonist's bound pickup system,
Chu Jiang couldn't skimp on the reward.
In the past, Chu Jiang had rewarded his favorite novels from time to time when he read them. He himself has tried to write novels before,
to be honest, but anyone with a skill, who goes to write novels?
Not to mention the competition. Many people write novels just for the love of power. A book into God is a luxury. Usually write a dozen or 200,000 words when only a few dozens of readers. A day of hard yards 10,000 words. The result of a look at the manuscript fee, but also $2 or $3. To buy a meat bun to eat, have to think about it. In order to give the author to continue to write the power, Chu Jiang used to read the book. Free gift is a must. From time to time we'll also reward $8.
Of course, now that Chu Jiang was rich, he naturally didn't care about this amount of money.
He chased the book to the latest chapter in one breath,
and for a while, he was a bit unfulfilled. This book can be written. Chu Jiang was a bit empathetic,
just in time to see the author selling his misery at the end of the chapter, begging for rewards, and saying something like as long as there was $100 gift today, he would add a chapter. And it's still the kind that stacks up with no upper limit. It seems that there are quite a few manuscripts in hand.
Chu Jiang liked this kind of arrogant author.
He directly charged $100,000 to the top of the tomato app.
The most expensive of this tomato gift reward is only $99?
Then I'll have to reward this $100,000 until the monkey years and months.
Chu Jiang was a bit unable to understand. However,
he still swiped 100 Great God certifications on his site for that divine hero text. 100 of them was only $9,900,
less than $10,000.
After rewarding the gift, Chu Jiang also left a comment at the end of the chapter.
100 Great God certifications sent. Author speed update. In fact,
Chu Jiang didn't hope that the author could really add 100 chapters.
After all,
even if a chapter of 2,000 words, 100 chapters also have 200,000 words. Even if the author has a deposit, the probability is also impossible to deposit 100 chapters so much.
In the middle of a certain apartment building in Wuhu City, China, a pudgy,
yellow-faced man stared at his writers backstage and directly froze. He was the author of the new book of the divine hero text,
and in order to write this new book,
he hadn't left the house for a month.
How to put it? He had always been a flop author,
and his monthly fee was at most over $2,000, but he just wouldn't die. He decided to write another book for love of power generation,
and if it flopped again, he would go pick up rags. In a month's time,
he had saved almost 200 chapters and over 400,000 words. Today was the day of his debut,
and the results looked okay. Looking at the data in the background, he also took a long breath.
Just as he was about to turn off his computer and take a good rest, he refreshed the background data, and then his entire being was dumbfounded.
Just now, a book fan named Shumen Dishao had actually swiped multiple Great God certifications for him in one breath. A God certification is $99. He counted carefully from top to bottom. A whole 100 God certification.
He had also been writing in Tomato for almost a year, and this was the first time he had received a gift of a Great God certification.
And, surprisingly, there were 100 at a time. Encountered a godly book fan?
His heartbeat accelerated,
and he almost didn't pass out from excitement. 100 Great God certifications. That's $9,900. A small 10,000. He hurriedly took screenshots in the background on his side, and then ran to their author group to show off at the first opportunity.
A screenshot of the reward was thrown out and instantly blew up the entire author group.
Great God is awesome. Which book is this? So awesome? All of them are certified by the gods? What's going on? I'm blind. How many Great God certifications are there? I'm envious. What's going on? Tomato still has such a great fan? He didn't talk more in the group. Instead, he directly started adding more. With 100 Great God certifications, he directly added 100 chapters. Although he had long since uploaded it into the writer's assistant's draft box, just posting these 100 chapters took him more than an hour.
At the end, he also sent a single chapter to thank Chu Jiang for his reward. Chu Jiang's side just had a good lunch.
Lunch is Sichuan cuisine chef and Hunan cuisine chef burned together. I have to say, the chef is not ordinary.
Then those outside the chef to do too much delicious.
Eat and drink. Chu Jiang was ready to take a nap, but he just lay on the bed. The novel prompted an update. 1 chapter, 2 chapters, 50 chapters, 100 chapters, a whole 100 chapters.
Chu Jiang saw that the author actually really updated 100 chapters out. He also froze for a moment. There really are so many stockpiles.
It's okay. Chu Jiang hadn't read the back yet, but when he saw that the author of the novel had actually uploaded 100 chapters of the novel,
He also directly rewarded another 100 Great God certifications without saying a word, and he directly flipped to the last chapter and saw that it was a single chapter open to thank him. He also directly left a comment. Awesome, awesome, send you another 100 Great God certifications. It's a reward for you. Cheer up, watch out for you. Chu Jiang didn't expect that his randomly typed words of encouragement had spawned an updating maniac out. Of course this was an afterthought. Then read a novel for a while. Chu Jiang's side went directly to sleep. When Chu Jiang woke up, it was already dark. Anyway, it was boring. Might as well sleep a little more. Waking up, Chu Jiang came out of the bedroom and also sat on the sofa and drank a mouthful of tea, smoked a cigarette, and then continued to read the novel. It had to be said that this Divine Hero text was definitely the best Divine Hero text he had read recently. The writing was old-fashioned, the rhythm was tight, and it really looked especially cool. Without being told, Chu Jiang's side rewarded another 100 godly certifications out. It's very refreshing to read. Keep up the good work. For Chu Jiang, it was only $30,000 for him to reward 300 Great God certifications, but for the author who was in the middle of an apartment building with a pudgy, yellow face, this $30,000 was a huge sum of money. I will definitely work hard. Definitely can't let down your support for me. He was now filled with fighting spirit and turned on his computer to thunderously code words. He still had 100 chapters saved up, but he didn't continue to add more later. After all, uploading 200 chapters and 400,000 words all at once would still have an impact on the subsequent results of his book, but he decided that from today onwards, he would update at least 10 chapters a day, and code at least 20,000 words out. He was now full-time. 20,000 words was just a matter of 10 hours for him. As long as he wasn't distracted, he could still do it. Chu Jiang had finished reading the 100 chapters of the novel that he had added more of, and it was already more than 10 o'clock at night. Since he had slept too long in the afternoon, he was now refreshed and not sleepy at all. Going out for a drive? Looking at the time, it was already almost 10 o'clock at night. It's better to forget about it. It's rare to take a break. These past few days, Chu Jiang's nightlife could be described as quite colorful. It was rare that there was nothing to do tonight, so Chu Jiang was also prepared to take a good rest at home. Xin Xingwei was busy. After all, as Chu Jiang's personal housekeeper, she had to take care of Chu Jiang's life and living on the one hand, and on the other hand, Chu Jiang had also given her a lot of orders in the past 2 days. However, those who can do more work, and Xin Xingwei had never complained about anything to Chu Jiang. Watching Xin Xingwei busy herself, Chu Jiang also couldn't help but grin. Still really picked up a right-hand man back. To be honest, picking Xin Xingwei back up in front of the bar, this wave of operation now really made Chu Jiang laugh and numb. There was nothing to do at night. Chu Jiang's side was also lying on the bed and brushed the jitterbug for a while. After a dreamless night, Chu Jiang woke up early the next morning. Early to bed and early to rise is good for the body. Chu Jiang stretched his waist. Another day full of vigor. Today happened to be the weekend. Chu Jiang also sent a WeChat over to his oldest sister. Chu Jiang, do you have class today? Do you have time in the evening? For the past 2 days, Chu Jiang hadn't contacted Chu Yu. For one thing, Chu Yu was in class, and for another, he was really busy these days. Today it was rare that he had time. He also thought of bringing Chu Yu out to relax and unwind. It just so happens that there is Susan's concert tonight. He remembers that his old sister is Susan's loyal fan, just so he can go to the scene to see the concert. Susong is the domestic once comparable to the Heavenly King superstar Zhou Luanji's singer. His fans are mostly young people, and Susong's reputation is very good. As long as he opens a concert, that is basically a state of hard to find a ticket. For ordinary people, it is indeed hard to find a ticket, but for rich people, it's not a problem at all. Yesterday, he had already talked to Wang Tsong about this matter, and Wang Tsong didn't say much, and directly said that this matter would be handed over to him. At this point, Chu Yu was already inside the school library reading a book. Chu Yu was not only beautiful, but she had always studied very hard. She understood one thing since she was a child. If an ordinary person wanted to turn over a new leaf, studying well was definitely the most effective way. Although her brother was rich now, Chu Yu had not lost her heart and was still studying very hard. Of course, the last 2 days her life was really much better than before. Chu Jiang had transferred $1 million to her. Living expenses were definitely not a problem anymore. Of course, with Chu Yu's character, even if she had money, she wouldn't spend it frivolously. But speaking of which, there were really things that made her want to spend money in the past 2 days. Susong's concert. As a fan of Susong, she really wanted to go see a concert live, but she couldn't grab a ticket from Barley online, and if she scalped the tickets, they were just too expensive. Even the tickets with a very backward location, at the scalper, one would have to be sold for $2,000. It was too expensive. Even though she wanted to go to the concert live, she still couldn't afford to spend the money. Seeing her oldest brother send a message to herself,
Chuyu also hurriedly messaged back. Today is Saturday. Not working. I have time in the evening. Brother, what's wrong? You study so tired every day. I'm not thinking of taking you to relax. Right, you don't like Su Song's song. It just so happens that he's having a concert over at the Olympic Sports Center tonight. Brother will take you to the scene at night? Seeing Chu Jiang replying to the message, Chuyu also can't help but be happy. Brother, you grabbed Su Song's concert tickets? That's not true, but your brother I naturally have a way. Just say it, do you want to go see the concert live? Chu Jiang sent a voice over to Chuyu. Chuyu's side also hurriedly replied after hearing what Chu Jiang said. Of course I want to. Brother, do you really have a way? Aha, right. Last time I said to invite your 3 roommates for dinner. These 2 days have been very busy and have no chance. Just right. Tonight bring them with us. After we watch the concert, I invite you to eat a big meal. Improve the food. Chuyu's relationship with several of her roommates was very good. Before they also took care of Chuyu. It was just as well. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chu Jiang was also considered to thank them properly. Well, then I'll tell them. When Chuyu heard Chu Jiang say that, she didn't think much about it, so she directly sent a message in the dormitory group. Do you all have time in the evening? My brother is taking us to Su Song's concert and treating us to a big meal. Chuyu's message was just sent to the dormitory group, and Chuyu's 3 roommates replied to the message. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Asterisk 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 asterisk. One person replied with they were indeed shocked. That goes without saying. Su Song's concert I couldn't even grab his tickets before. Yeah. What's the situation? Your brother grabbed so many tickets to Su Song's concert? I asked my boyfriend to go out shopping at night. He. But since it's a treat from Yu's older brother, I naturally have to go. Ha, can only pigeonhole my mail ticket. Chuyu's roommates were instantly excited. They were all fans of Su Song, and how could they possibly refuse when they could have the opportunity to go to a live concert? Getting her roommate's reply, Chuyu was also the first to speak to Chu Jiang. Brother, all 3 of my roommates have time. Brother, do you really have that many tickets? After all, Su Song's concert tickets have always been hard to find. Even if my brother has money now, he can't necessarily get that many concert tickets, right? She didn't know what Chu Jiang's situation was now. If she knew that Chu Jiang was now iron buddies with Wang Song and Qin Cellophane, she wouldn't think so. Well, the tickets aren't a problem. Around 5 in the afternoon, I'll pick you up at the entrance of your school. Good. Chuyu was also very excited. After all, she had loved Su Song's songs since she was a child, and had always wanted to go to a live Su Song concert. But the reality was cruel. She couldn't grab a ticket every time. As for scalped tickets, they were not even in her consideration. After all, one of the cheapest scalped tickets cost more than $2,000, and her previous year's living expenses only amounted to $5,000, which was not something she could afford. Originally, when she woke up in the morning, she was still considering whether or not to spend money on a scalped ticket, but reason eventually overcame her desire, and she decided to spend the whole day today reading books in the library. But now that Chu Jiang told her that he was going to take her to see Su Song's concert live at night, she was naturally quite excited. Even schoolmasters had times when they couldn't get into their books. On Chuyu's side, the thought of seeing Su Song live at night made her especially happy, and she didn't get into her books at all. Wang Song also lived up to Chu Jiang's trust, directly to Chu Jiang to get 10 infield VIP tickets. To know, infield VIP tickets, even the official website, the price is $8,800 apiece. As for the scalper side, it was even more speculated to $30,000 apiece, and still have a price. Can not buy. Brother Tsong, thanks. Chu Jiang took the concert tickets from Wang Tsong, also said with a smile, Brother Tsong, how much is it? I'll transfer it to you. Elder brother Chu, you're not right. We buddies talk about what money Wang Tsong said in a serious manner. Besides, I didn't ask for any money for this ticket. It's not fair for me to ask you for money again. Chu Jiang heard Wang Song say that he didn't spend any money on taking these tickets. He also froze for a moment and gave a Su Song is not Dai High Music Company's I and their Dai High Music Company's young master Bai Fong is a buddy. Ask him to ask for a few concert tickets is not an easy thing. Hearing Wang Song say this, Chu Jiang also understood. This is the benefit of having a wide network. Chu Jiang couldn't help but murmur in his heart. That's fine. Brother Tsong, ask your friends out sometime. I'll sit in on the bank, and we'll all have a meal together. That's a good sentiment. Once that kid heard that it was old brother Chu that you wanted, he originally said that he could only arrange 5 tickets for me, but as a result, once he heard that it was you who wanted them, he gave me 10 at once. Wang Song laughed. That kid just happens to be in Magic City. Why don't you do it this way? Just tonight, when the concert is over, let's have dinner together. Tonight?
That I promised to invite my sister and her roommate for dinner.
What's wrong with that? Let's bring them along. Just in time. Ask him to invite Song-su too. Is that appropriate? There's nothing wrong with that. I'll talk to Bai Fong. That's fine.
Chu Jiang saw Wang Tsong in such a hurry, also smiled and answered a sentence. If Yaya knew that she would still be able to sit and eat with Su Song at the end of the concert at night, I'm afraid that she would be even more excited, right? Although Chu Jiang was not a star chaser, he also knew what it was like to be able to dine together with his favorite singer star. There's a change in plans huh? Chu Jiang returned to the villa and also sent a message over to Chu Yu.
Brother, don't scare me. What's wrong?
When Chu Yu saw Chu Jiang saying that there was a change in plans, her first reaction was that it was bad. It was estimated that old brother he didn't get the concert tickets.
No, didn't I say before that I would treat you guys to dinner?
And then your older brother I have recently met a few friends.
Why don't I take you guys there together at night? Is that appropriate? Your friends won't mind, right?
Chu Yu heard that it is not a concert ticket thing. She is also relieved.
As for dinner, well, when to eat can if you guys don't mind, it's no problem. Don't mind we'll just bury our heads and eat. During the day Chu Jiang didn't have much to do at home, so he drank tea, smoked cigarettes, and read novels in the meantime. Not to mention,
yesterday Chu Jiang rewarded the author of the novel of the Divine Hero with a chicken blood like.
Today in one breath updated 20 chapters. Chu Jiang saw that the novel was updated.
He who didn't have much to do also spent more than 10 minutes to finish the updated novel.
Cool.
After Chu Jiang finished reading the recently updated novel, he also called out that it was very refreshing to read.
For one thing, this novel was written as a divine magnate YY text, which belonged to the brainless cool text. Secondly,
the author's writing control was also very good.
The rhythm was very tight, and it looked like a feeling of not being able to stop. Chu Jiang, who was having a great time reading it, casually rewarded another 100 Great God certifications. It's a pleasure to read. 100 Great God certifications are sent. Please keep up the good work.
100 Great God certifications was only $10,000.
For Chu Jiang, it was just a sprinkle. At the same time, in an apartment building in Wuhu City,
the author of this book had a rare moment to primp himself.
Yesterday's manuscript fee came out. Just the reward fee. After sharing with the platform, there were $20,000. The reading income was also $1,018. Yesterday's one day, his manuscript fee income came to more than $20,000 for the first time in history. For a great author, this fee might not be much, but he was a pouncer. He was very excited and took a screenshot of his fee and sent it to a friend circle. Instantly, his circle of friends directly exploded. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Chu Jiang arrived at the entrance of Magic City University in a Rolls-Royce Phantom. With a car like Rolls-Royce, it was definitely a more comfortable experience to sit in the car. It was good that Shen Xingwei had taken this into consideration before, and even helped Chu Jiang to equip 3 old drivers, which was just the right time to use them. The Rolls-Royce Phantom parked at the entrance of Magic City University, instantly attracting the attention of many people. Boy, Rolls-Royce ugh. There are so many rich people in Magic City. A few days ago it was a Lamborghini Bull, now it's a Rolls-Royce Phantom. When will I be able to become rich too? I'm envious. I guess it's to pick up the girls from our school again. Alas, the world is going downhill. Many people were talking privately, and their words were laced with a sour flavor. After all, who doesn't want to be rich? After all, who didn't want to drive a Ferrari with one hand? After all, who doesn't want to take a Rolls-Royce to pick up girls at the school gate? Chu Yu sighed and her 3 roommates also walked out from the school. It had to be said that as soon as Chu Yu appeared on the scene, many of the boys' gazes gathered on her body. For one thing, Chu Yu's face value naturally needs no introduction. Pure goddess is not called for nothing. Secondly, since that incident before, now the entire Magic City University who does not know Chu Yu has a Lamborghini Bull driving his own brother originally thought to be a civilian school flower. But now, that is a proper white rich beauty Now all the boys' dormitories in Magic City University are talking about how to get Chu Yu's goddess's heart. In the past, who could chase Chu Yu? The most is to hold the beauty. Now it's different. In addition to holding the return of the beauty, at least have to struggle less 30 years Chu Yu's group of 4 walked out from the school. Su Jing held Chu Yu's arm. You call your brother and ask him if he has arrived yet. As she spoke, Chu Yu was about to call Chu Jian when she saw Chu Jian walk down from the passenger seat of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Yeah, over here, brother. Chu Yu had learned smartly this time, and with a distance of more than 10 meters, she also shouted towards Chu Jiang. Originally, Chu Yu and the Rolls-Royce Phantom were both the center of attention, but now it was good. The 2 centers of attention were directly stacked on top of each other. Yeah, your brother's car is a Rolls-Royce, right? I recognize the little gold man on the front of the Rolls-Royce. I go. Yeah, your brother is really rich. Yeah. Still say you're not a rich second generation. I don't believe. Your brother, this is both a Lamborghini and a Rolls Royce. Yeah. I really envy you. Your brother is really great. Chu Yu's roommate was naturally very envious of Chu Yu. After all, if one could have a brother who was so powerful and who was also particularly spoiled, it would be really happy. I'm really not a rich second generation. Chu Yu gave a glance at her roommate, but in fact, she was also depressed. What is the situation of Chu Jiang now? He is not very clear. She only knows that her brother bought a lottery ticket, won 300 million. But think about it, if there are 300 million, buy 2 or 3 luxury cars does not matter, right? This side of the driver is also hurriedly from the car down. Pull open the back seat door, very respectful standing next to, waiting for Chu Yu and their 4 girls to sit in the car. The driver closed the car door and only then drove away from this side of Magic City University. Brother, this car is... Chu Yu was also a bit confused. She lowered her hair and sent a message to ask. Bought it. Chu Jiang also couldn't help but smile when he saw his oldest sister secretly sending a message to himself. Brother, don't spend money indiscriminately. Chu Yu frowned and also sent another message over to Chu Jiang. She wasn't clear about Chu Jiang's real situation right now. She felt that she needed to remind her old brother. After all, they only had 300 million. They really couldn't be that extravagant. Okay, listen to you. Chu Jiang himself understands Chu Yu's meaning, also said with a heated smile. By the way, we are lucky today. It's the front court VIP tickets. Chu Jiang directly changed the topic and took 5 tickets and said. Wang Song gave him 10 tickets. His side turned around and gave Xin Xingwei 5, and his own 5 were enough. Wow, brother Chu, are they infield VIP tickets? Su Jing was also very excited as she looked at Chu Jiang and asked. Infield VIP tickets. Awesome. The price of infield VIP tickets on the official website is almost $10,000, and on the scalper side, I looked at it before, the lowest is 35,000. Chu Yu received the tickets from Chu Jiang's hand and looked at her brother with great surprise. Brother, how did you get so many infield VIP tickets? Chu Yu also felt incredible. Obviously, a month ago when Barley released the tickets, in less than a second, several tens of thousands of tickets but directly swept away. Since Chu Jiang didn't grab the tickets on the official website, how did he get so many VIP tickets for the infield? Your brother. I recently met a few new friends, and then tonight invited them to dinner. It is the people sent me. Chu Jiang said very casually. Chu Jiang said casually, but Chu Yu and her roommate were all dumbfounded. Surprisingly, it was sent by someone else? You have to know. This is an infield VIP ticket. And it's still Su Song's concert. If this ticket is taken out and sold, $30,000 a piece. It's really just a random sale. Brother, this friend you know is really rich. These 5 tickets will cost at least $150,000. Chu Yu also couldn't help but sigh. The young proprietor of Butterfly Sea Music Company, can he not have money? Chu Jiang couldn't help but mutter in his heart. He didn't say anything about having dinner with Su Song at night for now. He wanted to give Chu Yu and the girls a surprise. Concert is 8 p.m. start. Now only 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Magic City Olympic Sports Center, this side has been blocked by the water. Su Song, it can be said that he is one of the few singers in China who do music with heart, although usually very low profile, even low profile, so that many people have the idea that Su Song is an over-the-top singer. But as long as Su Song opens a concert, his concert tickets are almost always the existence of being empty in a second. Today, all the young people here are young people, and a large part of them actually didn't grab the tickets, but in order to see Su Song, many of them have been squatting here for half a day. Chu Jiang and the others drove over, so it was even more congested. It's a good thing we came early, otherwise I really don't know when we'll be stuck in the traffic. Chu Jiang looked at the fact that there were at least several hundred cars in front of him, and he couldn't help but sigh. Rolls-Royce Phantom. This model is so good looking. Don't be envious. Driving a luxury car is amazing. Still not stuck in traffic like us? There was a Jetta next to Chu Jiang in them, and the man driving the car heard his woman's envious words, and he too topped it off. However, the next second, when they came together to the Olympic Sports Center parking lot, Chu Jiang and the others were guided by the staff and drove directly onto the VIP channel. This rich is marvelous. Alas, although the man who drove the Jetta said so on his lips, his heart was also sour, thinking, marred. Rich people are really cool. All kinds of services cannot compare. On Chu Jiang's side, he also experienced the joy of being a rich man. In addition to the beginning of the Olympic Sports Center outside the blockade for a short while, into the Olympic Sports Center interior, there are staff over to triage. The VIP channel is just great. Absolutely unobstructed. Not only driving unimpeded, even into the scene is also unimpeded. There were staff members leading the way all along the way, and this kind of joy was truly something that only the rich could feel. Wow, this is too good to be true. There are staff leading the way the whole way. This treatment is cool. Yeah. Next time your brother wants to bring you out to play, you can't abandon us. Shu Yu and the four of them in the dormitory walked together, and the expressions on their faces were also very excited. They were all ordinary college students after all. If they didn't have Chu Jiang following them, how would they be able to experience such a considerate service? Chu Jiang is okay. He recently also frequented high-end social places. No matter whether it is Yangfu Palace or not, or Tianshui Villa, the service over there can really make people feel that the happiness of the rich is really not something that ordinary people can enjoy. There were only 200 VIP seats in the inner court. As for Chu Jiang, their position was the inner court of the inner court, because it was less than 3 meters away from the stage. With such a close location, it was definitely the best place to watch the entire concert live. The place where the experience felt the best. To be able to watch the concert from this position, it's really great. It's so close, we should be able to see it clearly later, right? It's not even 7 o'clock, and the concert venue is packed. That's true. Our squirrel's popularity has always been very strong. Shu Yu and the four of them in the dormitory were also sitting together, very excitedly taking pictures of the concert site with their cell phones. Su Jing even directly sent a microblog. Susong National Tour Magic City Station, dipped into the light of the roommate, with her brother over to CDO. Su Jing uploaded 9 photos of the concert site in a row, and then with this text, directly sent a microblog. After all, it was the day of Susong's concert. As long as it's Susong Magic City concert, even the microblogs sent by passersby had a considerable amount of traffic. For a while, Su Jing's tweet directly burst into flames. Look at the photo taken by the blogger. This should be an infield VIP ticket, right? Sour. How come I don't have such a rich roommate? I've already hung my roommate up and smoked him for 3 days and 3 nights, and he still won't admit he's a rich second generation. What to do? Wow, I'm sour. This position is also too cool, right? Eyeballing, just this ticket alone must cost at least $50,000 to $60,000. Don't get on my bad side because I'm the scalper. Chapter 22. Your brother even knows Song Shao. This location where Chu Jiang and the others were watching the concert was indeed very expensive. Of course, generally speaking, this kind of location didn't even need to be taken out for sale. It was all used by the company's internal leaders to give away to others. If it wasn't for Chu Jiang, Su Jing and the girls probably wouldn't be able to have the experience of sitting in this kind of infield VIP seat to watch a concert for the rest of their lives. After all, even if they had money in the future, it wasn't like they could buy such a seat just by spending money. At 8 o'clock, the concert started on time. The atmosphere of the scene was instantly lit up. As the most low-profile singer in the country, but with a large number of fanatical fans, it had to be said that Su Song was a very successful singer. Chu Jiang was also a young man, and he often listened to Su Song's songs when he was in school. It had to be said that the feeling of watching a concert in the present was indeed different. Even Shu Yu, who was usually very quiet, became unusually excited. Seeing his old sister so relaxed today, Chu Jiang's heart was also very happy. Due to the fact that the family conditions were not very good in the past, the oldest sister had to be a lot more calm and understanding than the average girl from a young age. Not that this is not good, just compared to her peers, she feels less energetic. Now see his sister in the concert scene can also with normal people like tearing voice shouting for their favorite singer call. Chu Jiang from the bottom of the heart is still very happy. Of course, there would be even happier ones in a while. As a surprise, naturally to say it at the most appropriate time, that is called surprise. Susong's concert was a large-scale concert. The entire venue had 50,000 seats, all of which were packed. To put it this way, the entire Chinese orchestra nowadays can have this strength, but really can't find a few out. Not to mention, there were at least tens of thousands of fans outside the venue who didn't buy tickets. Originally, this concert was originally planned to be 150 minutes, 2.5 hours, but because the fans were too enthusiastic, and Su Song was also too pampered his own fans, frozen the last song sung after the additional half an hour of time. Now the fans were even shouting that it was worth the ticket price. The concert started at 8 o'clock and only ended at 11 o'clock at night. When the concert was over, Shu Yu and the girls remembered that the girls' dormitory had an 11 o'clock curfew. Brother, it's over. It's over. Shu Yu frowned and looked at Chu Jiang and said, "What's wrong, brother? Our dormitory building has an 11 o'clock curfew. It's already past 11 now. We can't even go back at night." Shu Yu skimmed his lips and said, "Aha, we still have to go eat in a while. How about this? You all stay at my place at night, and I'll send you back to school tomorrow." Chu Jiang thought it was something big, and was startled. "Brother Chu, is it appropriate for us to go to your house?" Su Jing looked at Chu Jiang and also pursed her lips. "It's fine, my house has a lot of rooms. We can sleep." Chu Jiang didn't care. After all,
There were 12 guest rooms in his villa alone, not to mention the 2 of them in one room, or one room for each of them. They could also sleep under. You guys just don't worry about it. A line of 5 people came out from the venue. When they passed by the bathroom, Chu Jiang also ran inside the bathroom and smoked a cigarette. Chu Jiang's addiction to cigarettes was not small. The 3-hour concert had really suffocated him. Coming out of the bathroom, Chu Jiang looked around and saw Chu Yu and the girls waiting for him at the side. He also walked towards Chu Yu and the girls, but subconsciously, he also glanced behind Chu Yu. It was better not to look, but a look really showed something. At a distance of less than 5 meters from Chu Yu's girls, there was a man wearing a duck-tongued cap, still holding a DSLR camera in his hand, furtively staring at Chu Yu. Chu Jiang frowned and came over without moving as he walked straight towards that man. The man wearing a duck-tongued hat had all his attention on Chu Yu, but didn't even notice Chu Jiang walking towards him. Chu Jiang walked over to his side and directly yanked the man's collar. That man was startled by Chu Jiang and instantly exploded a bit. "Who are you? Let go of me." After being startled, the man instead roared at Chu Jiang at the top of his lungs. If it was an ordinary person, he would really be bluffed by him. But Chu Jiang was a ruthless man who could blast the boxing champion Du Mingtai to death with a single punch. It's not just a loud voice that makes sense. Chu Jiang chided the man in a low voice. "Say, who are you? What's the purpose of secretly filming my sister?" Chu Jiang wasn't an unreasonable person, but he was stalking Chu Yu. No matter what the purpose was, Chu Jiang couldn't possibly ignore it. Chu Jiang tugged at the man's collar with one hand, and directly snatched the DSLR camera in his hand with one hand. The man saw that his camera was taken away by Chu Jiang. He also twisted his body trying to break free from Chu Jiang's bondage, but don't look at his body robust, but under Chu Jiang's control. No matter how much he struggled, he just couldn't break free. Seeing that he couldn't break free from Chu Jiang, he shouted at the top of his voice, "Quickly come to the people, someone is robbing." Chu Jiang did not expect this man to be such a scoundrel, but against scoundrels, Chu Jiang was not without methods. He directly punched the man's stomach. Instantly the man stopped calling. The whole person was honest. Chu Jiang directly released him at this time, being punched so hard by himself, although it wasn't very hard, but an ordinary person, basically lost the ability to move. The man who was loosened by Chu Jiang directly went limp on the ground, his entire body arched up, instantly howling in pain. "Shut up, believe it or not, I'll give you another beating?" Chu Jiang looked at him and coldly snorted. Hearing Chu Jiang say that man instantly became honest. With the sudden situation over here, Chu Yu and the girls also hurriedly ran over, all carefully standing behind Chu Jiang. Due to the man's shouting just now also attracted many passers-by to gather around. The melon-eating crowd was not sure of the truth, seeing Chu Jiang so fierce, but they accused Chu Jiang. "How do you hit people? How can you be like this? Can't you say something properly?" "That's right, that brother, don't be afraid. This side is all surveillance. I'm recording it for you. Brother, can't we talk this over? This is a lawful society. You beat him up, you still have to take legal responsibility." Chu Jiang was too lazy to bother with these people, and directly looked up the man's camera. Sure enough, he was following Chu Yu. Just the photos, different locations, different positions, he even took more than 30 of them. Looking at these photos, Chu Jiang directly looked at the man with a stern face and scolded. "How do you explain these? Say, what is the meaning of stalking my sister?" Chu Jiang's voice was not small, and those melon eaters present also heard it. Now, the people who were just accusing Chu Jiang of hitting people were all silent. Well, it turns out that the one who was beaten was a stalker. Then it's fine. The beating was good. Misunderstanding. I didn't know she was your sister. The man wearing a duck-tongued hat also said with an embarrassed face. "You mean, if she wasn't my sister, you would have been able to stalk and secretly film people's little girls?" Chu Jiang was almost amused by him. What kind of idea was this? No, I don't mean that. Seeing Chu Jiang's clenched fist, he was really afraid. Just now Chu Jiang gave him that punch. He still hadn't slowed down yet. Then what do you mean? Ray was here in Chu Jiang. Even if he beat him up, when it came to the police station, it would be fine. I'm actually a talent scout. I just saw your sister, and instantly felt amazed. It just so happens that I'm giving a theater group in the process of selecting vegetarian actors. That man said while also hurriedly pulling out his business card. The business card had his name on it. His name was Lu Minghui. The business card also had his company on it, Ziyuan Entertainment Media Company. Speaking of which, Ziyuan Entertainment Media Company was also one of the top 3 entertainment media companies in the entertainment circle, and it was even stronger than Intergraph Entertainment Media Company. Moreover, in the past 2 years, Ziyuan Entertainment and Media Company's efficiency in training newcomers was very high, and 1/3 of the artists who exploded in the entertainment circle in recent years were trained by them. Of course,
One of the reasons is that Ziyuan Entertainment Media Company is strong,
has a lot of resources,
and has a clear attitude towards cultivating newcomers.
Secondly, they have the largest number of talent scouts.
Speaking of talent scouts,
their job was to dig up ordinary people with potential to become stars in real life.
Are you really a talent scout?
After learning that he didn't have any malice towards his sister, Chu Jiang also eased his tone and asked, "I'm really a star scout.
If you don't believe me, you can call our company's phone number and ask."
Lu Minghui also let out a bitter smile.
"It's what I did that was wrong. I should have come up and explained my intentions beforehand."
As he watched Chu Jiang finish speaking, he also hurriedly pulled out another business card and handed it over to Chu Yu.
"This lady, I think that the aura on you matches the female number 2 of that new drama of ours. By the way, that new drama of ours is made by director Zhang Mao. If you're willing,
with your qualifications, I think it won't take more than a few years for you to explode in the country and become a starlet in the limelight."
Lu Minghui, he was not only a talent scout,
but he was also a talent scout with a particularly sharp eye. There were really several female artists that he had excavated who had now become second or third-rate female stars.
Chu Yu is the best qualified vegetarian he has ever seen.
He believes in his own vision.
If Chu Yu is willing,
he really feels that it won't take more than a few years.
No, is not out of a year. Chu Yu can definitely burst into flames.
But Chu Yu didn't take his business card.
She frowned, and rejected Lu Minghui with a mouthful. "No, thanks." Chu Yu didn't have any hesitation,
and was so dry that Lu Minghui was surprised, because he had used this set of words when he had previously tapped female artists.
Basically, no girl could refuse the temptation of becoming a nationally explosive female star.
Even for those who had refused him,
there wasn't one who was as dry as Chu Yu.
Lu Minghui instantly thought that it might be that Chu Yu was too young and did not know what it meant to become a national explosion female star. He hurriedly explained,
"We are Ziyuan Entertainment and Media Company, one of the top 3 entertainment and media companies in the country.
If you can become a first-tier female artist, your future is bright.
Other than that, a new drama's paycheck will start at least $10 million.
Lu Minghui, who said these words, was relieved. He thought that Chu Yu would definitely be moved to accept his business card when she heard that her paycheck would start at least $10 million.
But he thought wrongly. Chu Yu did not have any heartwarming meaning to what he said. "I told you, I can't shoot a movie, and I don't want to be a star either." Chu Yu's character really wasn't very suitable for filming as a star,
and she was a senior student of Magic City University with an unlimited future.
Going to be an entertainment star was not in her life plan. Lu Minghui was dumbfounded. He was somewhat unable to understand. However, in the next second, Chu Jiang was laughing and said, "I respect my sister's intention. Since she doesn't want to be a star, then she won't be. As for you, your DSLR camera I confiscated first. After I delete all the photos inside it, I'll give it back to you." Hearing Chu Jiang say this,
Lu Minghui also let out a bitter smile.
"This gentleman,
I still think that you should consider it carefully.
The opportunity is rare."
This time the director of the new drama is Zhang Mao.
He is a famous director in our country,
and director Zhang Mao especially likes to use newcomers. Your sister has such good qualifications. As long as I bring you guys over,
Director Zhang, he will definitely be satisfied. I say you, why can't you understand what you're saying?
Chu Jiang was also exasperated by him and said with a smile,
"Didn't you hear what my sister said? Really? Do you really think that everyone wants to be a star?"
Chu Jiang's hostility towards Lu Minghui lessened after he was sure that he was really a star scout.
Looking at him with a grin, he said, "Besides, if my sister wants to be a star, there's no need for you Ziyuan Entertainment and Media Company to hold it up. I myself run an entertainment and media company. I can hold it up myself."
Chu Jiang casually said a sentence that not only froze Lu Minghui, but also froze Chu Yu at the same time.
Brother him, when did he open an entertainment media company?
Chu Yu couldn't help but think this way in her heart. Lu Minghui was still a little undeterred. He felt that this was Chu Jiang's way of saying that he rejected him.
"Sir, our Ziyuan Entertainment and Media Company is really powerful. Do you guys want to reconsider?"
Before he finished his words on his side,
the next second,
his entire body froze, because he saw Wang Song,
Qin Cellophane and Bai Fong walking towards them. Wang Song, Qin Cellophane is the top domestic rich second generation. He naturally knows.
Bai Fong was the young proprietor of Butterfly Sea Music Company, and he was a talent scout,
so he naturally knew Bai Fong. "Elder brother Chu, they're all waiting for you. They're all starving to death." Qin Cellophane walked to Chu Jiang's side and also said with a smile, "Originally,
the melon eaters over here had dispersed, but once Qin Cellophane, Wang Song and the others came over,
a lot of people instantly gathered around them again.
Asterisk 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 asterisk.
That's Wang Song, with Qin Cellophane, right? Gosh, I actually ran into Principal Wang over here. What's the situation? Principal Wang and Qin Cellophane also came over here to watch the concert? Ha! Who's the young man?" Qin Cellophane greeted. "He's so handsome, very handsome indeed." It looks like he should be a second-generation rich guy too, right? Qin Cellophane, Wang Tsong and the others coming over. Especially Qin Cellophane greeting Chu Jiang warmly was something Chuyu and the girls didn't expect. Chuyu's roommates all looked directly dumbfounded and gently pulled Chuyu with their hands. You, it can't be. Your brother actually knows Wang Tsong, Qin Cellophane in them? You still say you're not a rich second generation? I'm really not. I don't know either. How does my brother know Wang Tsong and the others? Chuyu whispered, her face also full of questions. As for Lu Minghui, his entire body was dumbfounded. He felt that his behavior just now, the words he just said were all like people actually knew Wang Tsong, Qin Cellophane and the others, and their relationship looked familiar? No wonder I just said that the movie fee starts at 10 million, and people have no ripples. Dare I say that the original clown is myself. Lu Minghui, he was very lost. Looking at the back of Chu Jiang and their departure, he also looked very forlorn. P.S. This chapter 5,000 words big chapter. I hope to beg for some free gifts. Really, I am about to starve to death. Alas, I've been working on a plan to add more chapters. As long as the number of hypes exceeds 1,000, I'll add one more chapter. If the number of people sending free gifts per day exceeds 200, add a chapter 2. Chapter 23. Ding. You've picked up a stock market quote card. Could Lu Minghui not be despondent? It was so hard to find a vegetarian with great potential, but it turned out that she seemed to be a rich second generation. When he thought of what he had just told them about the $10 million paycheck, he felt funny. How can someone who is friends with Wang Tsong and Qin Cellophane be short of $10 million? Even if he could earn several $100 million a year, in the eyes of a top-ranking second-generation rich guy like him, what's that worth? What's more, he couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh when he remembered that Chu Jiang had just said that he himself had an entertainment media company. Chuyu and her three roommates honestly followed behind Chu Jiang and the others. The four little girls were all confused right now. Chuyu was actually confused as well. She felt like she was dreaming. How did her own brother know Wang Tsong and Qin Cellophane, the country's top rich second generation? Didn't he say that he won the first prize in the lottery? Even if he had won $300 million, that wouldn't be enough to recognize Wang Tsong and the others, would it? Although 300 million is an astronomical figure in the eyes of ordinary people, but in the eyes of those really rich second generation, 300 million is really not much, right? Although she was full of doubts, but at a time like this, she didn't ask or say anything. Chuyu was still very understanding. She was afraid that she would harm her old brother if she spoke blindly. If Chuyu didn't say anything, her three roommates would be even less likely to talk too much. However, they were now completely convinced that Chuyu was actually a super rich white beauty. After all, her old brother Chu Jiang was playing with Wang Tsong, Qin Cellophane, this kind of top-tier rich second-generation people very well acquainted. After leaving the Olympic Sports Center venue, Chu Jiang's side also went to the parking lot. Let's eat later. There's a little surprise. Sitting in the car, Chu Jiang said casually, intentionally or unintentionally. Hearing Chu Jiang say surprise, Chuyu also froze for a moment, thinking, don't not be a shock on the line. Old brother, you really let me completely confused today. On the contrary, Chuyu's three roommates were very excited and had a sense of anticipation. After all, they felt as if they had discovered something extraordinary. Brother Chu, what surprise! Su Jing had the best relationship with Chuyu. Just now when she watched the concert she was sitting next to Chu Jiang. A concert down, she was rather excited and hugged Chu Jiang several times. For the time being, wait until we get to the hotel and you guys will know. Chu Jiang's mouth corners rose slightly, said with a soft smile. Chu Jiang didn't say anything, but it caused a few little girls to be tickled in their hearts. After all, Chu Jiang knowing Wang Tsong, Qin Cellophane and the others was enough to make them shocked. And then he also said that there was a surprise? What kind of surprise would it be? Although it was Chu Jiang's treat for dinner, the restaurant was booked with Wang Tsong's help. Hong Yu Xian, a top private chef restaurant in Magic City. It was said to be a private chef restaurant because Rainbow Royal Cuisine was not open to the public, and their side only served the rich people of Mordor, and also the kind of rich people who were worth at least $1 billion, because less than $1 billion, simply embarrassed to come here to spend money. The Rainbow Palace is located in $1 billion villa, and only receives one table of guests per day. No matter when you come here, you will experience the supreme level of service. Of course, the expenses here are not low. Casually eat a meal here, at least have to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars. Of course, the rich don't care about the hundreds of millions. Chu Jiang, since he invited the guests to dinner, naturally, he could not lose face. He asked Wang Tsong to find a high-end private chef restaurant. Wang Tsong immediately thought of the Rainbow Royal Palace. However, he also told Chu Jiang straight, the Rainbow Royal Cuisine certainly meets the requirements, but the consumption over there is a little expensive. Wang Tsong said very politely, but Chu Jiang listened to it and didn't care a bit. A little expensive? How expensive can it be? Since Wang Tsong think good place,
Chu Jiang directly came to the interest. At that time on the board decided to win the Rainbow Royal Cuisine treat dinner.
Chu Jiang didn't care about spending more money. Then Wang Tsong, who followed the meal, cared even less. He and the boss of the Rainbow Royal Cuisine called directly booked the dinner tonight.
Chu Jiang was shocked when he saw the private dining room of Hong Yushen, not to mention Chu Yu and their college students who were still in the ivory tower.
If they hadn't followed Chu Jiang out, they really hadn't been able to come here for dinner in their entire lives. Such a luxurious and extravagant villa is actually used as a restaurant?
This should be the kind of private chef restaurant that is rumored to only receive rich people, right?
Ha ha, fortunately I didn't go out with my boyfriend, or else I would have lost a lot.
Chu Yu's 3 roommates also revealed an appearance of not having seen much of the world.
Not to mention them,
it was Chu Jiang who was also interested in this Hong Yushin private kitchen restaurant that was praised by Wang Tsong. When Chu Jiang and the others arrived over here, Wang Tsong and the others also arrived.
And at the same time, Su Song also rushed over with his own agent. Actually, Su Song would rarely attend any private banquet, but this time was different. This time it was Bai Fong, the young proprietor of Butterfly Sea Music, who spoke to him. He could not give face to others, but if he didn't give face to his own young proprietor, he was afraid that he would be worn small shoes in the future. Of course, Bai Fong directly told him, one of his buddy's sister is his fan. Tonight happened to be in. People host, treat us to dinner. Bai Fong said so. Su Song originally emotional intelligence is not low. How can he not understand what is going on? It's not just a meal. He also directly answered down. However, when he came to this side of the Rainbow Royal Cuisine, he was also confused. To be honest, he had basically eaten at all the upscale restaurants in Magic City, but it was the first time he had come over to one as upscale as the Rainbow Royal Cuisine. This friend of the young masters is not simple. Surprisingly, he treated himself to a meal at Rainbow Royal Cuisine. Su Song didn't know about Rainbow Royal Cuisine because he didn't pay attention to it, but Rainbow Royal Cuisine's reputation was still very loud amongst the entertainment industry. Su Song's agent, 7-7, was also urging Su Song not to provoke others when he came to Rainbow Royal Shin's side of the table in a while. Su Song gave a bitter smile and nodded. It's not like I don't understand the ways of the world. Really, if I don't, then I won't be here tonight. When Su Song came down from the car, Chu Jian was also the first to spot him. On the contrary, it was Chu Yu and the few of them whose attention was all above the villa in front of them. Cough cough, the surprise I was talking about has come. Chu Jian gently coughed, then also said with a smile. Chu Yu was the first to react, and when she turned her head back to see Su Song, her entire person directly froze. Next were Chu Yu's 3 roommates. You, what happened to you? I'm going wow, Su Song? I didn't blink, did I? It's really Su Song Suddenly being in such close contact with their idol, Chu Yu and a few of their little girls acted unusually elated. However, they soon acted more reserved. The main reason was that if they really went over to ask for autographs and pictures, it would definitely not be appropriate. The main thing is, they can't disgrace Chu Jiang, can they? Actually, Su Song was still very cautious, not to mention that he was a top singer with tens of millions of fans. In front of these real bigwigs, he was just a singer. Young Chu, we've just met. Bai Fong walked to Chu Jiang's side and reached out to hand his hand to Chu Jiang. Chu Jiang also looked at Bai Fong and shook his hand directly. I still have to thank Bai Xiao. If it wasn't for you, I really wouldn't be able to get concert tickets. Multiple friends have multiple paths. What's more, just while shaking hands with Bai Fong, Chu Jiang had inadvertently picked up 5 small transparent balls hanging in the air from Bai Fong's side. Ding, you picked up 100 million in cash. Ding, you picked up a yacht. You picked up a Patek Philippe. Ding, you picked up 2 sets of Tomson's large flat. Ding, you've picked up a stock market quote card. 5 system beeps in a row. Cash, luxury cars, luxury homes, famous watches and whatnot need to be said. He had picked up at least 10 sets of the Townsend one large flat alone. However, these 5 rewards did have 2 more special ones. A yacht, which was fairly conventional. After all, it was a luxury item, and it was the first time it had ever appeared. Then there was that stock market quote card. Not only was it the first time it had appeared, but just by hearing the name, he knew it wasn't simple. Chu Jiang froze and also directly understood the specifics of this stock market quote card. It can accurately display the stock market's quotes for the coming week, helping you become a stock god-like existence? Chu Jiang muttered in his heart. Although the introduction about the stock market quote card was just this one sentence, Chu Jiang wasn't stupid. He instantly understood the value of this stock market quote card. I'll go. This is really good stuff. If I utilize it properly, in a week's time, at the very least, it will allow me to double my assets tenfold? Chu Jiang couldn't help but think this way in his heart. Chu Jiang now had more than $1 billion in cash alone in his hands, which seemed like a lot, but compared to the truly rich, it was still slightly insufficient. Take Qin Cellophane for example. He had previously shown his 9.9 billion bank account balance online. As for Wang Tsong, there was even less to say. Yida Group's annual rent collected from Yida Mall alone is $80 billion. Although Yida Group itself has fallen into some crisis in the past 2 years. But with Wang Tsong's old man's iron-blooded methods, he is also helping the building to fall. And Wang Tsong is the only son, the only heir after the Yida Group, worth at least a few $100 billion. As for Chu Jiang, if he counted his fixed assets, he could barely make it into the ranks of the top second generation of rich people. But compared to Wang Tsong, they were still slightly short. Who would mind having too much money? With this stock market quote card, even if it could only predict the stock market for the next week, that would be enough. Chu Jiang was still very satisfied with picking up 5 rewards from Mai Fong at once. The group entered the villa under the guidance of the waiter. Although this was a private kitchen restaurant, to be honest, it was like a small museum. There were various antiques on display in the villa, and each one was worth a lot of money. These collectibles, without a doubt, were definitely all authentic. To be honest, Chu Jiang also had to sigh in admiration after looking at it that the owner of the Rainbow Royal Xian's wealth was not simple. Other not to mention, just say this single villa of Han Yu Xian was built in the 1920s, worth at least $1 billion, and the number of collections in this villa also took his breath away. Chu old brother, was he shocked? Wang Tsong saw Chu Jiang's silent appreciation of those collectibles also could not help but smile and said, the owner of the Rainbow Royal Palace is a friend of mine. He recently bought 2 oil mines over there in South Africa. People over there in South Africa. Otherwise you can be introduced to you to recognize. Chu Jiang also couldn't help but nod his head when he heard Wang Tsong say that. Okay, we can get to know each other when we have the chance in the future. For Wang Tsong to introduce himself to such things as human resources, he naturally did not refuse. For one thing, by coming into contact with these people, he would be able to pick up a large amount of rewards. Secondly, as the saying goes, more friends, more roads. Speaking of which, Chu Jiang couldn't help but marvel at the fact that rich people weren't as friendless as ordinary people thought. On the contrary, rich people still had a lot of friends. Moreover, most of the time, rich people are helping each other. This is also Chu Jiang these days with Wang Tsong, Qin Cellophane and their contact down the Epiphany. The private room was very large, at least more than 200 square feet. Feel free to order whatever you guys want to eat, ha. Chu Jiang looked at Chu Yu and the others and casually said with a smile. As for Wang Tsong and the few of them, they opened a deck of poker. Taking advantage of the effort of ordering food, Chu Jiang and the 4 of them instead sat down and played fried gold flower. We are our own brothers, and do not play big. The bottom bet of 1,000, depending on the card doubled. The mulligan limit is 10,000, and the lookout limit is 20,000. Wang Tsong gave the word. Chu Jiang and the 3 of them naturally didn't have any opinions. Chu Jiang's hand is good. Won 3 times in a row. Won almost 50. 000 to 60. 000 that way. By Xiao. Now you believe Chu Xiao's strength to win every bet. Ha ha. Yesterday we were at Tianshui Villa. A win of $27 million from Xiao Shiba Park Guiji. That's really cool, ah. Qin Cellophane laughed. Although he had just lost more than $30,000, but this amount of money was not enough for him to eat a breakfast. So naturally, he would not put it on his mind. Lucky, just lucky. Chu Jiang was modest and said with a smile. By Xiao, how come you frowned after only losing more than 10,000? It's not that bad, right? Wang Tsong looked at Bai Feng's face with a worried frown. He also couldn't help but snicker at him. Brother Tsong is joking. I don't care about this amount of money. Hey the main thing is still not by the US stock market disturbance. Bai Feng laughed bitterly and said, last month followed a friend to go to the US stock market to turn a circle. Invested 200 million meters gold. The beginning is not bad. Every day can earn 1 million or 2 million meters gold. But from the day before yesterday, I was even with the profit all to the set in. And now the account on the remaining 60 million. No wonder Bai Feng is not in a very good mood. 2 days not counting the previous profit. Even if he invested in the principal, he is directly number 140 million meters gold. He naturally didn't care about 1 or 2 million Chinese dollars, but 140 million meters of gold, when converted into Chinese dollars, that's 880 million. And this money he still secretly from his own company's public accounts secretly get over. This if was found. Even if not dead also have to peel layer off. Asterisk. You play so big? 200 million meters of gold? Even when Wang Tsong and Qin Cellophane heard what Bai Feng said, they couldn't help but shout in surprise. It's been quite stable before. The day before yesterday. I don't know how, but I was directly trapped. Alas, according to this trend, it feels like the remaining 60 million meters of gold won't be able to keep it. As soon as he talked about this matter, Bai Feng's spirit became even more depressed. Bai Xiao, with all due respect,
You might have been set up by that friend of yours. When Chu Jiang heard what Bai Fong said, he also felt that this matter wasn't that simple. Chu Jiang casually said this. Bai Fong said on his lips that it wouldn't be, but in fact, his heart couldn't help but mutter up. I won't really be set up, right? P.S. Handicapped party, slow writing. During the day at work, only have time to code words at night. Then there's one more shift after midnight today. Tomorrow is not working. Strive for 3 more. Speaking of today's additional rules, within 24 hours, 100 gift rewards, plus 1 more. 35-star book reviews plus 1 more. Currently 22 book reviews, within 24 hours, 52 5-star book reviews, plus 1 more. Chapter 24. In fact, it's not impossible to save you. Whether or not he was really being set up, other people weren't sure, but Bai Fong himself was definitely very clear. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that he was being set up, and his heart was quite annoyed. The friend who took him to speculate on the stock market is his female classmate in the university. To say the least, they have not been in touch with each other for many years before. However, just 2 months ago at a private party, Bai even met his female college classmates. His college female classmate is called Yi Chanru, according to her, currently in a securities company on Wall Street in the United States as a trader. This time back to China is to invite some domestic customers to go to the US stock market to make money. Yi Chanru looks charming, sweet mouth, coupled with her commitment to at least 15 points of profit a year. Bai Fong then confusedly invested 1 million meters gold to her. That night, Bai Fong took Yi Chanru to play poker in the hotel, and then also after 2 days. Yi Chanru told him that his 1 million meter gold earned crazy in the first 2 days, and earned more than 500,000 meter gold in 2 days, and she directly transferred 1.5 million meters gold to Bai Fong, even though 500,000 meters of gold was only more than 3 million Chinese dollars. For a top-tier rich second generation like Bai Fong, he couldn't look at it, but you have to know, he only invested 1 million meters of gold into it, and it only took 2 days to earn 500,000 meters of gold. What's the difference between picking up money with a sack? Simply don't be too good, right? After playing poker with Yi Chanru, Bai Fong didn't think much about it, and directly invested another 5 million meters of gold with interest to Yi Chanru. This time, almost after a week or so, Yi Chanru again with money over. This time, 5 million meters of gold directly into 8 million meters of gold. This time, 5 million meters of gold directly turned into 8 million meters of gold. Converted into Chinese currency, that would be $189 million. Even if Bai Fong was one of the country's top second-generation tycoons, it wasn't as if he would think that $18 or $9 million was a small amount of money. Moreover, he had earned 3 million meters of gold within a week, and with the 500,000 meters of gold he had earned before, that would be more than 20 million Chinese currency. People are greedy. At this time, Bai Fong has gradually lost his way. He knew that the stock market was risky, and he also knew that one needed to be cautious when entering the market. But at the same time, earning 3 million meters of gold in a week's time was also directly changing some of his perceptions. After he finished playing poker with Yi Chanru once again, he also directly utilized his identity as the young proprietor of Butterfly Sea Music Company to transfer 200 million meters of gold from the company's account to Yi Chanru's account. After the first 2 trials, he was convinced of Yi Chanru's strength. He also did not want too much. His 200 million meters gold invested, 10 days and half a month, can give him to earn a few tens of millions of meters gold. He would be satisfied. The first few weeks of profit are not bad. Every day is a profit state. But on the day before yesterday, Yi Chanru told him that all the money was trapped, and now the account balance of 60 million meters of gold left. Now, Bai Fong was directly dumbfounded. 200 million meters of gold and only 60 million meters of gold left? If his old man knew about this, he would kill him. He was thinking of withdrawing the funds in the next few days. After all, he had already made a profit of 20 to 30 million meters, which was enough for him to spend for a while. But who knows, Yi Chanru's news directly like a bolt from the blue hit him. The loss of 140 million meters of gold. Such a big hole, even if it is him, but also simply cannot solve. Originally, he didn't suspect that it was Yi Chanru who set herself up, but being reminded by Chu Jiang, he directly woke up. It's really possible that a trap was set up. Bai Fong directly stood up and didn't have the heart to blow up the gold flowers, directly calling Yi Chanru over. Only, the phone number that was still reachable yesterday had now turned directly into an empty number. If this he still does not know what it means, then he really is stupid. Her mom to stupid open the door. Stupid to home. Asterisk. Bai Fong blackened his face and directly exploded a foul mouth. Bai Fong really had a broken heart. Such a simple scam. How could he not see it? What's the situation now? Qin Cellophane looked at Bai Fong and also froze for a moment and asked. The number has become empty. When Bai Fong said that,
The others present also understood why he directly exploded just now. 200 million meters of gold. Bai Fong is very painful.
His own dam with a woman played poker a few times was cheated 200 million meters gold.
If this spread out, the Magic City circle of rich second generation shall not laugh at him for a whole year. Of course, now the worst situation is that his 200 million meters of gold is misappropriation of the company's account funds, which if found, even if he is his family's old man's only son, I'm afraid that they will be broken legs, right? Although he is also regarded as the top domestic rich second generation, usually get wind, get rain, but that is 200 million meters of gold. 1 or 200 million Chinese dollars he could still think of a way, but with 200 million meters of gold, he really didn't have a clue. Brother Tsong, save me. Bai Fong was on good terms with Wang Tsong. He also looked at Wang Tsong and said with a bitter smile, don't look at me, I am even poorer than you. Our family's current situation is still unclear to you? Wang Tsong, even if he wanted to help him, but also have the heart to do nothing. Brother Qin, save me. Bai Fong looked at Qin Cellophane again and said, 200 million meters of gold. Do you think I would have that much money? Qin Cellophane might have that much money, but that being said, there was absolutely no way he would lend this money to Bai Fong to take it to fill the hole. Not to mention whether or not Bai Fong could afford to pay it back. The point was that Qin Cellophane's relationship with Bai Fong wasn't really good enough to take out 200 million meters of gold and lend it to him. In other words, even if Qin Cellophane had the money, he wouldn't lend it. After all, 200 million meters of gold was indeed too much. Bai Fong had been rejected by Qin Cellophane Wang Tsong one after another, and of all the people present, Chu Jian was the only one left who had the ability to help him. However, he and Chu Jian were also just getting to know each other, and their relationship could only be described as a nodding acquaintance, and he looked at Chu Jian who also wanted to speak, not knowing how to open his mouth at all. Actually, it's not impossible to save you. Bai Fong never said anything to Chu Jian, and Chu Jian naturally understood what was in his heart as he looked at his face full of sorrow. Since you're too embarrassed to open your mouth, then I'll just tell you directly. Hearing Chu Jiang say that, Bai Fong, who was already desperate, instantly looked at Chu Jian with wide eyes. He didn't expect the Chu Jian he just met to be so righteous. That was a whole of 200 million meters of gold. He was actually just a stranger to Chu Jiang. If Chu Jiang didn't help him, he couldn't possibly blame Chu Jiang for anything. Young Chu, what are the conditions? Just say it. Bai Fong was like he had grabbed a life-saving straw. His current attitude towards Chu Jian was much more respectful than before. The US stock market is still good. I just happen to be ready to go over there in the next 2 days to have some fun. Let's do it this way. You take out another 300 million meters of gold from your family's company account, and I'll take you to the US stock market to kill this money back just like that. Chu Jiang said with a smile as the corner of his mouth rose slightly. Hearing Chu Jiang say that, Bai Fong was directly all confused. This person isn't thinking that I'm stupid and wants to scam me as well, right? Bai Fong's face instantly collapsed. Thinking this in his heart, he also looked at Chu Jian with a crying face and said, Chu Xiao, at a time like this, you can't tease me. Didn't tease you. I'm serious. Chu Jiang said with a straight face, but you then all the profit score me half. I guarantee that you did not get that 200 million meters of gold for you to earn back. Chu Jian really wasn't joking with him. After all, he was holding a stock market quotation card, which could predict the changes in the stock market quotation within a week in advance. If Bai Fong really had this vigor, he wouldn't mind bringing him to earn back those 200 million meters of gold. P.S. The new book Opened Pit. From today, never stop more. I will not watch dramas, travel, or get sick. I will not play games, not water group. I will be bursting my liver to code words. Life and death. I am the keyboard in the darkness, the guard on the great wall of netiquette, a flame against the cold, a light at the break of dawn. I give my life and honor to the code, and so it is tonight, and so it will be night after night. Please urge to watch a video, ask for a free gift to go, and ask for a 5-star review from those who read the book. The rules are the same as before. Chapter 25, Bringing Chu Yu and the girls to live in Tan Palace Villa. Of course, Chu Jiang wasn't helping him for nothing, and he was going to share half of the profits. Now it was up to Bai Fong to see if this guy had the guts. After all, if you take another 300 million meters of gold, then he secretly transferred 500 million meters of gold from the company's account. $500 million, converted into Chinese currency, that's $3.1 billion. Their family Butterfly Sea Music's annual revenue was only about $10 billion. So $500 million was definitely not a small amount. But what choice does he have now? Wang Song and Qin Cellophane is certainly not help him. Chu Jiang words, he is not familiar. However, he thought that with Chu Jiang's strength, it would not be enough to scam him. He is now panicked. Frowning tightly looking at Chu Jiang asked, Chu Young, really profitable? 80% sure. Chu Jiang naturally did not put words to death. The stock market is unpredictable. even if the god of the stock market cannot say that they must be able to profit in the stock market. 80% certainty is not low.
Bai Feng gritted his teeth and made up his mind and said,
Good, Xu Young, I believe you once. He had no way out. For today's solution, he could only believe that Chu Jiang could save him. Elder brother Chu is so confident that he can make money in the US stock market?
Wang Song also couldn't help but mutter in his heart.
Could it be that he made so much money in the US stock market? With this thought in mind, he also smiled and said, Chu old brother,
my hand is also a little tight recently, but 10 million meters of gold or have.
I also invested some dividends, then with buy less on the same line.
Qin Cellophane heard Wang Song say so and followed suit. Then I will also invest 10 million meters of gold.
Xu Jiang naturally came to the rescue. With the stock market quote card in hand, the advantage is in me. The principle is naturally the more the better.
Chu Jiang and the four of them on this side talking about going to the US stock market to make money. Chu Yu more or less also heard some,
thinking in his heart, old brother when he will speculate in stocks? Actually Chu Yu was now full of questions.
She feels that her old brother has a lot of things are hidden from himself.
After all,
his old brother now even with Wang Songqin Porphyrites these top rich second generation are called brother and brother.
In her thought, some unbelievable. However, there are some things that you don't want to think about if you don't understand. After all, life is getting better and better on the line. The chef of the Rainbow Royal Cuisine is said to be a descendant of the imperial chef,
and the dishes he makes are indeed full of color and flavor. But this side of the consumption is indeed very expensive. A meal consumed nearly $1 million.
If it is not Chu Jiang to money easy,
millions to eat a meal he really hurt.
During the meal,
Su Song also sang a few songs on the spot.
The atmosphere was instantly pushed to the climax.
Chu Yu they were still relatively reserved,
but after the meal,
they also have gathered in Su Song's side photo.
After the meal was over, it was already more than 1 in the morning, and when Chu Jiang brought Chu Yu and the girls back to the villa, it was already more than 2 in the morning. When the driver drove the car to the Sandalwood Palace Villa area, Chu Yu and her 3 roommates were all confused. This was Tang Palace, the most upscale residential area in the entire Magic City. The price of a random set of villas was in the hundreds of millions of dollars. When they entered the villa, several people's expressions were also quite shocked. Everyone had one thought in their mind. This villa is really big and luxurious, and at this hour, the villa still has no less than 10 maids in maid outfits coming over to serve themselves. This is also too extravagant, right? Yeah, it's getting late. You guys also seize the time to rest. Chu Jiang drank a lot of wine at night. Now that the wine is on his head, sleepiness came. He instructed the maids to arrange Chu Yu and the girls and went straight back to the bedroom to sleep. As for Chu Yu and the girls, they were all a little sleepy. But now, being in such a luxurious villa, a few of them were instantly sleepy. In the villa,
there were more than 10 guest rooms alone,
and under the maids' leadership,
they were also staying in one guest room each.
A few minutes later, the few of them were also chatting in the dormitory group. This guest room is so big, and the facilities are really too luxurious. Super large bathtub, smart toilet, and the TV is also big. Yeah, I just checked. The average price of Sandalwood Palace Villa is 300,000 a square meter. Your brother's set of villa is so big, at least 7 or 800 million, right? Yeah, just admit it. You are definitely a rich second generation. You, does our brother have a girlfriend? Do you think it's okay for me to be your sister-in-law? The several little girls were all very excited. After all, first they followed Chu Jiang to Ruba Susong's concert, and it was still an inside VIP seat. Originally thought that this was the biggest happiness of the day. Who would have thought that at the end of the concert they would be able to sit together with Su Song for dinner? And the big names at the same table were Wang Song and Qin Cellophane. Now, they are living in the top-class Sandalwood Palace Villa in Magic City. That kind of happiness really can't be described with words. However, Chu Yu was now completely confused. She couldn't figure out what was going on right now. She thought that her brother had won $300 million in the lottery, but now it seemed that Chu Jiang had a lot of things to hide from her. Not to mention how her brother met Wang Song and the others. Just say the Sandalwood Palace Villa. That wasn't something an average person could afford. But Chu Yu was also very understanding. Since Chu Jiang did not say to herself, then she will not ask. After a dreamless night, it was only after 9 o'clock the next morning that Chu Jiang walked out from the bedroom. As for Chu Yu, the few of them were already sitting on the dining table eating breakfast. This morning's breakfast was French meat jelly and millet porridge boiled with Boston lobster. The value of this breakfast alone was money that many people couldn't even earn in a month. Young master, when Shen Xingwei saw Chu Jiang, she also hurriedly walked to Chu Jiang's side to serve him. Chu Jiang stretched and walked to the dining table, and soon a maid brought over his breakfast. How is it? Did you sleep comfortably last night? Chu Jiang looked at Chu Yu and the few of them. The corner of his mouth rose slightly as he laughed softly and said, Brother Chu, comfortable is comfortable.
but this makes it hard for us to return to the dormitory later. Su Jing was still on good terms with Chu Jiang. Hearing Chu Jiang ask this, she also returned. The others didn't say anything but also nodded. In the future, if you guys are fine on weekends, I'll have the driver pick you up and bring you over to play for 2 days. Chu Jiang laughed and said, I'm sometimes busy and may not be at home, so don't be polite when you guys come over. Just tell the maids what you want to eat and drink. They'll arrange it. Chu Jiang did not care about this amount of money, casually said with a smile. In fact, Su Jing was also casually saying that, really wanting them to come over every weekend. They were really embarrassed. Of course, if Chuyu wants to come to this side of the villa and they follow along, then it is another story. After all, Chuyu is Chu John's own sister, at the very least can be counted as half owner of the villa, right? On the contrary, it was Chuyu who frowned, looking like she had something on her mind. Chapter 26, Do you have a choice but to trust Chu Xiao now? Chuyu was naturally worried about her old brother. After all, the change was too great. For a moment, she was a little unable to accept it. At first, she was skeptical of Chu Zhong's statement about winning the lottery. After all, which is so easy to win the jackpot? Besides, according to Chu Jiang, he had only won $300 million. Those luxury cars are not to mention. The key is this Sandalwood Palace Villa. How to explain? This is an average price of 300,000 a square meter. Such a large villa, at least 700 or 800 million. Even if my brother brought all the money from the lottery to buy the villa, it's not enough. She was not afraid of anything else, but mainly she was afraid that her brother had done something illegal. Brother, I have something to tell you. Seeing Chu Jiang finish his breakfast, Chuyu also walked to Chu Jiang's side, pursed her lips and whispered. She looked at Chu Jiang and then at her roommate, meaning that she wanted to talk to Chu Jiang alone. How could Chu Jiang not know what Chuyu was thinking in her heart? And wiped the corner of her mouth with a paper towel. Xingwei, make a pot of tea and bring it to my study. Right. Prepare some more fruits and snacks for the 3 little girls and whatnot. Okay, young master. Shen Xingwei, who was standing at the side, nodded and responded. That, Chu Yu, come over here with me for a moment. The corner of Chu Jiang's mouth rose slightly as he looked at Chu Yu and said with a soft smile, Aha. Chu Yu nodded obediently and followed Chu Jiang towards the study. The study was very large. Chu Yu's first feeling when she walked into the study was that this study was too big. You can ask whatever you want to ask. Chu Jiang sat on the chair in front of the desk and pulled out a box of soft neutral from his pocket and placed it on the desk. Pulling out a huazi and lighting it, he inhaled deeply. Brother, what's the situation? Chu Yu was directly asked. Recently, the hand is not rich. Then learn others to speculate on stocks. Just listen to people say that the United States stock market to make money. Your brother I head into it. Don't really say. Your brother my talent is comparable to the stock god. 1 to 2 to go. The money is also more and more to come. Chu Jiang naturally could not tell Chu Yu the real situation. It just so happened that he now had a stock market ticker card, just so he could act as a stock god. Brother, are you saying that all this money, you earned it from the stock market? It's earned from the US stock market. It's all foreigners' money. It's awesome to earn. Chu Jiang laughed. I know what you are worried about. Don't worry, your brother I didn't do anything illegal. Moreover, even if your brother I went to rob a bank, that can't rob so much money. Yeah. Do you know how much this villa is worth? How much? Chu Yu was naturally curious. She estimated how it would be $700 or $800 million. This villa is the largest in the Tang Palace Villa area. The floor area alone is 3,000 square feet. The market value is $900 million. Hiss. When she heard Chu Jiang say that this villa had a market value of $900 million, even though Chu Yu was psychologically prepared, she couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. 900 million. For an ordinary person, that was definitely an astronomical figure. So if your brother I really did something against discipline to get so much money, wouldn't that have gone in long ago? Chu Jiang hemmed and hawed and said, just study at ease, and when you graduate from college, you'll come and help me then. Hearing Chu Jiang say that, Chu Yu also nodded fiercely. If her own old brother needed her, her first choice would definitely be to help her own brother. Go out. Accompany your roommate to the villa area to stroll around in a while. Good. Chu Yu responded, turning to leave the study just in time to meet Xingwei, who was carrying tea over. Good day, miss. Xingwei naturally knew that Chu Yu was Chu Jiang's own sister, and it was proper to greet her in person. Chu Yu also hurriedly responded, good day, Butler Shun. Although Chu Yu had only just come to the villa, she was also aware that Xingwei was her brother's personal housekeeper. Moreover, she also knew that Xingwei was a doctorate in management graduated from Stanford University. No matter which way she looked at it, she had considerable respect for Xingwei. Over here, Xingwei walked into the study with tea in her hand. Chu Jiang was also very comfortable brushing his jitterbug with his back leaning on the chair. Seeing Xingwei walk in, He also smiled toward Xingwei. Xingwei, you go and help the young master open an account over at the US stock market in a while.
US stocks?
Xingwei also froze for a moment when she heard Chu Jiang say this, and subconsciously inquired,
are you preparing to enter the US stock market, young master?
Well, the US stock market is a place to make quick money. I'm going to go over and operate a few waves to make some money from the rice guys,
Chu Jiang casually said.
But in his words, he seemed very confident, making Xingwei feel as if she would definitely be able to make a profit just by listening to him.
However, after all,
she had been living on the rice side for several years, and she still had a bit of understanding of the US stock market.
How to say?
The US stock market is not only the stock market of the United States, but also the global stock market. The US stock market is huge, and there are indeed a lot of myths about getting rich overnight in the US stock market.
However, due to the US stock T+0 trading mechanism and no stop and stop, the US stock is also the world's financial giants play each other.
Of course, the rice guys are relying on the US stock market to harvest the world.
The stock market is risky. Enter the market need to be cautious. This sentence is not for fun.
The stock market has a saying,
7 losses, 2 flat and 1 profit. As the name suggests, 10 people speculate in the stock market. There are 7 people are losing money. 2 people do not lose money,
and can make a profit in the stock market.
There is only one person just.
Young master, he wants to make money in the US stock market.
It's not that easy.
Xingwei could not help but think this in her heart. Seeing that Xingwei was a bit hesitant,
Chu Jiang also smiled and said, the main thing is that there is insider information. You just need to solve the matter of opening an account. You don't need to worry about other things.
Since Chu Jiang had said so, Xingwei naturally would not go against Chu Jiang's wishes.
Okay, young master, I know. Xingwei nodded and answered. Today was Sunday, while it was Saturday on the rice side.
The US stock market opened from Monday to Friday,
and there was a 12-hour time difference between rice and China. It is 12 o'clock noon on Monday in China,
and it is only early morning on Monday on the rice side.
Now is the rice winter time. Opening time for rice time 10:30 to 5 p.m. Corresponding to the domestic time is Monday night 10:30 to Tuesday morning 5 o'clock. That is to say, now Xingwei to open the account.
He can enter the US stock market trading at the earliest, still have to wait until 10:30 tomorrow night.
But Chu Jiang is not in a hurry. Chu Jiang is not anxious, but Bai Feng must be anxious. After he went back last night,
he confirmed Chu Jiang's strength with Wang Tsong and Qin Cellophane once again.
Although Wang Tsong and Qin Cellophane weren't very familiar with Chu Jiang's identity and background,
the only thing they could be sure of was that Chu Jiang was definitely not as simple as he looked.
Bai Xiao, to put it mildly, do you have far to go now besides trusting Chu Xiao?
Qin Cellophane was also a bit unhappy about Bai Feng questioning Chu Jiang's strength,
and said with a grin,
although what Qin Cellophane said made him feel a little unhappy.
It was the truth. Good. I understand then.
Bai Feng gritted his teeth and also made up his mind.
Qin Cellophane was right. He didn't have a choice now. Chapter 27, is Mr. Chu coming over? Bai Feng really didn't have a choice. How could he possibly fill the hole of 200 million meters of gold? For today's solution, he can only trust Chu Jiang. Bai Feng is also acute. As soon as he woke up in the morning, he directly contacted Chu Jiang. Chu Xiao, give me an account. I'll transfer the money to you. There's no rush. The US stock market is still closed right now. The fastest trading time will have to be tomorrow night. It's okay. I've got the money. I'll transfer it over to you. That's fine. I WeChat the account to you. Chu Jiang laughed, then said, buy less. I first said the stock market is not a sure win, although I am very confident. But if this loss, you cannot blame me. Ugly words must be said in front. Although there is a stock market quotation card in hand, Chu Jiang certainly will not lose. But some words, should be said, still have to say. Bai Feng naturally understands. But now there is only Chu Jiang left to save him. He really has no other way except to let go. Don't worry, if I really lose, I'll admit it. At most, I'll obediently go back and admit my mistake. Although 500 million meters of gold is much, but he is also the only son of the family in any case. Although it may be hammered half dead by his dad, but at least it will not really whack him to death. Bai Feng let out a bitter laugh and couldn't help but flirt with himself. Ha ha, in fact, Bai Xiao doesn't need to be so pessimistic. The US stock market is still very good, and the Mizuno's banknotes are very easy to cut. Chu Jiang's words were also considered to give Bai Feng a pill of peace of mind, at least letting his very flustered heart instantly calm down. Hanging up Bai Feng's phone, Chu Jiang's side also sent his account number to him through WeChat. In less than half an hour's time, Bai Feng's side had already transferred all the money. Alas, it's really the landlord's stupid son, trusting others so easily. No wonder he was swindled of so much money. Chu Jiang's side, thinking to himself that he had to lose out on not being some kind of scammer. Otherwise wouldn't this Bai Feng guy have to lose another 300 million meters of gold? But then again, Chu Jiang wasn't helping him for nothing. If there was a loss, it would naturally be by Feng's, but if there was a profit, he would have to pay for it. But if he makes a profit, he has to take half of the profit. The US stock market over there is T+0 trading model, and there is no stopping limit, as long as he operates properly. A night of doubling the principal is certainly not a problem. This point of confidence, Chu Jiang still have. He is not a stock god, but he is open as long as he used the stock market quotation card. In the coming week, the stock market quotations could all be clearly grasped. In this case, absolutely called the sack to pick up money. Time is still early. Chu Jiang's side did not put too much on this matter. Drink tea, smoke cigarettes, brush jian, look at novels. Chu Jiang's life is still very cozy. At 11 o'clock or so, Li Zihui did send him a message over. Chu Xiao, my mom's surgery was just done. It was very successful. Thank you. Seeing that it was Li Zihui who sent over the message, Chu Jiang also smiled heartily. Success is good. In the hospital? I happen to have nothing to do right now. I'll go over to see Auntie in a while. The inpatient department of the Ninth People's Hospital of Magic City. Li Zihui actually hesitated for a long time before sending this message over to Chu Jiang. For her, it was Chu Jiang who had given her the money to allow her mother to have the surgery. That was a benefactor. Moreover, Chu Jiang was also really nice to her. Which young girl was not in love? Facing a young, handsome and rich young master like Chu Jiang, Li Zihui was naturally not immune. However, Li Zihui was very good. She never did not take the initiative to contact Chu Jiang. She is well aware of the gap between herself and Chu Jiang. She also understands that in order to occupy a piece of land in Chu Jiang's heart, she must be very well behaved, very understanding. However, Chu Jiang had also confided in her before, letting him know when her mother was having surgery, and he went over to visit. This morning, when Li Zihui's mother was pushed out from the operating room, her hanging heart was finally relieved, but at the same time, she also hesitated to tell Chu Jiang. After considering it again and again, Li Zihui still decided that she should talk to Chu Jiang. Seeing Chu Jiang's reply, Li Zihui also froze for a moment. She originally thought that Chu Jiang said that he would come over to visit her mom just casually, but she didn't expect that Chu Jiang was serious, and that he would be coming over in a while. In the hospital room, Li Zihui's mother Zhou Shudong was lying on the hospital bed, looking much better than before the surgery. Li Zihui's uncle and his family had also rushed over from their hometown for such a big surgery. Uncle, aunt, in a moment my friend is coming over. Li Zihui looked at her aunt and uncle and also greeted them in advance. Sister, it won't be Chu Xiao, right? When Zhou Baiting heard Li Zihui say that a friend was coming over in a while, her first thought was Chu Jiang. Chu Xiao? Li Zihui's uncle also froze and muttered a sentence under his breath. Li Zihui nodded, but was looking at Zhou Baiting, signaling her not to say more. Zhou Baiting also realized that she was talking too much and directly closed her mouth and turned her body to take out the garbage. Chu Jiang's side walked out of the study. Yeah, I'm going out for a bit. You guys play here with me for a bit longer? If I don't come back, you let Xingwei send you guys back to school. Okay, brother, I know. When Chuyu heard Chu Jiang say that, she also nodded and responded. After simply ordering 2 sentences, Chu Jiang also drove his Lamborghini Poison and directly left the villa. By the time he arrived at this side of the 9 hospitals, it was already almost 12 noon. Chu Jiang bought some tonic from the mall in the middle and spent some more time. 2 50-year-old wild ginseng, one worth $300,000. In addition to the wild ginseng, there were also 2 boxes of superb bird's nests, one box costing $200,000. Although the items were not much, they also cost millions. After all, Li Zihui is her first woman. Her mother is sick in the hospital. She went to visit or very reasonable. As for spending money, Chu Jiang is not very concerned. $1 million is not much for him. Parking the car in the parking space outside the main gate of the 9th hospital, it immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. After all, it was a supercar, and it was a Lamborghini, so it was the center of attention everywhere. Chu Jiang didn't care about the gazes of those around him, and directly carried the boxes of supplements and walked towards the hospitalization building. There are still many rich people in the big city. This is a Lamborghini, right? In our hometown, Porsche Cayenne can be considered a luxury car. Let me tell you, Porsche Cayenne is nothing compared to this car. Anyone who can drive this car must be a rich kid. Li Zihui's uncle and aunt just came back from outside to get dinner, just in time to see Chu Jiang come out of the Lamborghini. Waiting for Chu Jiang to go a little farther, Li Zihui's uncle muttered a few words to his wife, and in his words, he was envious. Men, who can not like supercars? Even if Li Zihui uncle is already more than 40 years old, but see Lamborghini, this luxury supercar, cannot help but also some excitement. By the way, Hui said her friend is coming. Why hasn't she come until now? this rack is a bit big. I heard Biting say a Chu Xiao, and when Hui spoke, her expression was strange. I think this friend of hers is probably not an ordinary person. Li Zihui's uncle gave a bitter smile and said, think about it. Hui is a college student. Where is she going to get so much money for her mom's surgery? Hui is pretty, and she's also a college student at Fudan University, so it wouldn't be hard for her to find a rich second-generation boyfriend, would it? Although Li Zihui just said friends, but in her uncle and aunt this kind of over people here, is her boyfriend to come over? That's why Li Zihui's aunt was a bit opinionated about Chu Jiang coming late. Hui's life is hard. I just hope she doesn't aggravate herself. Li Zihui's uncle also couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. After all, he had watched her grow up since she was a child, and he, his own uncle, still favored his niece. Chapter 28 Zihui's boyfriend is a rich second generation? In fact, more or less. Li Zihui uncle also guessed some, just this kind of time, how could he say this? And then again, Li Zihui she is also an adult. Some things he is not good to ask more. When Chu Jiang walked to the bottom of the inpatient department building, he remembered that this was the first time he had come over, and he didn't even know which ward Li Zihui's mother was in. I'm downstairs at the hospitalization department. Come down and pick me up. Chu Jiang directly sent a message over to Li Zihui. Li Zihui was actually a little nervous when she learned that Chu Jiang was coming over, but it had been an hour and Chu Jiang hadn't arrived yet, so she was also checking her WeChat from time to time. Li Zihui's mother had already come to her senses, but due to the general anesthesia surgery, she was still not quite able to speak. As Li Zihui's mother, if her own daughter had something on her mind, she would naturally be able to detect it in the first place. As she looked at Li Zihui, she couldn't help but frown. She could feel that her daughter was a little nervous right now. Just at this moment, Li Zihui's cell phone vibrated, and she also hurriedly glanced at her phone. Seeing that it was a message from Chu Jiang, Li Zihui directly stood up from her chair. Biting, I'm going down. You look after this side. I'll be up in a while. After confiding in Zhou Biting, Li Zihui didn't dare to delay and directly walked out of the hospital room. When she came to the downstairs of the hospitalization department, Li Zihui looked around and saw Chu Jiang at the first moment. After all, Chu Jiang is 1 meter 8.5 tall. In the middle of the crowd is a bit of a crane. Li Zihui ran all the way to Chu Jiang's side, gasping for breath in small bites. Originally she was a little bit nervous. When she jogged all the way to Chu Jiang's front she didn't know what to say. Chu Xiao, Chu Jiang looked at Li Zihui's face was a bit pale also looked at her and said very softly, these 2 days are exhausted. Right, it's okay, just didn't have much rest. Li Zihui pursed her lips and said softly, let's go, take me to the ward. Chu Jiang didn't say anything else. The corner of his mouth rose slightly and smiled and said, on the other side. Just now, Li Zihui ran all the way to Chu Jiang's side like a little daughter-in-law. The scene was seen clearly by her uncle and aunt who came back. Isn't that Hui? That man, isn't he that rich second generation who drove the supercar just now? Li Zihui's uncle and aunt both froze. The two of them had just seen Chu Jiang walk down from the supercar with their own eyes, and since Chu Jiang was so handsome, they had unconsciously looked at him twice more. Just now, the two of them were still envious that Chu Jiang was so young to be able to drive a top supercar like a Lamborghini. Just how could they not expect that Chu Jiang was actually the friend that Li Zihui had said he was? Shu, keep your voice down. Li Zihui's uncle also blankly glanced at his wife. Hui, she's pretty, and there's naturally no shortage of people chasing after her for this kind of rich second generation. In fact, speaking of which, if Li Zihui really found a rich second generation boyfriend, it would be quite good. As the saying goes, it's better to learn well than to marry well. If you can marry into a rich family, then it's also considered to be a phoenix on a branch. Moreover, if Li Zihui got rich, she wouldn't forget about him as her uncle, right? Are you saying that this second generation rich man is our Hui's boyfriend? Li Zihui's aunt froze for a moment and said softly, 80% yes. You didn't see Hui's blushing face just now, just like drinking wine. Li Zihui uncle said with a heated smile. Besides, if the general friends, people of this status, how can they come over to the hospital to see a civilian like us? Let's go. Let's hurry back. Seeing Chu Jiang and the others getting on the elevator, Li Zihui's uncle also pulled his wife to get on the elevator next to him. No matter what, he was also Li Zihui's own uncle, so it wasn't too much for him to go over and brush up his presence. In the middle of the hospital room, Chu Jiang saw Li Zihui's mother lying on the hospital bed, as well as Li Zihui's cousin Zhou Biting. Auntie, after hearing Zihui say that you're having an operation over here, I've been too busy these past few days and haven't had the time to come over to see you. Today, I just happened to be free, and after hearing Zihui say that you just finished your surgery, I thought of buying some tonic for you to replenish your body. Chu Jiang didn't have much of a stance, and while smiling and talking,
He also placed the tonic on the bedside table to one side. Li Zihui's mother had just finished her surgery and was still unable to speak, but she also made an effort to smile towards Chu Jiang and nodded. My mom, she just finished surgery. She can't speak yet, Li Zihui hurriedly explained. Chu Jiang naturally wouldn't care. It's fine, auntie, you just finished surgery, is that you need to rest more. Chu Jiang, this side of the words, Li Zihui's uncle and aunt is also pushed open, the door came in. Li Zihui's side also hurriedly introduced Chu Jiang. This is my uncle. This is my aunt. Li Zihui's uncle and aunt also looked at Chu Jiang and smiled nervously. Speaking of which, after knowing that Chu Jiang was a second-generation rich man, they were still a little nervous. Good uncle, good aunt, I'm Zihui's friend. I'm free today and have nothing to do, so I just came over to see my aunt. Chu Jiang smiled and greeted the two of them, also without putting on a bit of a show. Speaking of which, Li Zihui's aunt and uncle were also a bit surprised that Chu Jiang was so easygoing. They knew that Chu Jiang was a rich young master, so they subconsciously thought that Chu Jiang would be very arrogant. After all, in their hometown and the county, those who have money in their families are all arrogant and haughty. But when it came to Chu Jiang's behavior was too peaceful. In this way, Li Zihui's uncle and aunt had a better impression of Chu Jiang. It's true that rich kids from big cities are different. This quality is really high. Both of them couldn't help but think like this in their hearts. Chu Jiang didn't know that the two of them had thought so much. After standing in the ward for a while, Chu Jiang also directly opened his mouth and said, Auntie, uncle, auntie, I still have some things to do in a while, so I'll leave first. Chu Jiang had only come over for less than 10 minutes. Hearing that Chu Jiang was leaving, Li Zihui's uncle and aunt also hurriedly stood up. Uncle, aunt, you guys don't have to see me off. Zihui, you can stay and take care of auntie. I'll leave first, ha. After saying his words, Chu Jiang also directly walked out from the hospital room. Speaking of which, Chu Jiang didn't really like the environment of the ward. He always felt a little depressed. When Chu Jiang left the ward, everyone's gazes also fell on Li Zihui in unison. That, he and I are just ordinary friends. Don't think too much. Li Zihui was a little flustered by their stares and said without thinking with a red face, Wow, this is the ultimate bird's nest. I've seen this bird's nest online before. This is so expensive. Zhou Biting's side paid special attention to the 2 boxes of extreme bird's nest when she took the tonic sent by Chu Jiang to the cabinet, and the moment she saw the brand, she didn't hold back her exclamation of surprise. Extreme bird's nest? How expensive is it? Aunt Li Zihui also came up and asked. She knew that Chu Jiang was a rich second generation, so she also wanted to see how expensive the tonic Chu Jiang sent was. If I remember correctly, this box costs this much. Zhou Biting stretched out 2 fingers. If this is true, this box would cost $200,000. What? $200,000? Sparing Li Zihui's aunt, who already knew that Chu Jiang was a rich second generation, she was still shocked. Some randomly sent tonic was so expensive? Right, what about in that box? Just now, he seemed to say that it was 2 50-year portions of wild ginseng. Auntie Li Zihui asked blankly. A superb bird's nest cost $200,000? What about a 50-year portion of wild ginseng? Wouldn't that be even more expensive? Chapter 29, Seeing Justice. Saving a little boy in the water. Chu Jiang came out from the hospital room and also lit a cigarette and took a deep drag when he walked to the main entrance of the hospital. Speaking of which, he really didn't like the environment of the hospital too much, and always felt a bit depressed. The periphery of the Magic City's 9 hospital had a drainage canal that was more than 3 meters wide and looked like the water was very deep. There was a bridge at the entrance of the 9th hospital, and there were many pedestrians coming and going. Chu Jiang was just walking to the bridge with a cigarette in his mouth when he suddenly heard a plopping sound. Then he heard someone around him shouting, Quickly come to the people. Someone has fallen into the water. Chu Jiang didn't think too much, quickly walked to the bridge and saw a little boy struggling in the water. At this kind of time, Chu Jiang didn't hesitate. He didn't even have time to spit out the cigarette he was holding in his mouth, and directly jumped down from the bridge. Chu Jiang's water is good. In this kind of small ditch, to save a small child is still very simple. In less than a minute, Chu Jiang pulled the little boy who fell into the water and swam to the shore. The surrounding area was full of people in an instant, and everyone was relieved to see that the little boy was fine. Chu Jiang tugged the little boy with one hand. The little boy pulled Chu Jiang's arm tightly with one hand. The other hand was tightly grasping the snacks. However, Chu Jiang still had a cigarette in his mouth, and although his whole body was soaked, miraculously, the cigarette in his mouth was not wet. Taking a deep drag, Chu Jiang also used his other hand to hold the cigarette, and shouted out towards the people on the shore. Is there a hand to pick up the child? Chu Jiang's side just shouted out. The people on the shore instantly reacted, and several of them stretched out their hands to pick up the child at the same time. Seeing the little boy being saved on the shore, Chu Jiang also couldn't help but smile heartily. The crowd on the shore also applauded at this time. Chu Jiang looks young and handsome, and the posture of holding a cigarette in his mouth at this moment is simply handsome. Chu Jiang is very low-key. After climbing up the shore, he did not stay here, directly toward the parking lot. He drove the car is also straight to the villa and go. It was the little boy's mother who rushed over 5 minutes after the incident. Seeing her son soaked to the skin, and from the mouth of the surrounding enthusiastic people learned that her son just accidentally fell into the water. But fortunately there is an enthusiastic young man out. The consequences are unimaginable. The young mother was terrified. Tears cannot help but flow down. She wanted to personally say thank you to the person who saved her son, so she asked those around her if they had Chu Jiang's contact information. However, Chu Jiang had left directly after saving the man without saying anything, so how could those people around her have his contact information? However, someone had filmed that scene just now. He also stood out and said, "I filmed that little handsome guy saving your son just now. Let me pass it to you. Maybe it's a bit useful?" "Good. Thank you. Thank you so much." The young mother also thanked those enthusiastic people around her over and over again. When she saw Chu Jiang with a cigarette in his mouth and one hand tugging her son to swim towards the shore, the tears in her eyes involuntarily flowed down. Must find him, have to say thank you to him face to face. After all, looking at the situation inside the video, Chu Jiang should be the first time to jump into the water to save his son. Full body clothes soaking wet, not to mention, I guess the cell phone wallet or something, all soaked in water. Although people do good things without leaving a name, but they cannot do nothing. Let the good people cold heart. When Chu Jiang returned to the villa, Xin Xingwei was also confused when she saw the soaked Chu Jiang. "Young master, it's raining heavily outside?" Xin Xingwei frowned and asked. But looking at the weather outside, it was sunny and cloudless. "I just saved a little boy who accidentally fell into the water," Chu Jiang said with a bitter smile. Chu Yu and a few of them saw Chu Jiang come back also hurriedly all welcomed over. "Brother, what's wrong with you?" Chu Yu saw that Chu Jiang's entire body was soaked through. She also couldn't help but ask curiously. "I'm going to take a shower first and change clothes before saying anything. It's hard to die." Returning to his bedroom, he rushed into the shower and took off all the clothes on his body. Simply rinsed, changed into clean clothes and came out. Just now is not out of something well, and then ran into an accidental fall into the water of the little boy. When the situation is urgent, I also did not think so much. Directly jumped down to save people. Chu Jiang this side is also with Chu Yu briefly said what just happened. Here Chu Jiang so say, Chu Yu this only then rest assured down. All hungry, let's eat first. Aha. It was almost 1 o'clock now, so it was indeed a bit hungry. Lunch was naturally especially sumptuous. Besides Chinese food, there was also Western food, which could be said to be quite nice. "Brother, we're going back." After eating, Chu Yu also said to Chu Jiang, "Not staying a little longer, ah?" Chu Jiang looked at his sister favorably and asked with a smile, "It's getting late. We still have classes tomorrow. At night we are still preparing to prep for tomorrow's class." Chu Yu smiled and said, "Besides, we've been playing all day." "Alright then, I'll send you guys back to school." Chu Jiang also had nothing to do in the afternoon, so it was just right to send Chu Yu and the girls back first. Then he was going to find Wang Tsong and the others to drink tea and chat. Traveling naturally or Rolls-Royce Phantom, high-end atmosphere in class not to mention. Sitting is also very comfortable. If you guys want to come over to play on the weekend just let me know. I'll come over to pick you up if I have time. If I don't, I'll send someone over to pick you up. Chu Jiang sat on the passenger seat, twisted his head to look at Chu Yu and their several little girls and smiled and said, "Aha! Thank you for Brother Chu's hospitality these past 2 days. We're really happy, ah." Chu Yu's 3 roommates also hurriedly said thank you to Chu Jiang. "Say what thank you, ah? You guys called me a brother. I'm too happy to be happy. My sister is in school. You guys also take care of each other. If there is anything timely contact me, ha." Chu Jiang said with a careless smile. "Aha!" Su Jing and the 3 of them also hurriedly nodded in response when they heard Chu Jiang say this. When they arrived at the entrance of Magic City University, Chu Jiang also smiled and said, "Then I won't send you guys in. Yeah. Usually what you want to eat and what you want to wear directly buy it. If the money is spent you tell your brother and my brother will transfer it to you." Brother, I know. Then let's go, ha." Chu Yu heard her old brother say this and also hurriedly smiled and answered. Watching Chu Yu and the few of them walk into the school hand in hand, Chu Jiang then called and contacted Wang Tsong. "Hey, brother Tsong, where are you?" Nothing, just nothing. Want to find you to drink tea and chat," Chu Jiang said with a smile. Chapter 30 Young Master, you're on the hot list. At this point, Chu Jiang didn't expect Wang Tsong to really be drinking tea. There was a bamboo mountain residence in Magic City, a very moody little tea house. Chu Jiang drove directly to it according to the location given by Wang Tsong. The address is very remote, and it takes more than an hour to drive there. But this side of the environment is very good. By the mountains and water, fresh air, beautiful scenery.
Bamboo Mountain residence is at the foot of the mountain, is the kind of ancient courtyard building. In the end, Chu Jiang also does not believe that Wang Song, this kind of rich second generation, will be so leisurely and elegant to drink tea here. In his opinion, Wang Song was more partial to late-night revelry bars. However, Wang Song was indeed drinking tea over here right now, and he was still alone. Brother Song, what's wrong? Is this emo now? Chu Jiang walked over to Wang Song's private room, and seeing the slightly melancholic look on Wang Song's face, he couldn't help but laugh and say, "Chu, old brother, I'm not adapting to this environment. Come on, taste their side of the Zhangshan Xiao seed, drink over the good." Zhangshan Xiao seed belongs to black tea. Chu Jiang seldom drank black tea before, but since it was highly recommended by Wang Song, Chu Jiang also picked up the teacup and tasted a mouthful. This tea, it's really good. Chu Jiang tasted a mouthful of tea. This tea smells like a natural floral scent, but the scent is not very strong. The entrance is delicate, mellow and sweet. It's very comfortable to drink. Other than that, the tea that Chu Jiang drank recently was all good tea. Whether it tasted good or not, he really knew at first taste. How is it? Didn't lie to you? Wang Song laughed and said, "There are quite a few tea houses in Magic City, but the one that can compete with this Bamboo Mountain residence is not even one." Of course, drinking tea was not the point. The point is to drink tea while listening to the music, as well as the graceful Yuji. To be honest, it was no wonder that even rich young masters like Wang Song, who spent their days in flower farms, were enamored with this place. Chu Jiang also liked this place, mainly because of the quiet environment, drinking tea, listening to music, and enjoying a tantalizing dance. This kind of life, not to mention, whoever experiences it cannot be confused. Brother Song, I've come to my senses. No wonder you have to come so far to drink tea even if you're alone. Chu Jiang couldn't help but tease. Remember to bring me along next time you come over. Wang Song smiled without saying anything, but it was a smile that all men understand that came out. By the way, Chu, old brother, is it really that certain to go to the US stock market to get money? Wang Song looked at Chu Jiang, seemingly unintentionally but intentionally asked a question. Almost. The US stock market is not bad. Chu Jiang laughed softly and said, "A bit of insider information. Should be able to make some money." Hearing Chu Jiang say that it was insider information, Wang Song's eyes immediately lit up. "Elder brother Chu, is it reliable?" "That's definitely reliable. This time, even if Bai Xiao doesn't invest money into it, I'm still prepared to invest 200 million meters of gold into it. There aren't many chances to harvest the rice, guys, so can't we take advantage of it?" Chu Jiang drank a mouthful of tea, lit a cigarette and inhaled deeply. "I'm relieved to have this word from you, old brother Chu. Let's do it this way. I'll put in 200 million meters of gold and trust you for a bit." Wang Song also lit up a cigarette and casually said, "However, don't tell Bai Fong. If he asks, just say that I just invested 10 million meters of gold." Wang Song let out a bitter smile and said, "Actually, I borrowed this money. You know, I am now strong and I don't have much money in my hand." "Brother Song, don't worry, I understand this." Chu Jiang smiled and said, "But brother Song, although our relationship is not bad, but we are brothers. Let's make a deal first. If we lose money, I can't be counted. If you make a profit, I will take half of the profit." Ugly words are naturally to say to the front, although Chu Jiang is unlikely to lose money. But the stock market, the ever-changing, who can guarantee that they will be able to make a profit? This natural. Wang Song froze for a moment, said with a smile, "From the Bamboo Mountain residence back to the villa when has been more than 8 o'clock in the evening." Just after arriving at the villa, Chu Jiang received a call from Qin Cellophane. "Chu, old brother, I heard brother Song say, this way, I and brother Song a meaning. I also invested 200 million meters gold, earning money from the Yangtze well, 10 million meters gold more or less a little shabby." "That's fine, brother Qin, but we have to say goodbye. If you lose, don't blame me." "Chu, old brother, you say this is a bit looked down on me. It's not just 200 million meters of gold. This money is my own, and it doesn't hurt if I lose it." Qin Cellophane was different from Wang Song. He had real money in his hands. Although 200 million meters of gold wasn't a small amount, he wasn't so concerned about it. When Bai Fong had asked him to borrow money before, he definitely wouldn't have borrowed it. It was 200 million meters of gold, and if he really lent it to Bai Fong, when Bai Fong would be able to pay him back was a question mark. Of course, investing in Chu Jiang to operate US stocks was another matter. He believes Chu Jiang, especially after seeing Chu Jiang's ability to win every bet. He is even more convinced that Chu Jiang can make money in the US stock market. Of course, Wang Song and Qin Cellophane are not small and cute. They had only known Chu Jiang for a few days before they were so relieved to hand over such a large sum of money to Chu Jiang to operate. In fact, the two of them have long investigated Chu Jiang in private. Other bad investigation, but Chu Jiang's name of those properties but casually check can know.
Sandalwood Palace 2 sets of villas. 2 sets of villas in the eastern suburb of 1 courtyard. Tomson 1 large flat 15 sets. These mansions alone are worth several $billion. There are at least 800 sets of school district housing, and are high-end neighborhood school district housing. The total value of at least tens of billions. This is just the tip of the iceberg that they can investigate. As for what they can't investigate, who knows how much more. Chu Jiang's personal strength here. They naturally believe that Chu Jiang can take them to the US stock market to make money. And, to say the least, the reason why they are willing to believe that Chu Jiang can really get money in the US stock market, because Chu Jiang showed a lot of confidence, and Chu Jiang did not deliberately let them also join in. Anyway, Chu Jiang showed the meaning is, if you are willing to invest some money on the investment, if not willing to do not force. Furthermore, Chu Jiang wants half of the profits. Don't look at Chu Jiang want more, but if Chu Jiang really have the ability to make a profit in the US stock market, give him half of the profits and what? For Qin Cellophane and Wang Song each invested 200 million meters of gold to enter the matter. Chu Jiang really does not care very much, but they are willing to believe in themselves. Chu Jiang is still very happy. Loss, naturally, will not lose. Stock market quotation card in hand. As long as the operation is proper, within a week at least 2 or 3 times. The US stock market is not only the market of the Yanks, but also the market of the whole world. This is a market capitalization of at least 30 trillion meters of gold. Chu Jiang now has by Fong's 300 million meters of gold in his hands, together with the Qin Cellophane Wang Song. They are 200 million meters of gold per person. The 3 of them alone have contributed 700 million meters of gold. He himself now had almost 300 million meters of gold in his hands, so the funds he could operate with amounted to 1 billion meters of gold. 1 billion meters of gold, when converted into Chinese currency, amounted to almost 6.3 billion. It was definitely a huge amount of money. However, in the total market value of more than $30 trillion on the US stock market, Chu Jiang this billion meters of gold smashed into. To be honest, just listen to a sound only, even the splash is not splash up. Of course, Chu Jiang cannot put this billion meters of gold are smashed into a stock. Otherwise, even if the US stock does not stop mechanism, but he did, it is very likely that the whole plate directly to smash over. Sitting on the sofa, Chu Jiang smoked a cigarette while drinking tea, pondering how he should operate tomorrow night. Right at this moment, Xin Xingwei instead walked over to Chu Jiang's side, bent down to Chu Jiang's ear and whispered, "Young master, you're on the hot search." Chu Jiang also couldn't help but frown when he heard Xin Xingwei say that. "Tell me, what's going on?" Chapter 31, When the forest is big, there are all kinds of birds. Chu Jiang was also confused. How did he get on the hot search? Too high profile? Also yes, these 2 days and his Lamborghini poison. And his Koenigsegg one. On the hot search then, it is possible. Chu Jiang couldn't help but think like this in his heart, and his eyebrows were even more tightly wrinkled. For him, if it's because of showing off wealth on the hot search, it's really not a good thing. Although it wasn't a big problem, it was still a bit troublesome after all. His wings were not fully fledged yet, so if he was really targeted by someone with a heart, it would be a headache. "Young master, didn't you save a child from falling into the water at noon? Just this matter. Now Jiayin is all about your video. It's hot. Half a day's time. The likes have broken 1 million. Xin Xingwei pursed her lips, laughed softly and said, "Young master, I have to say, the posture of your cigarette is really handsome." Hearing that Xin Xingwei was talking about this matter being on the hot search, Chu Jiang couldn't help but freeze for a moment. He really hadn't thought about this matter. When he saved the people at noon, he was also conditioned to do so. Since he encountered it, he definitely had to come to the rescue. However, at that time, he saw that there was nothing wrong with the little boy who fell into the water, and he also left directly. He didn't think much about anything else. Who knew he would be on the hot seat just because of such a small thing? "You said that someone took a video of me saving someone's life and uploaded it to Jitterbug?" Chu Jiang asked with the corners of his mouth rising slightly with a smile. "Yes, young master, you are really too handsome." Speaking of which, Xin Xingwei's impression of Chu Jiang had once again increased quite a bit in favor. In her opinion, Chu Jiang was really a bit different from the other rich second generation yet. In the beginning, when Chu Jiang had picked up his drunken self from the door of the bar and didn't take advantage of him, she had felt that Chu Jiang was different. Later, after becoming Chu Jiang's personal housekeeper, these days are also considered to be with Chu Jiang day and night. The more she understands Chu Jiang's strength, the more she feels Chu Jiang is really very good. A rich young man with tens of billions of dollars, but could not hesitate to jump into the water to save a child. She instantly felt that Chu Jiang's entire personality has been sublimated. Young and handsome, not to mention money. But all these became less important in front of Chu Jiang's kind and responsible personality. Interesting, I'll go see what's going on. Chu Jiang didn't think that he could become a hot search for such a small thing as casually saving a child who fell into the water, and immediately felt that it was a bit interesting. Not to mention, he had just opened Shake Shack, and Shake Shack was like a roundworm in his stomach, directly pushing that video of him saving the little boy who fell into the water to Chu Jiang. In the video, he had a cigarette in his mouth, and one hand dragged the little boy toward the shore. The video wasn't long, just 30 seconds, but it captured all the images of Chu Jiang's rescue. Moreover, this video was sent by the little boy's mother. The purpose was to look for Chu Jiang, and then be able to say thank you to Chu Jiang face to face. Well, actually Chu Jiang did not care about this, otherwise he would not have slipped away quietly. Not to mention, although the video is a little blurred, even Chu Jiang looks like cannot see clearly, but the whole picture together instantly let a person feel Chu Jiang is very great, especially Chu Jiang after the incident went quietly, but also let everyone labeled him as a good deed without leaving a name. This warm-hearted and full of positive energy small video instantly attracted the attention of netizens across the country, especially after the People's Daily all forwarded and highly recognized Chu Jiang's behavior. This video completely on fire. When Chu Jiang saw this video, the likes had already exceeded 2 million, and the comments were up to more than 300,000. Chu Jiang directly clicked on the comments. He also wanted to see what the netizens said. The smoke didn't fall off. Elegance never goes out of style. This cigarette is very cinematic, powerful. Gripping a cigarette to do something is always a big brother. For the first time, I found that the posture of holding a cigarette is so handsome. Moved to tears, but also biting the cigarette. It is too handsome, right? The phone cannot pull out. Clothes cannot take off. But the smoke must not go out. Parents buy 2 cigarettes for the benefactor. Gosh, it's too touching. Right. Looking at the comments, Chu Jiang finally realized why he could be on the hot search even though he had obviously done a small but simple thing. He really didn't expect that his posture with a cigarette in his mouth had shocked countless netizens. Not to mention, from the look of this video, holding a cigarette at that time was really handsome enough. The corners of Chu Jiang's mouth rose slightly as he smiled, and he couldn't help but speak with some narcissism. Young master, what now? The entire internet is looking for you. Xin Xingwei also couldn't help but say with a bitter smile. As Chu Jiang's personal butler, she could naturally tell that Chu Jiang didn't want to be too high profile, but now in this situation, it was really impossible not to be high profile. If you want to blame it, you can only blame it on your young master's smoking posture being too handsome. Xin Xingwei murmured in a small voice. Chu Jiang shook his head helplessly when he heard it. What else can we do? Just do it. At a time like this, Chu Jiang was naturally unwilling to step forward. For one thing, the domestic netizens were all focused on this matter. If he stood out, he would really be stared at by millions of eyes. Secondly, he did not want the parents of the little boy to thank himself. After all, in Chu Jiang's opinion, is a person encountered at that time that kind of situation will not hesitate to make the same choice as him. However, the speed of fermentation is often not in the direction of your expectations. Originally Chu Jiang did not pay attention to this matter. Who knows, just when he was about to go to bed, he happened to brush the little boy's mother sent a small video. This time, it was mainly the content of the phone interview, and it was some words said by the little boy's mother. The content of the video is not complicated. Is the little boy's mother in the online search notice, and also posted his cell phone number. As a result, the whole day down, Chu Jiang did not find not to say, but instead is to invite a whole lot of liars call to say that they are the rescuer. And the purpose of those scammers is very simple, is to ask the little boy's mother for money. Fortunately, the little boy's mother is very smart, a glance to identify those scammers. However, after asking for money to no avail, those crooks even use technical means to explode the little boy's mother's cell phone number to retaliate against her. After seeing this small video, Chu Jiang was really speechless by these scammers. It's true that when the forest is big, there are all kinds of birds. Chu Jiang suddenly felt that it might be necessary for him to come forward. Otherwise, this kind of heartwarming and positive energy thing he was doing would be stirred up by these few rat droppings. Xingwei, that you help me make a little video. Let me say a couple sentences. Chu Jiang directly called Xin Xingwei to his side and said, "Oh, okay, young master." Xin Xingwei nodded and answered. Chapter 32 Preparations before killing the US stock market. It was a small thing. I didn't think it could be a hot search. At that time, saving people was also out of instinctive reaction. Not thinking so much. The little boy's mother's thanks I already know. And that's enough. I personally low profile. Do not want to be exposed in the public eye. This will not show his face. Last question. Is my smoking posture really handsome? The video was short. It was less than 20 seconds. After recording the video, Chu Jiang looked at Xin Xingwei and smiled and said, "Remember to make a mosaic before sending it." Xin Xingwei also smiled when she heard Chu Jiang say that and compared an okay gesture with Chu Jiang. Dealing with the video was very simple. Naturally it was not difficult for Xinxingwei,
a doctorate from Stanford University. In just a few minutes,
Xinxingwei sent the video to Chu Jiang for a look.
Okay, send it. It was originally a small matter, so Chu Jiang naturally wouldn't care too much about it.
The video was sent by Xinxingwei using a small number,
and because it was specifically at the mother of the little boy who fell into the water,
the heat of the video was high from the start.
In less than an hour after the video was uploaded, the number of likes broke 100,000. The comments also reached as many as 10,000.
I told you, Big Brother doesn't care about this at all. Big Brother left quietly at that time.
That is,
he felt that the matter of saving people was originally a small matter.
All disperse. Big Brother said he didn't want to be exposed to public view. Big Brother's smoking posture is really handsome. Guess what I saw? If I'm not mistaken, the watch on Big Brother's wrist should be the Richard Mille RM53-2 Blue Crystal Horseball Tourbillon.
What's wrong?
This wristwatch is expensive?
Poor play car rich play watch heard of it.
This is Richard Mille. It's a ticket for billionaires, and it's limited to only 10 watches worldwide, priced at around $20 million.
Hiss,
what kind of watch is worth $20 million? I'll go check the information.
No wonder Big Brother doesn't care at all.
So Big Brother is the real Big Brother. Some people recognize Chu Jiang's piece of Richard Mille. There are also people from Chu Jiang's study in the furnishings to see Chu Jiang's family is not simple.
Since Chu Jiang himself had come forward, the little boy's mother also made a special trip to the bottom of the video to express her gratitude.
This matter is also counted as so past.
Chu Jiang really didn't care about this matter.
He is now lying on the bed reading novels to read it. Of course, when you've had a good time,
a reward is naturally inevitable.
Handily is 100 Big God certification. Anyway, last time charged $100,000. The account is still left a lot of money. Support the original creator.
Inspire his creative passion.
In order to let the author have the motivation to continue to write off.
After reading the novel it was already early in the morning. Chu Jiang turned off the light and slept directly.
Early the next morning, Wang Song and Shin Cellophane transferred the money to Chu Jiang. Today was Monday, and it was still Sunday over in the meter. The US stock market wouldn't open until Monday night at 10:30 p.m.
Wang Song and the three of them alone had 700 million meters of gold,
and with the addition of their own, it was exactly 1 billion meters of gold. Xingwei, yesterday, I asked you to open an account over at the US stock market. Have you gotten it done yet?
Chu Jiang finished breakfast, sitting on the sofa drinking tea and smoking a cigarette. Looking at Xinxingwei standing on the side also asked with a soft smile, what young master ordered?
Naturally it has been done. Xinxingwei nodded and answered, well, the US stock market opens this evening.
I have 1 billion meters of gold on my side, so you can find some time to deposit it today.
Chu Jiang spoke casually,
but Xinxingwei froze directly when she heard it. She knew that Chu Jiang was ready to go to the US stock market side of the turn. Also know that Chu Jiang out of the words,
the funds are certainly not a few,
but she really did not expect
Chu Jiang actually play so big.
1 billion meters of gold,
converted into Chinese currency, that is 6.3 billion But then Xinxingwei also slowed down. Alright, young master, I know. She was only Chu Jiang's personal butler.
What the young master commanded, she only needed to do as she was told.
Furthermore,
1 billion meters of gold was naturally a lot in her eyes,
but in the eyes of her own young master, it didn't necessarily look good either.
It wasn't difficult to enter the gold. What was difficult was the huge amount.
After all, it was 1 billion meters of gold. Xinxingwei took Chu Jiang's bank card and personally went to the bank. When she heard that Xinxingwei wanted to deposit 1 billion meters of gold into the US stock market, even the bank's president was alarmed. Personally came out to meet Xinxingwei. At first the bank president was more or less reluctant,
muttered some official words, but he was facing Xinxingwei. Xinxingwei looked at him and smiled faintly. Please make sure to complete the deposit before 5 o'clock this afternoon.
My young master is going to use it tonight. If it doesn't work, we don't mind transferring all the money to another bank. Xinxingwei's forcefulness was clearly at odds with her age. The bank president also couldn't help but let out a bitter smile when he heard Xinxingwei say this. Ms. Shen, if you follow up, you can be sure to return it to our family. This you can rest assured. As long as our young master makes a profit, it must still exist in your place. Hearing Xinxingwei's assurance, the bank president also personally came to operate this matter. After all, it was in Magic City, and it was still the head office. Although 1 billion meters of gold was a huge sum of money, it wasn't that it couldn't be operated. With the head bank president personally operating it, the matter of depositing the gold was rather quickly resolved. In addition to the matter of depositing money, Chu Jiang also had Xinxingwei find 3 traders to come over, involving the operation of 1 billion meters of gold. He naturally couldn't operate it alone. And speaking of which, although he had played with stocks, he had only played with them. Professional things still need to let professional people to operate. After all, this is the Magic City, so it is not difficult to find a trader. Moreover, Xinxingwei offered a very high compensation, 100,000 Chinese currency for one night of operation. With short-term operations and such high pay, Xinxingwei easily picked 3 very good traders out. I've already asked for a vacation for you guys. For the recent period of time, you guys will stay at our place. Xinxingwei looked at the 3 people in front of her and said, remember one thing, you are manipulators. You don't need me to say more about professional ethics, right? When the time comes, you will do whatever my young master tells you to do. Do you understand? Understood. The 3 of them also replied in unison. Speaking of which, the 3 of them weren't some newcomers who had just joined the company, and they naturally understood the rules. Their wages as excellent traders were naturally not small, but faced with a compensation of $100,000 a night, they were naturally very moved. After all, $100,000, that was also almost 2 months of their salary. Brother Feng, I don't know which big dog is so generous, giving $100,000 in one night. Privately, Fan Lei was very excited and said to Xia Feng, who was also selected, Shu, don't talk nonsense. If you want people to hear it, be careful of eating it. Moreover, people are obviously ready to rush into the US stock market to do a big job. 100,000 yuan a night for us a lot, but for others, is not a fraction of it? Xia Feng whispered. The same was selected Lu Xiuyu as the only female trader. Heard Xia Feng said so also cannot help but nodded his head and echoed a sentence. Peak said no problem. Or less talk more to do it. Chapter 33, it's still Chu Xiao who will enjoy it. Xinxingwei's side everything was ready, with Xia Feng and the 3 of them also came directly to the villa. Originally, the 3 of them were guessing Chu Jiang's identity background. When they learned that Chu Jiang actually lived in the Sandalwood Palace villa area, they couldn't help but freeze in their hearts. This was Tang Palace. Don't say that they know the Sandalwood Palace living in Magic City, the whole of China. As long as the regular internet, more or less have heard the name of Sandalwood Palace. Magic City's first top mansion, the entire villa area, randomly a detached villa have to be a few hundred million. Brother Feng is right. Feng Lei whispered to Xia Feng. Those who could live in this kind of place were either rich or noble, and a few $100 million in their eyes really didn't care. When the 3 of them arrived at the villa and saw so many beautiful maids wearing maid outfits and showing their long legs, they were directly shocked. The heart cannot help but sigh, rich people are really extravagant. Is really will enjoy. Chu Jiang sat on the sofa drinking tea and smoking. Behind him stood a beautiful maid massaging his shoulders. Xinxingwei brought someone to Chu Jiang, slightly bent over, and said respectfully, young master, you ordered things are done. Aha. Chu Jiang nodded and looked up at Xia Feng and the 3 of them. Butler Xin should have told you guys that we're operating American stocks tonight. What to do? You guys just need to listen to me then. Understood. Xia Feng's 3 people also nodded their heads in a hurry when they heard Chu Jiang speak. To be honest, their hearts were even more shocked when they saw that Chu Jiang was actually this young. After all, Chu Jiang looked really too young. Looking at his appearance, he was at most just in his early 20s. Take them to the side to rest first. Okay, young master. Xinxingwei nodded and said to the Xia Feng trio, you guys come with me. Xia Feng's 3 people didn't dare to say much and followed behind Xinxingwei to the 9th villa next door. Then the 3 of them were even more shocked beyond words. This was the Sandalwood Palace. How rich did this have to be to buy 2 villas here? But this was all in the heart, and it was naturally impossible to say it out of the mouth. Xinxingwei looked at their shocked expressions and also smiled faintly, not saying anything. After all, 2 days ago she was also so shocked all the way over. This feeling she understood. You guys take a rest over here first. If you guys have any requests you can talk to the maid. Aha, good. The 3 Xiaofengs also nodded their heads in succession and hurriedly answered when they heard Xinxingwei say this. Only when Xinxingwei left did the 3 of them get together and whisper. I go. This is too extravagant, right? This is the Sandalwood Palace Villa. How dare he buy 2 sets at once? He's so young and handsome. Lu Xiuyu couldn't help but speak with a face of infatuation. No matter what kind of girl it was inevitable that her heart would be moved when she saw such an outstanding Chu Jiang. Right? Feng, you're right. In the eyes of their kind of top-rich second generation, 100,000 yuan a night's pay is nothing at all. We'd better say less and do more. In case we offend people, then we'll really have to eat our words. Feng Lei muttered in a low voice. Well, say less and do more. Didn't Butler Shen say just now? What their young master told us to do, we'll do it right. Xia Feng also nodded, not commenting on this. Chu Zhang's side is very relaxed, drinking tea, smoking cigarettes. Of course he also paid attention to the US stock market in advance. The total market value of the US stock market was at least 30 trillion meters gold or more. Chu Jiang came with 1 billion meters gold this time, which seemed to be a lot, but in fact, as long as it was operated properly,
there was not even a chance to hear a ring. Although there is a stock market quotation card in hand, it is always right to understand the market in advance, as the US stock is T+0 trading mechanism, and in addition to the entire market melting mechanism, individual stocks are not the so-called up and down mechanism. Because of this, the US stock market from time to time will emerge some of the so-called demon stock. What? It is not that the stock's parent company market capitalization how high, how good the prospects, and even these demon stocks are basically some of the garbage stocks. Within a day, the rate of increase can even reach 200%. Of course, there will be ups and downs, and if you are not lucky, it is very likely that you will lose all the money on your account in one day. After all, within a day, the decline of 100% of the things also happen from time to time. They say the US stock long bull, but whether it is the domestic shares or US stocks, really can rely on speculation to make money is not a phoenix, a dragon and phoenix in the people. People are greedy, high point when still thinking about a little higher, low point when anxious to bottom. If the speculation is really so profitable, then the world is not so many poor people. Chu Jiang didn't think of getting rich by speculating on stocks, but since he had obtained the stock market quotation card, wouldn't it be a waste if he didn't make good use of it? And harvesting the money of the MIG, thinking about it was exciting enough. The US stock market was still in a closed state, so Chu Jiang casually flipped through it to take a look at the market quotes. After dinner at night, Chu Jiang's side is also to Wang Song Qin Porphyrites and Bifong made a phone call, mainly with them to account for the operation will be carried out tonight. And by the way, also ask them whether there is time at night. If there is time, you can come to his side to observe a little. After all, 1 billion meters of gold among the 700 million are the three of them out. Let them come over to observe is no excuse. When Chu Jiang said that, the three of them directly agreed. After all, they had put down blood money this time, and they were still eager to see how Chu Jiang would operate. Chu Xiao, don't forget if Bai Xiao wants to ask, just say that I just invested 10 million meters of gold. Wang Song also reminded Chu Jiang again before hanging up the phone. Chu Jiang naturally understood what to say, smiled and said, Brother Tsong, don't worry, I'm keeping it in mind. That's good. The main thing is that I'm afraid that Bai Fong kid will misunderstand. Ha ha. Wang Song laughed awkwardly, but it was true that the money wasn't his own. He wasn't going to borrow money to fill the hole for Bai Fong, right? Chu Jiang sent them all a locator. Wang Song and the others didn't delay. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, the three of them came over together instead. Still, Chu Xiao knows how to enjoy himself. The three of them could not help but let out a sigh of relief when they saw that the villa was full of beautiful maids wearing maid outfits and showing their long legs. They knew that Chu Jiang lived in the Sandalwood Palace Villa, and although Chu Jiang hadn't said anything before, they had privately investigated. Ha ha, it's still early. Let's drink tea and smoke a cigarette first? Wang Song and the three of them came over. Chu Jiang also personally stood up to greet them. However, Wang Song Qin Cellophane and the others coming over had shocked the servants in the house. Young master, he, actually is close friends with Wang Song, Qin Cellophane and the others? What's so strange about that? Our young master is low-key, but in terms of strength, he's no worse than Wang Song and Qin Cellophane. That's true. I've heard that our young master not only has 2 villas in Tang Palace, but also 2 villas in the east suburb 1 courtyard, and more than 10 large flats in Tomson Yipin. As for the school district houses, I heard that there are more than 800 of them. The key is that our young master is younger than them and also more handsome than them. Chapter 34, 1 billion meters of gold left. Wang Song and the others came to their villa as guests, so naturally, they had to be properly entertained. Chu Xiao, your tea is good, the very best dragon well, $100,000 or 2 of good tea. Why don't you say it's our Chu Xiao who can enjoy himself? Wang Song and the three of them sang together but said Chu Jiang some not too good. It's mainly because I have a good housekeeper. These are all arranged by her. The corner of Chu Jiang's mouth rose slightly as he looked at Shen Xingwei who was standing by the side and said, Shen Xingwei, my personal housekeeper. Wang Song looked at Shen Xingwei and carefully sized her up, only feeling somewhat familiar just couldn't recall where he had seen her before. On the contrary, Qin Cellophane still remembered Shen Xingwei. Chu Xiao, isn't this the drunken girl you rescued in front of the bar that night? When Qin Cellophane said this, Wang Song instantly remembered. Xingwei is a doctorate in management from Stanford University. That day was mainly because she wasn't in a good mood and drank 2 more cups. The three of them, Wang Song, also instantly became a bit solemn when they heard Chu Jiang say that Shen Xingwei was a doctor of management from Stanford University. After all, people with real talent would be honored. They didn't bother to doubt Shen Xingwei's academic qualifications. After all, someone who could be recognized by Chu Jiang must not have low abilities. After drinking tea and smoking, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. There was still half an hour before the US stock market opened. Chu Jiang was very calm, and didn't even mention a word about stocks. On the contrary, Baifeng was a little fidgety. After all, he had already run out of 200 million meters of gold, and now he had secretly transferred 300 million meters of gold from the company's account. So if these 300 million meters of gold were trapped again, then he would really be hopeless. Wang Song and Qin Cellophane will also mention it from time to time. After all, both of them also invested 200 million meters of gold in each. 200 million meters of gold when converted into Chinese currency, it was close to $1.3 billion. Even for them, 200 million meters of gold is a considerable amount of money. To say that they didn't care was definitely a lie. It's almost time, so let's go over. Chu Jiang finished a cigarette and looked at Wang Song and the three of them and asked with a smile, aren't we going to operate over here? Baifeng was not clear that the 9th villa next door was also Chu Jiang's. Hearing Chu Jiang say that, he could not help but ask with some doubt as well. Go to the next door villa. That one is also mine. I've already let the trader prepare over there, just waiting for us to go over now. Chu Jiang laughed and casually explained. Baifeng also couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air when he heard Chu Jiang say that the 9th villa next door was also his. Hiss. Worthy of being Chu Xiao, taking down 2 villas in Tang Palace in one shot. Even a top-tier rich second generation like Baifeng couldn't help but envy Chu Jiang. Ordinary people might not be aware of how expensive the single-family villas in Sandalwood Palace were, but they, as rich second generation, naturally couldn't be clearer. Each villa had to be worth at least $300 million or more. Just now they went to the 8th villa, which is also the largest villa in the entire Tang Palace villa area. They are not stupid. They can definitely see it. Baifeng had just thought in his heart that Chu Jiang's villa was not worth $700 or $800 million, and that he would not be able to take it down. As a result, Chu Jiang now told him that the villa next to him was also his. Baifeng was also unusually envious at that moment. It would be fine if it was an ordinary villa, but this was the Tang Palace. One must know that there were several well-known business tycoons in the country who had bought their villas here. To be more precise, you can't necessarily buy a villa here if you have money, but Chu Jiang, however, owned 2 sets for one person. Baifeng was truly envious. Of course Wang Song and Qin Cellophane were definitely envious as well, only that the 2 of them were in the way and didn't show it. Although the 9th villa was next door, this side was all detached villas, and the distance between each villa was still a bit far. If they really wanted to walk over there, it definitely wouldn't be possible without 5 or 6 minutes. It was now more than 10 o'clock in the evening, so in order not to delay the big event of the night, the crowd also drove directly to the past. Inside the meeting room of the 9th villa side, Xiaofeng's 3 people were also ready to go. They had taken a nap in the afternoon, and now they were full of energy, just waiting for Chu Jiang to come over and give orders. Chu Jiang and his group went straight to the conference room. When Xiaofeng and the 3 of them saw Wang Song and Qin Cellophane, they couldn't help but freeze for a moment. They didn't know Chu Jiang and Baifeng, so it was fine if they didn't know what their backgrounds were. But Wang Song and Qin Cellophane, they definitely knew. Although they knew that Chu Jiang's identity background was not simple, they really did not expect that Chu Jiang would be so familiar with Wang Song and Qin Cellophane. The conference room was very large, and when they saw Chu Jiang and his group come in, Xiaofeng's 3 people also hurriedly stood up. Dealing with a group of top-tier rich second generation, it was inevitable that they would be a little nervous. There's no need to be formal. In a moment, you guys will just operate according to what I say. Chu Jiang could see that the 3 of them were a little nervous and said with a soft smile, "Aha, good." The 3 of them also nodded heavily and answered. Chu Jiang's side directly extracted and used the stock market ticker card. After all, there was only a week's worth of time to use it. Chu Jiang didn't want to waste it. According to the system's instructions for using the stock market quote card, Chu Jiang also managed to see the changes in the US stock market for each stock in the coming week. As long as Chu Jiang went to ponder the news about the US stock market, an application app similar to Tiger Securities would come out in his mind, which not only presented the market trend of each stock, but also listed them in order, according to the rate of increase, for those stocks in the US stock market. Chu Jiang was naturally not very familiar with them, but he had already seen the future rate of increase, so being familiar or not naturally didn't matter so much. The first stock, TKAT, is now priced at 2.25 meters gold per share. Buy 1 million lots directly. 1 lot is 100 shares. 1 million lots is 100 million shares. At a price of 2.25 mikan per share, 1 million lots is 225 million mikan. The second stock, CSSE, is now priced at 7.99 mikan per share. Buy 500,000 lots directly. 500,000 lots is 50 million shares. If you buy at this price, it's 399,950,000 meter gold. The first and second stock bought cost 624.5 million meters of gold. Chu Jiang stared at the computer screen while continuing to give orders. The third stock, MN, is now priced at 9.11 meters per share, and then back in 400.
000 lots, 400,000 lots,
according to 9.11 meters gold a share to purchase 4 million shares.
That's 364,400,000 meters gold. Together with those two stocks before, the total investment is 988,900,000 meters gold, 1 billion meters of gold. Not much left. Chapter 35 opening 5 minutes, profiteering 140 million meters gold. Chu Jiang said 3 stocks in a minute. Xiaofeng operated the account. Feng Lei and Lu Xiaoyu too responsible for assisting Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng didn't think much after hearing Chu Jiang's stocks. He bought them all at the first time according to Chu Jiang's request. Phew! After Xiaofeng finalized the last stock trade, he also slightly gasped for air. They were all considered to be excellent traders, but to operate a transaction of such a large amount as 1 billion meters of gold at once, this was still the first time for all of them. After determining that the transaction was successful and error-free, Xiaofeng also turned his head to look at Chu Jiang and said, Chu Xiao, the transaction was successful. Chu Jiang nodded calmly. Alright, wait for it. After saying that, he also lit up a cigarette and took a deep drag. As for Wang Tsong and the 3 of them, when they saw Chu Jiang take care of the deal in a matter of 3 times, they were also stunned, and then all 3 of them lit up a cigarette and smoked it. Chu Xiao, I see that these 3 stocks you picked are not high-quality stocks. By Feng recent days are also in the study of US stocks. He looked at the trading panel, looking at the 3 stocks chosen by Chu Jiang. He only felt unfamiliar, very strange. All are the kind of he had not heard of before. Play US stocks. Naturally, to play the demon stocks, these 3 stocks are today's demon stocks. Chu Jiang said with a smile. Bai Xiao, you can rest assured. Chu Jiang said with confidence, which also calmed Bai Feng down quite a bit. Moreover, he also saw that the amount of Chu Jiang's account was 1 billion meters of gold. He himself had invested 300 million meters of gold. As for Wang Tsong and Qin Cellophane, what he knew was 10 million meters of gold each. Then, in his mind, Chu Jiang is himself paid 680 million meters gold to accompany him to operate. If Chu Jiang didn't have the certainty of winning, why would he take out so much money to operate? Wang Tsong and Qin Cellophane are also a little nervous, but not as obvious as Bai Feng. It was good that the US stock market was now open, and all of their attention was focused on these 3 stocks. The first stock, TKAT, opened at 2.25 meters gold a share, which was also the lowest price for the stock today. Chu Jiang had already taken a closer look at the specifics of these 3 stocks from the analysis panel. In the case of the TKAT stock, the price per share had stabilized at 2.60 meters gold a share for 4 hours after the opening. Then at 1:30 p.m. rice time, around 1:30 a.m. domestically, the price of the US stock started to skyrocket directly, with 1 share rising to 4.29 meters gold a share of a single price increase of 2.04 meters of gold. The highest rate of increase reached 91%. Chu Jiang now holds 100 million shares of TKAT in his hands. If he can throw out all of them at the highest point, just this 100 million shares, he will be able to make a net profit of 204 million meters gold. As for CSSE, the purchase price was 7.99 meters gold per share, and today's closing price was 11.49 meters gold on the US stock, up 43.8%. Up. Xiaofeng and the 3 of them had their eyes glued to the screen. The 40 million shares of MN that they had bought in the last lot just now had skyrocketed to 12.80 meters gold per share directly after the opening of the market. Their buying price of 9.11 meters gold per share. The unit price per share directly skyrocketed by 3.69 meters gold. The increase was as high as 40%. The opening read Xiaofeng's voice involuntarily trembled a bit. Bai Feng heard Xiaofeng say it went up. He also hurriedly gathered around and asked excitedly, how much did it go up? Bai Feng is really nervous. Nerves have been taught. Suddenly heard Xiaofeng said up. He is also very excited to ask. MN. It skyrocketed by 3.69 meters of gold per share after the opening. Up 40%. Xiaofeng hurriedly explained. Although it wasn't clear whether the 3.69 meter gold per share surge was more or less, when he heard that the increase was as high as 40%, Bai Feng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Hiss. Now directly clear the MN. Chu Jiang, as usual, commanded very calmly. Emptying it now? Xiaofeng also couldn't help but question. With his years of experience in trading, it was very likely that this stock would continue to rise today. It had only been bought in less than 5 minutes, and it was directly emptied? Hearing Xiaofeng's inquiry, Chu Jiang frowned instead. Don't question me. Empty. Chu Jiang's tone was very strong and could not be questioned. Xiaofeng's heart was also involuntarily shaken when he heard this, and he immediately responded. Alright, empty immediately. Xiaofeng directly threw out 40 million shares at the first time at a value of 12.80 meters gold per share. Due to the opening surge, these 40 million shares were traded almost the instant they were hung out. Alright, Chu Xiao, the transaction was successful. Xiaofeng was also the first to report the results to Chu Jiang. 40 million shares, a net profit of 3.69 meters of gold per share. Between one sale and one sale, a net profit of 147,600,000 meters of gold. Before the account is still left 11.1 million meters gold. Now after selling MN, the principal plus profit, the remaining amount came to 523 million meters gold. The intermediate transaction generated a stamp duty of millions of meters of gold. It's a big profit. Bai Fong was also shocked by Chu Jiang's operation. It had only been less than 5 minutes since the opening of the market, and he had already made over 140 million meters of gold. This speed of making money was simply faster than printing money. This is just how far. Bai Xiao, now you should rest assured, right? Chu Jiang laughed and said, don't worry, don't worry. Bai Fong was also very confident now. He felt that perhaps, tonight Chu Jiang would be able to successfully bring him back to shore. The fourth stock, HUSN. The unit price per share is now 1.93 meters gold. Buy all the rest of the money into this stock. Xiaofeng didn't dare to question Chu Jiang this time. When he heard Chu Jiang speak, he went to operate to buy the stock at the first opportunity. With 523 million meters gold remaining on the account, at 100 shares a lot, Chu Jiang now held a total of over 2,700,000 lots. That is to say, he held more than 270 million shares. Although this stock's increase was not as high as the first three stocks, it closed at a staggering 36%, and the intraday high price came to 3.19 meters of gold per share, a net gain of 1.26 meters of gold per share. The increase was as high as 65%. The most crucial thing was that Chu Jiang found out through the data on the system panel that this stock would start to skyrocket after half an hour, and he naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity to harvest the wallets of the rice guys. Xingwei, bring over a bottle of the shipwrecked fine wine that I got back from the auction last time. Chu Jiang also couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw that Xiaofeng had already completed the transaction, and then he looked at Xingwei by his side and commanded, tonight, the moon was just right, and they had just earned more than 100 million meters of gold. How could they not have wine to help them at a time like this? Alright, young master, I'll go get it. Xingwei pursed her lips and directly answered, and then she also went out of the conference room to get that bottle of shipwrecked fine wine worth millions of a bottle. Chapter 36 up. It's skyrocketing again. The shipwrecked wine that was auctioned over at Yongfu Palace before. A bottle would cost millions of dollars. Chu Jiang took it back and threw it directly in the liquor cabinet and stored it. Tonight Wang Song they came over, and also cut the leeks of the Yonkers. Naturally have to have a good wine to celebrate it. If the general wine, Wang Song they really do not have the mood to drink. After all, one person 200 million meters gold into the US stock market. They are now fully focused on the trend of the three stocks above. However, if it was a shipwrecked wine worth millions of dollars, that would be another story. On this side, Xingwei was carrying the wine, and behind her were two beautiful maids with wine glasses. This was a bottle of shipwrecked red wine with a history of hundreds of years, and the moment the oak cork was opened, the rich aroma of the wine directly dispersed in all directions. What a good wine! Even for rich second-generation people like Wang Song and the others who had tasted countless fine wines, this kind of 100-year-old rare wine was a rare sight. A fine wine of this quality, to be honest, $1 million a bottle really isn't a bad deal. Wines of this quality are used to be treasured. It's really a luxury if you really want to drink it. If it wasn't for Chu Xiao's treat, I really wouldn't be able to spend $1 million to drink a bottle of red wine. The beautiful maid personally handed the wine glass to them. Chu Jiang shook the red wine glass in his hand and couldn't help but murmur as well. What a good wine. The Romane Conti that I drank before was quite inferior compared to this. Drinking and chatting, Bai Fong's mood was now quite soothed. Right, Chu Xiao, I heard them say that you still have a Koenigsegg one here. I still want to see it. This is good to say. When it's over in a while, I'll take you guys to my garage for a spin. When Chu Jiang said that, Wang Song's three people also brightened up, and all of them answered. As he said that, Chu Jiang also looked at the time, and then he also checked the data on the system panel in his mind. It's almost time. Chu Jiang muttered a sentence out of his mouth and stood up to walk over towards Xiaofeng's side. Seeing Chu Jiang get up, Wang Song's trio also followed. Xiaofeng's three people's nerves were also taut right now, and they had just been staring at the general market and observing the trend. Although they were only buying three stocks right now, they had to know that the total value of these three stocks was more than 1 billion meters of gold. Chu Xiao, these three stocks aren't fluctuating much? Bai Fong also stared at the computer screen, and then he also couldn't help but look at Chu Jiang and muttered, no hurry, speculate in stocks. Which is in a hurry? Chu Jiang waved his hand and said with a smile, I'm very optimistic about these three stocks, and my insider information tells me that they will definitely go up today, and it's still a big rise. Even if the insider information is unreliable, don't forget, I still have the buff bonus of winning every bet. Tonight,
I'm going to cut the wallet of the MIGs. Jesus can't even stop them when he comes. Chu Jiang said this. Wang Song and the three of them were also quite calm. It's gone up. It's really gone up. Chu Jiang, this side of the words just fell. Bai Fong, staring at the computer screen, is also loudly shouted out. After buying more than 2,700,000 lots of HUSN for almost half an hour, the stock price has been fluctuating up and down at the purchase price of 1.93 meters of gold a share. And the fluctuation range is not big. But just now, the price of a single share went from 1.94 meters of gold to 2.01 meters of gold a share all at once. Bai Fong's eyelids fluttered, and his little heart twitched indisputably. Don't look at it going up just a little bit, but you have to know that they are now holding more than 27 million shares. What kind of concept is this? Even if every increase of 0.01 meters of gold a share, floating profit also has a small 300,000 meters of gold. How did it fall below 2 meters of gold again? Hey I should have known better just now. Bai Fong is a typical leak. When he sees a rise, he wants to continue to hold, and when he sees a fall, he wants to get out directly. Bai Xiao, not that I'm talking about you, just like you. It's better not to play speculation in the future. Calm down, calm down. Chu, old brother, this is not yet sent word. Xin Cellophane heard Bai Fong say so also could not help but look at him and rolled his eyes and said, there's no rush. It's still early. Chu Jiang smiled, sipped a mouthful of red wine and said softly, since we have to cut the leaks of the rice guys, we have to cut a little bit more before we can do it. Sure enough, as Chu Jiang's words just fell, the single share price grew to 2.03 meters gold again. In the following half an hour, the stock price has been fluctuating up and down, but the single share price is all the way up. Wang Song's trio stared at the computer screen, also quite excited. Asterisk. Chu Xiao, you're really a god. It's gone up again. This is too cool. Hold on. It's about to break through 3 meters of gold a share. This rate of increase is a bit scary. I feel like it can still go up. Looking at this momentum, I guess the price of a single share will at least double today. Wang Song's trio was quite excited. After all, they had gotten on board more than 27 million shares at today's lowest price. This to really double, that is another easy profit of 40 to 50 million meters of gold. However, just when the stock price broke through to 3 meters gold a share, Chu Jiang was also directly to Xiaofeng. They said, wait for the price to reach 3.10 meters gold when you directly empty this stock. Xiaofeng didn't dare to question Chu Jiang now. After all, he could be considered to have seen Chu Jiang's ability. Alright, Chu Xiao, I understand. As he said that, Xiaofeng also hurriedly set the sell price. Rather, it was Wang Song and the others who couldn't understand a bit. After all, looking at the momentum of this growth, at the very least, it could go up by 4 meters of gold a share. Although Xin Cellophane and the others didn't open their mouths to speak, but seeing their frowning expressions, Chu Jiang was also aware of what they were thinking in their hearts. The most taboo thing about speculating in stocks is greed. This price is already very close to my expected price. If it's any higher, although it's not necessarily a loss, it's not worth my risk yet. Chu Jiang lit a cigarette, took a deep drag and continued. Others are greedy and I'm afraid. Others are afraid and I'm greedy. Speculating on this thing, to be honest, want to make money, it's just too hard. Chu Jiang said. In the Qin Cellophane Wang Song they listened to as a bit of Versailles meaning. To say that other people speculate in stocks to make money is difficult. They still agree. But to say that you Chu Young speculation in stocks to make money difficult, that is not open-eyed bull. How long has it been? The US stock market opened just 1 hour of time. Chu Jiang, this wave of transactions down. The account shows the floating profit is more than 200 million meters of gold. Just as the three of them were chatting, Xiaofeng's side was also relieved. Phew, Chu Xiao, the transaction was successful. This stock has been successfully liquidated. Xiaofeng reported the battle to Chu Jiang at the first opportunity. The selling price was 3.10 meters of gold per share, a net increase of 1.17 meters of gold from the buying price. They held more than 27 million shares, and this wave of trading netted a profit of 31 million meters gold, excluding the taxes and fees to be paid. Adding the costs, the available balance on the account had now reached a whopping 554 million. Chu Xiao is awesome. Bai Fong glanced at the data, and he too hurriedly bragged about Chu Jiang. After all, he didn't just want to bleed back to shore now. He even wanted to follow Chu Jiang to earn more pocket money. P.S. Not too good at writing stock speculation content. Writing a little slow. Please forgive me. Chapter 37. One night to earn 800 million meters gold. Bai Fong is to see the hope. According to this speed, tonight how to say can also earn a pot full of The night was long, and Wang Song's trio was even more unmotivated to sleep. They feel that stock speculation is too exciting. More exciting than their night bar looking for girls. Chu Jiang is a little sleepy. The second half of the night. About 4 in the morning. Chu Jiang is also decisive to liquidate all the stocks held in the hands. The first stock, TKAT, holding 100 million shares, buying price 2.25 meters gold a share, selling price 4.25 meters gold a share, average net income of 2 meters of gold per share, up 89%, 100 million shares, a net profit of 200 million meters of gold. Just this one stock alone, even the principal with profit came back to 420 million meters of gold. In the middle of Chu Jiang operated another 3 stocks, basically up more than 30%. There is still half an hour off. Do not play. Rest. Chu Jiang stretched his waist, very cozy. Xiaofeng and the 3 of them were also already numb. At first, they might have questioned Chu Jiang a little, but now, they all adored him infinitely. Tonight a total of 7 stock operations, the highest increase of more than 90%. The lowest also has 30%. The total profit reached a horrible 800 million meters of gold. Where is this speculation? This is simply robbing money. Wang Song 3 people are naturally quite excited. Not to mention the opening red. They have seen the strength of Chu Jiang's stock speculation. 800 million meters of gold converted into Chinese currency. That is 5 billion Wang Song and Qin Cellophane invested 200 million meters of gold. According to the 50-50 split ratio, they can get 10% of the profit. Bai Fong can get 1.5% of the profit. Calculating this way, tonight alone, Wang Song and Qin Cellophane will each get 0.8 billion meters of gold, which, when converted into Chinese currency, is almost $500 million. Bai Fong, on the other hand, had a profit of 120 million meters of gold, which when converted into Chinese currency, would be 750 million Chinese currency. Brother Tsong, Brother Qin, Mr. Bai, it's getting late. Let's take a break and fight again tomorrow night? Okay, let's fight again tomorrow night. Wang Song and the 3 of them were also excited. Not sleepy at all. It was now 5 in the morning. Chu Jiang had originally prepared guest rooms for them, but the 3 of them unanimously decided to go out and get high again. Chu Jiang were still not clear what their 3 hearts want. Warm and hungry. This point, there is no beauty around how can sleep. Chu Jiang did not stay. The corner of his mouth rose slightly, smiled and said, then you drive slowly, safety first. After Wang Song and the 3 of them left, Chu Jiang also returned to the 8th villa to sleep. He earned the most tonight. He was able to take 65% of the profit, 800 million meters of gold. That's 5.200 million meters of gold. When converted into Chinese currency, that's more than 3 billion. Cool. Lying on the bed, Chu Jiang also stretched his waist comfortably. He had to say, this going to the US stock market to make money was really cool. He had previously worked hard to recognize all kinds of rich second-generation people, and the cash had only picked up more than $2 billion. This is also just a night time. Directly harvested the rice Yankee 800 million meters of gold, can be said to be killing crazy. Having earned more than 3 billion in one night, Chu Jiang was still a bit excited. The novel was even updated with 20 chapters today. Chu Jiang was ready to finish reading the novel before going to sleep, but he didn't expect the author to be so diligent today. Bursting to update 20 chapters. Finished reading. Author, you are really short. Flirted with the author is very short, but look at the fact that he actually burst more 20 chapters today. Chu Jiang is also not stingy reward. Directly a brain on the account of the remaining 20,000 yuan all bounty to the author. Wuhu City, in an apartment building. The author of the bacteria is also just washed up and climbed into bed. These days he writes is also extraordinarily spiritual. After all, in addition to Chu Jiang rewarded him every day. The results of his book are not bad. He has been pouncing for so many years. It is not easy to get up a book. Naturally, is quite hard. He is 29 years old this year. A single dog. Family conditions and not rich. To marry and have children. Can only rely on their own efforts. He also stayed up to write until now. Just ready to go to sleep to see Chu Jiang gave himself a reward of more than 200 Big God certification. Originally very sleepy author is also rushed to climb up. Specifically opened a single chapter to thank Chu Jiang. As for Chu Jiang, he slept until more than 12 noon. Thanks to the fact that it's only for a week. Otherwise if you stay up like this every day, your body can't carry it even if it's good. Chu Jiang muttered in his heart and stretched out of the bedroom. Lunch had sea cucumber abalone, wild ginseng stewed chicken soup, which was specially arranged by Xin Xingwei, in order to give Chu Jiang a complimentary body. It was already more than 2 o'clock in the afternoon after lunch. Chu Jiang did not have much to do in the afternoon, so he sat on the sofa and drank tea and smoked cigarettes, and brushed the small video of Jitterbug in the meantime. There is no life forced. Do not have to worry about making money. Small life is called a comfortable. Xin Xingwei is still very busy. In addition to taking care of Chu Jiang's daily life, she now also has to take care of the president of Chu Men Entertainment and Media Company. Chu Jiang had made it clear that he wanted to be the boss.
and as Chu Zhang's designated president of Chumen Entertainment and Media Company, who would be busy if she wasn't?
According to Chu Zhang's request, Xin Xingwei has also been paying attention to those IPs with high attention recently. If she can take down the copyright and develop it by herself,
that would naturally be the best thing.
As the Chumen Entertainment Media Company has just set sail,
the entire company's banner is only one artist, Mu Yunshi.
Xin Xingwei has recently paid attention to a lot of IP are suitable for Mu Yunshi to play the female lead. Of course, Xin Xingwei also knows that Chu Jiang has the intention to promote Mu Yunshi.
Otherwise, even if Mu Yunshi has more potential,
it would not be so bad that her own young master would spend $30 million to let her terminate her contract with Intergraphic Media.
Chu Jiang was also very busy in the last 2 days, and didn't go to contact Mu Yunshi. However, this afternoon there was nothing to do, and he was also thinking of Mu Yunshi. How is it? Are you still used to living in the last 2 days?
Chu Jiang sent a message over to Mu Yunshi. Mu Yunshi's side saw that it was a message from Chu Jiang,
and didn't dare to hesitate to reply directly to the message in seconds. Thank you Chu Xiao for your concern.
Living here is very comfortable.
After all, it is a large flat living in Tomson Yipin,
and Chu Zhang's set of this flat is still the kind of super large area, and the decoration is even more super luxurious kind.
Whole house customized smart home, but this set of large flat floor is worth 1 or 200 million. Just to say that this luxurious and extravagant decoration, no 100 million simply can't come down.
Not to mention that she is just a newcomer in the entertainment industry who has not yet become famous. It is those who have already achieved fame and success, the first-line artists who have become famous all over the world,
also do not necessarily have the money to live in such a luxurious mansion.
If she wasn't satisfied with this kind of condition,
then it really wasn't justifiable.
Well, our company was just established,
so it's still relatively easy, but you don't slack off.
While there's nothing going on during this time,
you study and learn more.
Build your basic skills solidly. Chu Jiang sent a voice over to Mu Yunshi.
Chu Xiao, don't worry, I will definitely work hard.
I still think highly of you.
You don't have to be too nervous.
When our company has more resources in the later stages,
then you can definitely be busy. The entertainment industry was still very lucrative in the future. Although Chu Jiang didn't lack money, but if he could make more money, then Chu Jiang naturally wouldn't refuse. Layout of the entertainment industry, Chumen Entertainment and Media Company was just a starting point,
and he would definitely invest a large sum of money in the follow-up.
As long as there was enough money,
there would naturally be no shortage of resources. Mu Yunshi's potential was good.
All that was lacking was an opportunity. If Intergraph Media had been willing to give Mu Yunshi a little more resources before, it was estimated that she would have to be a second or third tier artist at the very least by now.
Chu Jiang believed in his own vision. It wouldn't be long before Mu Yunshi could definitely become a first-tier artist that would set the country on fire.
Chapter 38, Chu Xiao kills crazy in the US stock market. Chu Jiang didn't have much to do in the villa in the afternoon,
and since he was still going to fight in the US stock market at night, he chatted with Mu Yunshi for a while before going straight to bed.
When he woke up, it was dark. Seeing Chu Jiang come out of the bedroom, Xin Xingwei also hurriedly ordered the back kitchen to prepare dinner. After finishing dinner it was already past 8 o'clock.
Wang Song, Qin Cellophane and the three of them also rushed over.
Chu Xiao, take us to your garage for a spin?
Okay.
Chu Jiang did not deny.
Yesterday said to take them to their own garage.
Time is too late also did not go. Now there is time. Just take them to see. A line of several people followed Chu Jiang to the underground garage. A garage. See neatly parked in that dozens of luxury cars. Even if it is Wang Song, they are this kind of top-rich second generation also cannot help but let out a gasp out.
Chu old brother. These cars inside your garage can be pulled out to open a large-scale car show.
It was Qin Cellophane,
the rich young man who bought a luxury car as simple as drinking drool,
who couldn't help but say with envy at this moment, "Wow, this is so cool. Koenigsegg 1. So cool." Chu Xiao, hey, let's discuss something with you. Can I borrow your car for 2 days to have fun? Bai Fong looked much better today. After all,
he had earned so much in just one night yesterday, and now he was fully convinced that Chu Jiang could bring him back to the shore.
Okay. No problem, except for the Koenigsegg 1 in poison. Any car here that takes your fancy, you can just drive it away.
Chu Jiang said with the corners of his mouth rising slightly,
laughing softly. Chu Young, you this. Bai Fong is a top-rich second generation. In addition to Koenigsegg 1 and Lamborghini poison,
other types of cars he had driven.
Chu Jiang's reply was directly blocking all his thoughts. Just kidding. If Bai Xiao likes it, just drive it for 2 days. Chu Jiang also laughed and said, a car is just a car. He is not so petty. At 10:30 in the evening, in the 9th villa of Tang Palace, Chu Jiang started giving orders again. First stock, SBFM,
by price 2.26 meters gold a share.
Buy 3 million lots directly.
100 shares is one lot.
3 million lots is a whole 300 million shares. 2.26 meters gold a share. 300 million shares is 678 million meters gold. Xu Xiao, this first stock to buy so much Bai Fong was still a bit flustered. Although there were still more than a billion meters gold left on the account, Xu Jiang had just spent close to 700 million meters gold on one share. Don't panic, just watch. The momentum of this stock isn't right. I have a feeling it will skyrocket. Xu Zhang's eyes were fixed on the screen, and he said in a very calm manner. As a matter of fact, he had already seen this stock's trend tonight. That couldn't be described as fierce anymore. It was quite fierce. It was like taking stimulants. Since Xu Jiang had said so, Bai Fong just shut up. He doesn't believe in other people, but he can't not believe in Xu Jiang. He was still counting on Xu Jiang to bring him back to shore. Don't worry, Bai Xiao. You'll almost be back by the end of this wave. As soon as Xu Jiang's words fell, the stock price on the computer screen also started to pull up in a straight line. What's the situation? It went up so violently. Wang Song's three people were all confused. The price they bought just now was only 2.26 meters of gold a share, and with a wave of pulling up just now, the stock price directly rose to 3 meters of gold a share. You have to know, they are now holding 300 million shares. Even if they were to get out now, each share would net 0.74 meters of gold, and with 300 million shares, they could net more than 220 million meters of gold. Xu Xiao, do we need to make a move now? Xia Feng also asked excitedly. Don't be in a hurry. This is just where it's at. Wait a little longer. Xu Jiang naturally wasn't in a hurry. He had already seen the stocks rise in the next half an hour from the system panel. That was as high as 200%. Speaking of which, this was where the US stock market was more attractive than the domestic A-share market. There is no limit of up and down stops, and the transaction mode is T+0, so this kind of ultra-short-term operation, in the case that he can predict the future trend of the stock price, he can definitely earn a lot of money. Sure enough, the stock price is all the way up. Within half an hour, the stock price has soared from the purchase price of 2.26 meters gold a share to 6.26 meters gold a share. Bai Fong and the others all looked dumbfounded. This stock is too bullish. It's up 176% now. This is really a huge profit. I'll just say it. Xu Xiao is awesome. Xu Jiang stood aside is also a laugh. Calm. Base manipulation do not sex said the words. Xu Jiang is also looking at the screen calmly commanded. Set at 6.70 meters gold a share of all liquidation. Yes, Xu Yang. Xia Feng also didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly set the selling price. The stock price rose very quickly. Xia Feng just set the sell price. The stock price has soared to 6.52 meters gold a share. Look at this momentum. At most 5 minutes to reach the set sell price. Wang Song and the three of them were staring at the screen, not daring to make a sound. At this critical moment, don't make any mistakes. Although the stock price has been on an upward trend, but also up and down fluctuations, just now the stock price and the breakthrough to 6.5 meters of gold a share is also a wave of violent decline. Can be Wang Song three people were scared. Don't fall pull up, almost there. This is too exciting. I feel like my little heart can't take it anymore. Xu Xiao still has to be you. You're also too calm here. Wang Song's heart was also in his throat as the three of them watched the stock price fluctuate up and down. If it wasn't for Xu Jiang presiding over the situation here, they were afraid that they would have already liquidated their positions and stopped playing. This random fluctuation was hundreds of thousands or even millions of meters of gold. Who could stand it? Don't panic. Everything is under control. Xu Jiang said with the corners of his mouth rising slightly as he laughed softly. He was naturally not panicking. Every fluctuation in the stock price he had compared on the system panel. It could be said that it was not even close. Just as Xu Jiang's words fell, the stock price also quickly rebounded, and in a direct wave, it rushed up to the previously set sell price. After all, it is the American stock market. The trading volume is amazingly large. Even though it was 300 million shares, it took less than 20 seconds to clear all the positions. Watching the transaction complete, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Cool. Bai Fong was all tense just now, and now his hanging heart could finally be put down first. Quickly look, how much did this wave of trading earn? Wang Song and the others couldn't wait. After all, they were holding 300 million shares. This increase is close to 200%. This wave of trading they are making a lot of money. After removing the taxes, this wave directly earned 1.3 billion meters of gold. Xia Feng pulled up the account interface and said with great excitement, 1,300 million meter gold? Converted into Chinese currency, wouldn't that be more than 8 billion? It's really worthy of being Xu Xiao. This speed of making money is faster than even printing money. Following Xu Xiao to eat meat and drink soup. That's really cool. Wang Song's trio also couldn't help but gather around Chu Jiang to brag. Although Chu Jiang would take half of the profits, what they could obtain was still quite a lot. Mainly, it was too easy to come by money. Even if it was robbing a bank, it wasn't this fast, right? P.S. Kidney stone offense. All day our hidden pain. Now more pain. But I'm gritting my teeth and coding now, thinking that I haven't updated yet. One more chapter in a bit. Then I might have to go hang out at the emergency room. Chapter 39, Meet a movie and TV producer. A wave of trading profit of 1.3 billion meters of gold. Definitely counted as a ruthless cut of the leak of the Mizuno. The account funds even soared from 1.8 billion meters gold to 3.1 billion meters gold. Of course, 100 battles Chu Jiang now in the eyes of Wang Song they can be a real stock goda. Time is still early. Chu Jiang successively operated another 7 stocks. Although the rate of increase is not as big as the first stock, but the average is more than 30%. Directly all the people present were dumbfounded. At 5:30 in the morning, when the last stock was emptied, the account funds came to a huge 6 billion meters of gold. Wang Song, the three of them are full of excitement. Earn so much money. The excitement overflow is normal. The principal is 1 billion meters gold. 2 days, they are from the US stock market to earn 5 billion meters gold. Even if their commission is not high, but 5 billion meters gold profit, they are also earning a pot full of money. Wang Song and Qin Cellophane would each get 500 million meters of gold. And as for Bai Fong, he would get 7.500 million meters of gold. In addition to the $200 million in the company's account, he even earned $550 million in the 2 days of speculation behind Chu Jiang. Chu Jiang earned the most, up to 3.25 billion meters. Converted into Chinese currency, that would be more than 20 billion. Now the funds are too much. Tomorrow from 1 billion principal to start. And then, I will raise the money tomorrow. After the account will be transferred to you. The stock market as well, is concerned about the bag is safe. Before there is no bag, how much you earn is not considered earning. Bai Fong naturally agreed with Chu Jiang's statement. After all, he had transferred 500 million meters of gold from his own company's account, and with so much money, he couldn't guarantee that it would be discovered by his old man tomorrow. Now can share the money is naturally a good thing. He just also calculated, profit 5 billion meters gold. According to the proportion he will be able to share 7.500 million meters gold profit, taking out 500 million meters of gold to fill out the company's books. He himself can still have 2.5 billion meters of gold left in his hand. Of course, the 300 million meters on the principal side is now his as well. Wang Song and Qin Cellophane naturally did not care, and happily agreed. As for the principal, even if they lost all of it, according to the current profit situation, they wouldn't be in the red. Alright then, let's make a deal huh? Chu Jiang smiled, then also looked at Xiaofeng's 3 people and said, you guys have worked hard tonight. When this week is over, I'll give each of you a big red packet. Hearing Chu Jiang say that, Xiaofeng's trio hurriedly got up and said thank you to Chu Jiang. Speaking of which, they now finally understood why people were able to offer a sky-high commission of $100,000 a night before. After all, they had earned 5 billion meters of gold in 2 nights, and a commission of $100,000 in front of 5 billion meters of gold was really not even a hair on the head. After a busy night, Chu Jiang returned to Villa 8 and went straight to bed. As for the fact that he had earned more than 3 billion meters of gold in 2 nights, to put it mildly, Chu Jiang was okay and wasn't as excited as he thought he would be. After all, for him, he really wasn't lacking money right now. Of course, no one would mind having more money. Chu Jiang wouldn't either. Wake up from a nap is already the next day more than 1 o'clock at noon. 2 nights in a row to fight the US stock market. The body is really very tired. After casually eating 2 bites of lunch, Chu Jiang's side did receive a call from Mai Fong. Chu Xiao, didn't you say that you set up a Chu Men Entertainment and Media Company? It just so happens that I know a producer who has a good IP in their hands that is pulling investment. Look, do you want to get acquainted? Bai Fong is after all the young proprietor of Butterfly Sea Music Company. It is also considered half of the big brother of the entertainment industry. It is not surprising that he knows the producer of the entertainment industry. Before chatting when Chu Jiang intentionally or unintentionally also said this matter. Resources, do not need to waste. Chu Jiang said casually, but Bai Fong naturally took it to heart. So he went back and asked if there was any good IP to invest in recently. It just so happened that there was a producer who had a good IP that needed an investor. Chu Jiang had helped Bai Fong return such a big mouthful of blood, and it was naturally a courtesy for him to help Chu Jiang solve some small problems. Okay, no problem, I have time in the afternoon. Hearing that Bai Fong called over because of this, he also readily agreed. After making an appointment with the location, Chu Jiang also took Xinxingwei and drove directly towards the location Bai Fong had given him. The Star Bank Cafe is a high-end cafe in the Magic City, which is much higher than the Starbucks Cafe. It took more than half an hour to drive. When Chu Jiang arrived,
Bai Fong and his producer friend had already arrived. Seeing Chu Jiang come over, Bai Fong and the producer also hurriedly got up to greet him.
Young Chu, let me introduce to you, this is Yu Bo, a relatively famous producer in the movie and television industry. Mr. Yu, this is the Chu Xiao I told you about. As long as this IP of yours is good enough, I'm sure Chu Xiao won't let you down. Ha ha, Yu Bo also couldn't help but measure up Chu Jiang. To be honest, before Bai Fong also told him that Chu Jiang was very young, but after seeing the real person, he was still shocked. This was really young. He looked like he was in his early 20s at most. However, Yu Bo was also an old fox, so he naturally knew that you can't judge a person by their appearance. As Bai Fong was so respectful to Chu Jiang, he naturally understood that Chu Jiang's status was not that simple. Chu Jiang smiled slightly towards him. Mr. Yu, it's a pleasure to meet you. I hope we can work together happily in the future. After the two shook hands, Chu Jiang's side also picked up 3 rewards from Yu Bo's side. Ding, you picked up 100 million cash. Ding, you picked up a Lamborghini Bull. Ding, you've picked up a set of Tomson's first flat. The long-lost system beeps, although they are daily rewards, but they are better than nothing. Chu Xiao, this IP in my hand is very good. It's adapted from Tomato Novel's hottest metaphysical novel, Chopping God, with hundreds of millions of fans. This novel that Yu Bo said, Chu Jiang had also read it. It was indeed very good. It was a top stream existence in Tomato Novel. This book I've read it. It's really hot. I didn't expect that it's all being adapted into a movie or TV drama. Can. Chu Jiang said so. Yu Bo was also relieved. Chapter 40, follow Chu Xiao and eat 9 meals a day. Divine Beheading is indeed a very good IP. I don't know how much more investment you guys need right now. Chu Jiang directly opened the door, which caused Yu Bo to freeze. After all, it's based on a novel with a metaphysical theme. The special effects are really burning money. Yu Bo grinned then said, at present, we are probably still short of about 200 million. If Chu Xiao is willing to invest, it can account for 50%. 200 million huh? Chu Jiang frowned and pondered slightly. When Yu Bo saw Chu Jiang frowning, he also hurriedly said, if Chu Xiao feels it's more, it's okay to invest a little less. Let's put it this way, I'll invest $500 million, but I have 3 requirements. Hearing Chu Jiang say that, Yu Bo directly froze. What? Vote for 500 million? Yu Bo's face was instantly filled with excitement, not to mention the 3 requirements. Even if it was 3 more requirements, then he had to try his best to fulfill them. Chu Xiao, you said. Yu Bo now finally believed the words that Bai Fong said. This person in front of him was really rich and generous. This first, I hope to account for 70% of the total investment. This point is not too much, right? Yu Bo heard Chu Jiang say so, slightly froze for a moment as also rushed to respond down. This should be, not excessive. After all, Chu Jiang was directly investing $500 million. Before they bought the copyright, they only spent $10 million. The rest of the money invested adds up to only 100 million. If Chu Jiang really invested 500 million, not to mention 70%, or 80% of him should be. The second thing is that I want to improve the level of special effects. The common problem of domestic fantasy dramas, 50-cent special effects. I hope to find the top international special effects team to produce the latter part of the special effects. If the money is not enough, it can be added at that time. What is it like to be rich and generous? Yu Bo has finally seen it today. Hearing Chu Jiang say that he wanted to find the top international special effects team to produce the post-production special effects, he didn't have any opinion at all. After all, if there was really that much money, raising the level of special effects was not a must. Third point, my Chuman Entertainment and Media Company currently has a female artist with good potential. I hope to reserve a suitable position for her. Hearing Chu Jiang finish these 3 requirements, Yu Bo almost didn't hesitate before agreeing to all of them. He had invested $500 million into the crew, and bringing a female artist was nothing wrong at all. Since there's no problem, Mr. Yu, I wish us a happy cooperation in advance. Chu Jiang looked at Yu Bo with the corners of his mouth slightly raised and said with a smile. Yu Bo also said with some trepidation, Chu Xiao, happy cooperation. By the way, this is my personal butler Xin Xingwei. For the subsequent signing, Xingwei will take full responsibility instead of me. Xin Xingwei is the president of Chumen Entertainment and Media Company. Chu Jiang naturally had to push her to the front of the stage. As for him, he would just act as the backstage in the future. The matter of money is naturally no need to worry. These 2 days he can be said to have killed madness in the US stock market. The early morning withdrawals are expected to wait until tomorrow at the earliest to arrive at the account. Yu Bo's side also left Xin Xingwei's contact information, and waited until Chu Jiang brought Xin Xingwei to leave this side before Yu Bo slowed down. Bai Xiao, this Chu Xiao is really generous. Yu Bo couldn't help but sigh. He suddenly had a feeling that he had returned to a decade or 2 ago.
when those coal bosses invested in movie and television productions, although Chu Jiang had raised 3 requirements.
To be honest, these 3 requirements were really not excessive at all. This is just where to $500 million only. It's not a big deal at all for Chu Xiao, Bai Feng also said from the bottom of his heart. After seeing Chu Zheng's strength to win every bet, he could be said to be completely convinced. After earning 5 billion meters of gold in the US stock market in just 2 nights. Honestly, in his opinion, 500 million Chinese dollars was really nothing to Chu Jiang. Xin Xingwei naturally wouldn't say anything more.
Although investing $500 million was indeed a bit much, she could see that Chu Jiang had his own ideas.
But that being said, Chu Jiang actually didn't really think much about it. If there was any thought, it was probably that he wanted to smash money to make a big production out of it. In recent years, it was really popular to shoot IP masterpieces adapted from fantasy and immortal novels in China. However, the effect of the film is really a bit miserable. What is said to be a huge amount of money to create. The top special effects team production. Results? None of them were spit out as 50-cent special effects. Chu Jiang, since you want to get involved in the entertainment industry, not willing to spend money is certainly not. 500 million is not much. Chuman Entertainment Media wants to become the top entertainment company in China. The days of smashing money and investment are still ahead. Xingwei, I'll leave this matter to you. Chu Jiang smiled and said, tough on you, serving young master. It's not hard work. Xin Xingwei was also very sensible and hurriedly answered. That's right. Turn around and inform Mu Yunshi so she can pay attention to this novel. Divine beheading. The opportunity is given to her. It's up to her whether or not she can grasp it. Okay, young master. I know. Xin Xingwei nodded and made a mental note of this matter. Back in the villa, Chu Zheng's side fell directly back to the bedroom to rest. After waking up from a sleep, it was already more than 9 o'clock at night. Tonight, Wang Song and the 3 of them also shrugged off something and didn't come over. Chu Jiang doesn't matter. Anyway, they come over is just to play soy sauce, add gas, share, drinking a mouthful of tea and eating some fresh fruit. Chu Jiang also drove directly to the villa next door. With the experience of fighting the previous 2 nights, Xia Feng's operation was also more skillful. Chu Jiang tonight is all ultra short-term operation, opening less than an hour. Has already traded successfully more than 10 times. Chu Xiao is really bullish. The 3 of them, Xia Feng, looked at the trading records and couldn't help but let out a heartfelt admiration. Every stock could be bought at the lowest point and then sold at the highest point. The most crucial thing was that the lowest gains in trading up to now were all above 30%. Another night of fighting, 1 billion meters of gold directly turned into 2,800 million meters of gold. Profit 1.8 billion meters gold. Chu Jiang looked at the floating profit of 1.8 billion meters of gold. The heart has become no fluctuations. He casually took a picture and sent it to the 4 of them. And then he went straight back to the 8th villa to sleep. When he woke up from his sleep, the 4 of them were chatting feverishly in their small group. Chu Jiang casually flipped through a few pages, all of which were words touting himself. The money seems to have arrived. Chu Jiang couldn't help but murmur when he saw a bank account arrival message. Immediately after that, Chu Jiang also said in the small group, just woke up and realized that the card has arrived at more than 30 billion. You guys send me the card number privately, and I'll let Xingwei transfer the money to you guys in a moment. Chu Jiang just finished a sentence. The small group of 4 was instantly quiet for a short while. 666 Chu Young powerful. Follow Chu Xiao. Eat 9 meals a day. Chu Xiao. I want to give you a monkey. Chu Jiang, roll. Chapter 41, it's because I drive a Lamborghini. You can't afford to mess with me. According to the previously agreed split, Chu Zheng's side transferred 500 million meters of gold to each of Wang Song and Qin Cellophane. Bai Feng, on the other hand, had 7.5 billion meters of gold, and the remaining 3.25 billion meters of gold was naturally all his. More than 3 billion meters of gold, converted into Chinese currency, amounted to more than 20 billion. With money in his hand, he was naturally full of confidence. Chu Zheng directly transferred $2 billion in cash over to Xin Xingwei. Xingwei, just transferred $2 billion over to you. Check and receive it. Okay, young master. When Xin Xingwei heard that Chu Jiang had transferred $2 billion to her, she surprisingly did not feel too shocked. After all, she had witnessed Chu Zheng's big kill in the US stock market in the past 2 days. Not counting what she had earned last night, there were almost $20 billion in her pocket alone. Xin Xingwei suddenly realized that $2 billion she now felt was a small amount of money, although the money was not hers. But that being said, she had the right to dispose of this $2 billion. On Mr. Yu's side, find a time to sign the contract. Since we promised people, we have to let them rest assured, don't we? Aha! Also, Chuman Entertainment Media has just been established. It can't be just one artist under its banner. Let's see if we can sign some more artists with potential over. Of course, if we come across a good IP, Don't hesitate to spend a little bit of small money to buy the copyright back.
The corners of Chu Zhang's mouth rose slightly as he looked at Qin Xingwei and smiled.
If the money isn't enough, then we'll talk about it. Got it, young master. Alright, you go and get busy first.
Chu Zhang sat on the sofa and lit a cigarette.
Quite cozy. Young master is great at making money,
but this spending skill is also great.
Qin Xingwei couldn't help but mutter in her heart. There wasn't much to do in the afternoon,
and Chu Zhang was also taking a rare break,
drinking tea, looking at novels, was having a good time, when the cell phone rang instead. Seeing the caller ID,
Chu Zhang froze for a moment and also directly connected the phone.
Brother Dawei, what's wrong? Why did you think of calling me today? Wang Wei, Chu Zhang, they a village, childhood playmate, but Wang Wei did not go to university, married early, heard that with his wife in the magic capital side of the development.
Chu Zhang had not contacted Wang Wei for several years,
mainly because everyone was busy.
So just now when he saw that it was Wang Wei's call, he froze for a moment.
Chu Zhang, I got into a little bit of trouble over here in Magic City.
Ugh, I heard my mom say before that you seem to be doing quite well now.
So I thought. On the phone, Wang Wei squeaked and spoke intermittently. He was a little embarrassed. Chu Zhang frowned. Wang Wei was still a very honest person.
If he didn't encounter any special trouble,
he definitely wouldn't call himself Brother Dawei. What's the matter, you can directly say. What kind of relationship do we two have? It's like this.
This morning my wife, her water broke. I drove her to the hospital.
The result of the road was a Porsche driving a rich second generation don't all the way to the car.
At that time, I didn't think about so much. I scolded him twice.
Now that rich second generation with people blocked the door of the hospital. After hearing what Wang Wei said, Chu Zhang was also directly angry. There is such a thing? Which hospital are you in? Is sister-in-law alright? Don't be in a hurry. I'll be right over. I would like to see why the rich second generation who drives a Porsche would be so. My wife is fine. Already gave birth. It's a daughter. Chu Zhang. Originally I didn't want to trouble you. Alas, but their mother and daughter are still in the hospital. I'm afraid that if something happens, what should they do with their mother and daughter? Brother Dawei, you're out of line to say so. Send me the location. I'll be right there. Other than that, after all, Wang Wei grew up with him, and now that he was being bullied in Magic City, he naturally had to step in.
And this wave was obviously that rich second generation who drove a Porsche being unreasonable.
I'd like to see what kind of goods a rich second generation driving a Porsche can be.
Chu Zhang directly drove his Lamborghini Poison and drove towards the Magic City Maternity and Child Healthcare Hospital. At the entrance of the city's maternal and child health center,
a Porsche Panamera was parked in front of the hospital. There were two youngsters sitting in the car, wearing sunglasses. Very arrogant. Country people are really arrogant. I'll block here today. If he dares to come out, I'll beat him up first.
The youngster driving the car looked like he was 25 or 26 years old. His hair was dyed blonde, and his whole person looked gangly. They hadn't realized until now that they had incurred someone they couldn't mess with.
Chu Zhang drove over to more than 30 minutes. Originally Porsche Panamera parked in front of the hospital, more or less will attract the attention of passers-by. But when Chu Zhang drove a Lamborghini Poison over, all eyes gathered in the Poison above. After all, this was a Lamborghini.
Even though not everyone could recognize that it was a Lamborghini Poison worth hundreds of millions of dollars,
they were all clear that such a cool supercar was definitely worth a lot of money. Chu Zhang saw that Porsche Panamera parked in front of the hospital when he came over, and without saying a word, he directly drove towards that Porsche and crashed into it. The rich youngsters sitting in the car hadn't noticed the Lamborghini Poison that had just driven over, but suddenly they were hit and they were instantly startled. Holy, what's going on today? The rich second generation who drove the car directly stepped down from the car, and his mouth was even cursing. But when he saw that the one that hit his car was actually a Lamborghini, his arrogance was instantly extinguished. When he perceived that this Lamborghini was actually poisonous, his entire body didn't dare to speak, and was already trembling with fear. In principle, it was Chu Zhang who rear-ended his Porsche. The responsibility was all on Chu Zhang, but you have to know, that is Lamborghini Poison. He couldn't even afford to drive a Lamborghini, let alone a Lamborghini Poison. You know, ordinary Lamborghini can be bought with money, but Lamborghini Poison, that can be more than money can buy. You kid, driving without eyes? The young man sitting in the passenger seat didn't have any eyesight and looked at Chu Zhang and directly cursed. But as soon as his words fell, he was directly slapped on the head by that rich second generation. Then the whole person shivered and looked at Chu Zhang and said, "I'm sorry, my cousin, he doesn't know any better. Please don't blame him." Chu Zhang didn't say anything, just coldly stared at the two of them. What? Driving a Porsche is great, right? Why don't you tell me that you know who I am? Is it because I drive a Lamborghini? You can't afford to mess with me? Chapter 42, Recognizing a Little Daughter. When the rich second generation with dyed yellow hair heard Chu Zhang say that, How could he not understand what was going on? Especially that sentence. Do you know who I am? Isn't that what he just said to that outsider? What? Driving a Porsche Panamera and you don't know who you are? Xu Jiang looked at him and laughed coldly. Why don't you say that you're better mixed up than me anyway? When he heard Xu Jiang say that, he was already sure that Xu Jiang was the helper that the man had just found. How could he still dare to have the arrogance he had before? He still had self-awareness, but he was driving a Lamborghini Poison. Not to mention that Lamborghini Poison costs hundreds of millions of dollars and is limited to only 14 cars in the world. Can you buy this car without a background? He did not doubt for a moment that this Lamborghini Poison would not be borrowed by Xu Jiang, because, even if he could borrow this kind of car, he could not afford to provoke. The Magic City circle was so big, although he was just an inconspicuous little rich second generation. He had heard a little bit about Xu Jiang recently. He heard that the Magic City recently appeared a super rich background of the rich young man. And then people's car is not Koenigsegg, one is Lamborghini Poison. The least are Lamborghini Dino. And people privately with Wang Songqin cellophane their relationship is particularly good. Identity background is also extremely mysterious. You are Chu Xiao? The rich second generation was so frightened that he dared to speak only after half a day. Why? You know me. Xu Jiang laughed, and there was more than a hint of teasing in his tone. Xu Xiao, I was wrong about this matter. You misunderstand me. I just learned that he has a pregnant woman in the car is also a deep reflection of their own mistakes. I wait here. In fact, want to apologize to him to come? No other meaning. That little rich second generation brain is very flexible. See, the wind direction is not right. Hurry to say that he is in order to come over to apologize. Xu Jiang understood in his heart that he was temporarily changing his mind, but that said, his purpose had actually been achieved. Shock and awe to knock this arrogant and domineering rich second generation. He is not going to fight against the two of them just for the sake of this matter, right? And this is still the entrance of the hospital. Under the eyes of everyone, if he really wants to make a move, then the impact would be too great. A moment later my brother came out. Apologize, words you say in front of my brother's face. As for forgiving or not forgiving you, my brother said it. As soon as Xu Jiang's words fell, Wang Wei also walked out from the hospital. His entire body froze when he saw Xu Jiang. The change was simply too great. The biggest change in a person is the change in temperament. Xu Jiang is used to the days of grace and splendor these days, and around the befriending of those top rich second generation, temperament naturally towards Wang Song they close. Of course, the most shocking thing for Wang Wei is that the Lamborghini behind Xu Jiang, that was a Lamborghini. He didn't recognize it as a Lamborghini Poison, but he still had a bit of research regarding supercars. Such a cool Lamborghini, at least 10 million to start, right? But seeing that the Lamborghini actually collided with the Porsche Panamera, a trace of emotion also rose in his heart. Finally, they were good brothers who had played together until they were old. Brother Dawei, how is sister-in-law doing? Xu Jiang cordially went up to Wang Wei and greeted him, on the one hand to greet him, and on the other hand to give Wang Wei courage. The rich second generation was bitter and looked at Wang Wei and said timidly, I am sorry, it was my fault just now. I did not know that there was a pregnant woman in the car. Just now I have already recognized my own mistake, and I came over just to apologize to you. I hope you can forgive me. All the expenses my sister-in-law spent on this hospitalization will be borne by me. When Wang Wei heard the rich second generation say this, pure and simple, the fire in his heart fell a large portion. If you had said that just now, I wouldn't be so angry. Forget about the cost, I can still afford to pay this little bit of money. Wang Wei didn't want to get into trouble. Since this rich second generation had apologized to himself, he didn't want to pursue it further. When the rich second generation heard that Wang Wei didn't want his money, he was on the verge of crying. To be honest, he didn't care about spending this amount of money at all. If Wang Wei didn't want his money, then it seemed to him that he was still angry with him. If because of this, if Xu Xiao were to find him in trouble again, at that moment, he also looked blearily at Xu Jiang, and then also looked at Wang Wei and said, Big brother, today this matter is really my fault. If you don't want me to pay, I can't bear it in my heart. Wang Wei also confused. How this also do not want money can not it? Xu Jiang is clear in his heart how that rich second generation thinks. He also gently coughed. Brother Dawei, he almost harmed his sister-in-law just now. Let him pay out some money as supposed to be. Xu Jiang said. That rich second generation also hurriedly responded and said, Right. It's only right that I spend some money. It's only right. When Wang Wei heard Xu Jiang say that and looked at the very eager rich second generation, he was also a bit at a loss for words. Then give me 20,000. I'll give you an account number. Just transfer the money to me directly. Hearing Wang Wei say this, the rich second generation was also relieved. Getting the account number, he directly transferred $50,000 over to Wang Wei. Big brother, I just transferred 50,000. I thought about it. Just now my behavior made my sister-in-law frightened. This money, buy some tonic for my sister-in-law. It must be said that this rich second generation was arrogant and domineering before, but it was not the kind that would not behave. Alright, this matter is like this. Chu Jiang opened his mouth to say so, and only then did the panicked rich second generation lighten up. Since he had come over, he naturally had to go over to visit Wang Wei's wife. When Chu Jiang and Wang Wei walked into the hospital, that rich second generation also hurriedly slipped away with his tail between his legs. Chu Jiang, you're mixing really well now. That car of yours is a Lamborghini, right? What an expensive car. Wang Wei couldn't help but sigh, then looked at Chu Jiang as also very sincere said, Chu Jiang, today this thing really have to thank you. If not you came over, that rich second generation he certainly won't be so honest. Wang Wei is honest and simple. He is not stupid. He always not really think that rich second generation in front of the hospital to block his own in order to apologize to him. If Chu Jiang hadn't come over and shocked him, how could he obediently apologize to himself? I came over here in a hurry and didn't bring anything over. Chu Jiang looked at Wang Wei and said with a haha laugh, if you say that, I'm really going to be so ashamed that I'm going to find a crack in the ground. Wang Wei looked at Chu Jiang and said with a laugh, Brother Da Wei, congratulations, you're the one with a daughter. Chu Jiang sighed saw Wang Wei's daughter and also heartily congratulated his brother. You have to hurry up too. Get married early. I'm not in a hurry. Flower world I have only just begun to enjoy it. Which can be married so early Chu Jiang said, but was teasing Wang Wei's little girl. Don't really say. This little girl just now has been making a scene. But as soon as Chu Jiang appeared, this little girl even directly quieted down, and even issued a giggle towards Chu Jiang. Brother Da Wei, this little girl of your family has a destiny with me. Why don't you recognize her as your daughter? Is that okay? Not to mention, Chu Jiang did like this little girl quite a bit, mainly because she didn't cry or make trouble once she saw herself, and giggled out. Of course there's no problem. By the way, brother, I'm a rough man without much culture. I haven't given her a name yet, or else, you as a godfather to give a chant? This. Chu Jiang hesitated for a moment and said softly, how about Wang Poetry Love? A crane in the clear sky rose up the clouds, and then leads poetry to the blue sky. Okay, then it's called Wang Poetic Love. Chapter 43, The Pitiful Li Zihui. Wang Wei's side is fine. Chu Jiang incidentally also recognized a goddaughter. It can be said that everyone is happy, but since it's his own goddaughter now, Chu Jiang as a godfather can't be too stingy. Little Shixiang is so good. Come, this is for you. Chu Jiang extracted a jadeite Maithreya Buddha jade tablet from within the system space. This was still the reward he had picked up over at the Yongfu Palace earlier. It was a piece of emerald jade that was worth a lot of money. However, to Chu Jiang, it was merely a piece of emerald. Wang Wei also froze for a moment when he saw the Emerald Goddess of Mercy jade tablet in Chu Jiang's hand. Brother, what are you doing here? This thing is too valuable. We can't have it. This is not for you. This is for my goddaughter. Chu Jiang laughed and said, a piece of gadgets, not worth a few dollars, as a gift. Don't wait for little Shixiang to grow up, then blame me for this godfather when too stingy. Chu Jiang all said so. Wang Wei also no longer pushed back. Brother Da Wei, I still have things to do over there, so I'll go back first. When sister-in-law is discharged from the hospital you tell me. I'll come back then. On this side, Wang Wei personally sent Chu Jiang to the entrance of the hospital, and watched Chu Jiang drive away in his Lamborghini. He also couldn't help but sigh. It seems like you still need to go to college. Going to college is the only way to get ahead. Wang Wei didn't know what exactly happened to Chu Jiang, but it was good that he could think so. Chu Jiang did not have much to do. Mainly he felt that he stayed in the ward some awkward, not very comfortable. Coming out from the hospital, Chu Jiang couldn't help but think of that little ninny Li Zihui. The main reason is that he did not go to see her for the past 2 days. And he is a hot-blooded young man. Just tasted the forbidden fruit of the human world. That taste, say do not miss it is also impossible. Just passing by the 9th People's Hospital of Magic City, Chu Jiang also directly gave Li Zihui a phone call over. Li Zihui's mother has recently recovered very well. Looks much better than before the surgery. In addition to Li Zihui, her cousin Zhou Baiting is also taking care of her these days. However, if you really want to talk about it, it must be Li Zihui who is the daughter who takes care of the most considerate. At this point, Li Zihui was sitting on a chair reading a book when suddenly her cell phone rang. Seeing that it was Chu Jiang calling, Li Zihui first froze for a moment, and then also hurriedly connected the phone. Are you in the hospital? Aha! Can you come out? Well, can. Li Zihui glanced at her cousin Zhou Baiting and also nodded in response. Okay, be at the hospital entrance in about 10 minutes. I'll wait for you here. Li Zihui this side hung up the phone, stood up and walked to his mother. Mom, my friend is looking for me for something. I'll go out for a little while. Something is wrong. You order Baiting. After saying her words, Li Zihui also turned her head to look at Zhou Baiting and said, Baiting, I'll go out for a bit. You take care of my mom, sighed manhwa.
Joe Biden guessed that it was Chu Jiang who had come over to pick her up when she saw Li Zihui's expression when she answered the phone just now.
At that moment, she also stood up, looked at Li Zihui and said with a smile, "Sister, don't worry."
With those words, she also walked over to Li Zihui's side and came close to Li Zihui's ear and asked softly,
"Sis, is it brother-in-law coming over?" Li Zihui couldn't help but blankly glance at Joe Biden. "Don't talk nonsense, I'm just friends with him."
When she said this,
Li Zihui's heart was murmuring,
"I'm afraid I'm not even a friend in his heart."
Speaking of which, Li Zihui was still very inferior, especially in front of Chu Jiang. She became even more inferior
when she came out of the inpatient department and just arrived at the main entrance of the hospital. Chu Jiang also just drove over. Seeing the Lamborghini Poison drive over,
Li Zihui couldn't help but look at the front of the car one more time. While sitting in the passenger seat, the atmosphere was obviously a bit awkward. "That, Chu Xiao,
I saw the front end of your car.
I just bumped into it. Small problem, it doesn't matter." Chu Jiang laughed. "How is your mom in the last 2 days?"
"The body is much better,"
the doctor said. "Observe for another week. If it's fine,
then she can be discharged.
If it's fine, then it's good. If you're out, is there anyone to take care of her? My cousin is here."
Li Zihui pursed her lips and whispered with her head lowered.
Look at your complexion. You haven't rested well recently, right?"
Chu Jiang gently placed his hand on Li Zihui's chin,
and Li Zihui couldn't help but raise her head.
An expression of icy pity indeed made Chu Jiang feel compassionate.
"Give yourself a vacation tonight. You come to my place and have a good rest."
Chu Jiang originally still wanted to do some indescribable things with Li Zihui, but seeing Li Zihui in such a tired appearance,
Chu Jiang's little bit of mind directly disappeared. "Chu Xiao,
Hearing Chu Jiang say that he would let her go to his place at night,
Li Zihui also froze, wanting to speak. "Good boy, be obedient. Don't let auntie get well by then,
and you fall sick again.
By then do you want auntie to take care of you?" Chu Jiang said softly.
His foot stepped on the gas, and took Li Zihui towards his villa and drove over,
following Chu Jiang to the villa. To be honest,
Li Zihui was indeed shocked by this luxurious and extravagant villa. She knew that Chu Jiang was very rich, but she didn't think that Chu Jiang would actually live in the biggest villa in Tang Palace. Chu Jiang suddenly brought back a woman from outside, and for a while this news was also spread to everyone in the villa.
"The woman that young master brought back, it can't really be young granny, right? It doesn't look like it. Although she looks pretty, she doesn't have the same temperament. I also don't think it looks like it. But this is really the first woman that young master brought back. And Miss and her roommate don't count, huh? I'm still in favor of housekeeper Shin being the young grandma. Honestly, don't you guys think that young master and housekeeper Shin are the best match?"
"What's the point of me thinking that? It's not like I can decide who young master he likes. I still want young master to like me."
"Is that possible? How gossipy women are." In less than half a day's time,
the servants at home were all discussing in private what Li Zihui's relationship with Chu Jiang was.
Chu Jiang did not care what others said, directly brought Li Zihui to his bedroom inside. "Chu Xiao, don't talk, you need to sleep now." Chu Jiang looked at Li Zihui's fair little face and said, "Have a good sleep. What do you have to say when you wake up from your sleep?"
After Chu Jiang said his words, he fell straight out of the bedroom, leaving Li Zihui alone in the middle of the bedroom. Those servants in the house were also curious when they saw Chu Jiang come out of the bedroom alone, but this was after all Chu Jiang's private matter.
Even if they were curious, they didn't dare to ask more questions. Chapter 44 4 King-level Big Brothers as accompanying players. Li Zihui was confused. Chu Jiang had actually brought her back to his villa, and the key was to do nothing and let her sleep well? Speaking of which, it was true that Li Zihui couldn't sleep at first, but she was really too tired these days, and since she was locked up in her bedroom by Chu Jiang, she didn't dare to go out. Lying on the side of the bed, she fell asleep unconsciously. Chu Jiang then sat on the sofa in the living room to play LOL handball. At first, win a game lose a game. Stuck in the emerald eye, hard not to go to the diamond. This feeling is honestly really hard. Angry Chu Jiang directly ran to Brush the jitterbug to watch the live broadcast to go, but Brush to see a specialized LOL handheld game anchor. Segment The Strongest King. What is the key? Brush an airplane can enjoy the joy of 4 kings to take you 5 rows to play 3 games. A plane $300. Can be 4 king segment Big Brother take fly 3 games. To be honest, this price is definitely a little expensive for the average person. But for Chu Jiang, it was simply not too cheap. Brush an airplane gift is 3 games. Chu Jiang did not hesitate to directly give the anchor Brush 10 airplanes. 10 airplanes? That is 30 games Not to mention, by 4 king level Big Brother take fly. That feeling is really completely different Chu Jiang, no matter what position he plays, no matter how pitted, doesn't matter. His own family has 4 king level Big Brother. To put it bluntly, today the dog to play can win. On average, a game is only 10 minutes, even more than 3 hours. Chu Jiang won a total of 20 games in a row. The key was, these 4 king big brothers were all very understanding. All kinds of letting positions, letting resources, letting heads. Anyway, their purpose was simple. Just to let Chu Jiang, the gold master father, play happily. Tired. I won't play today. I have time to continue tomorrow ha. Chu Jiang also directly exited the game after saying his words. Returning to the Jitterbug live room, Chu Jiang instead directly brushed 10 carnivals to that anchor. A carnival was worth 3,000, equal to the value of 10 airplanes. 10 carnivals would be 30,000. Book 10 days of accompanying play first. As soon as the 10 carnivals were brushed out, all the fans in the live broadcast room were brushing the screen 666. The anchor was also confused and slowed down for a good 10 seconds before he got up to thank Chu Jiang. Thank you for the 10 rounds of carnival sent by Chu Mendishao. Chu Jiang didn't stay in the live broadcast room, and casually scratched it away directly. Now the time is still early. Chu Jiang also did not have much to do, just played more than 20 games in one breath. Now also come to shivering to see the live broadcast. Relaxation and relaxation. Chu Jiang jittery net named Chu Mendishao. The last few days of boredom when nothing to brush the jittery to see live. Of course, he does not whoring. See the more interesting anchor. Chu Jiang is also not stingy reward. At the beginning of the brush is not much, but playing with him to brush almost 200,000 Chinese currency. Currently, the level of his account was 42, and he was still 30,000 short of being able to rise to 43 levels. Jitterbug did live broadcasting relatively late, and the number of big brothers was not comparable to a few other live broadcasting platforms in the country. However, the flow of Jitterbug is large, the number of anchors is also large, and most importantly, the Jitterbug's live broadcast of the same city is very powerful. So now there are also a lot of big brothers active in the Jitterbug live room, playing live in Jitterbug. Generally speaking, the first 20 levels are still easy to upgrade, spending up to 800 sound waves, or 380 Chinese coins. You can be upgraded to level 20, but the higher up you go, the harder it is to upgrade, and if you get to level 30, you need to spend up to 60,000 sound waves, or 6,000 Chinese national currency. Jitterbug has 900 million users, and its daily activity has even reached 700 million. With such a large amount of traffic, Big Brother was also naturally not in the minority. But speaking of which, those who can be considered big brothers in Jitterbytes must at the very least be level 40 or higher accounts. To rise to level 40, a minimum consumption of 890,000 sound waves, that is, at least recharge consumption of $89,000. Chu Jiang's current account level was 42, but he had also already consumed 1.7 million sound waves and 170,000 Chinese dollars in the past few days. However, speaking of which, Chu Jiang had directly recharged 1 million Chinese coins. If he consumed all the sound waves in his account, 10 million sound waves would be just enough to bring his account up to level 49. Although the godly big brothers on Jitterbug weren't as good as a few other live streaming platforms, there were still quite a few of them overall. However, the highest ranked account on Jitterbug was level 60, which could only be reached by consuming at least 200 million sound waves. 200 million sound waves. That was 20 million Chinese dollars. It was understandable for the average rich person to spend hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars a year watching live broadcasts on Jitterbug. Really want to recharge tens of millions or even more. To be honest, 90% are live broadcast companies trust. Of course there is also a real big brother. After all, 20 million is a lot for ordinary people. But for the top rich second generation like Wang Songqin Cellophane and them, it's really nothing. Chu Jiang also just started to play live. The reward and so on are all random. Look at the eye. Think it is interesting to casually reward a few small gifts. It's not a lot. Anyway, it's just to kill time and kill boredom. Yeah. Chu Jiang casually flipped through a few live streams, and just as he was about to slip away, he inadvertently discovered that his sister Chu Yu was live streaming with her roommate. What's the situation? Since it was his own sister Chu Yu, Chu Jiang stayed in the live broadcast. We're students from Magic City University. We don't often open live broadcasts. We open the live broadcast is not to make money. Our school recently had a public welfare fundraising activity. Thinking about it, our dormitory decided to open a live broadcast this month to raise a little bit of money to support the education of the western region of the motherland. That's right. We promise that all the money we earn from live broadcasting this month, we will not keep a single penny. All of it will be donated to our school's charity foundation. After spending a few minutes in the live broadcast room, Chu Jiang was also able to figure out the situation. Speaking of which, he wasn't opposed to Chu Yu opening a live broadcast, but he actually wouldn't be very supportive either. First of all, Chu Yu is still a college student now and should focus on her studies. In fact, their economic conditions were better now, and they didn't lack money at all. If Chuyu needed money, he could give as much as he wanted. However,
if opening a live broadcast was for a charity fundraising event, Chu Jian was still very supportive. It had to be said that Chuyu's face value still attracted many people.
Of course, most of them were students from Magic City University.
The live broadcast room now had more than 2,000 people, and the pop-up screen was also frantically brushing.
Goddess Chuyu, I like you in words like that. Since it's a live broadcast, naturally it's inevitable to play PK. Don't really say. Although Chuyu they are just starting to do live, but for various reasons, the live room has a trend of fire. After all, there are more than 2,000 people in the live room,
and it is natural to be able to connect. The PK is not a small anchor.
Yikes. Surprisingly, I've connected to a Ning? I'll go. Jitterbug Daddy is up to something. How did he connect to a Ning? It's over. I guess I'll be kneeling in this PK. It's a Ning on the other side. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? You really got a Ning?
In Chuyu's live room,
the pop-up screen was frantically brushing. The opposite side was a Ning. To be honest, Chuyu really didn't know who a Ning was. And of course, Chu Jiang wasn't very clear about who a Ning was either. But when Chu Jiang saw a Ning, he was more or less impressed. Isn't this Brother Tsun's previous girlfriend? No wonder,
Chu Jiang murmured out of his mouth, and in Ning's big brother in the live broadcast room had already begun to brush up on Carnival.
On the contrary, on Chuyu's side,
there were also quite a few who swiped gifts, but they were definitely no match for those big brothers in Ning's live room.
After all,
most of the people in Chuyu's live room who were willing to brush their gifts were students from Magic City University.
So how could they possibly brush over those social big brothers in Ning's live room? Chapter 45, Live Streaming Room Floating Screen Carnival. The PK in the live broadcasting room of Jitterbug was 5 minutes.
And Ning was also wondering why she would even PK to a small anchor with only 2,000 fans.
But since it was a system match, she took it as a welfare game.
She had already won 31 PKs in a row today.
And this streak to a small anchor like Chuyu, in her opinion, that was the welfare bureau that Shake Daddy had arranged for her. The big brother on her side is very powerful. PK has just started and has already been on 3 carnivals. 1 carnival 30,000 sound waves. 3 carnivals that can be 90,000 sound waves. On the other hand, Chuyu's side, under the crowdfunding, only had more than 2,000 sound waves, which was simply not enough to look at. PK progress bar is also directly crushed by the remaining a drop. Of course, Chuyu did not want to win PK or anything. She live and not to make money. Chuyu is very Buddhist, that is, when someone brushes a gift, she will thank it.
The big brother of Ning's live broadcast also stopped when he saw such a big difference in strength.
3 carnivals are enough. The opposite side is a small anchor, more than 2,000 fans, which is what big brother will go on Huazi. The anchor on the opposite side is very decent looking, not to mention, I'm going to pay attention first. How do I feel that the anchor girl across the street is prettier than a Ning? I'll go. The young lady across the street is actually the schoolgirl of Mordor University. No wonder she's so pretty and has such a good temperament. School flower. Not much more to say. I'll go over and add a follow first. Not much else to say. Chuyu even mic on and Ning is to bring a lot of traffic to themselves. Chuyu live room from originally more than 2,000 people, now all of a sudden to more than 4,000 people. After all, and Ning is now the station popularity list ranked the top 3 anchors. The number of online viewers in the live room is 100,000 plus. On Chu Zhong's side, he had just lit up a cigarette and hadn't had time to brush his gift. Seeing Ning's big brother in the live room to send 3 carnival. To be honest, this is really a little bit of Chu Zhong's damn desire to win. If other little anchors were playing PK, Chu Zhong really didn't have the heart to help them win PK. But after all, it is Chuyu, his own sister he does not support. How can not say go? Besides, Chuyu is also doing fundraising for charity. This money rewarded out is not a loss. 3 carnivals and you think you're a sure winner? Chu Jiang took a drag on his cigarette and casually threw 10 carnivals up. Inside Chuyu's live broadcast, the carnival special effects instantly began to float up the screen. Chumen Dishao sent out Carnival X1. Truman Big Shot sends out Carnival X2. Chumen Dishao sends out Carnival X3. Mr. Truman is giving away Carnival X3. Mr. Truman is giving away Carnival X10. In an instant, 300,000 sound waves directly crushed the PK bars back down again. Everyone in Chuyu's live room was shocked for a moment. Of course, those bigwigs in Ning's live room were all confused as well. It was only then that everyone realized that Chuyu had hidden a level 43 big brother within her live room. Chuyu was still short of 30,000 sound waves to upgrade before, and these 10 carnivals were thrown out, and he directly rose to level 43. Asterisk. Who is the Chu Men big brother? So domineering? 10 rounds of carnival? 666. Big brother is mighty. Big brother is awesome. Who says our little anchor doesn't have a big brother to guard him? Don't even look at who we are. This is Goddess Chuyu. 10 rounds of carnival? Rich people. Goodness. Level 43 big brother. How much money did he brush up? The pop-ups in Chuyu's live room also increased steeply. For one thing, many fans came over from Ning's live room side. Secondly, it was also because Chuyu suddenly brushed 10 rounds of carnival. The big brother of Ning's live room was unable to sit still at this time. What is the meaning of the opposite side? You want to fight me? The one who spoke was Ning Live's first big brother. His net name was Fit, and his account level was level 53. Don't look at level 53 as just 10 levels more than level 43. You have to know that the level of the Jitterbug account is that the further you go, the more sound waves you need to consume. For level 53, the minimum consumption would be 31 million sound waves, or 3.1 million Chinese currency. As for Chu Zhang's level 43, the minimum consumption is 200,000 Chinese currency. The difference is not a little bit. Brother Chi Hap, the opposite list of big brother called Chu Men Dishao, just ascended to level 43. Brother Fit, what should we do? Should we give the opposite side a little lesson? Brother Fit, the opposite side of this is obviously provoking you PK and is still 3 minutes. This is obviously to just positive Inside Ning's live broadcast room, many fans were brushing pop-ups and bringing up the tempo. When they played live, what they wanted to see the most was not a beautiful anchor woman. After all, there were thousands of beautiful female anchors, so which one were they not looking at? What they want to see the most is still the picture of these anchors behind the godly big brothers throwing money at each other on the network. PK Fitting myself is called Gao Xiang, is a rich second generation in Hui province. The family is worth less than $1 billion that way. Otherwise, he could not have played a live broadcast spent more than 3 million Recently, the Fit is also into the Ning's list of 1. Today Ning open broadcast, he directly in the live broadcast room set up a heroic ambition. Today to help Ning to reach a PK 50 games winning record. For this reason, he even directly charged 50 million sound waves, a total of 5 million Chinese currency. The previous 31 consecutive victories had already cost more than 10 million sound waves. Originally he thought that this PK was a welfare game arranged by Sheikh Daddy, and he was thinking of saving some sound waves. As a result, Chu Jiang casually threw 10 carnival, which also mobilized his emotions instantly. Interesting, Cheshire muttered under his breath, and without even thinking about it, he directly put 20 rounds of carnival on Ning. Instantly, Ning's PK progress bar crushed back, together with those 3 rounds from before, and the rewards from the fans in the live stream. Ning's PK sound wave now came to more than 700,000 sound waves, but just as the Fit had stopped, Chu Jiang's side didn't hesitate to start floating the screen carnival. Chu Jiang had just taken advantage of his free time to directly go and recharge 200 million sound waves, or 20 million Chinese currency. Since he wanted to help Chuyu fight PK, how could he not recharge more sound waves? There were less than 2 minutes left in PK, but no matter if it was the fans in Chuyu's live room or in Ning's live room, everyone froze, because Chu Jiang's side of the floating screen carnival had no intention of stopping at all. Chumen Dishao sends out Carnival X1, Truman sends out a Carnival X2, youngest Truman sends out Carnival X3, Mr. Truman is giving away Carnival X3, Mr. Truman gives away Carnival X200. Everyone was dumbfounded. 1 round of carnival is $3,000. 200 rounds, that's $600,000. And Chu Jiang had no intention of stopping at all. The speed of the floating screen carnival was even faster and faster. By the time Ning's list 1 big brother Fit reacted, it was already too late. Chapter 46, Chu Jiang brushes carnival into a careful heart. In the 2 live broadcast rooms, almost everyone was dumbfounded, especially those big brothers in Ning's live room. They hadn't even thought that a small anchor with over 2,000 people could have such a rich big brother. Carnival as a small heart to brush? Chu Men Dishao? This is from where to come out of the god big brother There are less than 30 seconds left in park. Even if all of Ning's big brothers on the list brush the carnival, they still can't catch up. As PK entered the countdown phase, the big brothers on Ning's side all gave up. As for Chu Jiang, he hadn't stopped sending gifts. Truman's big brother sent out Carnival X456. In Chuyu's live broadcast, the number of online viewers skyrocketed. Chu Jiang's side sent out 500 carnivals in a row in one breath before stopping. Asterisk. This is a true big brother Sending 500 carnivals in one breath? $1.5 million to reward the anchor? What condition is the family in? So built The first time I saw such a game of God's big brother, I was shocked. This big brother can place rich he is really gift Just now big brother has just risen to level 43. Now big brother even have 51 levels? A PK even rise 9 levels? Chuyu and the girls were also shocked, but shocked to shock. At first Chuyu wasn't sure if the Chu Men Dashao was Chu Jiang, but now,
she was already 80% sure that this was her own brother Chu Jiang. First, Chu Men Dishao. She recalled that before her brother seemed to say that he had gotten an entertainment media company, which seemed to be called Chu Men. Secondly, Chu Men Dishao, indicating the surname Chu, and really if you don't know your own people, will not say a word to her brush so much money? Chu Yu directly sent a message over to Chu Jiang. Brother, is that Chu Men Dishao in the live broadcast room you? How do you know it's me? Brother, I'm not stupid. Stranger, how could I brush me with so much money for no reason? That's true. Ha ha. Still really my brother. Chu Yu looked at her roommate and said more or less helplessly. Then the entire pop-up screen in the live broadcast room exploded. WTF? Miss Anchor, the big brother who swiped gifts for you is your brother? Asterisk 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 asterisk. I should have thought of that. Our goddess Chu Yue is a rich white beauty. Her brother's car is a Lamborghini. Not only that, there's also a Rolls-Royce Phantom. After all, it was only a few days ago that something happened, and the students of Magic City University were very impressed with Chu Yu's brother. And Ning on this side lost PK was a little less happy, mainly because the 31 consecutive victories were broken, and still lost to a small anchor with only 2,000 fans. However, she didn't blame her big brother Chi Hap, but Chi Hap was a little embarrassed. This PK is my fault for underestimating the opposite side. How about this? And Ning, you PK with that anchor for another round. I'll definitely help you win this round. With the streak broken, Cheshire didn't think about helping Ning win 50 PK games in a row anymore, but the lost face naturally had to be recovered. The reason why he lost PK just now, he felt that he had underestimated the ability of the opposite anchor family's big brother. He still had more than 38 million sound waves on his account, which was worth more than 3,800,000 Chinese coins, and with another PK, he felt sure that he could win. PK another big brother from the opposite side? Seeing her rank 1 big brother say this, and Ning, who was still a little less than happy, instantly became overjoyed. She was an anchor, and this kind of daily PK, it didn't really matter if she won or lost. Anchor well, the most want to see is actually their own list on the Big Brother and other list on the Big Brother competition firepower. After all, the one who benefits in the end is definitely himself. Then I'll connect with her again? Although in Ning's mouth inquired. Just as the words fell, she had already connected with Chu Yu's site to PK again. Chu Yu just saw that someone wanted to connect to PK herself. She didn't pay attention to it and directly clicked to agree. And as a result, after connecting to it, she realized that the opposite side was actually in Ning again. I was a little upset when I lost just now, so let's get back to PK again? And Ning said with a smile. Chu Yu heard Ning say this also froze for a moment. Or not or don't. Mainly, Chu Yu this side of the words have not finished, and Ning's side of the list of Big Brother Fit had begun to brush on the gift. 10 rounds of Carnival directly on top. 1 round of Carnival is 30,000 sound waves. 10 rounds is 300,000 sound waves. The PK progress bar directly crushed Chu Yu and the girls. Moreover, Cheshire's side wasn't careless. Every second that passed he swiped a Carnival round. The speed of the brush wasn't as fast as Chu Yu's, but it was still shocking to many fans in the live broadcast. As soon as Chu Jiang returned to Chu Yu's live room he saw that Ning had connected to PK on Chu Yu again, and that side was on 100 rounds of Carnival alone. The PK sound wave directly reached over 3 million. This is to get tough with me. Chu Jiang laughed and murmured softly. There were still more than 3 minutes of PK time left, enough for him to catch up with the opposite side. With this thought in his mind, Chu Jiang also started to brush Carnival in a row. Chu Men Dishao sends out Carnival X1. Chu Men Dishao sends Carnival X2. Chu Men Dishao sends out Carnival X268. Chu Xiao started to float the Carnival screen again, and the speed of the gift swipes was quite fast. Carnival swiped 5 times a second. It directly made everyone look silly. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's still our Chu Men Dishao that's powerful. This directly swiped Carnival into a small heart? Awesome. Awesome. I only know the word awesome now. The opposite side probably looked dumbfounded, right? The opposite side is obviously egged on. Indeed. Although the opposite side of the list of Big Brother is also very strong, but facing our Chu Men Big Young, this is obviously some bottom. Chu Jiang didn't even look at what the pop-up screen said. Anyway, supporting his old sister to win the PK was the right thing to do. Besides, he didn't care about the hundreds or tens of millions. The number of online viewers in Chu Yu's live room also directly began to skyrocket. In addition to those fans in Ning's live room, it was mainly Shake Daddy who had arranged for traffic to Chu Yu's live room. Many new fans entered the live room, and when they saw the floating screen of Carnival special effects, they were all dumbfounded. I'm new. What's the situation? Someone say something? Holy, the Carnival effects are so bad that they're lagging. You've painted 1,000 carnivals? What the hell? Is that Ning on the other side? Wang Tsung's online ex-girlfriend?
This is directly beaten into the background, right?
When there were still 30 seconds left in PK time,
and Ning's ranking 1 big brother directly gave up, admitting defeat. It's true that he can't brush off the opposite big brother. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Where on earth did this Chu Men big young opposite come from? Is it so cheating? 1,000 rounds of carnival.
There is no intention of stopping at all. This has been brushed 3 million.
He's got more money than he can spend? Gee, if you ask me, if the principal is there, he might still have a chance to win against the opposite side. When there were pop-ups talking about Wang Tsong coincidentally entered the middle of a Ning's live broadcast. Although he is an ex-girlfriend, it is well known that even if Wang Tsong has broken up, he still gets along well with his ex-girlfriends.
And Ning had been able to be so hot on Shake Live in recent times, mainly because Wang Tsong had been coming over to support her the other day.
Being beaten so badly. Let me see who is on the opposite side. The moment Wang Tsong saw Chu Yu,
he knew why Ning had lost so badly. He didn't need to look at him to know who the list 1 big brother opposite him was.
Chapter 47, one more big one tomorrow night, then we can rest. This game of PK was definitely unwinnable.
Chu Zhong's side had been swiping carnivals 5 times a second,
and even in the last 30 seconds, he had swiped almost 156 carnivals.
Even if Ning had Wang Tsong on her side, she would have lost this game of PK.
However,
the pop-ups in the live broadcast room also began to rise up at this time, all of them letting Wang Tsong help Ning win a PK. Even in Ning's previous top 1 big brother cheap NFL jerseys China, also floating pop-ups at this time said that he hoped Wang Tsong could help win a PK. After all, being crushed by others for 2 games in a row,
it was hard to think about. Forget it, I can't win, let's not play. Wang Tsong directly conceded. Mainly he did not joke. He really cannot win. Opposite list a big brother of my brother, much richer than me. How to play?
Wang Tsong floating pop-up screen explained.
The opposite anchor is the person's own sister. You cannot blindly uproar. By the way, you can go over to point a concern. No more. I'll go over to say hello first. Wang Tsong not only didn't help Ning play PK, instead,
he directly followed Ning's side of the PK link to Chu Yu's live room.
Seeing Wang Tsong say that, everyone in Ning's live room was confused. The pop-ups were all brushing, and such symbols. However, this time, they finally knew what the Truman Daredevil was all about. No wonder, opposite ranking 1's big brother is a top-tier rich second generation. The principal just said that Chu Men Dishao has more money than him? Awesome. Without further ado, I'll go over and pay attention too. Doesn't that mean that the opposite anchor is actually a rich second generation? Rich white beauty? The opposite anchor seems to be the flower of Mordor University, and it seems that all of their income from this live broadcast will be donated to Mordor University's charity foundation. At first I thought it was hype, but now I realize that I'm the one with the smaller pattern.
It had to be said that although Wang Tsong simply said 2 words, he instantly took away a lot of people in Ning's live room. And Ning was also a bit tearful, but she was a very smart woman. Seeing that Wang Tsong had said so, she naturally knew that the little anchor on the opposite side was not really something she could mess with. Inside Chu Yu's live room, as soon as Wang Tsong entered the live room, he directly arranged a carnival for Chu Yu. Those who often play live, naturally know Wang Tsong. Just now, Chu Jiang brushed thousands of carnivals in a row in the live room and already shocked those people in Chu Yu's live room. Now, as soon as Wang Tsong came in, he started floating the screen to brush the carnival, and in one breath, he even brushed 100 rounds of carnival. Although it wasn't as much as what Chu Jiang had brushed, it was important to realize that it was Wang Tsong who was brushing the gifts now. Asterisk 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 asterisk? What's going on? Is this Wang Tsong? Isn't Wang Tsong Ning's ex-boyfriend? Why did he come here to swipe gifts? I just came from Ning's live stream.
It doesn't hurt to tell you. The principal said that Chu Men Dishao is his brother and the anchor is his brother's own sister. Asterisk 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 asterisk. So that's how it is. Miss Anchor, this is a proper rich white beauty. No wonder. I told you, even if you're rich, it's impossible to give a strange anchor so much money, right? Chu Yu saw the screen full of pop-ups saying Wang Tsong, principal and whatnot. She naturally knew that this big brother who had just swiped 100 carnival for himself was Wang Tsong. Thank you brother Tsong for the carnival. I thank you on behalf of the children in the western part of our country. No need. With your brother here, it's just a small token of my appreciation. No need to thank me. The way Wang Tsong said this, how did it sound? A bit terrified. For a while everyone in Chu Yu's live broadcast room was also all confused. Due to Chu Zhang's previous crazy floating screen carnival plus Wang Tsong came over to bring a wave of rhythm, Chu Yu's live room directly on the double list of the first. The number of online viewers is already broken through to 100,000 plus. Chu Zhang's side is to help Chu Yu. They played a few games of PK. After all, Chu Zhang here, there is no such thing as a PK that cannot be won. No matter who the opposite anchors list one big brother is. Chu Jiang is even floating screen brush carnival. Play like this. Who can top ah? For a while, users who played Jitterbug Live at this time period all knew about Chu Yu's existence. The most exaggerated thing was that Chu Jiang was still addicted to playing like this, and in one breath, he brushed all of the 200 million sound waves that he had previously recharged. 200 million sound waves is $20 million ah. The account of Chu Men Deshao was even directly upgraded to a full level of 60. Rest early. I'm off. More than 10 o'clock in the evening. Chu Jiang's side is also retired from the live broadcasting room. The US stock market was about to open, so he drove his car directly to the 9th villa next door. Xia Feng and the three of them were also in high spirits. Although they had been fighting fiercely for 3 nights in a row, they had also been resting during the day. Most of all, to be able to ruthlessly cut the flesh of the Yanks with Chu Jiang in the US stock market, it was refreshing to think about it. All ready, right? As soon as Chu Jiang came over, he looked at Xia Feng and the three of them and asked with a smile, "Just waiting for you, Chu Xiao, to give the order. Then let's start." Chu Jiang sat on the sofa, directly lit a cigarette and took a deep drag, then also commanded. Less than half an hour after the opening of the US stock market, Chu Jiang directly and indirectly emptied all the 2.8 billion meters of gold on his account and purchased 16 US stocks. In the following hours, Chu Jiang was still like a god of war, directly killing madness in the US stock market. Among these 16 stocks, the highest increase reached 90%. The lowest, there are also 30%. Until the US stock market is closed, Chu Jiang has also liquidated all the stocks he holds. Another night of great harvest. 16 stocks even let Chu Jiang's account funds came to 7 billion meters of gold, excluding the principal of 1 billion meters. In 2 nights, Chu Jiang made a profit of 6 billion meters. I'll make a big one tomorrow night, and then I'll be able to rest. Chu Jiang didn't choose to leave his bag in peace this time. Instead, he was ready to make another big wave. According to the surplus rate of the past few days, tomorrow night, his 7 billion rice gold must at least double cutting the meat of the rice guys. Naturally, you have to cut hard to feel good. Chapter 48, Mr. Chu, you won't operate American stocks in the future? The account balance of 7 billion meters of gold, converted into Chinese currency, that was more than 44 billion In 4 consecutive days, Chu Jiang had made a profit of over 10 billion meters of gold in the US stock market. Although Chu Jiang's operation has been very secretive, but still be discovered. In the conference room of a stock exchange on Wall Street in the United States, a dozen blonde-haired, blue-eyed gooks were gathered together. It's that hateful Oriental rat again. He's been following us for 4 days now. Why is it that he can see through every time we operate? I feel like he's installed cameras on us. It's so hateful. This insatiable Oriental rat. I must trap him. Make him spit out all the money he stole. The leading few were gnashing their teeth in hatred. Their layout in the past few days because of Chu Jiang's intervention. Not only did they not make any money, but they even lost a lot of money. In Magic City, in the 8th villa of Tang Palace, Chu Jiang stretched his lazy body. It was another busy night, and he had ruthlessly slashed those Mizuno guys again. Unfortunately, although there is a week, but the weekend closed, there is still the last trading day. For money, although Chu Jiang was not lacking, he wouldn't mind having more money. Moreover, he was now spending a lot of money. Really relying on those cash he picked up was not necessarily enough. He wanted to build a strong Chu Men group. There were many places where he needed to use money, and just in time, the money he earned in the US stock market these days could be subsidized. When he returned to his bedroom, he remembered that Li Zihui was here. Originally at this hour, he thought that Li Zihui must be sleeping heavily, but unexpectedly when he just entered the bedroom, Li Zihui woke up. She had slept all afternoon yesterday and didn't wake up until after 11 at night. When she came out of the bedroom, the maids in the house were also preparing a night snack for her. After all, it was the first woman that the young master of the house brought back to the villa, and they didn't dare to put up a fight in front of Li Zihui. Li Zihui was actually very timid, and after eating the midnight snack, she returned to Chu Jiang's bedroom. Although she wasn't sure where Chu Jiang had gone, she knew clearly that she couldn't run around. In the dead of night, Li Zihui fell asleep again in a daze. When she woke up with another sleep, Chu Jiang happened to push the door into the bedroom. You're awake? Well, slept for too long. The color of your breath looks much better. Then, Chu Jiang looked at Li Zihui on the bed. The corners of his mouth rose slightly and he smiled softly. Chu Jiang was, after all, a young man with strong qi and blood, and although he had a busy night in the US stock market, it didn't prevent him from exporting his excess energy in the gentle land. He slept until 12 o'clock at noon. I'll send you back after dinner in a while. Aha! Li Zihui nodded obediently. Speaking of which, Li Zihui could feel that Chu Jiang was treating her very well, and as Chu Jiang's woman, she felt very happy. As for other aspects, Li Zihui didn't have any more requests. After lunch, Chu Jiang personally sent Li Zihui back to the hospital, and on the way, he went to the ward to visit Li Zihui's mother. Unlike the last time he came over, due to the successful surgery and the recent nutritional aspect, Li Zihui's mother recovered very well, and her complexion was much better than before. Auntie, when you're discharged from the hospital, I'll let Zihui take you to live in Magic City for some more days. The conditions here in Magic City are good. If there's anything you want to eat or drink, just say it, I'll arrange it for you. Chu Jiang was the identity of the second generation of the rich. Li Zihui's family members were already well aware of it. As for what exactly was Li Zihui's relationship with Chu Jiang, they had asked Li Zihui before, but Li Zihui had not admitted that she was Chu Jiang's girlfriend. But now, whether Li Zihui admitted it or not was no longer important. From yesterday afternoon, Li Zihui went out with Chu Jiang, and only came back now. Such a long time, a lonely man and woman. What can be done? Li Zihui's mother is after all a person who has been there. How can she not understand? To be honest, she is actually not very optimistic about their daughter and Chu Jiang together. After all, the identity background is too big a difference. The door is not the right household. Their daughter is very easy to be wronged. But then again, Chu Jiang twice came to the hospital are very polite. Li Zihui Chu Jiang's impression is naturally quite good. Chu Jiang didn't stay in the hospital for too long. He really didn't like the atmosphere in the hospital ward. From the hospital, Chu Jiang drove directly back to the villa. After all, he went to bed at about 8 p.m. and woke up at 12 p.m. Today, he is still ready to make a big deal in the US stock market. So how can he do it without a good rest? As for the hospital, Li Zihui was also pulled aside by her cousin Zhou Baiting. Sis, you were with your brother-in-law the whole time yesterday, right? Zhou Baiting gossiped in a small voice. Ah, no, not. There are some things you can't say. Biting. Li Zihui pursed her lips. There were some things she didn't know how to say. Sis, you don't say. Brother-in-law is really good to you. The watch that brother-in-law gave you is a Patek Philippe, right? Why don't you wear it? Chu Jiang had previously given Li Zihui a Patek Philippe, and she had put it away when she learned that the watch was actually worth $390,000. Such an expensive watch. What if it breaks? That one is too expensive. Li Zihui pursed her lips and said, biting, there are some things I don't know how to say. Alas, I actually don't know what kind of relationship I have with him in the end. You don't go out and talk nonsense. Zhou Baiting actually more or less guessed some of it, and now that she heard Li Zihui say so, she also hurriedly assured Li Zihui, sister, don't worry, I won't talk nonsense. However, sis, I think he's quite good to you, and he's so handsome and rich, even if he can't marry you in the future, as long as you're his woman, that's fine, Zhou Baiting whispered. Sister, believe me, if you miss him, can you really still look at other men? Moreover, can you really guarantee that another man will love you sincerely for the rest of your life? Zhou Baiting was a bit younger than Li Zihui, and was a bit more open-minded, but in fact, she was right. Chu Jiang returned to the villa, first had a sip of tea, smoked a cigarette, and by the way, read all the novels that were updated yesterday. Then he also went straight back to his bedroom to rest. He slept until more than 9 o'clock in the evening, casually ate 2 mouthfuls of dinner and went straight to the 9th villa. Let's fight a little more tonight. After tonight, I don't know when we'll have to wait again next time. Chu Jiang said with a smile as he looked at the Xiaofeng trio who were poised to fight. What Chu Xiao means is that you won't operate American stocks in the future? People, you can't be too greedy. I've earned tens of billions of meters of gold from the US stock market this week. It's enough for me to spend for a while. If I continue, I'm afraid that side will target me. Chu Jiang said so on his lips, but in his heart, he did laugh. After this week, the stock market quotation card will be invalidated, and it will be difficult to kill in the US stock market like this again. Chapter 49. How about going to the South China Sea to fish for tuna? However, Chu Jiang was right about one thing, he was indeed being watched. In the middle of a stock exchange on Wall Street, in the country of meters, we must lasso that damnable oriental rat tonight. The bait has been placed, just waiting for that rat to take the bait. As long as he dares to follow through today, no matter how much money he has, he'll be left with no return. They were very confident, and in order to find a way to trap Chu Jiang, they had spared no expense this time. In the Magic City, in the 9th villa of Tang Palace, Chu Jiang's face was a bit gloomy. The stock market fluctuations in his mind unexpectedly changed for the first time. Previously, he had already looked at tonight's stock market fluctuations, and according to the previous fluctuations, he had to at least double his money tonight. But now, he realized that all those stocks that he had marked well before all plummeted half an hour after the opening. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How can this still be fun? Chu Jiang froze. This is being targeted. Chu Jiang wasn't a little cutie.
knowing full well that there was a pit to continue jumping into. After 2 minutes, Chu Jiang directly decided to call it a day and stop playing. The money in hand certainly cannot spit back. In addition to those stocks he marked, other stocks of the general market trend are not satisfactory. Operability is not high. Although with the chart in his mind, he can still do the same steady income, but hard one night, earn a few 100 million meters gold is not much fun. Might as well take a good rest. Chu Xiao, the market is open. This side Xiaofeng prompted Chu Jiang to open the disc. He has done the last and then with Chu Jiang in the US stock market to kill the preparation. But the next second, Chu Jiang laughed and said, the situation has changed. This evening closed. Rest. Ha, Xiaofeng's trio also froze. Didn't they just say they were going to make a big one? How come they suddenly stopped playing and called it a night? But although their hearts were puzzled, the money was after all Chu Jiang's. Chu Jiang said that they were not going to play and take a break. So naturally they couldn't possibly have any opinions. You all have worked hard these past few days. Chu Jiang looked at the Xiaofeng trio and smiled, then said to Xin Xingwei by his side, give them $1 million each. The extra is considered a bonus for these days. Saying more nice words was not as real as giving money. When the Xiaofeng trio heard Chu Jiang say that he would give them $1 million each, they were instantly overjoyed. One must know that they had only worked for a total of 4 nights. Normally, they ate, drank and lived in the villa, and even though they worked at night, they didn't feel tired at all to be able to follow a stock god-level big brother like Chu Jiang. According to the previously agreed compensation, a night was $100,000 salary. Even if they added this night, they had only worked for 5 days. Chu Jiang giving them $1 million each was equal to giving each of them an extra $500,000 in payoff. Thank you, Mr. Chu. Xiaofeng's trio also hurriedly stood up to thank Chu Jiang. Well, in the future, if there's a need for you guys, I'll have Xingwei contact you again. Chu Jiang hemmed and hawed and said, but what happened in the last few days? I hope you guys don't talk nonsense when you go back. Although it was fine to talk about this kind of thing, in order to avoid some unnecessary trouble, Chu Jiang also instructed the Xiaofeng trio once again. The 3 of them also hurriedly nodded in response when they heard Chu Jiang say that. Even if Chu Jiang didn't emphasize it to them, it was absolutely impossible for them to talk nonsense. For one thing, Chu Jiang's identity and background was here. They simply couldn't afford to offend. Secondly, they naturally want to have the opportunity to come over again with Chu Jiang to cross the US stock market. Harvesting rice farmers one person is $1 million. 3 people are only $3 million. For Chu Jiang, $3 million is really a small amount, not worth mentioning at all. He directly instructed Xin Xingwei to withdraw all the money in his account. Shen Xingwei, who was standing by the side, also hurriedly nodded her head and responded. Half an hour after the stock market opened, Wall Street, a group of bigwigs were all dumbfounded. Why didn't that dastardly Oriental rat take the bait? It can't be. Did he see through our plan? Too cunning. That darn Oriental rat ran away. They were all human beings. They knew clearly that since Chu Jiang didn't fall for it today, it would be even more impossible to trap him next time. Of course, what they don't know is that Chu Jiang probably won't set foot in the US stock market again for a long time. Returning to the 8th villa, Chu Jiang lit a cigarette and inhaled deeply. Speaking of which, it was still a bit regrettable. After all, he was prepared to do a big job tonight, and it would be best if he could make a profit of tens of billions of meters of gold. But since he was being watched, and the trend of the general market of the US stock market was also very unsatisfactory. In this case, Chu Jiang's choice is still correct. Money cannot be earned. Do not be too greedy. If you know that you can't do something but you are doing it, it will definitely not work. Tell them about it. Chu Jiang finished a cigarette and also spoke in the small group of 4. Originally, I was going to make a big one tonight, but the trend on the US stock market side wasn't very good, so I decided temporarily that I won't play today and call it a day. And the last few days have earned a lot. Should be watched. Follow-up words. Rest. Principal plus profit then. A total of 7 billion meters gold. Tomorrow after the arrival of the account I will transfer the money to you. Chu Jiang had just finished speaking. The small group of 4 was buzzing. Chu Xiao is awesome. Bai Feng directly returned the message in seconds. Now in this situation, he had just become Chu Jiang's loyal fan, regardless of what Chu Jiang said or did. Anyway, he just said that Chu Xiao was awesome. Wang Song and Qin Cellophane also immediately said that there was no problem. Naturally, there was no problem. This wave of them following Chu Jiang to operate the US stock market together was really earning a lot. Each of them had already shared 500 million meters of gold before. When this wave of money to the account, in addition to their principal $200 million, but also can be divided into another 600 million meters of gold profit. It's only been a few days. They followed Chu Jiang and made a profit of 1.1 billion meters of gold. It may not seem like a lot of money, but you have to realize that 1.1 billion meters of gold, when converted into Chinese currency,
That's close to 7 billion. As for Bai Feng, he made even more. It was a full 1.45 billion meters of gold. Following Chu Jiang, not only did it allow him to return to the shore, it also made him directly worth tens of billions of dollars. Chu Xiao, it's almost the weekend. Do we want to go out and relax? How about we go fishing for tuna? Fishing tuna? Go to the South China Sea? Yes, how about it? It's a good time to relax. I don't have a problem with that. Okay then, let's make a deal. We'll go there tomorrow night. 2 days of fun should be fine, right? I can do it. Chu Jiang naturally didn't have any problems, and smiled and agreed.